Today is October 10th. Today is a very happy day for Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Today they are expecting a son. Minato, what are we going to name our son? Uzumaki asked. Yes, it was high time to come up with a name for your son, Minato, said a tall man with long white hair. The fourth, sitting at the table, was reading a book called Unwavering Spirit, the story of the ninja. Maybe Naruto, the blonde suggested. Jiraiya was embarrassed, because the main character of the book had the same name. You took this name from a book, didn't you? Asked the Sannin. Well, yes. Is that bad? I like this name. I like it too, the red-haired girl said. But I came up with this name while eating ramen. The white-haired man denied. Although secretly he was glad that his godson would be called exactly that. Minato and I like it, so we decided to give him this name. Well, okay, I still need to give a report on the mission, said the Sannin, and headed for the door. See you Minato, Kushina. Jiraiya waved his hand and left. Minato continued reading the book that the Toad Hermit wrote. A couple of hours later, the third Hokage's wife, Biwako, arrived. Hello Kushina, fourth Sama, Biwako began. Can I take Kushina to the birthing site? Hello Biwako-sama, yes, I'll just change now. Hello, do I need to come with you? Minato asked worriedly. No, if it starts, one of the Anbu will come for you. Okay, the Hokage replied. At that moment Kushina came out and, saying that she was ready, went out into the street with the third's wife. Minato decided to go to the residence. The Hokage sat in his office and signed documents. About an hour later, an Anbu stood on one knee in front of the fourth. Fourth Sama, your wife is starting to give birth, was all the Anbu said. Minato used Hiraishin and appeared at Kushina's birthplace. Minato, go to Kushina, support her. The Hokage went to his wife and took her hand. He just sat there silently, unable to find any words to say in this situation. At this time, the third's wife was delivering Kushina's baby. Come on, I can already see his head, Biwako said. Kushina screamed and Minato felt uneasy about it. That's it, you can relax, he's out, Sarutobi said. But no one was able to relax. The third Hokage's wife fell, with a cut on her neck, and the Anbu who was supposed to guard the entrance lay in a pool of blood. There was a man in the room wearing a mask and a cloak with a hood. Fourth Hokage, get away from Kushina, or your son will get hurt. I give you 10 seconds to think. 1, 2, 3, 4. 0.5. 0.6. 0.10. The man in the mask threw Naruto into the air and held the kunai up, point up, right under the boy. But Minato used his special kunai with the Hiraishin seal and threw it near Naruto, then caught him. The Hokage took Kushina and the child and carried them home. After that he returned to the man with the mask. Who are you and what do you want? Asked the fourth. You don't need to know this, because soon I will kill you, and at the same time I will destroy Konoha. As the Hokage of Konohagakure, I, Minato Namikaze, will protect the village, even at the cost of my life. Namikaze said. Are you so sure? Sharingan flashed through the eye hole in the mask. Just a few moments later, a huge grey nine-tailed fox appeared in front of Minato. Kyubi. Minato was shocked, because now, not far from Konoha, there was Kyubi himself. At this moment, the fourth received reinforcements in the form of the third Hokage and a squad of Anbu. Hiruzen-sama, hold back the fox, and I will go after the masked man. Minato said and headed towards the masked man. You don't have a chance, fourth Hokage, the stranger said. Even if that's the case, I won't back down. Minato said. The masked man took out chains and attacked Namikaze. The Hokage dodged, attempting to counterattack the enemy. He passed through him, crashing into the chain behind the enemy. Minato, having teleported in front of the enemy, began to analyze the situation. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. What if he took out his special kunai and threw it at the mask maker? But the kunai passed through him. Then Minato teleported to him with a rasengan in his hand and hit the stranger with it. He fell to the ground and then disappeared into a spiral funnel. Minato rushed towards the fox that began to destroy Konoha, summoning a huge toad, which crushed the fox. Seeing Kushina, he headed towards her. I know you won't like this idea, but we need to seal the fox inside our child. He didn't like the idea either, but the circumstances demanded it. I don't like this idea, Minato. Our son will be despised and humiliated in every possible way. Uzumaki was ready to cry, but she held back. I know that it will be difficult for Naruto, but I believe in him, and I think he will be able to control the power of the Kyubi. Minato teleported into the house, took Naruto and returned to the battlefield. But how are you going to seal the fox into Naruto? Kushina asked. I use the seal of the death god. Kushina's eyes widened. But you will die after this technique. Uzumaki shouted. I know, the fourth said sadly, but only this seal will hold the fox back. He began to form seals, and Kushina held the kyubi with chakra chains. There, behind Minato was Shinigami, and an altar appeared on which he placed the boy. The death god took the fox and transferred it to Naruto. Minato died instantly from chakra exhaustion and the use of the death god seal. Kushina wasn't in the best shape either. She was at her limit, as using the chains required a huge expenditure of chakra, but that's not all. She had given birth to Naruto just half an hour ago. After the fox was sealed within Naruto, his hair turned silver. At that moment, the third Hokage and the remaining Anbu squad and medic Nin approached, running up to Kushina and trying to heal her. Hiruzen also approached her. Third Sama. His name is Naruto. Raise him well. These were her last words before her death. Okay Kushina, I will fulfill your last wish, said the third. Take the bodies of Minato and Kushina. Commentary on prologue. Hello dear readers. This is my first, but I hope not the last fanfic. Leave comments, criticize, but be reasonable. Suggest ideas. Enjoy reading. Part 1 First training and a trip to the library. Almost 4 years have passed since that day. During this time, Naruto was hated by almost all of Konoha. After all, he had the kyubi inside him. Only a small number of people treated him like an ordinary child. Uzumaki hated his birthday because he was beaten on that day. He was beaten not only by normal people, but also by shinobi, genin, and even chunin. By the way, he lived in a one-room apartment that needed renovation for a long time. But what did you expect from the apartments that were given to orphans? Naruto decided to eat. After looking through all the cabinets, he realized that he needed to go to the store. Taking his money, he went outside and headed to the nearest store. After picking up a few boxes of ramen, which he loved, he headed to the checkout. The cashier gave him a hateful look and, taking the money, gave Naruto his purchase. Uzumaki, having brought the ramen home and eaten, decided to practice throwing kunai and shuriken. Taking from the drawer of the table several kunai and shurikens that he found at one of the training grounds during his walk, he went to this very training ground. Having arrived at it, Naruto moved 10 meters away from the target and tried to hit it. He was not very good at it, because it was his first time doing it. After an hour of non-stop kunai throwing, he tiredly lay down on the grass to rest. For a while he tried to figure out what he was doing wrong. What if I raise my elbow a little and throw the kunai more sharply? Young Uzumaki thought to himself. After taking a rest, he started throwing kunai at the target again, by the way, much more successfully. Now, out of 5 kunai, 2 hit the target, if before there were none. Having decided that he had had enough throwing for today, he decided to do some physical exercise, which included 1. 15 push-ups, 2. 20 squats, 3. 7 laps around the training ground where he trained. By the way, the training ground was quite large. Uzumaki dealt with this relatively easily, since for a 4-year-old it was excellent. Deciding to go get something to eat, he headed to Ichiraku. It was one of Uzumaki's favorite places, as a kind old man worked there who treated him well. His name was Tsuki. His daughter, Ayami, also worked with him. Arriving at the small establishment, young Uzumaki was immediately called out by Tsuki. Oh, Naruto, as usual, the old man asked the boy. Yes, Tsuki-san, Naruto responded. It'll be there in 3 minutes. And yes, today it's on the house. Tsuki smiled sincerely, and Naruto beamed. Thank you, Naruto thanked. 3 minutes later, a large portion of ramen was in front of Uzumaki. Taking the chopsticks, Naruto said. Itadakimasu. Well, tell me Naruto, what did you do? Tsuki decided to ask. Today I went to one of the training grounds, trained in throwing kunai and shurikens. Then I started doing physical exercises. After all, I have to enter the academy in a year. Naruto said. Well done. Get another portion if you want. Today everything is on the house. Tsuki decided to repeat. No, thanks Tsuki-san. I'm full. Naruto stood up and headed for the exit. See you later, old man. Good luck with your training, Naruto. Young Uzumaki went out and went to the library. In the library, he wanted to read about something related to shinobi. He walked to the library at a leisurely, strolling pace, as if not noticing the furious glances he was receiving. Naruto, thinking about what he would read, reached the library. Once inside, he began to walk between the rows of shelves, looking for what he needed. So, I'll take the history of shinobi and perhaps about chakra, Naruto decided. Naruto sat in the library for a few hours, reading up on chakra theory. From there, he learned that there were 5 main types of chakra: Keaton, Suton, Raten, Doton, and Futon. Also, there are types of chakra, or rather chakra natures, that are formed by mixing 2 or more basic types of chakra. Some Kekkei Genkai are based on these types of chakra. For example, ice techniques. Taking the history of shinobi with him, Naruto headed home. Uzumaki went home to try to awaken the chakra source. Noticing that it was getting dark, Naruto sped up. To his surprise, no one beat him today, which made him incredibly happy. In a good mood, he went home, put the book about the history of shinobi on the shelf, and began to try to awaken the chakra center. Naruto sat in the lotus position and tried, as it was written in the book, a fire in the stomach area. Naruto sat in this position for almost 3 hours, but he still did not feel that fire. Deciding to read the history of shinobi, he picked up a book and began to read. While reading the book, Naruto learned about the founders of Konohagakure, who were Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. Hashirama became the first Hokage, who mastered Mokuton, the element of wood. He could control the Beiyu, like Madara. Next, it was told about the Hokage of Konoha. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was a master of Suton and could summon water where there was no water at all. He was Hashirama's younger brother. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He mastered all 5 basic elements. He was Tobirama's student. And finally, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He was known by the nickname, Yellow Lightning of Konoha. He owned Raten. He created his own A-rank technique, although nothing was written about it. With that, Naruto finished his reading and closed the book, going to bed. Commentary on Part 1: First Training and a Trip to the Library. Here comes the second one. I didn't think I'd be inspired. Don't forget to leave comments. Enjoy reading, dear readers. Part 2: Walk and Trip to the Academy. After almost a year, it's time for Naruto to go to the Ninja Academy. Since Uzumaki was used to waking up quite early, he decided to go out for a walk. Having completed all the standard procedures in the morning, he got dressed and went out. He wore a gray windbreaker and pants of the same color, as well as black shinobi sandals. Naruto decided to go to the top of the mountain where the faces of the past Hokage were carved. He loved this place. In the evening, there was a wonderful view of Konohagakure. Approaching the entrance inside the mountain, where there is a staircase for climbing up, he heard several voices. White-eyed monster, and something like that. Naruto decided to head there and see what happened. He went out onto a path in the park and saw 3 boys and a girl. She was standing apart from the hooligans, and judging by the position of her hands, she was crying. Naruto didn't like being bullied and didn't want anyone else to be bullied either. Young Uzumaki approached the group of guys and said, "Get out of here as far and as fast as you can." "I'll count to 5, Naruto said. "Oh, so it's a demon. Oh. Now we'll have some fun." All the boys flew at him. "I warned you," Uzumaki said in a calm voice. "I'm no longer that weakling who couldn't stand up for himself." Flashback. After a week of trying to awaken the chakra center, he succeeded. He began to use his chakra as an average genin, although he is almost a year away from the academy. Naruto can accumulate chakra in a separate part of the body to increase the strength of his blows. Naruto tried to learn to walk on trees, and he succeeded, albeit with difficulty. But he has not yet reached the point of walking on water. This year of training did not go by without a trace. Naruto trained in taijutsu, but did not train in ninjutsu, because he thought that was what they taught at the academy. Uzumaki's taijutsu was quite good, especially for his age. End of flashback. All the bullies started attacking Naruto indiscriminately. They were not shinobi, and they were not as tough or fast. Uzumaki did not cripple them, but simply dodged their blows. Fortunately, his speed allowed him to do so. After 10 minutes of such a fight, the hooligans were exhausted. Taking advantage of this, Naruto hit them in the solar plexus area. From this, the boys fell and began to greedily grab air with their mouths. All this time, a girl was watching him. She was about the same age as Naruto. Uzumaki approached her and asked, "How are you? They didn't beat you." "And no," the girl answered. "Excellent. What's your name?" "Hinata Hyuga." "My name is Naruto Uzumaki," Uzumaki said calmly and extended his hand. Hinata was about to extend her hand in response, when her hand was grabbed. It was a girl, judging by her eyes, also a Hyuga. "Hinata-sama, that's a demon. Don't go near it," Hyuga said and dragged Hinata towards her clan's mansion. Naruto was upset by the behavior of the girl who dragged Hinata away. Uzumaki headed towards his original route, the top of the mountain with the Hokage's faces. After sitting there for about an hour, Naruto went to the academy. I arrived at the Shinobi Academy only when the third Hokage's speech began. The Hokage's speech was about the will of fire in each shinobi and some other nonsense that Naruto didn't really listen to. Now follow me into class, said the man, who looked to be about 27 years old, with a scar on his nose. Everyone followed him to class. Naruto sat at the last desk next to the window. Since he was not liked, he sat alone. So, my name is Yumino Iruka, I am your homeroom teacher for the entire course of study at the academy, said Yumino, and now I will call you to the board and you will tell me what you like, what you don't like, your interests and dreams. Naruto didn't listen to him further, as he didn't see anything interesting in it. Naruto Uzumaki, Iruka said with some hostility. Uzumaki came out and began. You already know my name, I love ramen, I don't like when people despise me, my dream is to gain respect in my village, Naruto said and sat down in his place. There were a few more people after him, but as before, he did not listen. Guys, since today is your first day at the academy, I'll let you go. Have a nice day, Iruka said. All the guys immediately ran out of the classroom, and only Uzumaki was in no hurry. He waited until everyone left and it was possible to leave calmly. After leaving the academy, he went to one of the training grounds. Moving 30 meters away from the target, he threw 5 kunai, all of which hit the target. After doing this 10 times, he decided to take up physical exercise. After finishing, he decided to improve the chakra center, so he sat in the lotus position and closed his eyes. And so his day passed. After training, Naruto often went to Ichiraku, and now, without breaking tradition, he headed there. Entering Ichiraku, he said, "Hello old man, as usual. Hello Naruto, he'll be right there." After eating, Uzumaki paid and went home. Commentary on Part 2. Walk and trip to the academy here, the next part has arrived. I hope you like it, enjoy reading. Part 3. Genome exam and meeting sensei. Almost 5 years passed in this vein. During this time, Naruto became much stronger. In strength he was not inferior even to Sasuke, who was Uzumaki's main rival. Uzumaki learned the shadow clone technique. Using this technique, he meditated and increased his chakra and its control. Now he could walk not only on trees, but also on water. He improved his taijutsu and was also able to master shuriken throwing perfectly. He also tried to learn kenjutsu, but after a couple of months of studying, he realized that this fighting style did not suit him. Naruto couldn't use genjutsu, not at all. Answer: the day of the Genome exam came. Uzumaki had every chance of passing the exam. It required creating a clone of himself and turning him into an examiner. Everyone was sitting in the classroom. The only person Naruto watched while taking the exam was Sasuke. As soon as it was Uchiha's turn, he came out to the examiners, and at that moment all the girls screamed with deafening loudness. So, Sasuke, create a clone and turn it into, well, let's say into me, Iruka said. PF, was all I heard from Uchiha. Having made several seals, he created 5 clones, each of which he turned into Iruka. Yumino, seeing how many clones Sasuke made, smiled contentedly and gave Uchiha his forehead protector with the Konohagakure sign. Next, Naruto Uzumaki, Iruka said angrily. Naruto walked up to Yumino. How many clones should I create and what should I turn them into? Uzumaki asked. As many as you can, and turn them into me, Yumino answered. Fine. Having folded the seals, Naruto created 10 shadow clones, which surprised not only Iruka, but also most of the class, including the Uchiha. And now, Naruto said and turned everyone into Iruka. Hey, you passed, congratulations, Yumino said, stunned, and gave Naruto the protector. Uzumaki sat back down at his desk and stared out the window. The mountain with the Hokage's faces was clearly visible from it. Guys, now I will name the teams. So, Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Chuji Akamaiki. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Haruno Sakura. Sakura was sad at first when she found out that Uzumaki would be on her team, but when she heard the Uchiha's name, she squealed. She turned around and stuck her tongue out at Ino. What are you grinning about, big-headed one? He will still be mine, said Ino. You won't get it, Sakura replied and turned away. This is how the teams were determined. Sit in the office. Your sensei will come and call either the team number or the names of its members, after which he will take you with him. Aruka came out. A few minutes later, a tall man with a beard came in. Hello, I am Asuma Sarutobi. Ino, Chuji and Shikamaru, follow me. All of those listed left the office, after which a girl with black hair and red eyes approached. I'm Kurenai Yuhi, Hua Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inazuka and Shino Aberame. It's us, said the three at once. Follow me. There were a couple of teams left in the class. They were picked up within half an hour. Almost 2 hours have passed, and the sensei of the 7th team still hasn't arrived. Where is he? Sakura continued to be indignant. Calm down, Naruto shouted, who was starting to get annoyed. If our sensei is late, then he must have a good reason. Yes, Sakura, Naruto is right. I don't think our sensei will be late often, Uchiha agreed. Sakura fell silent, but only because Sasuke said it. In general, she would not do what Uzumaki told her in front of Uchiha. But only because she did not like Naruto, but was head over heels in love with Uchiha. But then Naruto suggested something. Let's set a trap for sensei. I think he'll be happy about it, because we'll do it together. Not a bad idea. To Naruto's surprise, Sasuke agreed. If something goes wrong, I have nothing to do with it, Sakura agreed. Great. Does anyone have some fishing line? Naruto asked. Catch. Sasuke threw a skein of fishing line to Uzumaki. Naruto set up the trap in a few minutes. He pulled the line so that if someone tripped over it, several shuriken would fly at the person caught. That's it. I think that's enough. We're not going to kill him, Naruto said. I agree, the trap is primitive, but I don't think more is needed. Naruto went to his seat. And as soon as he sat down, a man with ash blonde hair and a mask covering half of his face and his left eye entered the office. He caught the line and shurikens flew at him, which he easily caught between his fingers. If they did this together, then I think the team will be great. The man thought to himself. Oh, there's our sensei, Haruno shouted. Hello, sorry I'm late. Two voices didn't let him finish. Nothing, sensei. You probably had a reason, said Uzumaki. It happens, Sasuke answered, as always, laconic. Sakura decided to remain silent. Thank you for understanding. You are team number 7, aren't you? Yes, it's us, everyone said. I'm Kakashi Hatake, follow me to the roof. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke. The team headed to the roof. Kakashi stood leaning on the railing. Let's get acquainted. I'm Kakashi Hatake, as I said before. I don't like many things, I like few things, and I have no interests or hobbies. Now you are exactly the same. The one with the silver hair starts. Hatake introduced himself, but you didn't say anything except your name. Sakura was indignant. Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen and training. I don't like how people treat me. I don't have any hobbies as such. Girl. To gain respect in the village, apparently he doesn't know yet that the 9-tailed fox is sealed within him. Kakashi thought to himself. Okay, now the pink-haired girl, said the ash-haired one. Haruno Sakura. I love, she looked at Sasuke. I don't love Naruto. No hobbies. Girl. To become a strong kunoichi. Aha, so she likes Sasuke. I see. Now you, he pointed at Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke. There are few things I like and many things I don't like. I don't have a dream. It's more of a goal. I have to kill one person and restore my clan. As I understand it, this is his older brother, Itachi. So, tomorrow we will have our first training. Come to the 7th training ground. We start at 5 sharp. Don't forget to take your shinobi gear. What kind of training is this, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. You'll find out about that tomorrow. That's all for today. Good luck. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Okay, I'm going to train, Naruto said and left. Me too, Sasuke left, leaving Sakura alone. Haruno decided not to train, so she went home. Naruto came to the training ground and started his training. Taking 5 kunai in each hand, he threw them and hit all the targets. Having decided to take up physical training, he began. His plan of action was as follows. 1. 40 circles around the polygon. 2. 40 push-ups. 3. 50 squats. 4. Running non-stop for an hour. After finishing, he sat in the lotus position to restore his chakra. I should find out the element of my chakra. Tomorrow after training I'll buy chakra conducting sheets and find out. After training, Naruto decided to go to Ichiraku. Entering it he said. Chuki-san, as usual. Hello Naruto. Wait, it'll be here soon. After waiting the required 3 minutes, a large portion was placed in front of him. Today it's on the house, said Chuki's daughter, Ayami. Thank you Chuki-san, Ayami-san, thanked Uzumaki, you became a genin, it would be a sin not to celebrate, said the old man. Itadakimasu, Uzumaki said and began to eat. It didn't take more than a couple of minutes for him to eat his portion. Goodbye old man, Ayami-san, Uzumaki said goodbye and left. Having reached home, he lay down on the bed without undressing and immediately fell asleep. Commentary on Part 3. Genin Exam and Meeting Sensei. The third part is ready. Don't forget to leave comments and feedback. Enjoy reading. Part 4. Training with Sensei and Kekkei Genkai. Naruto had a rather strange dream today. He stood surrounded by darkness, and in front of him were two bright purple eyes with vertical pupils. The gaze made his knees tremble. Uzumaki stood there and couldn't move. That look was so piercing. There was a bright flash and Naruto woke up in a cold sweat. He looked at his watch and realized it was time to get ready for training with his team and Kakashi-sensei. Who did these eyes belong to? I haven't seen anyone in the village with such an aura of hatred. I haven't even seen anyone with eyes like the ones in this dream. Naruto thought, on his way to the training ground where his team was supposed to be training. Naruto arrived at the training ground before everyone else and decided to meditate. Half an hour later, Sasuke arrived, and after him, Sakura. Together, they waited for Kakashi for almost an hour until he appeared on the tree branch under which Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke were sitting. Hello, sorry, I got lost on my way here, Kakashi made an excuse. Everyone ignored his words. Now they realized that Hatake would be late almost always. What kind of training do we have? Naruto asked. Survival training. In this test, you must take away these bells. He took 2 bells out of his pocket. Judging by the fact that there are 2 bells and 3 of us, someone will lose. Uzumaki guessed. That's right, but the one who doesn't get the bell will go back to the academy. Kakashi said. Maybe we should start, asked Haruno. Kakashi took out his alarm clock and set the hand to noon. You must take the bells from me before that time, said Hatake. Let's begin. Team 7 hid, suppressing their chakra. We need to work as a team, otherwise we won't be able to defeat Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke said, drawing attention to himself. I agree. He is an elite jonin of Konoha after all. Haruno said. I have an idea. Let's do it like this. Kakashi stood in place and read a book. Then Naruto came out of the bushes with a kunai in his hand. Naruto, why aren't you hiding? Hatake asked. Why? I'm stronger than you, Naruto answered. And then a taijutsu fight began, where Naruto was losing. Here, Kakashi's fist flies at Uzumaki, but Naruto was dispelled. A clone. That means the real one is somewhere nearby. Kakashi thought to himself. Here, Sasuke appears behind him, and while making hand seals, he shouts, Keaton, fireball. The Uchiha exhaled a technique that reached almost 6 meters in diameter. What? A genin shouldn't have enough chakra for this technique, Kakashi thought, using the substitution technique. He appeared near a tree, where a trap with explosive tags was waiting for him. Having managed to react, he jumped back. Sasuke threw a large shuriken at him, which he dodged. And then, behind Kakashi, the shuriken turns into Naruto, who was able to rip off the bells. They work well together. Now if Sakura came up with the trap, then they would make a very good team. Kakashi reasoned. Phew, that was hard. Naruto said, Sakura-chan, Sasuke, hold the bells. To say that Hatake was surprised is to say nothing. But, you'll return to the academy, Sakura thought. Even if that's the case, you should move on, Naruto said. I don't accept the bell. Haruno handed Naruto the bell. All I did was that trap with the explosive seals. The main part was done by you and Sasuke-kun. Here you go. Sasuke handed Sakura the bell. Sasuke-kun. But what about your goal? It doesn't matter. I still have time. Okay guys. You're through, Kakashi said. This team took the bells from me. They are not the first in this. But they are the first who were ready to sacrifice their future, for the good of their teammates. The ash-haired man was pleasantly surprised. Hey. You said that one of us would return to the academy. Haruno said. It was a deception. The point of this training was to test your teamwork. Hatake answered Sakura's question. Hooray! Shouted all the members of the 7th team. What an amazing team, was all Kakashi thought. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's voice brought him out of his thoughts. What? What is your chakra element? I know that for Sasuke it is Keaton. But for myself, Sakura-chan and you I don't know. Asked Uzumaki. You became interested in the chakra element quite early, Naruto. Hatake thought. Well, I'll tell you. You know that there are 5 main elements of chakra, right? The ash-haired man began to explain. That is, Suton, Keaton, Fuyuton, Raten and Doton. Each shinobi has his own element of chakra. But if you train, you can open a second element. For example, Doton and Suton, or Raten and Keaton and so on. I own all the elements of chakra except Fuyuton. Everyone's eyes widened, especially Sakura's. I can give you chakra-conducting leaves to find out your element. Will you check? Hatake was asked. Yes, answered all those present. Then take these. Hatake climbed into the shinobi's bag and pulled out 15 pieces of paper. Let's see how the leaves change depending on the element of the chakra. He squeezed the leaves between his fingers and showed them to the students. This, he pointed to the leaf that was between his index and middle fingers. It was crumpled, Raten. Next, the index and ring fingers, it rotted, Doton. After, the ring and little fingers, this leaf began to smolder, Keaton, and lastly, Suton, he pointed to the leaf between his thumb and index fingers. It was wet. These are all my elements. The boys looked at their teacher with admiration. What will happen to the leaf if you have Fuyuton? Uzumaki asked the question that interested him. It will cut, Kakashi replied. Can I try? Naruto said. Here you go. Kakashi gave Naruto 5 pieces of paper. Naruto pinched the piece of paper between his index and middle fingers. Now send chakra through it, Hatake said. The sheet was crumpled, but not like Kakashi's. If Hatake's sheet simply lost its original shape, then Naruto's sheet was crumpled and small purple discharges danced across it, after which the sheet was torn to shreds. Naruto and everyone around him looked at him in surprise. I have Raten. Uzumaki began to rejoice. No, Naruto, Kakashi stopped him. This is not Raten. Then, maybe Fuyuton. The leaf was torn, Naruto suggested. And not Fuyuton. It would split into 2 parts, as if it had been cut with scissors. Kakashi had never been so surprised in his life. It looks like this is a new Kekkei Genkai. But where did Naruto get it from? Neither his father nor his mother had any Kekkei Genkai. For the most part, his element is similar to Raten. Maybe I should train him separately. Kakashi thought to himself. Naruto, you have a completely new element. It looks like you have a Kekkei Genkai. Kakashi said. Try a couple more times, but now hold the leaf between your other fingers. Naruto pinched another leaf, this time between his middle and ring fingers. He ran chakra through it. The leaf split into 2 parts. Fuyuton. And Naruto was very lucky. This is the rarest nature of chakra of the main ones. Kakashi analyzed the situation. This is Fuyuton. Unfortunately, I can't help you master this element. As I said, I don't have this element of chakra. Hatake said. Try again. Naruto pinched another leaf between his ring finger and pinky. Nothing happened to him. And I was so hoping for the third element. Naruto looked down in disappointment. It's okay, Naruto. You have a Kekkei Genkai. Kakashi encouraged his student. Now it's your turn. Sasuke took the leaf and sent chakra through it. The leaf began to smolder. He took the second leaf and placed it between his middle and ring fingers. Nothing happened to it. This infuriated Sasuke. Damn Naruto. How can he have 2 elements, one of which is an enhanced genome? Sasuke was indignant. Keaton, since you are an Uchiha, you should be able to control it perfectly. Most likely, later, you will have another element, said the ash-haired man. Now you, Sakura. She held the leaf between her fingers and ran chakra through it. The leaf became wet. Suton, great, I can train you all. Kakashi said. Can I have another one? I'll try again, Sakura asked. Here you go. Nothing happened to Sakura with the second leaf. So it turns out that so far only Naruto has 2 elements. Sasuke only has Keaton, and Haruno has Suton. Well, I think that's enough for today. Tomorrow we'll have our first mission. Bye. Kakashi said goodbye and disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. I'll go too, see you tomorrow. Naruto began to walk towards Konoha. He headed to his favorite place. And no, it wasn't Ichiraku. It was the top of the mountain with the Hokage's faces. Naruto liked sitting on the 4th's head the most. Something was pulling him there. He felt cozy there, despite the fact that it was dark and the cold wind was blowing. Now, with my Kekkei Genkai, I can gain respect in the village. Commentary on Part 4. Training with Sensei and Kekkei Genkai. Here comes the new part. It is bigger than all the others that came before. I think you will like it. Don't forget to leave your opinion about the fic in the comments, and also like the fic if you liked it. Enjoy reading. Part 5 First Mission and Fight with Zabuza. The next day, Naruto woke up early as usual. After doing the usual water procedures, he put the kettle on. After waiting for the kettle to boil, he poured water over the ramen and began to wait. Almost finished eating, there was a knock on the door. Who could it be? Naruto thought. Approaching the door and opening it, an Anbu stood in front of him. Hokage-sama is calling you, said the Anbu and disappeared. Uzumaki began collecting ninja equipment. 10 minutes later, he was standing in the Hokage's office. His entire team was there. Today, at your sensei's request, I will give you your first mission. It is a C rank mission, said the third. The essence of it is to escort one person to the land of waves. Tazuna-san, come in. A man entered the office and began to look at everyone present. Will they see me off? Okay, I'm sure that these, he nodded towards Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi, will be able to protect me. But about her, he pointed at Haruno, I'm not sure. Don't worry Tazuna-san, you will be accompanied by an elite Jonin and strong Genin. Considering the rank of the mission, you shouldn't be attacked by anyone they can't defeat, Hiruzen said while smoking his pipe. Excellent. In 20 minutes at the gates of Konoha, said Tazuna and disappeared behind the door. As Tazuna-san said, be there at the appointed time. Don't forget to bring your equipment, Kakashi said. Hi, said team number 7 and disappeared. On the way home to get her gear, Sakura thought, what a rude old man. Why don't you just keep quiet? After the required 20 minutes, everyone was at the gates of Konohagakure. Let's move out, Kakashi commanded. The team walked for almost half an hour. Since they walked silently, they had time to look at the situation around them. Naruto walked ahead of everyone and looked around. There was a puddle in front of him and he thought about it. It seems like it's been raining for quite some time now. Then where did this puddle come from? We need to tell Kakashi-sensei. But Sasuke got ahead of him. He walked up to Kakashi and said, Kakashi-sensei, how long has it been raining? I don't remember. What? Hataki asked in return. Well, I noticed a puddle here. I think these are spies. Great job Sasuke. Stay alert. It was at that moment that two ninjas emerged from the puddle. Protect Tazuna-san, Sasuke shouted. Sakura and Sasuke stood in front of the man to protect him. Naruto ran into one of them. His enemy used a chain, headed for the customer. But Uzumaki threw a kunai, nailing the chain to a tree. After which he struck with his foot, which the enemy blocked. Having flown a couple of meters, the enemy wanted to rush at Naruto again, but Kakashi stopped him with a blow to the solar plexus. The enemy fell to the ground unconscious. Judging by the forehead protectors on them, they're Kirigakure renegades, Kakashi said and looked at Tazuna. You'll have to explain why the Mist Brothers were sent after you. Tazuna looked at the ground and said, the thing is, I am a bridge builder. A very rich bandit named Gato has appeared in our village. He is terrorizing our village. He also controls all the ports. I am building a bridge to the neighboring village, because if it is completed, his rule will end. And since he does not want to leave power, he is trying to prevent the construction of this bridge, so they started hunting me, said Tazuna. Do you know that if we incorrectly indicate the mission rank, we can refuse it? Kakashi asked. I know, but our village's money wouldn't be enough for a mission of the next rank. So I had to lie. Let's continue the mission, asked Sakura, who is in favor of continuing. Raise your hand Sakura, Sasuke and Naruto raised their hands. After thinking for a bit, Kakashi agreed. Okay, we will continue the mission, said the ash-haired man, but only because of them, he pointed at Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura. But they could not continue. Get down, Sakura shouted. At that moment, a huge sword flew over them and pierced the tree behind them, after which a tall man landed on it, half of whose face was covered in bandages. I see. Now it's clear why the Mist Brothers didn't have the slightest chance. It's Kakashi's Sharingan. The missing nin thought to himself. This is Zabuza Momoki. We'll have to use the Sharingan against him. Kakashi reasoned. Now I understand why the Mist Brothers failed their mission. Of course, they couldn't stand up to Kakashi's Sharingan. Zabuza said. Sharingan, Kakashi. But this is the dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. My clan. Where did he get this thought Sasuke. What is this Sharingan anyway? Sakura asked the question that interested her. The Sharingan is one of the 3 great dojutsu. They are the Rinnegan, which was the sage of the 6 paths, the Sharingan, which was owned by the Uchiha, and the Byakugan. It is the privilege of the Hyuga clan, Kakashi explained to her. Also, having a Sharingan, you can predict the enemy's actions and use them against him. Sasuke continued, but if you think about it, the Sharingan can do not only this, but also a lot more. A lot. The boy is right. But that's not all. Sharingan can analyze the enemy's technique down to the smallest detail and copy it. Your sensei has more than 1,000 of them under his belt. Zabuza added. Give the old man back and we'll part peacefully. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood around Tazuna to get a larger field of view. So you don't want to? Well, okay. With these words, Zabuza appeared behind the Genins. He was about to strike, but Kakashi prevented him from doing so. Stopping the sword, he struck the stomach with a kunai. But instead of blood, water poured out of Momoki's body. A moment later, he turned into a puddle of water, after which the original appeared behind Kakashi and was already swinging his sword. Take that, Zabuza shouted and cut Hataki down. But it disintegrated into drops of water. A water clone. Even in the fog, he was able to see what I was doing and copy my technique. Momoki analyzed the situation. Kakashi appeared behind the missing nin and held a kunai to his throat. Don't move, you've lost, Kakashi said. Ha! Zabuza disintegrated into water droplets again, appearing behind Hataki and raising his sword to strike. Kakashi ducked, but Zabuza twisted and kicked him in the chin, sending him flying into the water. Zabuza jumped onto the water's surface, holding onto it. The water is strange. Right, it's saturated with chakra, thought Kakashi. Sutan, water prison, Zabuza said while making seals. This is bad. I need to tell him to get out of here, thought Hataki. Take Tazuna-san and run away from here. You can't handle him. Sutan, water clone, said Momoki. Sasuke, Naruto said. We need to use the same technique we used against Sensei during training. In the meantime, I'll distract the clone. Understood. Sasuke threw a large shuriken at Zabuza, just like he did against Kakashi. You think I'm that easy to defeat? Zabuza said, while dodging the weapon that was flying at him. As soon as the shuriken was behind Zabuza, he transformed into Naruto. In order to avoid being hit by the kunai that Naruto was holding, he had to interrupt the water prison technique. Thanks Naruto, Sasuke, I'll take care of the rest. Zabuza began performing hand seals while Kakashi repeated them. And now, having almost finished folding the seals, Momoki heard, Sutan, water dragon. But how? He started a little later than me. A dragon from the water flew at him, knocking Zabuza off his feet and slamming him into a tree, where he continued his work. When the technique stopped, Kakashi came up to him and said, Now you've definitely lost. You're finished. Hataki was already raising his kunai to strike, and Momoki was preparing for his death, when 3 senbon were pierced into his neck. What was all the ash-haired man thought? Zabuza fell and Kakashi flew to him and checked his pulse. He's dead, Hataki said and looked in the direction from which the shells that killed the missing nin had come. There he took away a man wearing a Kirigakure Anbu mask. Yes, you're right, I killed him. It was a boy who was a little older than Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. We have been hunting him for a long time. He betrayed the village and became a missing nin, said the boy in the mask. And now I will take him, because even the body of a killed shinobi hides many secrets. He approached Zabuza and put him on his shoulders. Thank you for your help. After these words he disappeared into the fog. Damn. Kakashi said as he fell to the ground. What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked, running up to Hataki, who Naruto had managed to catch. It's all because of the Sharingan. It requires a huge amount of chakra, which, unfortunately, I don't have. The ash-haired man answered. Let's go quickly, it's not long until I get home. We'll leave your teacher there to rest, said Tazuna. Great. Let's go, Sasuke said. Commentary on Part 5 First Mission and Fight with Zabuza. Happy New Year. I wish you all your dreams come true, etc., etc. Try to achieve your goals. In 2K21, fulfill your dream, or at least start in this direction. Once again, Happy New Year. Part 6. Revenge and the End of Gato's Reign. Once the team and Tazuna arrived at his house, he gave Kakashi a separate room so that he could get some proper rest. After 3 days of rest, Hataki began to walk again, but with crutches, as he still had little strength. Deciding to start training his subordinates, he called them to him. We're going to train today, Kakashi said. What is the purpose of training? Sasuke asked. You must learn to climb to the top of the tree. It's easy, Sakura said. That's not all, Hataki continued. You have to do it without hands. At this moment, everyone except Naruto was surprised. That's impossible. Sakura was indignant. You're wrong. Look. Kakashi walked up to the tree trunk and climbed onto it, then stood upside down on one of the branches. It's harder than it seems at first glance. You just need to concentrate the chakra in your feet in the right amount. If there is a lot of chakra, you will break through the tree and fall, and if there is not enough chakra, you simply will not be able to stay on it. Like this, Sasuke asked, standing on the tree trunk. Exactly, said Kakashi. You try it. Sakura on the third try, she managed to climb onto the branch where Uchiha was sitting. And now me? Naruto asked. Yes, repeat what they did, answered Kakashi. Can I show you something else? Uzumaki looked at Kakashi. If it's something worthwhile, then go ahead, the ash-haired man replied. Naruto walked up to the water and, sending chakra to his feet, stayed on its surface. Good, Naruto, you control chakra very well. Hatake was surprised. How could this loser walk on water so fast? Sasuke was indignant, although he remained outwardly calm. But he never climbed the tree. Sakura tried to downplay Naruto's success. Walking on water is much more difficult than on wood. The surface of the water is almost always in motion, that's the whole difficulty. Kakashi called her Ada, and since he learned to walk on water, he can easily walk on vertical surfaces. She had nothing to say in response to this. Okay, since you've learned to control chakra, you can rest, Kakashi said and headed into the house. And I'll rest for now. Sakura walked up to Naruto and asked. Naruto, how to walk on water? Personally, I used to direct a little more chakra to my feet. Since water can't break, it's quite problematic to overdo it with chakra. Naruto answered her question. So, asked Sasuke, who had been listening to Uzumaki and Sakura's conversation the entire time. In principle, yes, answered Naruto. You try, Sakura. She succeeded right away, just like Sasuke. Since everyone succeeded, I suggest we help build the bridge. That way we can go home earlier. Sakura suggested. They all headed towards the bridge. Tazuna-san, maybe you need some help, Haruno asked. We wouldn't mind a couple extra hands, the old man admitted. It will be here soon, Naruto said and made 5 clones. Thank you, Tazuna thanked. With our help, you will build a bridge in no time, Naruto said. The next 3 days in the land of waves went by roughly like this. During this time, Kakashi had fully recovered and began to help with the construction as well. On the 7th day there was fog. When the team with Tazuna was going to the bridge, they sensed something was wrong. Already approaching the construction site, Naruto said, Don't you think something is wrong? I agree. It's kind of quiet here, Sasuke agreed. Look, Sakura pointed her finger in the direction they were heading. There are corpses. There were many corpses of workers who had arrived earlier than the others lying on the bridge. Kakashi approached one of them and checked for a pulse. It was absent. Then he suspected something was wrong. The thing was, some of them were lying with parts of their bodies cut off. There was no blood, which was very strange. But then it dawned on Kakashi. This is the water clone technique. The team captain shouted and jumped away from the corpse. At that moment, all the bodies turned into puddles of water. And in the fog, the silhouettes of Zabuza and another person became visible. As soon as they got close enough to see them, Sakura said, The one next to Zabuza. That's the Anbu who killed him. I knew something was wrong. I used to serve in Anbu. After they killed the target, they were supposed to destroy the body on the spot. And this kid just lifted the carcass onto himself and carried it off somewhere. Kakashi scolded himself. But how did he stay alive? Is that guy with him? Sakura asked. You see, a real Anbu should eliminate evidence right at the scene of a murder, but he dragged Zabuza somewhere on his back. I only realized it now, Hatake said. Everything is correct. Haku is my assistant. Zabuza confirmed Kakashi's theories. But you checked for a pulse and there was none, said Haruno. In Anbu, not simple shinobi. They can use techniques to temporarily stop the heart, pulse and much more. In our case, he threw senbons at the right points on Zabuza's neck, thereby deceiving us of his death. Haku, you're one, from Uchiha, Momiki said so that he wouldn't be heard. Hi, Zabuza-san, the masked boy replied. Haku ran at Sasuke. He raised his hand with a kunai to strike at the torso. Yuki easily dodged. Fast, Sasuke thought to himself. At this time, Zabuza attacked Kakashi. Sakura, protect Tazuna-san, the ash-haired man shouted and headed towards Sakura, who was standing closest to the old man. After removing the eye patch from his left eye, Kakashi wanted to use the Sharingan. Sharingan again. I won't fall for the same rake twice, said Momiki, finishing making seals. Sutan, concealing mist. The bridge was covered with an even thicker mist, in which the missing nin disappeared. Sakura, be on guard. Zabuza is a master of silent killing. You won't even blink before you're dead, Kakashi warned. Don't leave Tazuna-san's side. He continued in a commanding tone. At this time, Sakura looked around and could not find anything that indicated the location of their enemy. Momoki appeared, who wanted to strike the bridge builder, but Kakashi blocked his path, pushing him back a few meters. Changing the trajectory of Zabuza's sword with a kunai strike, Hatake decided to deliver the decisive blow. Having received a kunai strike to the heart, Zabuza disintegrated into drops of water. A clone. That means the original, thought Hatake. I can't see or hear you. But you couldn't hide your scent. That was your mistake, Zabuza. Biting his finger and making several seals, he said. Summoning technique. And he put his palm to the ground, causing some symbols to spread across it. My dogs will quickly find you. At this time, Zabuza stood 10 meters away, unaware that his end might soon come. There, from behind, a huge dog attacks him and bites his left collarbone, and its paws grab his shoulder blades. Another moment and 4 more dogs grab him by the shoulders and legs and do not let him move. Zabuza, you think that I've been living off the Sharingan all this time? It's not so. Behold my own technique. Kakashi began to concentrate chakra in his hand, which then took the form of lightning, Chidori. What is this chakra in his hand? Why is it visible to the eye? Zabuza thought to himself. At this time. This is my own technique. You can't get out of it. Haku said and started to form seals. When he finished, ice mirrors grew around him and Naruto and Sasuke, which consisted of the water that was used for the water clone. Ice techniques. Does he have a Kekkei Genkai too? Sasuke guessed. At this time, Haku entered one of the mirrors. You are good opponents, but it's time for me to finish with you, Yuki said, and his reflections appeared in the mirrors. Sasuke used Fireball, but it did not achieve anything. Haku at this time began to throw Senbon at them. Uchiha and Uzumaki stood, back to back, and fought him off. Haku aimed right at Naruto and threw Senbon. At this time, Uchiha awakened the Sharingan and was able to determine the direction, and Naruto, unable to react, stood with his eyes closed. 1 second, second, third. He opens his eyes and sees. He sees Sasuke stabbed with these Senbon. Naruto jumps towards him and he starts to fall, but Uzumaki catches him and puts him on the ground. Why, Sasuke, I saw that you awakened the Sharingan. You could have simply understood the principle of his technique and stopped. I don't. I know. The body itself. Sasuke closes his eyes. It seems. This is the end. I'm dying. Naruto became furious. He put his friend aside and stood up, and purple, powerful chakra began to come out of him, causing Haku's mirrors to crack at the seams. The senbons that were stuck in Uzumaki began to fall off. And the fog cleared. What kind of power is this? What kind of chakra is this? So nasty, as if saturated with hatred. The ice shattered, and the chakra stopped coming out. Naruto rushed at Haku and struck him in the face, causing the mask to break. Naruto wanted to strike again, but Haku dodged, held Uzumaki's hand and said, Sorry, Naruto-kun, but Zabuza-san is in danger, he said, making hand seals with one hand and disappeared. Zabuza and Kakashi's battlefield. Zabuza, you have been evil for a long time. And now I will put an end to your evil deeds. Kakashi rushed towards Zabuza. There were only a few centimeters left until Zabuza's chest. Could it be the end? Will my death come like this? Momoki thought. But then, Haku's mirror grew out of the ground, and from it, the young missing nin himself. Instead of Momoki, Kakashi's Chidori hit Haku's chest, piercing it right through. Hataki's face and hands turned red. It was blood. Haku's blood. What was all Kakashi managed to think? You're saying this is my end? Zabuza said. It was clear from his voice that he was smiling. It's a good thing I picked up this kid. He saved me at the last moment. I didn't even think that he would appear like this and cover Zabuza. The ash-haired man thought. 4. Buzzer-san, I have fulfilled my destiny. The Nukanin was unable to finish because blood was pouring out of his mouth. Already dead, Kakashi said to himself. Zabuza swung his sword, hoping to cut through Kakashi's body along with Haku's. What? He wants to cut us both apart. Hatake thought. You're finished, Sharingan Kakashi. Momoki shouted. Kakashi dodged the blow along with the dead body of Haku and jumped away. Putting the lifeless body on the ground, he looked at it sadly and covered its eyes with his hand. Naruto, stand back and watch. I have to deal with him myself. Kakashi said. Kakashi, this is no time to look around. Momoki ran at Hatake, raising his sword to strike. The ash-haired man dodged, stabbing him with 2 kunai into his left hand, causing it to no longer function normally. Why can't I keep up with him? Zabuza was surprised. While trying to strike Kakashi, he was being struck by him without striking him. Trying to strike Hatake with his sword from above and below, he missed and struck the ground. Kakashi, taking advantage of the moment, appeared behind him and took 2 kunai and tried to plunge them into his throat. Zabuza, seeing this, took his sword and tried to strike Hatake with it, but Hatake, plunging the kunai into his hand, dodged. Now you're definitely finished. Your arms can't move normally, and you'll hardly be able to make seals yet, Kakashi said. Then, at the end of the bridge, a small man appeared. He approached Haku's corpse. You disappoint me, Zabuza, he said. He turned around to see a large number of bandits standing behind him. Sorry, but I need you to die here, Gato said. What did you say? Zabuza was surprised. Hiring good shinobi is very expensive. Therefore, I will kill them after completing missions, said the shorty. Kakashi, I think it's time to end our fight here. Now that I have no reason to kill Tazuna, I have no reason to fight you, Zabuza said. Gato came even closer to Haku's body and said, I think I owe this guy. He broke my arm. Gato kicked Haku in the face. Then again, and again, and again. Zabuza, do you really not feel anything for Haku? He protected you with his life. Kakashi said. Wasn't he your friend? Zabuza burst into tears and said. You're right. Lend me a kunai. Having caught Kakashi's kunai with his teeth, he rushed at Gato. He, in turn, ran after his bandits. A demon's aura appeared behind Momoki. He cut the bandits left and right. His target was one person. It was Gato. So, a sword was stuck into Zabuza, but he stood firm and ran at Gato again. He cut off Gato's head, after which it fell into the river. After that, he closed his eyes, because he understood that he would not be able to withstand all the bandits. A few moments passed and several swords and katanas were stuck into Zabuza's back. He fell. At this time, Naruto made about 50 shadow clones, and Kakashi about 20 illusory ones. The bandits turned around and saw Sachin, army, and threw themselves into the water. Kakashi picked up Zabuza's body in his arms, and approaching Naruto said, Take Haku's body with Sakura and follow me. They need to be buried. Uzumaki and Haruno took the body so that he leaned on them with both hands. Reaching a small hill, they dug 2 holes and put the bodies in them, burying them. Over Zabuza's grave, Kakashi plunged his sword into the ground. Returning to the bridge, Haruno first ran to Sasuke, who was starting to wake up. Several days passed. Our heroes healed their wounds. Tazuna-san, Tsunami-san, we're going. Kakashi said and left. The others waved their hands and hurried after their sensei. The team decided to go to Zabuza and Haku's grave. After praying, Naruto decided to ask, Kakashi-sensei, what are we going to tell Old Man Third? Let's say that there were no attacks, and the bridge took a long time to build because of bad weather, said Kakashi, and now, to Konoha. Kakashi waved his hand towards the village and quickened his pace. Commentary on Part 6. Revenge and the End of Gato's Reign. Here's the new part. It's the longest one I've written so far. I hope you enjoy it. And yes, Happy New Year. Enjoy reading. Part 7. Meeting the Sand Shinobi and the Chunin exam. A month has passed since the end of the mission in the Land of Waves. Team 7 trained hard and completed many D-rank missions. During this time, Naruto found himself a teacher in Fuyuton. It was the mentor of Team 10, which included Ino, Shikamaru and Choji. With the help of training, Naruto was able to pass chakra through kunai and shuriken, thanks to which their killing power became many times greater. Also, now they cut almost anything. At this time, Sasuke and Sakura were trained by Kakashi. Uchiha awakened the second element of chakra. This was Raten. First, he learned to create an electric discharge in his hand. Any owner of Raten could create it. It was not as strong as Chidori, but it could paralyze the enemy for a while. Sakura learned one interesting technique of Suton. This technique consisted of making whips out of water that can be used both for attack and defense. They can also tie up an enemy. So, after training, Naruto asked, maybe we should go to Ichiraku. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Let's do it, everyone agreed. As they were approaching the establishment, they heard, you brat, I'll smash you into the wall, shouted the guy in a baggy black suit and with a purple drawing on his face. Sasuke picked up a rock from the ground and threw it at the guy. It hit him in the hand he was holding the kid with. Ow. He let go of the boy in surprise. How dare you? I'll. The red-haired guy who was standing on the branch of the tree next to which this was happening didn't let him finish. Kankuro, leave them. Have you forgotten why we came here? He said in an eerily calm voice. And this guy is good. It's very difficult to get into Kankuro, but the guy tried to justify himself. Shut up. Otherwise, I'll kill you, the red-haired man said in the same calm voice. The guy with the painted face fell silent and stepped back. I feel like this team can at least do something against us, the guy thought to himself. I'm Sobaku no Gara. What's your name? The red-haired guy asked. Uchiha Sasuke, said the brunette. Uzumaki Naruto, said the silver-haired man. Haruno Sakura. Judging by your headbands, you are a Tsunaga or shinobi. Even though a peace treaty was signed between the land of fire and wind. Shinobi from these countries cannot come to a foreign country on their own. Tell me the purpose of your visit, Uzumaki demanded. So they haven't announced it to you yet. The Chunin exam will be taking place soon. Here's a pass to your village. A tall blonde with 4 ponytails pointed to the paper. Her team headed away. The Chunin exam. We'll have to ask sensei about it, Naruto said. Maybe we can find Kakashi sensei. No need to look for me, I'm already here, Kakashi's voice sounded over Uzumaki. You know that the Chunin exam is coming soon, right? The ash-haired man asked. Yes, the boys responded. I want to nominate you for participation in it. He handed the Genins each a sheet of paper. You need to sign them to participate in the exam. It will take place in a week, at the academy. Go to the 301st auditorium and wait for the examiner. I see, thank you Kakashi-sensei, Sakura thanked, after which Kakashi disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. Okay, let's go to Ichiraku like we planned, Sasuke said and headed towards a small building. When they entered, everyone ordered ramen. I didn't know the ramen here was so delicious, Sakura said. PFFT, Sasuke snorted. You need to practice to pass this exam. This week has flown by very quickly as our Genin team has been training tirelessly. Having met near the academy and greeting each other dryly, they headed to the 3rd floor, where the 301st auditorium was located. Approaching the 2nd floor, they heard, "Let us through. You can't not let us through," shouted a girl, a year older than the 7th team. We don't want to, said the guy with a bandage covering his nose. The most primitive genjutsu, thought Sasuke. Maybe you could remove this primitive genjutsu already. Uzumaki asked calmly. Oh okay, the guy said confusedly and dispelled the equipment. Instead of the numbers, 301, 201, appeared. Thank you, said this girl. You're welcome, Uzumaki said calmly and headed towards the stairs that led to the 3rd floor. When they entered the right auditorium, their jaws almost dropped to the floor. There were so many participants from different villages. But that's not all. They began to press on them with their ki. Team 7 didn't pay any attention to it. Saa ski equn, Ino shouted, hanging on Sasuke's neck. You came too. A few moments later, the entire team of 10 stood before them. Shikamaru with his favorite phrase. Problematic. Foreign pork. Get off SAs. But the examiner's voice didn't let her finish. Everyone, be quiet. I'll speak now. My name is Abiki Morino. I'm the examiner for the 1st stage of the Chunin exam, said a man who looked to be about 30 years old. There were 2 scars on his face and a bandana on his head. He was dressed in a black cloak. Now you will be given a number and a row. This will be your place during the 1st stage. Each person, having received their number and row, sat down in their place and began to wait. After some 15 minutes, everyone was sitting in their places. So, said Abiki, I declare the 1st stage of the exam open. Commentary on Part 7. Meeting the Sand Shinobi and the Chunin exam. Here it is. Part 7 is ready. I hope you enjoy it. Enjoy reading. Part 8. 1st stage of the examination. I declare the 1st stage of the exam open, said Morino. It is a written test with 9 questions. You need to score the maximum number of points. Initially, everyone is given 10 points. For each copying that is noticed, 2 will be deducted, but you will not be told about it. He pointed at several Chunin who were sitting by the wall with notepads and pencils in their hands, will be watching you. As soon as you are noticed for the last, 5th time, all the points that you scored in the test will be reset, and you, along with your team, will be expelled. You have 1.5 hours to do everything. When the time is up, I will ask you the final, decisive 10th question. Let's begin, said Morino, and the clock that was on the wall began to count down. Everyone picked up a pencil and stared at their work. In just half an hour, 5 teams had been eliminated. 23 remained. Naruto realized that the questions given in the test were not intended for Genin. Only Chunin and above could answer them. After thinking for a while, He realized that the test was given as a distraction and simply put the sheet of paper and pencil aside. Hinata, seeing that Uzumaki refused to write the test, decided to offer her help, since she sat at the same desk with him. Naruto-kun, I can give you from. Hinata's voice was interrupted by the examiner. Team number 19. You are expelled. Please leave the office, Abiki said. Naruto already understood what Hinata was offering him and said, of course, thank you, Hinata. But the point is not in the test. Decided to help Hinata. Uzumaki. Hinata was surprised. Then what? Hyuga asked. Look, pay attention to the questions. Not a single genin who studied at the academy averagely, that is, not excellent, is able to answer them. This means that several chunin are sitting in the audience with a ready-made test to check the genin's spy abilities. But even that's not all. Naruto continued. The essence lies in the 10th question. I don't know what will be there, but I'm sure it's decisive. Uzumaki said. Hinata was surprised by Naruto's analytical skills and blushed. Hinata, Uzumaki called her. She blushed and looked at him. Give me your word that you won't refuse the 10th question. I want you to pass the exam, Naruto said embarrassedly. Hyuga blushed even more and nodded, smiling. Okay, I'll stand until the end, Hinata said. Thank you for your support, Naruto-kun, you're welcome. Sasuke's POV. I can't answer a single question. Got it. The point of the test is to check your surveillance and information gathering skills. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and began to copy the movements of the guy who was sitting in front of him and writing the answers. If only Naruto and Sakura would think of this, Uchiha thought to himself. Sakura's POV. I know the theory perfectly, but still, I find it difficult to answer some of the questions that are written here. Sasuke will definitely be able to write the answers. Even if he can't, he'll find someone to copy from. Naruto is not stupid either, and even if he doesn't answer himself, he'll be able to copy from someone. NPOV Sakura. The examiner's voice was heard. Teams number 18, 23, 25. You have been caught cheating 5 times. I ask you to leave the room and come back for a retake in 6 months, Monino sentenced, scribbling something in his notebook. There were only 19 teams left. The remaining half hour passed and 4 more teams left and 15 teams remained, 8 of which belonged to Konoha. Time is up. It's time for the last, 10th question, Abiki said, causing anxiety. So, before asking the 10th question, I ask, does everyone want to continue? Please note that if you do not answer my question, you forever lose the right to take the Chunin exam. If you refuse the 10th question, you are excluded, but you can retake the exam in 6 months. Raise your hand, and your entire team is disqualified. The man said and began to look around the room. Sasuke's POV. The choice is difficult, but I think I'll stay. Despite my status, I can achieve my goal. Everything is in your hands, Naruto, Sakura. Sasuke thought to himself. Sakura's POV. Somehow it seems to me that the 10th question is a sham. I'm staying, Sakura thought to herself and looked at Naruto. NPOV Sakura. 3 more teams came out in a few minutes. Naruto thought about it. I need to say something inspiring. I see that my classmates are hesitating. Oh well, whatever. With such thoughts, Uzumaki slammed his palm on the table. Everyone turned in his direction. Give me your question quickly. I won't back down. This is my ninja way, Naruto said calmly and sat down. I think this inspired my friends. Naruto thought and looked at those present. I didn't expect this. He helped everyone present cope with their fear with just a few words. This guy is unusual. Morino thought to himself. Okay, I think it's time to end all this. Abiki thought, after which he said, so, you. A wave of tension passed through the office. You've passed the first stage. There were sighs of relief from the audience, but someone asked, what about the 10th question? The thing is, there was no 10th question. It was a test of your spirit. Because a shinobi on missions must make difficult choices, at this stage one decided to test your spirit, Abiki answered. After the examiner's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But then the glass breaks and a girl with purple hair and a beige cloak jumps out of it. Commentary on Part 8. First stage of the exam. Here comes the next part. Read, rate and enjoy. Enjoy reading. Part 9. The second stage and Orochimaru's cursed mark. Hello, I am the examiner of the second stage of the Chunin exam. My name is Anko Mitarashi. Please follow me, said the examiner of the second stage and left the room. In about 10 minutes, everyone was standing at the training ground called the Forest of Death. Everyone was standing and looking at what it looked like behind the fence, but they couldn't really see anything. Since someone may die in the second stage, I will give you documents stating that we are not responsible for your life. Read what is written there and sign. Without your consent, you cannot begin the second stage. Mitrashi said. I picked up a bunch of sheets of paper. As soon as everyone gives me the signed documents, I will explain the rules of the second stage to you. 10 minutes passed. The last person handed in the document. So, the second stage of the exam is a battle of teams for survival. At the beginning, you will be given one scroll of earth or sky, and within 5 days you must take the opposite scroll from the other team. Having found both scrolls, move towards the tower, which is in the middle of the forest. As soon as you enter the forest, you will see it right away. It is visible from everywhere. Anko said. Also, it is forbidden to open and read the scrolls. You can kill, but it is not advisable. You can also take extra scrolls. Now your teams will be distributed among the gates from which you will begin your movement. As I said before, you have 5 days to find the necessary scrolls and bring them to the tower. Anko said, and the Chunans began to approach the teams and escorted them to the necessary gates. As soon as all the teams approached the gates, the signal sounded, signifying the beginning of the exam. All the teams rushed to the center. But, having agreed to meet near the exit with teams 8 and 10, our team slowed down, and then stopped altogether, waiting for their teammates. Flashback. 20 minutes before the exam started, Naruto approached Team 8, who was standing not far from theirs. Listen, I have an idea, Naruto said in a calm voice. Let's unite the 7th, 8th and 10th teams together. I think we have a better chance this way. Uzumaki suggested. The 8th team thought about it, but agreed. I don't think it's a bad idea. This way we have more chances, Shino said and turned to his team. Who's against it? Not seeing anyone who would be against it, Aburame turned back to Naruto. We agree, Naruto. Great. Now I'll go talk to Team 10. Oh. I almost forgot. We'll meet in 10 minutes. I think Hinata will find us. You will, right? He turned to Hinata. Oh, of course, Hyuga replied, blushing. Well, that's it. I'm going. End flashback. Flashback. Now I need to go and persuade the 10th team. Naruto thought to himself. After 5 minutes of searching, he found the Ino Shikacho team. Approaching him, he said, Shikamaru, I have an idea. What if we team up with the 8th and your team? I have already agreed with the 8th, Naruto said and looked at Shikamaru. Not a bad idea. This way we have a better chance of passing the second stage. Nara began to think out loud. Okay. I agree. Are there anyone here who is against? Shikamaru asked and, not seeing any, turned back to Uzumaki. Everyone. We agree. Where shall we meet? Nara asked. Team 8 will find you, and then you'll come to us, Naruto said, walking towards his team. Okay. I'll go, there's not much left. End flashback. After a few minutes of waiting, the 8th team appeared, followed by the 10th. So, let's find out which team has which scroll, Naruto said and took out the sky scroll. We also have a scroll of heaven, Shikamaru said and showed it. And we have earth, Hinata said, taking out a scroll. So we need 2 scrolls of earth, and 1 of heaven, Sasuke said thoughtfully. I suggest we go to the tower, Shikamaru said. There should be a lot of teams there with the scrolls we need. Everyone agreed and everyone moved towards the tower. So, let's get some water, Naruto said. I came here a couple of times when I was a kid. There should be a reservoir to the west, we'll get some there, Naruto suggested and everyone headed there. Arriving at the pond, everyone took out a flask and began to collect water. Having collected water, everyone again went to the tower. Almost reaching it, they met a team from Otogakure there. Stop, Naruto shouted. His voice was answered by a guy who was all bandaged. He was wearing some kind of thing on his left arm. He also wore a fur coat and was very hunched over. Naruto guessed that what he was wearing on his arm was a sound converter. What do you want? The guy asked in a displeased voice. What kind of scroll do you have? Uzumaki asked. Sky, the other guy answered for him. He had tousled dark hair. He wore an Otogakure helmet protector. He was dressed in a beige jacket and dark pants. This suits us, Naruto said and took out a kunai. Then, from behind Naruto's team, the 10th and then the 8th teams came out. I advise you to hand over your scroll right away, Sasuke said. You won't be able to stand up to 9 shinobi. Yeah, they just took it and gave it to me right away. A girl with long black hair shouted at them. But she was interrupted by a bandaged guy. Okay, here you go. he took out a scroll and threw it to Naruto. And their team disappeared. Uzumaki started checking if it was real or not. After confirming that he was the real, Naruto said, "I'm glad our opponents are smart enough not to fight us." Hinata. Hyuga turned to Naruto and blushed a little. "Catch." He threw her a scroll. After catching it, she handed it over to Kiba and kept the Earth scroll for herself. "Now we need to find 2 scrolls of Earth." "Well, we'll have to wait," thought Sasuke and said, "Let's stop here. We'll wait for other teams." Having agreed, everyone began looking for a place to spend the night. Answer, having found a large enough cave, they set up camp. A couple of hours later, Naruto and his team went to look for the enemies. And then, seeing the 7th team, the Rain team came out of the bushes. "Surrender, or we will kill you," said the guy who had a blindfold. Naruto was surprised that there were no slits for the eyes, and the guy himself saw everything perfectly. "First tell me what scroll you have," said Sakura with a kunai in her hands. "We have 2 Earth scrolls," the guy answered. "Great, then let's begin," Sasuke said and launched a fireball at the opponents. The guy, who was dressed the same as the first one, but with only 1 slit for the eye, began to fold the seals, and when he finished, their clones began to appear from the ground, and the originals hid. Naruto created shadow clones, turning 2 of them into Sakura and Sasuke. "Hide, and I'll distract them for now," Naruto said, after which they disappeared into the bushes. Naruto's clones attacked the enemies, but after each blow they regenerated. Naruto's clones dispersed after receiving a blow. Half an hour passed, and pretending that he ran out of chakra, he fell. The enemies thought that their team had lost consciousness. They stopped the technique and came out of their shelter. Approaching Uzumaki, they wanted to kill him, and hitting him in the stomach with a kunai, the clone dispersed. Sasuke came out of the bushes and said, "Stopping the technique was your mistake." Naruto and Sakura came out after him. They hit each enemy and one of them dropped both scrolls. The enemies were knocked out and Team 7 tied them to a tree, took the scrolls and headed to their hideout. It was already quite dark. Having arrived at the place, they gave the scroll to the 10th team. "I suggest we spend the night here," Shikamaru said. "We'll keep watch for an hour. If there's an attack, we'll wake everyone up." Everyone went to bed, and Shikamaru went on duty. Hinata should be next. At night, Hyuga, who was on duty, saw with her Byakugan someone approaching them. Deciding to wake everyone up, she said, "Someone is coming here. Judging by his chakra, he is very strong." "Damn it," Naruto cursed. "Be on guard. That someone could be very strong." A few minutes later, a pale, tall man stood in front of them. He had black hair and his eyes were bright yellow. The pupil in them was elongated and looked like a snake's. There were purple marks around his eyes, which Naruto immediately noticed. "Oh, Orochimaru," Uzumaki said with concern. "Oh, even a brat like you knows me. Nice to meet you," the snake Sanin replied in a hissing voice, "but I only came for one thing. Whoever it is, we won't give him to you," Haruno shouted. "Are you so sure? Let's check." He began to make seals, and snakes began to crawl out of his sleeves. Sasuke, seeing this, also began to make seals and said, "Kato, phoenix flowers." Fireballs began to fly out of his mouth, which simply burned the snakes. Sakura decided to use her new technique in battle for the first time. Suton, water whips. She started waving them around in hopes of at least tying up the Nukanen, but she couldn't hit it. Naruto decided to create shadow clones, which attacked the renegade. But he took Kusanagi out of his mouth and began to cut the clones. Shikamaru, having formed a seal, decided to use his clan's technique, shadow capture. He finally caught the renegade, but Nara's chakra wasn't enough to hold him for long. And as soon as everyone relaxed a little, Orochimaru broke out of the technique and, extending his neck, bit Sasuke on the neck. He winced in pain, and a sign with 3 tomo appeared on the bitten place. Sasuke passed out. "Soon he himself will come to me for strength. And until then, bye," said the snake Sanin and disappeared, going underground. "We're heading to the tower right now. I don't know what Orochimaru did to Sasuke, but we need to tell one of the Jonin about this," Shikamaru said. Naruto created a shadow clone that took on Sasuke. They headed towards the tower. Commentary on Part 9. The second stage and Orochimaru's cursed mark. Here you go. I think it turned out pretty well. I hope for your support. Don't forget to leave reviews so I know if you like it or not. Enjoy reading. P.S. I have corrected the errors that I saw in the text. I hope that was all. Part 10. End of the second stage of the Chunin exams. Our heroes did not walk to the tower for very long. They did not meet anyone on the way to the goal, except for a couple of huge snakes. They could easily defeat them, and since there were 8 of them, they did it almost instantly. Let's return to the tower. Entering inside, they opened the scrolls and threw them on the floor. A lot of smoke came out of them. After the smoke cleared, the captains of teams number 7, 8 and 10 stood in front of them. They were so surprised when they saw the 3 teams that came together that Asuma, who was smoking a cigarette, dropped it, opening his mouth. Only Kakashi kept the mask of indifference and said, "Oh, you teamed up to go through the second stage. I'm very surprised. We didn't even think that you would work together," Sarutobi said, dumbfounded. "We are glad that you decided to help each other. Since you completed the second stage 2 days before its official end, you must stay here until it ends," Kurenai said. Only now did everyone notice Sasuke, who was being held by Naruto's clone. "What happened, Sasuke?" Hatake asked worriedly. "Orochimaru. He put some kind of seal on him," Sakura answered, almost crying. "Maybe you could take a look at him. He passed out right on the way to the tower, and I carried him in my arms," Naruto asked. After that, Kakashi made a few seals, after which, after a few seconds, Anko appeared and asked, "Why did you call, Kakashi? You were Orochimaru's student, weren't you?" "Yes, but what happened that you ask about this?" Mitarashi did not understand. "So, Kakashi pointed at the 3 teams that stood behind Anko, were attacked by Orochimaru, and according to everyone, he put some kind of seal on him, from which he passed out almost immediately." "I think you should know what it is," answered Kakashi. Anko's face twisted in silent fear and she looked at the victim. She walked up to him and took him from the clone's hands and laid him on the ground. "Can you tell me in more detail what it looked like?" the examiner asked. "Let me," Shikamaru volunteered. "I'll tell you the whole fight. It was at night and we agreed to take turns on duty, which was very convenient. Hinata, who was on duty, spotted with her Byakugan that some shinobi was moving towards us. Naruto suspected something and told us all to prepare for the upcoming fight. Naruto began to explain. As soon as someone, appeared in front of us, Naruto immediately realized who it was and told us that it was Orochimaru. He used a technique due to which snakes began to crawl out of his sleeves, but Sasuke burned them. Sakura tried to catch the enemy with water whips, but it didn't work. Naruto made shadow clones and began to attack this renegade, but he took a sword out of his mouth and began to chop them. Well, after waiting for the right moment, I caught him in my technique, from which he soon freed himself. I don't know what it was, but his neck lengthened and he bit Sasuke in the neck area. After which he disappeared underground. Well, and then we decided to come here. You all know what happened next. Nara said and asked, "Can you tell me what he did to Sasuke?" Anko, hearing that Orochimaru had bitten Uchiha, nervously grabbed her neck and looked at Sasuke. 3 tomo were clearly visible on the back of his neck. "Yes, I'm sure it's a cursed mark. Unfortunately, it's almost impossible to remove it. You can only suppress it so that it doesn't activate spontaneously. But to do that, you need to prepare thoroughly," Anko said and took Sasuke and said, "Someone bring me some ink. I'll be downstairs." She left the room, while everyone except Kakashi disappeared from their sight. Looking at her sensei, Sakura asked, What will happen to Sasuke-kun?" If he doesn't use the seal that Orochimaru gave him, then I think nothing bad will happen to him. After suppressing this seal, he will wake up in 3 days, and you will be able to continue the exam," Kakashi answered and encouragingly ruffled the hair on Haruno's head. It was as if a weight had been lifted from her soul. She was very worried about the Uchiha. Probably even more than about herself. Of course, she would worry about Naruto, but not as much as about her beloved. Uzumaki was also very worried about his best friend when he fell unconscious, although he did not show his condition outwardly. But even now, when Kakashi explained everything to them, his worries did not go away. He read a lot about the history of shinobi, and there was enough written about the snake Sannin. From what was written there, Uzumaki understood that if Orochimaru was doing something, it was very, very bad. Naruto decided to rely on Anko, who went to suppress Orochimaru's cursed seal on Sasuke. Naruto decided to go to bed since it was still night and he hadn't really gotten any sleep tonight. On top of that, he had wasted a lot of chakra on shadow clones during the battle with the Rain Ninja and Orochimaru. Those 3 days flew by in an instant. No one did anything special. Sasuke woke up on the evening of the 3rd day with aches in his body and pain in his left shoulder. All those 3 days he lay unconscious in a separate room, where no one was allowed. Sakura came to him to see how he was feeling. As soon as she saw Sasuke sitting on the bed, she threw herself on his neck with tears, which made Sasuke wince. It's been worse, he replied rudely. Having calmed down a little, she continued, since you didn't come to the Hokage's speech, I'll retell what happened there. Flashback. On the 5th day, Anko came to the tower and called them to the main hall, where the Hokage's speech was given. All the genins who passed the second stage came there. I'll start by saying that I'm proud of the new generation of shinobi. You've passed the second stage with dignity. But since there are many teams, I decided to hold a selection. Tomorrow morning there will be elimination fights. Now, everyone who is unable to fight, raise your hand. This time, only you will leave, and thus, you will not let your team down. After these words, only one guy raised his hand, with silver hair and round glasses. I will leave because I received several serious injuries. This guy didn't look so good. His right hand was bandaged, as was half of his face. Apparently, while he and his team were reaching the tower, they encountered a strong enemy. Good. Anyone else willing? While you can leave to heal your wounds and try to pass the Chunin exam again later. After waiting a few minutes he said. Since no one else wanted to leave, I will continue. Tomorrow morning there will be a selection, as I said before. The fights will begin at 9 in the morning. Those who are late will be excluded. You are free. End flashback. Great. That means I can fight someone serious, Sasuke thought to himself. Okay Sasuke-kun, I'll go, and you rest, Sakura said and left. Arriving at the room that was given to her team, she saw Naruto there, who was meditating. Is Sasuke awake? Uzumaki asked, as he saw that Sakura was in high spirits. Yes. What did he say? Naruto asked. He said that things had been worse. I recounted what had happened during the third speech, and then left. I see. Naruto answered and began to meditate again, so he is already able to fight. Excellent. If I'm lucky, I will be able to fight him. Uzumaki thought and continued his work. Commentary on Part 10 end of the second stage of the Chunin exams. The 10th anniversary part has been published. I hope you like it. Don't forget to write reviews. Enjoy reading. Part 11. The screening battles. The next morning, all the genin gathered in the hall where the qualifying fights would take place. So, Hiruzen began. As I said yesterday, today there will be qualifying fights. There are no rules. The battle will continue until someone can no longer continue the fight, or dies. Also, the examiner can stop the fight if it is clear that one of the participants is losing. Now, the names of the participants will be randomly shown on the screen. The third finished and took a step back, indicating that he was finished. I am Shiranui Genma, the examiner of the selection round, the man said after clearing his throat. Show the names of the participants. On the wall, a screen appeared with the names of the participants. First fight, Abumi Zaku vs. Shino Aburame. Genma said, everyone except those named, go up to the balcony. After that, everyone left, leaving Shino and Zaku. The examiner stood between them and waved his hand, as a sign that they should start, and jumped away. Both boys were silent. Zaku, using the tubes that were built into his hands, released a wave of compressed air at Aburame, who calmly dodged and sent his bugs at him. The Otogako ninja, using compressed air, exterminated the bugs. At this time, Shino sent several bugs across the floor so that they would block the air outlet in Zaku's tubes. When he exterminated all the bugs in the air, bugs crawled on his hands. But not noticing this, he decided to use air again. He pointed his hands towards Shino. He did not even move away. Abumi released compressed air, but when the shot did not follow, he looked at his hands. Or rather, at his palms. The tubes in his hands were clogged with Shino's bugs. Answer, a few moments later, the air, unable to find an outlet, tore his hands apart. Abumi shouted. Aburame didn't move a muscle in his face at the sight. When did you manage to do it? The defeated man asked in bewilderment. While you were killing bugs in the air, you didn't notice what was happening on the floor. The bugs that were on the floor blocked your pipes. That's all, Shino said and went up to the balcony. The winner is Shino Aburame, Shiranui said as the medics took the Otogako genin away. Next are Sasuke Uchiha and Akado Yoroi. Please come down. Uchiha, you are a worthy opponent, said the guy, wearing dark glasses like Shino. He was dressed mostly in purple tones. The lower part of his face was hidden by a mask. Entering the battlefield, Sasuke thought. Using the Sharingan, I can handle him. Are you ready? Asked the examiner. Seeing the affirmative nods, he jumped back, which meant the fight had begun. When Sasuke tried to activate his Sharingan, he felt a strong pain in the area of the mark. That means the seal reacts to chakra. I won't be able to use the Sharingan, just like ninjutsu. That means I need to take it with my taijutsu, thought Sasuke. Yoroi directed his right-hand chakra and ran towards Sasuke. Uchiha tried to dodge, but Akado touched his hair, causing him to feel weak. This technique sucks out chakra. I need to be careful, otherwise I won't win, Sasuke noted to himself. Having thrown several shurikens at Uchiha, Yoroi rushed at him in the hope of hitting him. Incidentally, Akado succeeded, but Sasuke managed to break his opponent, which he took advantage of. Grabbing Uchiha's hand with his hand, he began to suck out his chakra again. He loosened his grip and Akado hit him in the solar plexus, after which he grabbed him by the head and knocked him down, holding him. It seemed that Sasuke had lost, but he was able to break free and throw his opponent away from himself. Yoroi rushed at Sasuke again, but he kicked him in the chin, causing him to fly into the air. Sasuke hit him in the head with his hand, after which he finished him off with a blow to the solar plexus, breaking several of his opponent's ribs. Akado lost consciousness. The fight is over. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke, Genma said and looked at the screen. Next are Sakura Haruno and Sobakuno Temari. Give up right now, you can't stand against me, Temari said, going down the stairs. Sakura remained silent. Ready, let's go. Temari used the huge fan that was her weapon and swung it. It started to emit air currents that cut through skin and clothes. Sakura decided to use her technique. Suton, water whips. She started to spin them, then grabbed Temari's leg and pulled her towards herself, causing her to fall. Using the second whip, she threw away her opponent's fan so that she couldn't use it. You're good, girl, but I'm not so easy to defeat. With these words she threw several kunai. Sakura spun her whips very strongly, from which the kunai were repelled as if from a solid surface. At this time, Sobakuno threw a smoke grenade, hiding her location. Haruno saw this, began to strike at the smoke that formed, hoping to hit Temari. But while Sakura was distracted, Sobakuno raised her fan and launched several streams of air into it, which lifted Sakura into the air. From such a strong wind, deep wounds began to appear on Haruno's body. Her whips disappeared and she fell on Temari's fan with her spine. From such a blow, Sakura lost consciousness. So you lost, Sobakuno said, throwing Haruno's body onto the floor. Winner Sobakuno Temari. Next Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inuzuka entering the arena. Uzumaki took a stance, which Kiba later did as well. Ready? Genma asked. Hearing from both of them that they were ready, he waved his hand. Inuzuka clan technique. Human beast clone. Inuzuka shouted and Akamaru jumped off his head, taking on the human form of Gatsuga. They spun into two drills that rushed at Naruto. He created several shadow clones that tried to dodge Kiba's technique. Kiba lost the real one and stopped the ninjutsu. Akamaru jumped on his head again. Taking out a kunai, he began to destroy the clones. The real one began to pass the element of wind through the kunai and attacked Inuzuka from behind. Putting the kunai to Kiba's throat, Naruto said, "You lost. Give up." Kiba realized that he had lost. Raising his hands up, he said, "I surrender." The winner is Naruto Uzumaki, Shiranui said and looked at the screen. Next Sobakuno Gaara vs. Rock Lee. Gaara just chuckled. As soon as the opponents gave the sign that they were ready to begin, the examiner said, "Let's start." Lee, unable to use either ninjutsu or genjutsu, began to attack with taijutsu. His strikes were very fast, but Gaara's sand outpaced him. Answer, having broken through Gaara's defense, Lee kicked him into the air. Having entangled the red-haired man in the bandages that Rock had on his hands, he turned him upside down and said, "Primordial Lotus." Spinning in the air, he slammed Gaara's head into the ground, causing deep cracks to appear. Seeing that his enemy was not getting up, Lee said, "After this technique no one will be able to get up." But what was his surprise when Gaara crumbled into the sand, and after the dust settled, he saw his opponent whole and unharmed. "You're fast. But that's not enough," Gaara said in a calm, quiet voice that sent goosebumps down the examiner's spine. Lee jumped onto the statue of two hands that were forming the seal of concentration and thought. "Guy-sensei, I don't think you'll approve of my actions, but without these I won't be able to win." He took off his weights. Gaara chuckled as he looked at them. But as soon as Lee let go, they fell, forming a huge cloud of dust, and his gaze briefly showed surprise. After removing the weights, Lee became so fast that even some of the jonin watching the fight couldn't keep up with him. He moved behind Gaara and began to strike him. Most of his blows landed on the guy's torso and face. When he finished, Lee expected his enemy to fall, but Gaara's face became cracked, and his expression changed from calm and cold to mad. After that, Lee used the primordial lotus technique. He spent a lot of energy. Seeing his enemy lying on a mountain of sand, he was very surprised. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw a wave of sand flying at him and began to dodge. But then, the weakness after using almost his strongest technique twice made itself felt. He stumbled and his leg was grabbed by sand. But then, he decided to open the third gate and broke free. He became even faster and Gaara, who was standing nearby, began to receive blows all over his body. Trying to use the primordial lotus for the third time, he made a mistake and he and Gaara fell. The aura emanating from Lee ceased and he fell without strength. Taking advantage of this, Sobakuno extended an open palm towards Lee. As soon as the sand absorbed the guy's right arm and leg, he said, "Sand coffin." The boy's arm and leg were squeezed so hard that he began to scream. The sand crushed the bones in his limbs. Lee lost consciousness from the pain. "Stop it, Win." He saw that Rock Lee began to absorb the sand. At that moment, Might Guy appeared out of nowhere and pulled out his student, calling for medics. Winner Sobakuno Gaara. Next up, Hyuga Neji vs. Hyuga Hinata. At that moment, Naruto's heart sank. Walking up to Hinata, he said, "Hinata, please, surrender. I saw how he fights. I saw the way he looks at you. He wants to kill you. Surrender right now." Naruto-kun. I saw it too, but I won't back down. I don't know what caused his hatred towards me, but I'll ask him about it after the fight. Please, don't dissuade me. Hinata Hyuga, will you fight? Genma asked. Why yes, right now. Wait, Hinata, if I see that you are in danger, I will stop the match. Refusal is not accepted. Oh okay Naruto-kun. Well, I'm going. Hinata assumed her clan's fighting stance and activated her Byakugan. Hinata-sama, you can give up right now, I don't want to hurt you, Neji said in an emotionless voice. I will not give up. This is my ninja way. Okay, but keep in mind, I won't feel sorry for you, Neji said with some anger. Let's start. Both Hyugas rushed at each other, throwing and blocking their opponent's blows. Now, Hinata has an opportunity to hit Neji in the chakra center, but he dodges, pushing her hand aside. They began to strike each other again. And then, at the same moment, they notice a gap in each other's defense. Swinging for more force, they hit each other in the stomach area, where the chakra center is. Hinata's face twisted in pain, while not a single muscle twitched on Neji's face. A few moments later, a trickle of blood flowed from Hinata's mouth. And this is all the power of the future head of the Hyuga clan. What a disappointment. But how? I saw that she hit him in the same place that he hit her. Why does he not care? But Hinata started bleeding. Naruto began to reason to himself. Here, Neji took Hinata's hand and lifted her sleeve. Red marks were visible on her arm. When did he manage to do it? Uzumaki thought. So you weren't just dodging this whole time, you were also blocking the tenketsu on my hands. Hinata realized. You just realized this now? Neji asked mockingly. And now, I'll show you my attitude towards you. Neji began to show his anger towards Hinata. Hyuga clan technique. 32 heavenly strikes. Taking a different stance than he had at the start of the battle, Neji began to deliver quick, precise strikes to Hinata's chakra plexus points. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32 blows. He put all his strength into the last blow. Hinata was thrown back several meters by this technique. Your fate was sealed when you went into battle against me. You are still very, very far from my level, Hinata. You won't be able to get up after this technique, Neji said mockingly. Imagine his surprise when Hinata tried to get up. She fell several times, but she still managed. I don't. She started coughing, causing blood to come out of her mouth. She fell, but soon got up again. Neji silently rushed at her, already raising his hand for the last blow, into which he put all his strength. But then, Naruto stands in front of him, who took the blow on himself. He flew back a few meters, but was able to get up. Answer me Neji. Cough. Why did you do this to her? Uzumaki asked, spitting out blood. Okay, since you're interested, I'll show you. He took off his protector. Everyone looked at his forehead. There was some kind of seal on it. There are 2 branches in our clan. The main one and the side one, which I belong to. My father was killed with this technique. Po. Now answer me. What does Hinata have to do with this? I'm ready to swear that she never used this technique. I know what this seal is. I know how it works. I also know that it is almost impossible to remove it once it has been placed. She, he pointed at Hinata, is not to blame for being born in the main branch. She did not do anything to you. Although no, I'm lying, everyone pricked up their ears to hear what the guy would say. He did. She loved you, not like a cousin, but like a born, older brother. I have never heard a bad word from her about you. And if you don't like what was done to your father so much, then go and discuss it with the elders of your clan or its head. What you are talking about, fate, is the usual chatter of a loser who thinks he is white and fluffy. Neji simply remained silent and went upstairs. And Naruto went to Hinata and picked her up, after which he handed her over to the medics who came to them. How I want to beat all the nonsense out of this idiot. Uzumaki was angry, which caused his eyes to turn not the usual blue, but a bright purple. He cast a look full of hatred at Neji. He only demonstratively snorted and turned away. That's roughly how all the fights went. The third round included Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Temari, Gaara, Neji, Kankuro, Shino and several other ninjas, which I won't go into detail about. After the qualifying fights, the third Hokage came out and gave his speech. I am proud of everyone who passed the qualifying tournament. You have shown your combat and strategic qualities well. The third and final stage will take place in exactly a month, at the stadium. You are free. Finished. Hiruzen, Sakura and Ino tried to invite Sasuke for a walk. Shikamaru yawned and left. Neji threw a hateful glance at Uzumaki and left. Gaara left thinking about why the Junin saved his opponent and why Naruto became so fiercely protective of Hinata. Naruto approached the medics and asked, "What's wrong with Hinata? She has internal organ damage. And, when can I visit her?" Naruto asked. "In a couple of days, when she starts to recover." "Thank you," Uzumaki said and left. Damn Neji. I understand his hatred for the main branch of the clan, but why take it all out on Hinata? With these thoughts, Uzumaki reached his home. Commentary on Part 11. The Elimination Battles. This part turned out to be quite big. This chapter is the second longest of all that is in the fanfic so far. Enjoy reading. Part 12. Hinata's story and meeting the Toad Hermit. A few days after the qualifying battles, Naruto, as he thought, wanted to visit Hinata. I should go to Hinata, Uzumaki thought, and headed to the Konoha hospital, which, by the way, was the only one in the entire village. Naruto could get there with his eyes closed. And all because as a child he was often beaten and ended up in the hospital. When he reached the hospital, he went inside. Approaching the reception desk, he said, "Hello. What room is Hinata Hyuga in?" The girl sitting at the table gave him a hateful look. 242nd. Second floor. "Thank you," Uzumaki said and headed to the right room. On the way, he saw many shinobi who were waiting for their turn. After a few minutes of wandering, Naruto found the right room. He knocked and heard a quiet, "Come in." Naruto walked in and saw Hinata, who had almost her entire body covered in bandages. Hinata blushed when she saw Naruto. Hello, Naruto-kun. "Hello, how are you feeling?" Naruto asked worriedly. "Relatively well," Hinata replied. "Then great. It's just that when the medics took you away, I asked what was wrong with you. They told me that you had internal organ damage. I asked you not to fight him. Why didn't you listen to me? I thought he wasn't that cruel. I thought it was that Neji I was friends with as a child. I would so like to become the head of my clan and abolish this tradition. But, apparently, that won't happen." Naruto's eyes widened and he asked, "Why?" "I read that the eldest heir becomes the head of the clan. My younger sister, Hanabi, will become the head of the Hyuga. When I was 7, she was 5, and in one of the fights, she defeated me. After that, my father turned away from me." Hinata began to tear up. "For the past 6 years, I've been trying my best to get him to pay attention to me again. Around the same age, I had a sparring match with Neji. My father, seeing that he could hurt me, used the seal on his forehead. He fell then, started screaming. And I stood there in mute shock and didn't even try to stop him." Flashback. There was a duel between Neji and Hinata. And then, a member of the branch house began to get angry at Hinata because of her weakness and began to attack more and more fiercely. Hiashi, seeing that Hinata was in danger, made a seal to use the mark. Neji's seal began to burn badly. He began to scream, but the clan head did not stop. And then, when Neji lost consciousness, he stopped. An advisor approached him and said, "Hiashi-sama. This child is from a branch family. His skills are stronger than all the genin of our clan, even though he hasn't even become a shinobi yet." End flashback. Flashback. Now, before Hinata's eyes, her fight against her younger sister appeared. They stand in their clan stances. Hiashi gives the sign that the fight is about to begin. Hanabi throws punches at Hinata, who blocks them. Seeing an opening in her younger sister's defense, Hinata tries to strike. But it's a trick. Hanabi dodges and starts blocking her sister's tenketsu, causing her to fall. Stop. An elder approached Yashi and shook his head and said, "Your daughter, Hinata, is not fit to be the head of our clan. She has too soft a character. And what can we say about her strength if her younger sister defeated her?" End flashback. After that, my father turned away from me, directing all his efforts to raising and training Hanabi. At this point, the tears that were looking for an outlet finally burst out. Naruto approached Hinata and hugged her. In a friendly way, so as not to scare her. He began to stroke her head, saying, "It's okay. Everything will be fine. As soon as I gain respect in the village, I'll try to abolish this tradition." Several minutes passed like this until Hinata pulled away from him, all red. Thank you Naruto-kun. Well, okay, I'm going to go train to beat the crap out of this Neji. Bye. Naruto said goodbye and left. Bye. Naruto headed towards the exit of the hospital. Deciding to go to the nearest training ground, he headed there. His path led through the hot springs. There he saw a tall old man with long, white hair. He decided to go and ask him what he was doing. Approaching him, he realized that it was Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. He touched his shoulder and said, "Jiraiya-sama. Is it really you?" The old man, not expecting anyone to approach him, asked, "Who are you? How do you know my name? Your name is quite famous. You are called the Toad Hermit, one of the legendary Trinity, which includes Tsunade Senju, Orochimaru, who was your best friend, and you." "I am Uzumaki Naruto," Uzumaki replied. The Toad Sannin's face changed from calm and peaceful to one of extreme surprise. "Why you are that Naruto Uzumaki? Who are your parents?" the Sannin asked, although he knew the answer. Naruto's expression darkened, but he answered, "I'm an orphan, and I don't even know the names of my parents. I don't know why, but they hate me in the village." "It's true, the son of Minato and Kushina," Jiraiya thought to himself. Commentary on Part 12. Hinata's story and meeting the Toad Hermit. The part turned out to be relatively small. But I hope you like it. Enjoy reading. Part 13. Study of the technique of summoning and divination. Jiraiya-sama, can I ask you something? Ask. Can you teach me something? What are your chakra elements? Asked Sannin. Do you have 2 chakra conducting sheets? The hermit rummaged in his pocket, then fished out 2 sheets of paper and handed them to Naruto. Look, my second element is Fuyutan, said Uzumaki. A rare element, but I won't be able to teach him the techniques of this element. Stop. The second one, thought the Sannin. Stop. Why the second one? And what is the first one? As Kakashi-sensei explained to me, this is a new element, apparently, Kekkei Genkai. Look, he passed chakra through the leaf, it crumpled, after which purple lightning began to dance across it and it tore into pieces. What kind of element is this? I've never seen one like it. Jiraiya was surprised. I see. Were you taught to walk on a tree trunk and on water? No. Uzumaki answered. I taught myself before entering the ninja academy. A capable boy. I learned this only when I was 10, and he could already walk on water at 7, while I could only walk on wood. Let's go to the training ground. We're in the way here. He went to the nearest training ground and said. You know about the summoning technique, right? Jiraiya asked the boy. Yes, each person has a predisposition to their own summoning. But if the one who owns the summoning calls a scroll with a list of everyone who has entered into a summoning contract and gives it to another, then he will be able to calmly summon this animal. Right, I think you know my call. Don't you want to learn it? If I'm not mistaken, you, Jiraiya-san, have toads, don't you? Yes, you're right, I have toads. They're one of the 3 legendary summoned animals, along with Tsunade and Orochimaru's summons. I wouldn't mind learning how to use it. By the way, can I use 2 summons? For example, the one I have an affinity for and toads. If you think about it, then yes. Try it now. Do you know seals? Yes, but let me learn how to summon toads for now. Excellent. Jiraiya began to fold the seals, after which he bit his finger and hit the ground with his palm. Summoning technique. A huge toad with a pipe in its mouth appeared from a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya, why did you summon me? Asked the giant toad, puffing on his pipe. Gamabunta, can you give me the summoning scroll? I want to teach this kid. He pointed at Naruto. The summoning technique, could this really be the boy from the Elder's prophecy? Thought Gamabunta. Okay, here you go. He held out a large scroll in his tongue. Thank you. You can go. I'll give it back to you later. Goodbye. Jiraiya waved his hand at Gamabunta. Leave a bloody handprint here. He pointed to one of the columns that was next to his, and write your first and last name. Naruto took a kunai from his pouch and cut his thumb with it. He touched the bloody one with his other fingers, leaving an imprint and wrote, Uzumaki Naruto. Now make the summoning seals and send the required amount of chakra to your hand. After these words, Uzumaki made the seals and put enough chakra to summon. Having hit the ground, a cloud of smoke appeared. When it dissipated, two frogs stood in front of them. One red, the other yellow. Oh, Gamakichi, Gamatatsu, you've grown a lot since our last meeting. Jiraiya said, smiling, this kid. He was able to use the summoning on the first try. Not only that, he even summoned two toads at the same time. The Sannin was surprised to himself. By the way, Gamakichi, can you give this scroll to your father? The gray-haired man asked. Of course. Okay, let's go. After that, the two toads disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya-sensei, can I use free summoning? Yes, go ahead. If you need my help, call one of the toads and tell it to call me. Excellent. Thanks for the tip. Uzumaki began to form the free summoning seals. To his surprise, he appeared in a strange place where large toad statues stood everywhere, and oil was pouring out of some of them. Gamabunta saw him and jumped towards him. You're the kid who was with Jiraiya. How did you get here? Gamabunta asked him. I just used free summoning. Does that mean I'm destined to summon toads? Apparently so, Gamabunta said, thinking about something. Can you summon Jiraiya-sensei? Uzumaki asked. Just a second, he simply hit the ground with his paw, without making any seals. Jiraiya appeared from the smoke with a surprised face. Gamabunta, why did you call? Asked Sunny. The boy asked, he pointed at Naruto. So the toad prizes are destined for you, Jiraiya said and thought, is this really the one the prophecy speaks of? Flashback. We need to concentrate the chakra. Jiraiya began to form the summoning seal, after which he hit the ground. He got into some portal that threw him in some strange place. The sky was too bright there were statues of toads everywhere. Deciding to look around, he turned around and saw Gamabunta in front of him. A human, how did you end up here? On the lost mountain of Myoboku? Gamabunta asked. Fukasaku Saku, there's a human here. The little old toad that was sitting on the toad statue jumped down and ended up between Jiraiya and Gamabunta. We must take him to the elder. Follow me. Arriving at the huge hall, Jiraiya saw a huge old toad and two more sitting on either side of him. One of these toads was the one that had escorted him here. Tell me your name, the elder asked. Jiraiya. I had a vision. In it, you will have a student, with blue eyes. You will teach him everything you know. And the fate of the world will depend on which path you direct him. He will be guilty of its destruction, or of its salvation. A student. But I myself don't really know how to do anything yet. As for what your age will be, I can say that you will be over 30, maybe much older. End flashback. Starting tomorrow, I will start training him. I am sure that this is the same child. Commentary on Part 13. Study of the technique of summoning and divination. The part turned out to be relatively small, but I hope you like it. Don't forget to write reviews so I know what can be changed. Enjoy reading. Part 14. The fourth Hokage's technique. The next morning, Naruto came to the training ground where he always trained. While waiting for Jiraiya, he began his training, which included 1. 50 push-ups. 2. 40 squats. 3. Run for an hour at maximum speed. Having started his training, Uzumaki did not notice how Jiraiya came to the training ground. He noticed him when he was finishing his run. Jiraiya-sensei, hello, what kind of training do we have today? Naruto asked. Hello, let me think. Your chakra control is pretty good. Can you pass chakra through objects to increase the penetrating power? Naruto took 2 kunai out of his pouch and took one in each hand. He put wind chakra into one of them and a new element into the other. Like this. Exactly. Excellent. Well, I can teach you one technique. The Sannin said thoughtfully. You know about the technique created by the fourth Hokage, right? Is this the technique that has an A rank? Exactly. Do you know the name of this technique? The principle of operation and so on. I don't know anything except her rank. I read it in the shinobi history, where it was told about the Hokage. I see. The technique is called rasengan. Look at how it looks. Sannin stretched his hand forward and a blue ball began to appear in it, rotating at a tremendous speed. This technique is very powerful, said Jiraiya, approaching a large tree and driving this ball into it. The tree trunk began to crumble into splinters. Having reached the middle, the hermit stopped the technique. If I had continued the technique, it would have drilled through the tree and would have continued its action. What a technique. No wonder it was given rank A. Uzumaki was surprised. And will this technique be possible to improve? As I saw, it's just chakra, without an element. Theoretically, yes, but no one has been able to do it yet. The only ones who know and can use this technique were the fourth and me. The grey-haired man answered. I see, so it's either impossible or very difficult. Okay, I think that's enough theory. Let's get to practice. I divided the study into 3 stages. The first is rotation, the second is strength, and the third is holding the shape. He took out a scroll from which he took out many balls containing water. The Sannin took one in his hand. Do it like this. He raised his hand and the ball exploded. This is the first stage. So I need to spin the chakra so that it breaks this ball. Naruto asked. Clever, Jiraiya noted once again. Yes, that's right. Naruto took one of the balloons in his hand and began. No matter how hard he tried, the balloon did not burst, but simply began to wobble a little. You're going in the right direction, Naruto. What if? Naruto began to spin the water in the ball not in one direction, but in different ones. After a couple of such attempts, the ball burst and splashes of water flew out of it. Naruto, how did you do it so fast? The Sannin asked, stunned. Well, at first I just swirled the water in one direction, which caused the ball to change shape a little. And now I just started directing it in different directions. When you showed me the first stage, the ball's shape changed, as if the water inside was boiling. Naruto, you're just a genius. I spent almost a month on this, and you did it in 20 minutes. You're a natural genius, Naruto. Jiraiya ruffled Naruto's hair. Let's move on to the second stage. As I said, the second stage is power. You have to direct more chakra into the ball with more force. It should look like this. He took an ordinary ball in his hand, an empty one. And picking it up, he did what he explained, after which the ball exploded. Got it? Well, I think so. Can you show me the same thing, but without the ball? Uzumaki asked. Good. A ball of chakra appeared in his hand, different in density from the finished rasengan. Catch. The Sannin threw the ball to Uzumaki. Get started, and I'll watch in the meantime. Naruto first spun the chakra inside the ball in different directions, then began adding even more chakra. Naruto continued to do this for almost 3 hours. But instead of exploding, a hole appeared in the balloon, from which air came out and it deflated. There were already several dozen deflated balloons lying around Uzumaki. Uzumaki's arms were already hurting, but he did not give up and continued. Almost 4 more hours passed like this. Night fell and Jiraiya said. Okay then, I think that's enough for today. You've almost mastered 2 stages in 1 day. Do you know how much time the fourth spent on creating this technique? Maybe a month. Jiraiya laughed at these words. No, he spent 3 years on it. Wow. Naruto was amazed. So don't be upset that you didn't learn the technique in a day. I only spent a month on the first stage. By the way, do you want to have something to eat? I know a place here. Let's go there. Lead the way, said Jiraiya. And Konoha has changed a lot since I left. Several minutes passed like this. All this time they talked about nothing. They reached Ichiraku. Hello, Chuki-san. As usual, Uzumaki said. And I'll have a regular portion of miso ramen. It will be ready in 3 minutes. By the way, Jiraiya-sensei, where did you go from the village? Asked Naruto. Well, I was looking for students, and after I taught them, I started looking for material for my books. Well, okay, tomorrow at the same time at the same training ground. Got it? Yes. Your ramen is ready. Enjoy your meal. Commentary on Part 14. The fourth Hokage's technique. The 14th part is ready. Tomorrow morning the 15th will come out, which will be relatively large. Enjoy reading. Part 15. The third stage of the exam. Naruto vs. Neji. So a month passed, which was allocated for training for the third stage. Naruto was able to master the first 2 stages, and now he is trying to learn the third. He has not yet been able to fully master the rasengan. But even an incomplete technique can cause significant damage to the enemy. The day of the third stage arrived. On this day, the Kazekage himself arrived. Many tourists from other countries arrived, which made the merchants incredibly happy. They raised the price of goods almost twice. But most of the tourists did not come to buy anything. The goal was to watch the fight in which the last Uchiha would participate. Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone was preparing for the final round. Shikamaru was trying to come up with a strategy based on what he had seen in the preliminary rounds. Naruto was learning a new technique. Neji had also learned a main branch technique just by seeing it a few times. Sasuke was practicing using a new technique. In short, everyone was trying to prepare as best they could for the final round. The current Genome came to the huge stadium where the fights would take place. There were a lot of seats, from which the entire stadium could be seen perfectly. The highest were the 2 seats where the Hokage and Kazekage sat. I think we can begin, the examiner said and looked at the sheet of paper in his hands. First fight, Neji Hyuga vs. Naruto Uzumaki. At this point, Hinata's eyes widened. She didn't want Naruto to fight against her cousin. Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered, pressing her hands to her chest. The participants entered the arena. Maybe you should give up right now. You're a loser, you can't beat me. Listen, maybe you can stop talking nonsense about fate. A person controls his own life, and fate has nothing to do with it. Look closely, Hanabi. Neji has the greatest legacy of Byakugan power. It's stronger than your sister's. Maybe even stronger than yours. You can't go near this guy. Not the Byakugan owner. I hope Naruto knows that, Kiba thought. So, the first fight begins. Shiranui shouted and all the spectators began to cheer. Neji activated the Byakugan, and Naruto directed Fuyuten's chakra into the kunai, since his Kekkei Genkai is difficult to control compared to Fuyuten's. Naruto decided to attack head-on, but not just like that, but to test the Hyuga's strength and speed. Uzumaki began to strike, which Neji dodged. But then, he himself breaks away from the spot and tries to strike at the chakra plexus point on his right hand. That's it. By blocking even one chakra point, I will disrupt the flow of chakra in your body, and you will not be able to create ninjutsu normally, Neji thought with a smile. Damn, I need to dodge it, otherwise I've lost this fight before I even started it. Naruto decided to jump back, causing Neji to miss the chakra point. He missed by a centimeter. Well, are you convinced of my strength? There is no way you will defeat me, Hyuga said self-confidently. And he's fast. He came up with it. Naruto folded his hands into a cross and said, Shadow Clone Technique. 4 clones began to appear around him. Shadow Clone Technique. That's an A-rank technique. How does this kid know it? This fight is going to be more interesting than I originally expected. Thought Kotetsu. Shadow Clone. Smart. Even very smart. It evenly distributes chakra between them and no Byakugan will distinguish the clone from the original. Well, okay, let's see how long you last. Neji thought and began to destroy the clones. He jumped up and kicked 2 clones with both legs, causing them to vanish. The other 2 attacked him from behind, but he simply punched them in the chest and they disappeared as well. I'll repeat it again. You can't defeat me. Surrender, Hyuga said with a mocking voice. How could I forget? The Byakugan has almost 360-degree vision. That's why there's no point in attacking it from behind. Oh well, how about that? Uzumaki thought and created about 40 clones, who immediately began to attack. But Neji saw that one of them was inactive and rushed towards him. Do you think it's that easy to fool me? No matter how many clones you create, you stand out for your inaction, standing still, afraid that I'll block your tenketsu. That was your mistake, thought Hyuga, striking at the heart area. You stood there, afraid that I would block your chakra. But I'm not stupid enough to fall for that. 2 clones flew at Neji from behind, wanting to hit him. Hyuga said, Keaton, he began to spin, throwing back and dispersing the clone and throwing the original to the side. What? But how does he know this technique? Only the main branch of the clan can know it and no one else. He somehow, having only seen it live a few times, was able to understand the principle of its operation. He is the genius of the clan, thought Hyashi. You can't escape my 8 trigrams. Gentle fist technique. 64 heavens touch. Neji said and rushed at Naruto. 2 strikes. 4, 8, 16, 32, 64 strikes. After that, Uzumaki was thrown back a few meters and Hyuga approached him and said, As I said, this fight was predetermined by fate. You never hit me when I blocked all your chakra points back then. Examiner, he's finished. He won't be able to get up for the next 24 hours, at best. Naruto stood up, surprising everyone, including Neji himself. He activated his dojutsu and went into shock. All the chakra points that he had closed on Uzumaki began to function normally again. What's wrong with his chakra points? They can't be reactivated once they're closed. It takes at least a day. And here, not even a minute has passed, and they've returned to normal. Neji thought, stunned. I closed all your chakra points. How did you open them again? Oh, are you sure you want to know? I'm sure. Show me, Hyuga demanded. Then watch, but don't be surprised. Purple chakra formed around Naruto and he felt a surge of strength. Shadow clone technique. Uzumaki said and rushed at the owner of the Byakugan. Impossible. Thought Hiashi. But how? His chakra points are blocked. Thought Kotetsu. This is the Nine Tails chakra. But when did he learn to control it? Hiruzen thought. The same thing again. Okay, I'll teach you a lesson. Keaton. Neji began to spin again and disperse the clones. Answer. Only the original remained. Hyuga decided to block his chakra points, but stronger. Only when he approached him, the clone evaporated. A clone. But when? Hyuga began to look around. Above, left, right, behind. He's nowhere. That means he's in. But his thoughts were interrupted by Naruto's fist, which flew into his jaw. Neji fell, his whole body numb, because Naruto did not spare the strength and chakra that he put into this blow. So, who's the loser here? You think you're special because you're from a side family. But you're not that special. I know that feeling. The village hates me. So don't think of yourself as the center of the universe and come down to earth, Neji. Uzumaki extended his hand to the defeated one, and accept help from others. Don't close yourself off from everyone. Friends will help you, Uzumaki said, throwing Hya's arm around his neck. Winner Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, everyone started congratulating Naruto and clapping their hands. This guy doesn't know how to give up. He will always achieve his goal. Shiranui thought. Neji was taken to the infirmary, which was located next to the stadium. Hiashi came to see him. Hello, Neji, the head of the Hyuga clan said sadly. Hello Hiashi-sama. I came to give you what is rightfully yours. Hyuga Sr. handed Neji a small envelope. Just looking at it, Neji's eyes widened. This is handwriting. My father's handwriting. Where did you get this? Neji asked. Hisashi asked me to give it to you when I deem it necessary. As you can see, that moment has come. And now, I won't interfere. I don't know what's written there. If you want, you can tell me yourself. Until next time, nephew, said Hiashi and disappeared behind the door. Neji began to read. Hello son, if you are reading this, it means that my brother has given you this message. I am sure that you hate the main branch of the clan, thinking that I was forced to sacrifice myself. This is not true. The fact is that Kumogakuo ninja arrived in our village. Their purpose for coming was unknown until they kidnapped Hinata-sama. My brother, Hiashi took his daughter from their clutches, but in order to do so, he had to kill one of them. The next day, having learned of the death of their partner, they demanded the head of my older brother. We tried to explain that they were trying to take the Byakugan, but they denied the guilt. I decided to sacrifice myself. But not because of the Hyuga clan. But because I loved my older brother like no one else. He tried to dissuade me, but using force, I still made my first and last choice. I became free. Your father, Hisashi Hyuga. Oh father, Neji burst into tears. Commentary on Part 15. Third Stage Exam. Naruto vs. Neji. Part 15 is ready. Leave your comments, share with friends and don't forget to write reviews. That way I'll understand what and where needs to be changed. Enjoy reading. Part 16. The third stage of the exam. Temari vs. Shikamaru. Next pair. Sobakuno Temari vs. Nara Shikamaru, said the examiner looking at the sheet in his hands. Problematic. Shikamaru said his signature phrase. Well, as always, Ino drawled. Go already. Okay, I'm on my way. Shikamaru stretched lazily, yawned, and only then headed to the arena. Are you going to give up? Temari asked. We'll see, the guy answered lazily. Ready, Hayat asked, and seeing the nods, he said, start. And jumped back to a safe distance. Cutting wind, Temari said and waved her fan. Streams of air came from him, cutting everything in sight. Shikamaru jumped behind a tree and began to hide there. How lazy I am. I thought that by becoming a shinobi I would be able to do whatever I wanted. How wrong I was. Oh well, it's time to win, thought Shikamaru. You won't be able to hide for long, Temari said. Nara used the shadow capture technique, aiming it at Temari. But she, seeing the technique, began to jump back. After a few seconds, the shadow stopped approaching Sobakuno. She noted the range of the technique. About 15.5 meters. Now I know the maximum length of your technique. If I stay beyond that mark, I will be out of reach. Temari, cutting wind, began to reason. She directed the airflow at Shikamaru again. A column of dust rose. And Shikamaru tied his jacket to the kunai, throwing it upwards. After that, he threw 2 kunai where Temari was standing. She simply put her fan in front of her, having previously opened it. At this time, Shikamaru used his technique. Seeing it, Sobakuno did nothing, thinking that she was out of reach. But seeing that the technique had passed the mark, she began to dodge to the sides. But how? I was further than the mark. Right. Time passed, the sun went down, and the shadows became longer, and he also used the shadow of the kunai that he threw upwards. Temari guessed. Opening her fan and sticking it into the ground, she began to think through her actions. If I create a clone now, it will distract him, and thus I will have the opportunity to win. Exactly. That's what I'll do. She began to fold the seals, and after folded the last one she couldn't move. What's wrong with me? My body seems to have gone numb. The shadow capture was a success, although it took time. Problematic. But how did you do it? I was beyond the reach of your technology. Okay, I'll let you see. He turned his head, and the shadow he was controlling. Temari turned her head and a hole appeared in front of her. Don't you remember this hole? Naruto jumped out of it, after which he delivered the final blow to Neji, thanks to which he won. I never thought about the shadows that were in that hole, Temari said. That was your mistake, Nara said, approaching her, which she did, thanks to the shadows. So, while I thought he couldn't get me, I was dodging. But in reality, I was walking into his traps. Damn it, Temari cursed to herself. Shikamaru raised his hand and said, I give up. Everyone was shocked to hear these words. My chakra is left for about 10 seconds. It's a shame, I've already thought out the next 200 moves. Well, since I intended to win, I should have used my chakra more economically, Shikamaru admitted. And this guy, something. Shiranui thought to himself and said, the winner of Sobakuno Temari. I underestimated this guy. Even though he's lazy, he's very smart. If it weren't for his chakra, I would have lost. Temari admitted. So, next is Uchiha Sasuke versus Sobakuno Gaara. One of the Jonins approached him and said something. Okay, since Uchiha is not here yet, I suggest watching the fight between Shino Aburame and Kankuro. Commentary on Part 16. Third Stage Exam. Temari vs. Shikamaru. The 16th part turned out to be small. Don't kick me. Enjoy reading. Part 17. Sasuke's new technique and the attack on Konoha. No, our plan must begin later. Kankuro thought, after which he shouted, I refuse. A Junin approached the Hokage and asked what to do, and Sarutobi said, let's wait. If he doesn't come within 10 minutes, I'll disqualify him. I see. Junin disappeared and relayed what was said to Genma. We give Uchiha Sasuke an additional 10 minutes. If he does not come at the end of this fight, he will be disqualified, the third declared. A disgruntled groan went through the crowd. A week ago, Kakashi, approaching a huge rock, decided to remember the old days and decided to climb it with one hand. Already approaching the very end, he sees Sasuke standing there, looking somewhere with an empty look. Apparently, he was thinking about something. Sasuke, are you here yet? Okay, there will be more time to study Chidori, Kakashi said, getting up. The essence of the technique is to gather Raten chakra at a certain point. Like this, Hatake created Chidori in his hand, but this is not enough. You need to be able to hold this chakra so that it does not dissipate or, otherwise, does not turn against the user. Use your Sharingan to copy this technique. But keep in mind, the copied technique will be impossible to use without the proper skill. Practice is needed, especially for Chidori. Well, begin. Kakashi created Chidori again, but before that he slowly folded the seals. And only then began to create the technique itself, so that Sasuke could copy it. 2 days later. I am amazed at how quickly you grasp everything you have learned. At this time, Sasuke was holding Chidori in his hand. For now, you can only use this technique once without any consequences. The second use will drain all your chakra, and you will lie around for a day, restoring it. With time and training, you will be able to increase the number of times you can use it. But at your age, the maximum is 3. Right now, I can use it 4 times without consequences, due to the fact that I don't have much chakra. Even you, at your age, don't have much less chakra. Can this technique be improved? Uchiha decides to ask. I haven't been able to improve it yet. As I said, I don't have much chakra, and the technique is very chakra intensive. So it's impossible to do. Sasuke was upset. I didn't say that. You, with your abilities, can quite easily improve Chidori. But not now. You don't have enough chakra for that, Kakashi answered. Present time. Excellent, Sasuke. You already have excellent control over Chidori. Now we can move on to the third stage. At the stadium. So, we extended Uchiha Sasuke's time twice. Since he didn't show up, we disqualified him. Genma started to speak, but he was interrupted by Sasuke and Kakashi appearing right in front of him. Are we late? Kakashi decided to ask. You are very lucky. We extended your time twice, the examiner said smiling. So, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Sobaku no Gaara. All the spectators began to rejoice. Most of them came to see the fight of Uchiha, and they were not very happy with the news that he could be disqualified. Start. Gaara said, and sand began to come out of the vessel behind his back. At the same time, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and threw 2 shurikens, after which he began to strike Gaara's body. He tried to defend himself with sand, but he was too late. The Uchiha appeared behind Sobakuno and struck him in the cheekbone with his fist. And this vaunted, absolute, protection of yours. I thought you would be stronger. Gaara remained silent and made a seal, after which the sand began to form a ball around the user. Sasuke decided to try to break through it and ran. Spikes began to appear from the sand ball. Sasuke was able to dodge and strike, but nothing came of it. Having broken his knuckles until they bled, he thought, delay as much time as you want. In the meantime, I'll get ready. He jumped onto the wall and began to form Chidori. So this is his strength, Rock Lee whispered. Kakashi, you taught him this technique. Might Guy said, stunned. Sasuke ran towards the sand ball, dodging the spikes that formed around him as he did so. He launched a punch that broke through Gaara's defense, injuring Sobakuno himself. How did he break through my defense? Gaara was surprised. This guy is no slouch. Well, I'll teach him a lesson. Gaara thought. His hand transformed into something like a beast's hand, only made of sand, and he grabbed Uchiha's hand. But he used Chidori again and broke free. At this time, someone used Genjutsu to put everyone to sleep. Genjutsu. But why? Naruto thought, removing this illusion from himself. Kakashi, can you see Genjutsu too? Guy asked. Yes, Kai. Hatake answered, simultaneously removing the effect of the technique. Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei. Who could have cast Genjutsu on almost everyone here? Sakura asked. It seems that Suna attacked us. Uzumaki thought. Think about it, why send one team? Just to reconnoiter the area and the situation of forces in the village. Yes, you're right, everyone answered. A purple barrier appeared on the roof of the building where the Hokage and Kazekige's seats were. And a man in an Anbu suit appeared in front of Kakashi, Guy, Naruto and Sakura. What are you doing here? Hokage-sama is in danger, Hatake said. The Anbu remained silent. Having made a couple of seals, 2 Otogako ninja stood on each side of him. So it's not just sand that's plotting against Konoha, but sound as well. Okay, let's get started, Kakashi said and pounced on the Anbu. Naruto meanwhile made an unfinished rasengan and knocked out one of the Otogako ninja. Meanwhile, Guy started attacking the other one. The remaining ninja attacked Naruto, who knocked him out. Naruto saw Team Gaara running into the forest. Kakashi-sensei, I'll go call Sakura and Sasuke to catch up with Gaara, Kankuro and Temari. Sasuke is already chasing them. Kakashi formed the summoning seals. Pakken, you go with them. Follow Sasuke's scent. Okay. Follow me. He's chasing 3 people. Pakken said and ran in the direction where Sasuke ran in pursuit of Gaara. Temari, take Gaara with you, and I'll hold him off. Kankuro said. No, let me do it. I'll still be slower than you. I said go. He's already here. Kankuro shouted and Uchiha appeared in front of them. So who will fight against me? Really you? Sasuke looked at Kankuro with a grin. Stop, I will fight him. Uchiha turned around and saw Shino standing on a branch. Go after Gaara, your fight with him is not over yet. I have my own scores to settle with Kankuro. Our fight hasn't even begun yet. Okay, if you're confident in your abilities, Sasuke said. Give me 10 minutes and I'll catch up with you. Then you better not waste time. 10 minutes will be enough for me too, Sasuke said and headed after Gaara and Temari. Well, shall we begin? Kankuro asked. Controlling the puppet. A puppet appeared behind Sobakuno, to which he attached chakra threads in order to control it. Aburame began releasing bugs from his hands. Kankuro launched his puppet at Shino, who dodged, and where he stood, a blade from the puppet pierced and a pool of poison remained. Poisoned blades. We need to be careful, Aburame noted and jumped into the bush. It won't help you, said Sobakuno and launched his puppet there. Shino, noticing her approach, threw 2 kunai at her, but she turned into a log. A substitution. Not bad. Aburame jumped out of hiding and Kankuro threw several shuriken at him, one of which hit him in the head and the other in the torso. It seemed that he lost, but his body began to turn into bugs. Bugs. But where is he then? Kankuro thought and began to look around. At that moment, a rustling sound came from behind him, giving away Shino's location. Shino raised his hand to strike, but Sobakuno managed to dodge. So you used bait to distract me and then snuck up behind me. Not bad. Your technique shows that you are strong at long range, but not in close combat, Shino said. Don't get carried away. You haven't seen even half of my technique's capabilities, Kankuro said and launched a projectile at Aberame with the help of a puppet. Shino made the bugs make a kind of shield, but the projectile launched at him turned out to be filled with poisonous smoke, which was released outside. Poisonous smoke. We need to get out of here quickly. Aberame jumped onto the branch that was above his head and fell to one knee. Damn, I inhaled it after all. Now he's finished. The poison has already started to work. Well, I'll spare you from suffering. Sobakuno pointed his puppet at him, but for some reason it stopped obeying him. What happened? Why won't it obey him? Kankuro asked and saw that bugs were crawling in the places where the puppet's parts were connected. He put his bugs in my puppet. Now they'll start moving towards me along the chakra threads. Sobakuno got scared and tore off all the chakra threads that connected his fingers and the puppet. But then he thought, what a fool he is. Doesn't he know that the puppeteer can regain control of the puppet at any time? After which he again connected his fingers and the puppet's head with chakra threads and launched it at Aberame. There were only a few dozen centimeters left before his head simply collapsed. But why? Was all Kankuro had time to think. But then he looked at his hands and realized. So that's what you really had in mind. But then he realized, but how did they end up on me? I was watching this. When I tried to hit you, I just pretended to miss. In fact, I planted a female beetle on your headband. It gives off a strong smell, but humans don't smell it. You were too fixated on protecting yourself from the front, forgetting about the back. They were slowly approaching you. After that, Aberame dropped to 2 knees. Damn bugs. Was all Kankuro could say before he passed out from the loss of chakra. The poison has already completely poisoned my body, Shino said before he lost consciousness. Commentary on Part 17. Sasuke's new technique and the attack on Konoha Part 17 is ready. I hope you enjoy it. Enjoy reading. 18. The battle against Gaara. Let me fix you up, Temari said, letting go of Gaara. Go to hell. Sobakuno threw his sister aside, after which she hit a tree. I can manage without you. I don't need you. Sasuke landed on a tree branch that stood nearby. Sasuke Uchiha. Did he really deal with Kankuro so quickly? No, it's too fast. Obviously, someone was helping him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come so quickly, Temari thought. I don't know what you're planning, San Shinobi. But whatever it is, I won't let you do it, Sasuke said coldly. Uchiha, you and I are not alike. Gaara said. I don't have friends like you. But it's not them that make you strong, it's your goal. The desire to achieve it. I don't care what you mumble. I want to see you in action. Gaara grabbed his head. His sand armor began to crack, and his left hand became the same one he had grabbed Sasuke with during the fight. This is what I saw during our fight. When I used Chidori. You're mine. You're mine. Gaara started to say something, but he fell to his knees and started shaking his head from side to side. And no, not that. Temari was scared. What is he? Uchiha asked himself. You are my victim, Sobakuno shouted. At this time, his second hand became the same as the left one, and half of his face began to look like something terrible. By killing you, I will know what life is. Gaara said in a tone that sent shivers down his spine. The thing lunged at Sasuke, striking the spot where the Uchiha had been standing moments before. He jumped back into another tree. Where are you hiding, Uchiha Sasuke? Am I that scary? Gaara began to shout. Temari shrank her whole body in fear. She clutched her head in her hands and tried to calm down, but to be honest, she couldn't. Sasuke jumped out of his hiding place, and Sobakuno launched his hand into him, extending it. He was happy when he hit Uchiha, but he turned into a log. Substitution, Gaara realized. At this time, Sasuke threw 6 kunai at him. The red-haired man covered himself with his hand, after which he threw them with such force that the kunai that hit the branches simply broke them. The Uchiha hid in cover again. Hiding again. You stopped hating, that's why you're weak. Sasuke began to form Chidori and pounced on Gaara when he flew at the Uchiha raising his hand. Chidori pierced the red-haired man's hand. Now I know why I wanted this fight so much. It's pain. How good it is to fight an opponent who can hurt you. Gaara began to shout. This Sasuke. No one could hurt Gaara, and he did it twice. He's the same monster. Let's see what comes out of this, Temari thought. At that moment, the red-haired man's tail began to form. He jumped at the Uchiha, who, activating his Sharingan, dodged. He became even faster. I would already be dead if it weren't for the Sharingan, Sasuke thought to himself. Keaton, great fireball. Sasuke launched his technique at Gaara, but he used sand to cover himself and thus escaped the technique. He didn't even slow down. Either Chidori or death, Uchiha thought before the red-haired man's fist flew at him. Sasuke flew back several dozen meters and made a huge dent in the tree he crashed into. Flashback. Your limit is 3 Chidori. If you use more, you will die, Kakashi said. End flashback. I have to do Chidori, Sasuke thought and began to create the technique again. He jumped on Sobakuno and tore off his arm. After that, Sasuke began to be covered in black marks and he collapsed. You're weak. People like you don't belong in this world, Sobakuno shouted and attacked him. But his hand's blow was interrupted by Naruto's blow. You've done enough, Sasuke. Leave him to me, Uzumaki said. Sakura and Pakken stood next to him. Distracted by Sasuke, Naruto did not have time to stop Gaara and he pounced on the Uchiha, trying to kill him. But Sakura stood in his way with a kunai in her hand. Sobakuno threw her away and she lost consciousness. He attached her there with his hand, detaching it from his body, and in its place another began to form. You better hurry. The hand that's holding that girl will squeeze her harder and harder with each passing second until it kills her. Show me everything you can do. After these words, Gaara fell to his knees, and his upper body began to transform. We need to deal with him quickly, Uzumaki thought. Summoning technique. Naruto called Gamakichi. No time to explain. Call your father here, preferably as soon as possible. Understood, said Gamakichi and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Sand shurikens, Gaara said, and projectiles flew from his hands, which Uzumaki dodged. Shadow clone. Naruto created several dozen clones, who began to beat Gaara. He fell, all indents left by Naruto's blows. Soon, they disappeared. After that, Sobakuno began to exterminate the clones with his hand. I didn't think you could awaken my true form, Gaara shouted as he transformed into a giant raccoon dog. Forced sleep technique. Damn, why is it taking so long? Okay, I'll try again, Uzumaki thought and folded the summoning seals. Summoning technique. This time, he summoned Gamabunta along with Gamakichi. What kind of power is this? How did he become so strong? Sasuke thought to himself. They're both monsters, Temari thought. You again, why did you call? Asked Gamabunta, smoking his pipe. Gamabunta-san, do you know what this is? Naruto pointed at the monster standing not far from them. It's Shukaku. We need to wake that kid up and the technique will dissipate. Gamabunta said, jumping on Shukaku. He cut off his hand. Fuyutan. Air bullets, Shukaku said and launched bullets from the air at the toad. Sutan. Water bullets, created a counter technique to Gamabunta. He jumped up, dodging the technique Shukaku used, he said, Sutan, water bullets, and launched them at the Bayu, missed. One-tailed shouted. Gamabunta-san, how can I get to Gaara? I don't have fangs or claws to hold Shukaku. Let's use a joint transformation technique, the toad replied. But how? Imagine an animal with claws and fangs, leave the rest to me, Naruto. As luck would have it, nothing comes to mind. Naruto began to panic. Exactly. The 9 tails. Ready? Asked Gamabunta. Yes, Naruto answered. Joint transformation technique. Gamabunta and Uzumaki said at the same time. The toad transformed into a gray 9 tails and headed towards Gaara. Wow, Uchiha whispered, watching Naruto and Gaara fight. Fuyutan. Air bullets, Shukaku said and fired at Gamabunta, in the form of the 9 tails. He used his tails to protect himself from the projectiles and said, get ready. I'll hold him now, and he pounced on One-tailed, digging his benches into him. Come on. After cancelling the transformation technique, Naruto punched Gaara in the cheekbone, causing him to wake up. He cancelled the technique. Well, it's not the end yet, Gaara thought and said, sand coffin. Naruto began to envelop Gaara in sand so that Uzumaki could not hit him again. Uzumaki began to emit purple chakra, with which he was able to break free and strike Gaara in the head. From this, Shukaku, on which they were, turned into sand. Gaara and Naruto fell into a tree. I will destroy you anyway. I will wipe you off the face of the earth and continue to exist. Gaara shouted, preparing to strike Naruto, but Naruto got ahead of him, striking him in the jaw, causing them both to fall from the tree to the ground. Naruto managed to get up and, staggering, slowly began to approach the lying Gaara, who had no strength left. What made him so strong? Sobakuno thought, and seeing that Naruto had already walked half the distance, he shouted, "Don't come near me. I know what loneliness is. I know this pain." Gaara's eyes widened. "Everyone in the village hates me. But I didn't break. I made many friends who supported me in these most difficult moments. I will protect them, even if I have to kill you." Uzumaki shouted. But why do it for others?" Gaara asked. "Because they saved me from loneliness." Here, Sasuke landed in front of Naruto and looked at him. "Sakura is fine." The sand fell. Apparently Gaara's chakra is gone. Completely. Kankuro and Temari appeared in front of Sobakuno, looking angrily at Naruto and Sasuke. "Great," Naruto whispered and passed out. "It's not worth it. It's all over," Gaara said barely audibly. Kankuro and Temari looked at him in surprise. "I didn't think I'd see my brother in this state," the puppeteer thought, and began to lift Gaara, throwing his arm over his neck. "Temari, let's go." They disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto. "Now I understand what gives me strength," Gaara thought. Temari, Kankuro. His brother and sister looked at him. Forgive me. For everything. Commentary on 18. Fight Against Gaara Part 18 is ready. Don't forget to leave your feedback. Enjoy reading. Part 19. Orochimaru versus the Third Hokage. What is the meaning of this, Kazekage-sama? The third asked as the head of Tsunagaku held a kunai to his neck. "And I told you a long time ago to choose a successor for the post of fifth Hokage, Sarutobi-sensei," said Orochimaru in the guise of Kazekage. "So it's you, Orochimaru," Hiruzen said in surprise. "The barrier of four fires," said the members of the Four of Sound. "So it won't be easy for me to get out," Sarutobi said. "More precisely, you won't be able to get out of here at all," Orochimaru corrected the third. They both took off. The third launched several shurikens from the serpent, which he dodged. "You can't defeat me when you're so weak. Phantom snake technique," the Sannin said, and a snake appeared from his mouth and wrapped around the Hokage's neck. "This is your end." But Hiruzen just turned into a pile of dirt. Replacement. Not bad. Doton. Great Silt River technique, Hiruzen said as he performed several hand seals, causing a stream of mud to form on the roof of the building where they were fighting. "Is that really all you can do now?" Orochimaru quipped. "You're wrong, Keaton. Fireball." A fireball appeared from Sarutobi's mouth and flew at Orochimaru, but he simply dodged it. "You won't be able to defeat me if you use such weak techniques," Orochimaru said. "Don't be afraid, it was just a warm-up," the third replied, tearing off his Hokage clothes. He was left in light armor. "So you assumed this?" Sannin asked. "Well, no matter. Even so, you won't be able to defeat me." Hiruzen decided to remain silent and launched 4 shuriken at him, after which he made several seals and said, "Shadow Shuriken technique." "Impure reincarnation technique," Orochimaru said, clasping his palms together. "This technique. We must stop the fourth Hokage's coffin at any cost," Hiruzen thought, launching another 10 shurikens. First, second, and 3. The coffin with Minato began to return to the ground. Third didn't come out. "Well, okay, first and second will do the job." After this, the coffin lids fell, and the first and second Hokage emerged from them. Did he really summon these two? Sarutobi was surprised. "So what are you going to do now?" Sarutobi-sensei, Sannin asked mockingly. "Keaton, Fire Dragon," said the third and directed it at Hashirama and Tobirama. Having fallen under Hiruzen's technique, Tobirama said, "Suton, Great Waterfall." A powerful stream of water appeared from the ground, stopping Sarutobi's fire technique. Suton, Great Wave, water began to appear around him, which headed towards Hiruzen. He folded the seals and said, "Doton, the Great Stone Wall." A huge wall, made of stone, grew out of the ground. The entire stream of water that rushed towards it simply redirected itself and disappeared. After that, the first Hokage began a seal on the third, attacking him with taijutsu. Splashing water on Sarutobi's face, he kicked him in the face, causing him to fly several meters away. "And you're still as fast and strong. Just like before. It's not easy to fight you," Hiruzen said and climbed onto his wall of stone that he had created earlier. "Suton, Cutting Water Stream," said the second, and streams of water shot out of his mouth, destroying the wall of stone. The third fell and began to catch his breath. After all, his age was taking its toll. "Mokuton, Great Forest," Hashirama said, and huge roots and tree trunks began to appear from the ground. "The first's Kekkei Genkai. That's dangerous," Sarutobi said and bit his finger. But he was tied up by tree roots. That's it. I think the fight is over, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru said with a smile. Hiruzen was finally able to touch one of the Koreans and said, summoning technique. A large monkey emerged from the clouds of smoke. Orochimaru. Enma was surprised and looked at the third. You are a fool, Sarutobi. I told you that you should have killed him when you had the chance. No time to chat. Come on, transform, Sarutobi shouted. Don't let him transform, Orochimaru said, and the past Hokage he had summoned headed towards the monkey. The second tried to strike him, but did not have time and was himself hit in the head, and broke several trees under him with his body. The first also tried to strike, but was grabbed by the leg and thrown back several meters. Enma turned into a staff and cut off the roots that held Hiruzen. At this time, the Sannin folded seals and a sword appeared from his mouth. Kusanagi. The third was surprised. Enma, are you ready? Yes, but be careful, Kusanagi is stronger than me, the monkey replied. I know. Hiruzen began to strike with his staff, but Orochimaru dodged. Kusanagi and Enma crossed, holding each other, but Sarutobi knocked Hashirama down, tripping him. Without losing his composure, Hiruzen attached an explosive tag to him, which neither Orochimaru nor the first noticed. Immediately, Tobirama ran up to the third, striking Sarutobi, but he dodged and attached an explosive tag. He tried to detonate them, but he was stopped by the snake, who flew at him. The Sannin was grabbed by Enma's hand, by the neck, after which he said, You're finished, Orochimaru. I'll break your neck. He squeezed his neck, but the Sannin turned into dirt. As soon as he recovered, the third kicked him away and detonated the seals that were on Hashirama and Tobirama. But they recovered a few moments later. Thanks to Orochimaru's technique, their souls are forcibly tied to this world. They need to be sealed. The third thought, Old man, that was stupid. Fighting against us without using Shadow Clone, the Sannin said mockingly. Don't worry, Orochimaru, I will still protect my village. Shadow Clone, Sarutobi said and began to fold another series of seals, only this technique remains. Could it be? Enma suggested. Genjutsu, pitch darkness, Tobirama said, and the third Hokage was enveloped in darkness. This is the seal of the death god. Only the one who used this technique can see it. No one else can see it, thought Hiruzen and, having sensed the chakra of the second and first, used clones to seal them. Forgive me, Tobirama, Hashirama, Hiruzen said regretfully. Their souls were taken by the Shinigami. The bodies they were in crumbled to dust. But Hashirama managed to say, Forgive us, Sarutobi. We have placed a heavy burden on you. After which he fell apart. The darkness is retreating. What kind of technique is this? Orochimaru was surprised. This is a technique that even you don't know, Hiruzen said, and using his staff, he knocked Kusanagi out of the Sannin's hands. Enma's hand appeared from the staff, with which he tried to grab the snake, but the latter said, the shadow snakes, the snakes that emerged from his sleeves, stopped him. The third one landed in front of the Sannin and began to hold him. The hand of the god of death grabbed Orochimaru's soul, but he did not lose his head, and forming a seal, pointed the sword at Sarutobi. Enma saw this, and tried to stop it, grabbing the handle. But it did not help, and the blade pierced Sarutobi. Why didn't you dodge? You saw Kusanagi, the Sannin asked. There is no point, Orochimaru. The one who uses the seal of the death god must give up his life. So it doesn't matter whether I return from the sword or not. It doesn't matter, we will die together anyway, the third replied. At this time, Shinigami captured Orochimaru's soul. What's wrong with me? I'm getting weaker. The Sannin was scared. He tried to use some technique, but it didn't work. I can't use jutsu. We will die together, Orochimaru. This is where your life ends. The Hokage said and began to pull his student's soul out of his body. I don't care that you're Hokage. In fact, you're an old man who can't do anything. While you were trying to kill me, my shinobi launched an attack on Konoha. It will soon be gone. You still don't understand. Konoha shinobi are ready to give their lives to save someone else. This village will live if such shinobi remain in it. At this time, Shino began to wake up. He asked, but how? I was poisoned. Don't worry, my bugs have removed the poison. Shino looked in the direction from which the voice was heard. Father. Take a rest, Shino. On the roof of the residence. I don't have enough strength to completely extract his soul. The Hokage noted sadly. We both understand that I won't be able to seal your soul completely. But there is something I can do. Using the last of his strength, Hiruzen was able to extract part of Orochimaru's soul. Now, Shinigami sealed Orochimaru's hands. Damn, my hands. I can't control them. What did you do? Asked Sannin. I took all your techniques. Without your arms, there's not much you can do. I only regret that I can't take you with me. Sarutobi said, falling to the ground. Orochimaru-sama, are you okay? Kidomaru asked. Our plan has failed. We're leaving. Remove the barrier. Remove the barrier, said the Four of Sound. At the stadium. The barrier is down, said Guy. They're getting away. We need to catch them. Don't bother, Guy, Kakashi said. Right, what if it's a trap? Said the man in the mask. Are you suggesting that we just stand still? Right, Kabuto, Hataki asked. Kabuto took off his mask and said, let's go. After saying this, he and his accomplice disappeared. Kakashi, let's go to the Hokage. He might be trapped, said Maito. Yes, Kakashi answered. Commentary on Part 19. Orochimaru vs. the Third Hokage. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Part 20. The Third Hokage's funeral and Itachi's entry into Konoha. The next day was to be the funeral of the Third Hokage of Konohagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone was going to come to this event. Not only shinobi and ordinary residents of Konoha, but also residents of other villages wanted to say goodbye to this wonderful man who saved this village at the cost of his life. Naruto sat in his apartment, looking at the corner of the room with an empty, downcast look. It was clear that Uzumaki was thinking about something. Hearing the ringing of the alarm clock, which Naruto set so as not to be late for the farewell ceremony with the Hokage, he began to get dressed. He put on a black shirt, a jacket and shoes of the same color. He left the house, putting his hands in the pockets of his jacket. They agreed to meet with the 7th team near the entrance to the cemetery. Seeing pink hair there, he realized that they were already waiting for him. Even after greeting them, he walked a little further and looked at the sky. It was gray. Clouds filled the entire space of the sky. Let's go, Naruto said coldly and moved towards the entrance. Everyone silently followed him. There were many shinobi and ordinary villagers at the cemetery, and not only Konoha. Many lost their loved ones in the battle against Sunagakure and Otogakure. Those who remained alive came to see off not only the Hokage, but also their acquaintances, relatives and friends. Most of those present came with bouquets of flowers, which they laid next to Hiruzen's grave. It started raining and Sakura said. It started raining. Apparently, the clouds are also grieving. Here Uzumaki thought. Why do good, kind and brave people die first? Why do those who commit crimes die later than them? Naruto saw Konohamaru, whom he and his team had saved from Kankuro. He was crying. Iruka, who was standing next to him, looked at him with sympathy. He himself had once been in a similar situation. Flashback. Iruka, a 13-year-old boy, stands near the grave of the heroes who defended the village from the Nine Tails attack. His parents died in that battle. I can't believe that a year has passed since that terrible event, said the third, and Yumino turned around at his voice. Your teacher said that you are the funniest in your class. You always make everyone laugh. It must be hard to hide under the mask of carelessness. I'm not crying because I'm sad. It's a great honor to die as heroes. I'm glad that I'm the son of heroes. I'm crying because I'm proud of them. I'm not even upset that I'm left alone. Iruka said. Nothing. I feel that somewhere deep inside you there is a boy who is in great pain. Remember, you are not alone. Every shinobi of our village has the will of fire. It binds everyone, said the Hokage, hugging Iruka. Do you have this will? I think there is. End flashback. At this time, Kakashi stands at the hero's grave in the rain. He is thinking about something. Yugao comes up to him from behind. Hataki senses her presence. Is this for Hayate? Kakashi asked. The girl remained silent and approached the monument, after which she placed a bouquet of flowers on it. You better hurry. The Hokage's funeral has already begun, Hataki said. Have you decided to visit Obito? You should have come here earlier so you don't have to apologize for being late for the funeral, Yugao said. That's what I did, Kakashi replied. I've been here since dawn. Here I think about the mistakes I made in the past. Jiraiya watched this. The memory of his first training appeared before his eyes. And many more, connected with Hiruzen. At the cemetery, Naruto decides to ask. Iruka-sensei, why do people act like this? Why do they sacrifice for others? When a person dies, his past, present and future cease to exist. Even dreams, like Hayate, for example. Only those close to him remain. Friends, parents, acquaintances. Together they form a society of people who preserve his memories. At that very time, two people were standing on the outskirts of the village. The village suffered greatly after the attack, one of them said. Are you still worried about your home village, Itachi-san? Asked a tall man with a large bandaged thing on his back. No, not at all. Commentary on Part 20. The third Hokage's funeral and Itachi's entry into Konoha. The 20th part turned out to be small. Don't kick me. I hope you like it. Enjoy reading. Part 21. Naruto and Jiraiya leave to find Tsunade. Itachi arrives in Konoha. The day after the Hokage's funeral, Naruto went to finish his rasengan. Jiraiya was watching all of this. When Uzumaki managed to get a completed rasengan, he was very surprised. Naruto, you finally finished the rasengan. Congratulations. The Sannin walked up to his student and ruffled his hair. You mastered the technique so quickly. You're a genius. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Okay, I think that's enough for today. We can go home. By the way, do you want to come with me to look for Tsunade? Why should we look for her? She left Konoha. In connection with the death of the third, we need to find someone to replace him, Sannin answered. Naruto's expression darkened for a moment at these words, but then he returned to his usual expression. Of course, they offered me the post of 5th Hokage, but I refused. It's not for me, sitting in an office and signing all sorts of papers. They offered the post of Hokage to Tsunade, but since she's not in the village, I'm going to look for her. I see. Do you at least know where to find her? Naruto asked. I have several spies in all 5 great countries who provide me with information, Jiraiya replied. So you already have an idea where Tsunade is? Uzumaki asked again. Yes, at the moment, she is in the Land of Fire. She has been seen in several cities, not far from Konoha. I see. When are we leaving? Asked Uzumaki. It's a pity, of course, that I won't be able to see the entire Great Trinity in one place. Okay, don't despair. We'll be leaving in an hour. You can warn your friends in the meantime. This mission could take a while. Excellent. I'll warn 3 of them, and they'll tell the rest that I'm not in the village. With these words, Naruto headed towards the Uchiha's house. Arriving at his house, he knocked, and after a few moments Sasuke came out. Naruto, did you want something? Uchiha asked in surprise. Yes, I'm leaving the village to look for Tsunade. Can you tell the others if you cross paths? Naruto asked. Okay, is that all? Yes, and one more thing. I'm leaving for an indefinite period, so tell them not to worry, Uchiha Uzumaki warned. Got it? Well, if that's all, then go, Sasuke said. See you. The next stop was Sakura's house. It wasn't that far from the Uchiha's house, so Naruto walked there in a few minutes. When he knocked, Haruno's mother opened the door. Hello, Mebuki-san. Is Sakura home? Asked Uzumaki. Hello, yes, I'll call you now. The woman disappeared behind the door, and a couple of minutes later Sakura came out. Hello, Sakura-chan. Uzumaki greeted. Hello, did you want something? Asked Haruno. Yes, I'm going to look for Tsunade. Since she's not in the village, it might take a while. Can you warn the others? Naruto asked. By the way, I warned Sasuke. Okay, I'll pass it on when I see someone. Thank you. Okay, I'll go. Yeah, Sakura said and went into the house. Naruto headed towards the Hyuga quarter. For some reason, he wanted to warn Hinata. Since their quarter was quite far away, it took Naruto 15 minutes to run there. When he got there, he saw a huge fence and a gate, which he knocked on. A few moments later, a tall man came out of the quarter. Hello, why have you come? Asked the man. Hello, could you please call Hinata Hyuga? Uzumaki asked. Wait a few minutes. I'll call her now. Thank you. A few minutes later, as the man said, Hinata came out of the block. Seeing Naruto, she blushed a little. Hello, listen, I'm leaving Konoha. Uzumaki began to speak. Why? Hyuga was scared. Don't worry, Naruto tried to calm Hinata down. I'm leaving Konoha to find Tsunade. She was nominated for the role of the 5th Hokage. I don't think anything will change dramatically if I leave, right? Naruto asked. I think so, Hinata replied. Well then, I came to ask you. Could you please warn everyone that I am leaving for an indefinite period of time? Uzumaki asked. Oh okay, Naruto-kun. Hinata replied. By the way, Sasuke and Sakura already know. I asked them too. Well, okay, I'll go, time is running out. See you, Uzumaki said, turning his back to Hyuga, in order to go home and collect the necessary things for the trip. Bye. Naruto heard Hinata's voice. Arriving home, Uzumaki took his briefcase and put in his essentials, spare clothes and many other things. He locked his apartment and headed to the gates of Konoha, where the Toad Hermit was already waiting for him. Ready? Jiraiya asked. Yes, where are we going first? At this time, two people are walking next to the river. There, Asuma and Kurenai stand in front of them. Stop, you are not from this village. What is the purpose of your visit? Asked Sarutobi. Long time no see, Asuma, Kurenai. Since you know our names, that means you were a Konoha shinobi, Kurenai said. One of them lifted his straw hat and showed his Sharingan. Asuma and Kurenai were shocked as they recognized him as Itachi. Just look at it. Itachi Uchiha. In person. Asuma said. I have to give you credit. Coming to the village after what you did to your clan. That takes courage. Since you know each other, let me introduce myself, said the tall man with a bandaged thing on his back, taking off his hat. I'm Kisame Hoshigaki. We know who you are. Kisame, you are from Kirigakure. S-class missing nin. You are suspected of murdering a feudal lord and spying. You, he said. Tell me why you came. I know that you didn't sneak into the village just like that. Asuma said. Please, don't get in our way. I don't want to kill you, Itachi said. It's funny to hear that from someone who destroyed his own clan. Sarutobi chuckled. At that moment, Kisame's weapon landed between the Konoha Jonin. Itachi-san, can I kill them? They're starting to piss me off. Hoshigaki said. Well, I don't think we'll achieve anything without a fight. Just don't overdo it. We don't need to attract unnecessary attention. After these words, Itachi threw his hat. As soon as she touched the ground, Kisame tried to strike Asuma with his weapon, but Asuma used his blades to defend himself. I can barely hold this sword. It's very strong, thought Sarutobi. Kurenai used genjutsu and Itachi noticed it. Ah. So, genjutsu reflection technique, said the Uchiha and flashed his Sharingan. Yuhi used an illusion to become invisible and began to entangle Itachi in the roots. At that moment, Kasama's sword touched Sarutobi's shoulder and Hoshigaki thought. It's useless. My sword is so sharp that it cuts almost anything I want. After that, he pulled the sword towards himself, causing the bandages covering it to fly off. The sword left a deep wound on Asuma's shoulder. Kurenai appeared on the trunk of the tree, in whose horses she had entangled the Uchiha, and tried to hit him with a kunai. But a moment later she herself was in his place. It seems you forgot. I am a master of illusions. Itachi said and rushed at Kurenai. She bit her lip until it bled to free herself from her own technique that had turned against her. The illusion dissipated and she managed to block Itachi's kick. But it was so strong that she flew over the fence and fell into the water. Itachi approached her. And you live up to your reputation, however. Kakashi's voice, standing behind him, didn't let him finish. But this is the end. At least for you. Kurenai, Kakashi, Sarutobi shouted. If I were you, I wouldn't get distracted, Kisame said calmly and began to swing his sword. Sarutobi began to dodge. Kisame opened up and Asuma attacked him. Hoshigaki dodged, but a scratch appeared on his cheek. What? The missing nin was surprised. He began to form seals, after which he said, Sutan, water dragon technique, and launched it at Asuma, but the path of his technique was blocked by the same technique of Kakashi. He used the same technique as me. Kakashi stood in front of Asuma and used the Sutan technique. So that's how you copied my technique. Kisame said, looking at the Sharingan that Itachi had in his left eye. At that moment, a water technique flew at Kakashi's clone. I didn't see any seals. The shuriken in his hand was just bait. Too slow, Itachi said and thrust a kunai into Hitachi's back. It disintegrated into drops of water. A water clone. My village must be proud that he copied our technique so well, Kisame thought. At this time, Kakashi's shadow clone swam underwater and handed a kunai to Kurenai. She took the kunai, but the original grabbed her and carried her to the shore. It's a trap. After these words, the shadow clone that was under the water exploded. Don't look him in the eye. He'll easily put you in genjutsu, Hitachi said. But how? It is very difficult to predict the opponent's movement without looking into his eyes. Asuma said. Do as I say. Close your eyes. I'll have to face him alone. My Sharingan against his. Sarutobi and Kurenai closed their eyes, while Kakashi left only his Sharingan open. The Sharingan can resist many techniques. But there is one technique that it won't help anyone against. It's Tsukiyomi, Itachi said. In an instant, the world changed in Kakashi's eyes. Everything turned red, and the sky turned black. Damn, I got caught after all. You will have to stay here for 3 days. Only a second will pass in the present. Kakashi hung on the cross, his hands and feet tied to it. Unable to break free, he gave up trying. Multiple copies of Itachi appeared in the Tsukiyomi, stabbing their katanas into Kakashi's body. So, you will have to stay for 72 hours. Commentary on Part 21. Naruto and Jiraiya leave to find Tsunade. Itachi arrives in Konoha. Part 21 is ready. Enjoy reading. Part 22. The purpose of Itachi's arrival. Tsukiyomi stopped and Kakashi fell to his knees. Kakashi, what happened? Kurenai asked with her eyes closed. He was talking to you, and a second later you fell. Asuma added, 3 days in that world, and only a second in this one. Why doesn't he just kill me? He can, thought Hatake. Kisame landed next to Itachi and said, you can't use the Sharingan for long, Itachi-san. You know it's dangerous. What you came for, is it Sasuke? Kakashi asked. No, we came for the son of the fourth Hokage. Said Uchiha. What is he talking about? Kurenai asked. Naruto, Kakashi guessed. Flashback. Long time no see, Jiraiya-san, Hatake said. Okay, let's get down to business. Now I will be training Naruto. The third acted wisely by letting you train Naruto. But even someone with such amazing skills as you won't be able to prepare him. Jiraiya began. Prepare for what? I've been following Orochimaru since he left the village. But recently he joined the organization, the Sannin began to explain. Which one? Akatsuki. Unfortunately, I don't know the intentions of this organization. But all the shinobi that are there are class missing nin. There are 10 of these shinobi. I don't know all the members of this organization. But think about it, 10 such powerful ninjas aren't going to just like that. Take Itachi for example. They recently started to split into pairs. It's unknown why. Most likely, they want to get their hands on the 9 tails. After all, it has huge reserves of chakra. Jiraiya finished. You continue training Sasuke. Teach him Sharingan techniques and the like. And I will train Naruto. He should soon find out that the fox is sealed inside him. Because of him, he will have to be careful all his life. That is his destiny. End flashback. Now I get it. You need the 9 tails inside Naruto. Kakashi understood. You are from Akatsuki. Isn't that right? The Nukanins were taken aback by this. So we take Kakashi with us, and we don't need the rest. Remove them, Itachi said. Kisame swung his sword and charged at Asuma and Kurenai, but his strike was blocked. Well, and who do we have here? Hoshigaki asked with anticipation. The splashing of water stopped and Guy appeared before their eyes. Itachi. Maito was surprised. Guy picked up Kakashi, who had lost consciousness and was sinking to the bottom. I sent for a squad of Anbu. Kurenai, take Kakashi to the infirmary. And you, Asuma, open your eyes. I know all about the Sharingan. Just look at his feet. You can tell from them what the enemy is going to do, said Guy. You have no lack of courage. Kisame, let's go. We didn't come here to fight. We don't need any extra noise. Itachi said after that. The Nukanins disappeared. Jiraiya-san, what city are we going to now? Naruto asked. Otofuku. They saw Tsunade there, the Sannin answered. As far as I remember, it's a little more than 10 kilometers away. If we move through the trees, we'll get there in about 3 hours, Naruto reasoned. That's right, but we'll be wasting extra energy. And while we're walking, Tsunade might go to another city. Let's walk at a normal pace. They'll be able to pass on information about where she was seen to me, said Jiraiya. On the way to the right city we'll come across a small town. I think we'll stop there. I see. Then let's go. I think that you, Itachi-san, could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. If we fight, we'll kill each other. Agree. It's not very attractive. Even if there are more of us, the outcome will be the same. A few hours later, Jiraiya and Naruto arrived at the city the Sannin had spoken of. They entered the inn and booked a room and unpacked their things. Jiraiya-san, why did you take me as a student? Naruto decided to ask. Well, you are very capable. You learned the rasengan in a month and a half. And you also look like the fourth Hokage. Yes. And what kind of student was he? Well, he was a genius of his generation. By the way, he became Hokage thanks to my training. Meanwhile in Konoha. Guy, Asuma and Kurenai are sitting in Kakashi's apartment. Something doesn't add up here. Since Itachi and Kisame are in the village, they should have found Naruto by now, Asuma said. That's right. Quiet, Guy said, hearing footsteps outside the door. A few moments later, Sasuke entered the room. He looked around and realized that something was wrong. Why is Kakashi sleeping? And why are there 3 Junin in his room? Sasuke asked. Nothing special. Guy tried to make an excuse. I can see that you are lying. What happened? Uchiha did not retreat. At that moment, the door opened and some Jonin appeared from there. Akatsuki came to the village. Is it true that Itachi came for Naruto? Everyone in the room put their hand to their face. Guy said, "Idiot." And only now, the newcomer noticed Sasuke standing there with a gloomy face. A few moments later, he ran out of the room and onto the street. Damn it, if Itachi came for Naruto, then he's definitely finished. Itachi can easily distract Jiraiya and Naruto will die. I can't let my friends suffer. After about half an hour, he arrived at the town where Naruto and the Toad Hermit were now. He began to check all the hotels. And now, having found the right one, he began to climb. At this time, Jiraiya-san went to the store. Maybe he should meditate, Naruto thought. He heard a knock on the door. Then another and another. Just a second. I'll be right there, Uzumaki said and headed for the door. Opening the door, he saw Sasuke there. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Naruto was taken aback. My brother, Itachi, is coming for you. You are in danger. Where is Jiraiya-sama? The Uchiha asked. He went to the store. Why? Uzumaki answered. Wait, as I understood from your story, your brother is hunting me. Right, yes, Sasuke answered almost shouting. Why, it's obvious that you yourself only recently found out about this. Okay, I'll tell you everything. I came to Kakashi's house, because he asked me to come in. When I entered the room, I saw Guy-sensei, Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei. I started asking why Kakashi was unconscious, but they made excuses. Then some Junin entered the room and asked, Akatsuki came to the village. Is it true that Itachi came for Naruto? That's what Uchiha said. Akatsuki. I heard something about it from Jiraiya-san, but I didn't ask. According to him, it's a criminal organization that consists of 10 S-class criminals. By the way, Orochimaru was one of them. They divide into pairs, and work like that. I haven't heard anything else. Naruto started talking. If they work in pairs, then you're definitely finished, Sasuke concluded. There was another knock on the door, and the friends, armed with kunai, approached it as quietly as possible. There was another knock, and they opened the door. Itachi stood in front of them. Commentary on Part 22. The purpose of Itachi's arrival part is finished. I hope you like it. Don't forget to leave comments. Enjoy reading. Part 23. Sasuke and Naruto vs. Itachi and Kisame. Tsunade and Orochimaru meet. Itachi? Sasuke asked. Itachi and Kisame, as I understand it. Naruto decided to make sure. As you can see, yes, it's us, Itachi answered indifferently. And what do you want from me? Naruto decided to ask. We don't need something from you, we need you yourself. Kisame answered for his partner. Naruto decided to use Rasengan. After creating it, he rushed at Itachi, who was closest to him. Rasengan, not bad, but that's not enough, Itachi said. Not enough? Then take one more thing from me, brother, Sasuke said and created Chidori. Naruto, let's attack together, the younger Uchiha said so that only Uzumaki could hear him. Naruto nodded and began to create a Rasengan. He and Sasuke rushed at Itachi and hit him in the same place. But he disintegrated into crows. Not bad. The two of you can easily defeat me. But don't forget, I have a partner with me. You don't have a chance, said the elder Uchiha. We need to warn these two. Itachi plunged Naruto and Sasuke into Tsukiyomi. Damn, it's Tsukiyomi, said the younger Uchiha, so we won't be able to remove it. Listen, the boys looked in the direction from which the voice was heard. I didn't come here to fight. So we believed you, especially after the incident with your clan, Naruto shouted. Okay, you can believe it or not, it's your business. After coming to Konoha, you can look in the archives, file number 562. Everything about the Uchiha massacre is recorded there. Okay, let's get down to business. I am a spy in Akatsuki, on my own initiative, Itachi began. I came to warn that this organization has started to stir. Our leader does not announce the goals. But you should be careful. I know that the Hokage died, but as I know, you Naruto, he turned to Uzumaki, with Jiraiya looking for Tsunade. As soon as she becomes Hokage, then tell her everything I told her. Now I will stop the effect of Tsukiyomi, and pretend that you broke out of it, but with great difficulty. Jiraiya should appear any minute now and kiss him and I will retreat. But why don't you leave Akatsuki? Naruto asked. I repeat, I am a spy and I collect information, and then I pass part of the information to Jiraiya. He didn't tell me that you were giving him information, Uzumaki said thoughtfully. He doesn't know. I'm just spreading rumors in small villages where his spies are, that's all. And until when will you be in this organization? Sasuke decided to ask. I don't know, but whenever possible, I'll contact one of you, and you'll pass the information on to Tsunade. She'll be Hokage at that point. Okay, I'm running low on chakra. I'll meet you again. With these words, Itachi ended Tsukuyomi's effect. Naruto and Sasuke deliberately fell to their knees to make it look like they barely escaped. Oh, they broke out. Itachi pretended to be stunned. Really? Amazing. Even Kakashi couldn't do that. Hoshigaki was taken aback. What are you doing here? Everyone heard the Sannin's voice. Itachi. That's who I didn't expect to see. Kiss him. Let's go, said Uchiha. No, it won't work, said Jiraiya and made seals, and the entire corridor became covered with some kind of flesh. No one can get out of here. Itachi remained silent and ran, followed by Kisum. They reached a dead end. But Uchiha used Amaterasu and made his way to freedom. Having come to his senses, Jiraiya also ran after them. Seeing a hole in the wall, he was taken aback. Escaped. But how? And what do we have here? The Sannin saw tongues of black flame. I see. Amaterasu. We need to seal it. Jiraiya-sama. Did they escape? Sasuke feigned surprise. As you can see, yes. Sasuke, go to Konoha. It's quite possible that Itachi came not only for Naruto. At least in Konoha you'll be protected. Okay. Sasuke went to the village. Jiraiya-san, are we going to continue searching for Tsunade? Uzumaki asked. Yes. I just recently received information that she is in the neighboring city, Tanzaku. It is 15 kilometers from here. Let's go. If we hurry, we will be there by evening, said Jiraiya and headed for the exit. Jiraiya-san, Naruto began. Do you not know why Akatsuki needs me? No, I don't know. But most likely, they're hunting the 9 tails that is inside you. As I recall, when you attacked Konoha, you used its chakra. Asked the hermit. Well, yes, I used it during the 3rd stage of the Chunin exam, which was before the attack. Uzumaki thought. And have you seen the fox himself? The old man asked. No, I just felt a surge of strength and that's it. There was nothing else. I see. Well, okay, let's go quickly. If we're lucky, we'll find Tsunade within 3 days. Kabuto, have you found Tsunade? Orochimaru asked, lying on the bed. Yes, her tracks lead to the city of Tanzaku, answered Kabuto. The snake grinned. Great, we'll leave in the morning, said Sannin. In case you forgot, she is the same Sannin as you, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto warned. It doesn't matter, she's the best doctor in the world. The next day, Jiraiya and Naruto began searching for Tsunade in Tanzaku City. Excuse me, have you seen this girl? Sannin approached one man. No, this is the first time I've seen it, he replied. I see, thank you. I saw this lady, said another man who was sitting at the bar. It's my treat, said Jiraiya. Well, okay, although now I can treat anyone I want, thanks to her, the man grinned. At this time, Tsunade and her assistant walked down the street. Tsunade-sama, what's there? The dark-haired girl pointed to the side. A roar was heard from there and a huge cloud of dust rose up. Shizune, let's go take a look, Senju said and headed towards the noise. There was a huge snake, on top of which stood 2 silhouettes, which were hard to see because of the dust. Once most of the dust settled, she saw who was there. Her eyes widened in surprise. Then, recovering from the shock, she frowned. Tsunade, I finally found you, Orochimaru said in a hissing voice. Orochimaru, Tsunade said through gritted teeth. Long time no see. Why were you looking for him? The chances that we just crossed paths are almost 0. Why were you looking for him? Senju asked. I came to ask for a favor, said the serpent. His pulse is racing, he's very exhausted. And what about his hands? Tsunade thought. Tsunade-sama, we were looking for you so that you could heal Orochimaru-sama. I think you already realized that everything is quite serious. Kabuto continued for Orochimaru. Find someone else. I haven't practiced healing for a long time. Tsunade snapped. Others won't help here. Only you, Tsunade-sama, said the bespectacled man. What's wrong with your hands? What are you getting yourself into again? Asked the blonde. Nothing. I just killed the 3rd, Orochimaru said, as if it was something ordinary. What? Tsunade was taken aback. You're lying. What makes you think that? In the end, we are all mortal, and there are no exceptions. Orochimaru said. Orochimaru, you know perfectly well who I am. Tsunade smiled falsely. So leave me alone. The smile disappeared and she hit her fist against the wall behind her. Or I'll kill you. She shouted, this is power. Kabuto thought. I'll say it again. Get out. I'll count to 5. Don't be offended later. Tsunade said with steel in her voice. We're not just asking for it. We're ready to pay. The bespectacled man shouted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Tsunade said and pounced on Orochimaru. He didn't even want to dodge. The fist was already a few centimeters from Orochimaru's face and he said, I can bring your little brother and Dan back to life. Senju stopped this with a fist. There is a forbidden technique that I have mastered, Orochimaru continued. And what will you do after I heal your hands? Asked the blonde. This time I failed. But next time I will destroy Konoha, Orochimaru replied. Commentary on Part 23. Sasuke and Naruto vs. Itachi and Kisame. Tsunade and Orochimaru meet. The part is ready. I hope you like it. Enjoy reading. Part 24. The battle with Kabuto and Orochimaru. Tsunade-sama. Don't trust them. You know who they are. Shizune said. Think about it. How would Dan and your brother react to this? Tsunade was silent, thinking about something. If you agree, then remember that 2 people will need to be sacrificed. And you must do it, said Kabuto. You have time to think about it. The deadline is the end of the week. You don't have to rush. Tsunade remained silent. Orochimaru chuckled and slowly raised his trembling hand. He bit his finger until it bled, and a drop fell to the ground. Senju saw this and trembled. I see you still haven't gotten rid of your fear at the sight of blood, the serpent drawled. Does she have hemophobia? Thought the bespectacled man. Exactly. He's the same Sannin as Tsunade. No wonder he knows her weaknesses. Shizune thought. We'll be waiting for your answer by the end of the week, Tsunade. Orochimaru said and disappeared with Kabuto. Jiraiya and Naruto saw a pillar of dust and headed there. When they arrived, they saw a destroyed piece of the wall, but they didn't see anyone there. Tsunade was definitely here, said the Sannin. Okay, let's move on, we won't find her here. After a few hours, Jiraiya said, let's go in here and have a bite to eat at the same time. Well, okay, if this helps in the search, then let's go, Naruto said. Entering the bar, Jiraiya looked around and saw Tsunade. He walked up to her. Tsunade, long time no see. Jiraiya greeted. Jiraiya, it's true, it's been a long time. Senju answered, but how did you end up here? I've been looking for you for a long time. I could have guessed that you would be at the bar. Seeing 2 Sannin in one day. Incredible, Shizune thought. Why were you looking? Tsunade asked. I'll be brief. Due to the death of the 3rd Hokage, the village has chosen you as the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya said. So it's true that Orochimaru killed the 3rd. Thought Kato. So you're that Tsunade Senju, one of the 3 legendary Sannin? Naruto asked. And you're also the best medic nin in the world? Yes, it's me. What's your name? Asked the blonde. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. So he is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Thought Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, can I ask you something? Naruto asked. Tell me. The thing is, my friend received many serious injuries. Could you help with his treatment? Naruto asked. I don't know. We need to look at his condition. As I understand it, he's in Konoha now. Yes. Let's talk about this in a few days, when I finish all my business. Okay. Was all Uzumaki answered. Tsunade, what about the Hokage post? Wait, let me tell you something. You saw the dust columns and the destroyed part of the wall on one of the streets, right? Tsunade began. Yes, Naruto and I saw it, but what does it have to do with it? Jiraiya didn't understand. It all happened after my meeting with Orochimaru. Have you seen Orochimaru? The hermit was taken aback. Yes, he said that he would revive Dan and Nawaki. If I heal his hands. Senju continued, and you agreed? Asked Jiraiya. He said that he would give me until the end of the week to think it over and give him an answer. He also said that after that he would destroy Konoha. I see. And what do you think? I don't believe that you will allow him to destroy what Nawaki and Dan gave their lives for, said the hermit. I don't know. On the one hand, I want to see them. On the other hand, what they loved will be destroyed. Moreover, this technique requires 2 victims. A resurrection technique that requires sacrifices. Don't make me laugh. It's Edo Tensei. I hope you know what this technique is. Naruto interrupted Tsunade. How do you know about forbidden techniques? Asked the hermit. I read a lot as a child, and I saw a scroll with forbidden techniques. Out of curiosity, I decided to look at it. There I also found information about Edo Tensei, Uzumaki explained. And what is the technique? Tsunade asked. In general, this technique forcibly binds the soul of the deceased to the vessel, which is a living person. It allows you to control the resurrected. Naruto began to explain, and yes, the resurrected will be the same age at which they died. For example, a person died at 14. He was resurrected. So, he will look 14. Also, the resurrected are invulnerable to physical damage. They will recover. You can only defeat them by sealing. And one more thing. The technique will not dissipate. even if you kill the one who used it. That seems to be all. You're smart for your age, Tsunade noted. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have taken him as a student, Jiraiya said. Tsunade-sama, what have you decided about Orochimaru? Uzumaki asked. I won't treat him. I thought about it and came up with a plan. I'll meet him in 3 days, on Sunday. You'll come with me and we'll kill him. Tsunade answered, good plan. But where will you meet? Jiraiya asked. I think at the place where we met today, Tsunade replied. So we have to stay here for 3 days. Not bad. We'll be able to train. Naruto was happy. So it turns out. So you accept the post of Hokage? Jiraiya decided to clarify. Yes. This is what Nawaki and Dan wanted. They wanted to become Hokage. Why not become one yourself? Excellent, said Jiraiya. We must celebrate this. After that, Shizune and Naruto had to drag the Sannin on their backs to the hotel where Jiraiya and Uzumaki had booked a room. The required 3 days passed. The day of the meeting with Orochimaru arrived. All these days, Naruto meditated to at least slightly increase his chakra reserve. He also showed Tsunade his Rasengan and Kekkei Genkai, which surprised her greatly. They headed towards the meeting point, Naruto and Jiraiya staying away so that Orochimaru and Kabuto wouldn't notice them. Arriving at the place, Tsunade and Shizune saw Orochimaru there. Tsunade, I didn't think you'd agree. Unexpected. As usual, the snake said in a hissing voice. Get to the point. Give me your hands, Senju said in a cold voice. Orochimaru held out his trembling hands. Tsunade gathered a huge amount of chakra in her palms to deliver a blow to Orochimaru that would surely kill him. But seeing the kunai flying at her, Snake and Senju jumped away from each other. Kabuto was sitting on the roof of a building. Kabuto, and what do you mean by this? Do you really dare to betray me? Orochimaru said and turned to Yakushi. His gaze was so penetrating that Kabuto was a little scared, but he pulled himself together and said, No, Orochimaru-sama. It's just that what she used wasn't a medical jutsu. She wanted to kill you. So then, the snake turned to Tsunade. Is that your answer? Yes, and I couldn't heal your hands. So no hard feelings, Tsunade said in a cold voice. She then jumped and kicked the ground. But Orochimaru dodged it. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and several nearby buildings simply collapsed. Orochimaru-sama, this place is very cramped. We need to find something more spacious, said the bespectacled man. After that, they headed to some field where their battle would take place. Tsunade tried to hit Kabuto, but he dodged, because he knew that if she hit him, he would die. Answer, Tsunade tries to hit him again, but he dodges and lands on a stone. Kabuto, it's time to finish, Orochimaru said. Kabuto took out some kind of pill and ate it. At that moment, Naruto, Jiraiya and Shizune appeared on the battlefield. So we meet, Orochimaru, said the hermit. Long time no see, Jiraiya, Naruto. By the way, how is Sasuke? Snake grinned. I would be better off without your mark, Naruto said coldly. Well, let's begin, said Jiraiya. Summoning technique. The Sannin said and 3 huge creatures appeared. A snake named Manda, a toad named Gamabunta and a huge slug named Katsuyu. Summoning all the Sannin at one time, in one place. You'd have to be very lucky to see it with your own eyes, Kabuto said. Naruto attacked him, creating several clones with Rasengan. Oh, Rasengan, a powerful technique, but it's not enough to defeat me. This time, Naruto made several times more clones, but without Rasengan. This is already serious, thought Yakushi and began to dodge the blows that Naruto's clones were delivering. Distracted for a moment, he received a Rasengan to the stomach, which sent him flying several dozen meters. He hit a rock and lost consciousness. I have little chance against Tsunade and Jiraiya, especially in my condition, Orochimaru thought. He threw himself down, and Jiraiya rushed after him, thinking that he wanted to attack Tsunade. But the snake turned in the air, and grabbed the toad Sannin with his tongue and slammed him into the ground with force. After that, he unsheathed the Kusanagi from his mouth and rushed at Naruto, who did not notice his blow. Orochimaru was happy, but when he saw who he pierced, he was a little surprised. Tsunade blocked his clique's path with her body. Why did you save that kid? Orochimaru asked. I don't know, but I'll do it at any cost, Senju said, activating the seal on her forehead. Tattoo-like patterns began to spread across her body. She began to attack Orochimaru, who was barely able to dodge her blows. At that moment, Gamabunta dropped his sword, and it stuck in the ground. Tsunade used her power to throw it into the air, and then kicked it at Manda. He did not have time to dodge, and his head was pierced by the sword. A few moments later, he disappeared into smoke. You're next, Tsunade shouted and rushed at Orochimaru again, who dodged her blows. Seizing the moment, the serpent wrapped his long tongue around her neck, beginning to strangle her. I need to use my hands, Tsunade thought. Freeing himself, he pulled on his tongue. Orochimaru flew at her. Tsunade began to beat him, striking him mainly in the face. From the force of the blows, by inertia, they landed on Gamabunta's blade. There, Orochimaru dodged, and again tied Tsunade with his tongue, but she broke free, and began to strike with renewed vigor. At one point, he created a chakra scalpel and struck the snake Sannin right in the face. From such a blow, he fell to the ground. Coming to his senses, Kabuto ran up to him. Orochimaru-sama, are you okay? The bespectacled man began to ask. Put me down, the snake shouted, and Yakushi carried out his order. Tsunade, I don't need you. Even if you didn't succeed, it doesn't mean that there is no technique with which I won't restore my hands. He began to disappear in tongues of flame. Keep in mind that next time I will kill you. Orochimaru disappeared completely. Jiraiya tried to catch him, but couldn't. Damn, with a broken leg and ribs I'm useless, thought the hermit. Byakugo is making itself known. I'm getting weaker, Tsunade said to herself, sinking to the ground. Tsunade-sama, what's wrong with you? Shizune came up and started asking Senju. These are the consequences of the technique. I need to get some sleep now and I'll be as good as new, Tsunade said, losing consciousness. We need to take her to her room. Let her sleep. We need to leave soon. And I need to get some treatment, said the toad hermit. Then I'll take Tsunade-sama, and you Naruto, Jiraiya, Shizune said, taking Tsunade on himself. Nope, said the guy. Heal Jiraiya-san, please, and I'll take care of Tsunade-sama. Okay, Shizune said in surprise. Half an hour later, they were in the hotel room. We wait for Tsunade to wake up and then we go to Konoha, said Jiraiya. Okay, Kato and Uzumaki answered in unison. Another 2 hours passed and Tsunade woke up. I heard something that we're going to Konoha now. Pack your things, slackers, Tsunade shouted playfully. I'm the 5th Hokage. We should be on our way to Konoha by now. I've packed my things, Tsunade-sama. Shizune-san too. Jiraiya-san wanted to pack his things only when you woke up. Naruto said. Okay then. Jiraiya, pack your things and let's go to the village. Everything is ready, Tsunade, said the Sannin. Then let's go to Konoha. I want to rule, Senju said jokingly and headed for the door. Commentary on Part 24. Fight with Kabuto and Orochimaru few. The chapter is finished. It turned out to be quite long. I hope you like it. Enjoy reading. Part 25. The matter Itachi spoke of and Naruto, Sasuke and Jiraiya's departure from the village. Tsunade, Shizune, Naruto and Jiraiya returned to the village. Tsunade-sama, when can you visit my friend? The one I was talking about when we first met. Naruto asked. Can we go to him right now? Tsunade said. Great, Naruto rejoiced. Then let me go home and put out my things. Naruto ran home, put his things in their places and went to the Konoha hospital. Tsunade and Shizune were standing near the entrance. Well, are we going to your friend, Naruto? Senju asked for the sake of decency. Let's go, Naruto said and headed towards Lee's room. Having reached her, he knocked. Come in, Naruto heard and everyone entered. Hello Lee, I brought you Tsunade-sama. Hello Tsunade-sama, Rock Lee greeted dryly. Sit down for an examination. We will give you a diagnosis, Tsunade said. Lee unbuttoned the top of his green suit and sat down on a stool that was in the room. I'm starting, Sannin warned, and her hands glowed green. She placed her hands on Lee's back. Her eyes widened with each passing second. When she finished, she said, I think everyone will understand if you stop working as a shinobi. Everyone's eyes widened at this. Tsunade-sama, is it really that serious? Naruto asked. Lee, your entire spine is covered in bone fragments. I'm surprised you can still walk. Tsunade-sama, what if we perform an operation? Shizune said. The thing is that the outcome of success is 50%, if not less, Tsunade answered. What if otherwise? Lee asked. Otherwise, you will die, Tsunade answered with sadness in her voice. The choice is yours, Lee. Okay, Tsunade-sama. How much time do I have to think about it? Lee asked. As much as you like. I will come to you as often as possible to examine you. At the same time, I will learn how to increase the chance of the best outcome. If you are lucky, you will be stronger than you were before the injuries. Tsunade encouraged the guy. Good. Thank you for the inspection, Tsunade-sama. Goodbye. Everyone left the room. Okay, I'll go. I still need to meet with the elders, said Sannin, Tsunade-sama. Since you are now Hokage, can I visit the archives with Sasuke? Naruto asked. Yes, but why do you need it? Fifth decided to clarify. We'll tell you ourselves later. Naruto made an excuse. Okay, is that all? Yes, thank you. Uzumaki thanked and headed towards Sasuke's house. After thinking, he first headed to Uchiha's house. Since his house was quite far from the hospital, he had to walk there for almost 30 minutes. When he reached Sasuke's door, he knocked. The owner of the apartment came out to him. Hello Sasuke. Long time no see. Naruto greeted. Hello Naruto. Did you want something? Sasuke asked. Did you go to the archive? Uzumaki asked. Not yet. What? Uchiha didn't understand. Let's go there, I asked the Hokage. She gave the go-ahead. Naruto answered, now. Sasuke went home to get his keys to lock his apartment. Let's go, Sasuke said and headed towards the archive. Naruto followed him. The archive was located next to the Hokage residence. They reached the archive and wanted to enter, but their way was blocked by one of the Anbu. You can't come here without permission, the man said in an emotionless voice. Here, Uzumaki said and handed him a sheet of paper with permission to enter. Excuse me. Come in, the Anbu said and opened the door, allowing them to pass. A huge room with 4 floors appeared before the boys' eyes. Sasuke and Naruto admired the building at first, and then became a little sad. There were so many cells with documents that you wouldn't read them all in your entire life. And how are we going to find the case we need? There are so many of them here that if we reread them all, we'll just get old. Naruto thought. By the way, it is forbidden to use chakra. The walls of this building block your chakra, said the Anbu who let them in. Damn, you can't even create shadow clones. Sasuke said. Well, don't despair. By the way, do you remember the case number that we need? Because while we were looking for Tsunade and Jiraiya-san, we managed to fight Orochimaru and Kabuto. Kabuto, isn't he a shinobi of our village? I saw him at the selection round of the Chunin exams. Nope, he's an Otogaku spy. I didn't believe it myself at first. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Let's get started. So what business do we need? Number 562. Let me check the first floor, and you check the second, Sasuke suggested. Okay, this way the search will be twice as fast, Naruto agreed. Naruto climbed up to the second floor via a rather massive staircase. He started with the last cell to see what the last case was. The last case was case #1569. So our business must be on the first or second floor, Naruto thought and began searching. He opened a huge number of cells. But he still hasn't found the right case. 3 hours passed until Sasuke shouted, Naruto, come here, I found what we need. Naruto went down to the first floor. Finally, I was already pretty tired. Open up, Naruto said, sitting down next to his friend. Sasuke opened the folder. The following was written there. Itachi Uchiha. 18 years old. Anbu of Konoha. At the age of 13, by order of the elders, he had to exterminate his entire clan, excluding Sasuke Uchiha, in order to prevent a coup of the Uchiha clan. The order was given by Danzo Shimura, Homura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane. The third Hokage was against this task, but it was impossible to prevent it. After the extermination of his clan, he went to the Akatsuki organization and began to spy on them. Nothing further is known. So your brother isn't a missing nin? Naruto asked. It turns out like this, Sasuke said thoughtfully. Let's tell the Hokage everything, Naruto suggested. Let's go. I think she's at the residence. The boys put the case back where they took it from and headed to the residence where they assumed Tsunade was. After 20 minutes of walking, they reached the residence and then the Hokage's office. They knocked. Come in, was heard from behind the door. The friends entered and saw Tsunade signing some document. Hello Tsunade-sama, Naruto and Sasuke said at the same time. Hello, did you want something? Tsunade asked. Yes, we are talking about Itachi Uchiha, said Naruto. Yes. And what happened to him? Senju was surprised. We demand that he be stripped of his undeserved rank of missing nin, Uzumaki said coldly. For what reason? The fifth shouted. I asked you for permission to go to the archive for this very reason. According to case number 562, he infiltrated Akatsuki of his own free will and is now spying on him, Sasuke said. I'll have to check it myself, said Tsunade. And what's the second thing? When we were going to look for you, Tsunade-sama, we met Kisame and Itachi. He told us that their organization is starting to act, but their leader does not announce the goals of the organization, Naruto continued for her friend. Okay, I'll make a decision after I look at this document myself, Fifth drawled. What if we bring you this case now? Uchiha asked. As far as I remember, it is forbidden to take anything out of the archive without an order from the Hokage. Now I will write a document so that you are allowed to take this file out. With these words, Sunad took a clean sheet of paper and wrote an order allowing this file to be taken out. Here you go. The guys silently went to the archive. Having arrived there, they went inside and wanted to take out the case they needed, but their way was blocked by Anbu. You can't take anything out without the Hokage's permission. Provide a document allowing you to do this, demanded Anbu. Sasuke reached into his shorts pockets and pulled out a folded document. He unfolded it and handed it to the Anbu. Okay, you can take it out. Sasuke and Naruto returned to the Hokage's office. Tsunade-sama, here it is, as you requested, case number 562. Naruto said. I'll read it now, said the fifth and began to read the file. After finishing reading, she said. Okay, I removed the missing nin status from Itachi Uchiha, said Tsunade. Excellent. Uchiha rejoiced. And now, please leave me alone. I have a bunch of papers to sign. The fifth moaned pitifully. In fact, she read medical books to remember everything she knew by heart. After all, she hadn't treated anyone for several years. Answer, having calculated something in her mind, she wrote, 72%, on a blank sheet of paper. Phew, finally. Now, if he agrees, I can cure him and he will continue to go towards his dream. Thought Tsunade and got up from the table. I'll go and make him happy or something. The Hokage went to the Konoha hospital. She didn't remember Lee's room and decided to ask at the reception. Where is Rock Lee's room? 132nd, the girl answered. Thank you. Tsunade thanked and headed to the right room. Having reached it, she knocked. Come in. She walked in and saw Lee looking thoughtfully out the window. I came to make you happy. I was able to figure out how to increase your chances of success. Tsunade encouraged Lee. Yes. And what is the chance of success now? The patient rejoiced. The chance of success is 72%. I see. When will the operation take place? Lee asked. We can do it in an hour. I'll just have everything I need. I'll come get you. Or I'll send Shizune, answered Tsunade, but I warn you. After the operation, you must not engage in shinobi activities for 3 months. The fifth noted sternly. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Lee agreed. Well, I'll go get the equipment ready, Tsunade said and headed towards the exit of the room. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, Lee whispered. You're welcome. I'm a doctor after all. It's my job. Smiled fifth. Naruto was sitting at home and reading a book. Then he heard a knock on the door. Walking up to it and opening it, he saw Jiraiya. Jiraiya-san. Hello. Naruto was surprised. Hello, I'm here for the following reason. I would like to take you away from Konoha for training. The Sannin began. I don't mind. And how long are we leaving the village for? Uzumaki asked. 2.5 years. Maybe 3. During this time, you will become much stronger. I promise you, said the white-haired man. Not bad. I've wanted to travel for a long time. And when are we leaving? Naruto decided to ask. Closer to evening. I'll come for you. Don't forget to say goodbye to everyone. After all, you're leaving for almost 3 years. Said Jiraiya. Okay, was all Naruto said. Jiraiya left and Uzumaki started packing. It was midday and Naruto decided to warn everyone about his departure. Leaving the house, the first thing he did was go to Sasuke to warn his best friend. Arriving at his house, he knocked. A few minutes later, no one came out to him. He must have gone to the training grounds. Naruto thought and headed to the nearest training ground. It was the training ground where Team 7 was having their first training session. When he saw Sasuke there, he called him. Sasuke, Naruto shouted. Naruto, what happened? Uchiha was surprised. I'm leaving Konoha with Jiraiya-san today, Uzumaki began. For how long? Sasuke asked. Well, at least for 2.5 years. 2.5 years. Uchiha was taken aback. Well, yeah, what's wrong with that? Naruto was surprised by his friend's reaction. That's a lot. And when are you leaving? In the evening. By the way, do you want to come with us? Uzumaki asked. Otherwise, talking only with Jiraiya-san will be quite boring. Okay, I'll go and pack my things then. And you go warn the Hokage. Sasuke said and headed towards his house. Naruto headed towards the Hyuga quarter. He didn't understand why he wanted to tell Hinata about this. The Hyuga quarter was quite far from the Uchiha's house, so Naruto had to use his shinobi run to warn everyone before evening. He approached the gate and knocked on it. The same man who had come out when Uzumaki had come to warn Hinata the first time came out. Hello, the guard said emotionlessly. Should I call Hinata-sama again? The man asked. Hello, yes, if possible? Uzumaki asked. Wait a couple of minutes. The guard stepped away, and a few minutes later, Hinata came out of the gate. Seeing Naruto, she blushed a little. Hello, Hinata, Uzumaki greeted. Hello, Naruto-kun. Hinata said. I came here to warn you. I'm leaving the village again, Naruto began. Again? But why? You just came, asked Hyuga. I'm leaving to train. I'll be gone for at least 2.5 years. Naruto said. How much? Did I hear right? 2.5. Hyuga asked again. No, I heard right. Maybe more, but I will come to Konoha, no later than in 3 years. Don't worry, one of the Sannin, Jiraiya-san and Sasuke are with me. Together we will endure, said Uzumaki. I am leaving in the evening. I see. I'll go and see you off then, Hinata said, embarrassed. After these words, an incomprehensible warmth passed through Uzumaki's body. His cheeks burned like fire. Oh okay, Naruto said and turned around. See you in the evening. Until the evening. Uzumaki heard a voice, bordering on a whisper. Then he headed to Sakura's house. She wouldn't care that Naruto was leaving, but Sasuke's departure would be difficult for her. Naruto understood this, and decided to warn her himself, rather than ask someone else to do it. When he reached her house, he knocked. Sakura came out of the door. Naruto. Hello. Haruno greeted dryly. Hello. I'm here on business. Naruto began. And what is this matter? Sakura asked. In general, I'm leaving the village again. But not only with Jiraiya-sama. Who else is coming? And how long are you leaving for? Asked the pink-haired girl. I'm going, Sasuke and Jiraiya-san. We're leaving for 2.5 years. Maybe more, but in any case, no more than 3 years. Naruto said. 2.5. That's a lot, said Sakura. I understand. And yes, could you warn everyone? I warned Hinata, Uzumaki asked. Oh okay, is that all? Sakura asked. Well, I think so. And yes, we're leaving in the evening. You're just seeing Sasuke off, Naruto said. Thank you. Sakura blushed. Okay, I'll go, Naruto said and disappeared. Uzumaki went to the residence to warn the Hokage about the 3 shinobi leaving the village. He went to the office door and knocked. Come in. Naruto heard Senju's tired voice and entered. Hello Tsunade-sama. Hello, Naruto. What have you come for? Tsunade asked. I came to tell you something. It has to do with leaving the village, Naruto began. Jiraiya-san is taking me as his student and taking me away from the village for almost 3 years. But Sasuke will be coming with us. So, said Senju. I want you to let Sasuke come with us. The 3 of us will return to the village, Naruto asked. Okay, I'll warn Izumo and Kotetsu. Thank you. And yes, how is Rock Lee? Uzumaki asked. I performed the operation on him. Now he is lying down and resting. So he can be a shinobi? Uzumaki asked. Of course. Tsunade Uzumaki said happily. Great. Naruto rejoiced. Okay, I'll go. Otherwise, we'll be leaving soon. Okay, Tsunade said and began signing the documents. 2 hours have passed. Naruto, Sasuke and Jiraiya are standing at the gates of Konoha. So when are we going? Sannin asked. Wait 10 more minutes. Someone is coming here now, Naruto said. Okay, Jiraiya replied. Not even 5 minutes passed when Naruto saw Hinata and Sakura. They were walking towards the gate. Hinata approached Naruto, and Sakura approached Sasuke. Naruto-kun. Good luck with your training, Hinata said. She hugged Naruto, who was a little surprised but responded. Thank you, Hinata. Uzumaki thanked embarrassedly. Sasuke-kun. Good luck, said Sakura. Thank you, Uchiha answered coldly. Okay then, let's go already. We have to reach some town before nightfall to rent a hotel, Jiraiya grumbled. The Trinity turned around and hit the road. Sakura and Hinata watched for a long time until the silhouettes of those who left disappeared. Commentary on Part 25. The matter Itachi spoke of and Naruto, Sasuke and Jiraiya's departure from the village. Phew, this chapter is the longest one yet. I hope you enjoy it. Enjoy reading. Part 26. The return of Naruto, Sasuke and Jiraiya. 3 years passed. During this time, everyone had become much stronger. There were 2 people standing at the gates of Konoha. One of them was dressed in blue loose pants and a lilac sweatshirt. With long, blue-black hair down to her shoulder blades. She stood with her fists pressed to her chest. The second was dressed in short, tight black shorts. She was wearing a red sleeveless shirt. Her hair was pink and reached her shoulders. She was relaxed, unlike her friend, who was standing not far from her. 3 tall silhouettes appeared on the horizon. Seeing them, the girls relaxed a little. They went out every day for half a year to meet the 3 people who left Konoha exactly 3 years ago. It was noon. Here, these people approached the gate. They were Naruto Uzumaki. He was dressed in a dark gray sweatshirt with black inserts on the sides and dark gray pants. The second was Uchiha Sasuke. He was dressed in a black t-shirt with the crest of his clan on the back and black shorts. The third was Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. Finally, the pink-haired Kunoiki grumbled. "Oh, they're already meeting us," Jiraiya said, smiling. "Hello, girls," Naruto greeted. "Hello," Sasuke said coldly. "Hello, Jiraiya-sama, Naruto, Sasuke-kun," Haruno said embarrassedly, looking at the Uchiha. "Hello, Naruto-kun," Hinata greeted, blushing. "Well, guys, let's go to the Hokage. We need to announce that we have arrived," said the Sannin. "Let's go faster," Naruto said and headed towards the residence. A lot has changed here in 3 years. Tsunade's face appeared on the Hokage rock. Several new districts appeared and much more. Approaching the Hokage's office, everyone knocked. "Come in," Tsunade's voice was heard. Upon entering the office, everyone except Hinata and Sakura were surprised. The Hokage was sitting between huge stacks of papers that she was signing. She was surprised to see Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya. Naruto. Sasuke. Jiraiya, asked the fifth. "Yes, Tsunade-sama, it's us," Naruto said. "How are your travels? How are your trainings?" Senju asked. "Everything is fine. They work well together," Jiraiya replied. "Yes, well, that was to be expected. Anyone can work together in 3 years," Tsunade said. "Have you been here long?" "Just now. We headed straight to you, Tsunade-sama," answered Sasuke, who had just been standing there before. "I see. Well, go home. I'm giving you 2 days off," Tsunade said. "Great." Naruto was happy. "We'll go then, Tsunade-sama," said Uzumaki and headed towards the door. "Go ahead." Everyone left the office and went down to the entrance to the residence. "Well, where are you going?" asked Jiraiya. "I'm going home to clean," Naruto replied. "Me too," Sasuke said, as coldly as always. "I see. I'll go somewhere then. Well, see you later." The hermit said goodbye and went in an unknown direction. "I'll go too. Bye," Naruto said and headed home. Approaching his house, he took the keys out of his pocket and, turning them in the lock, opened the door. Seeing his apartment in perfect condition, he was very surprised. "Why is my apartment so clean? Did someone come in here while I was gone?" Uzumaki thought as he laid out his things. When he finished, he saw a small note lying on his desk. He laid it out and read it. "Naruto-kun, I cleaned your apartment while you were gone. Hinata." This caused warmth to spread through Naruto's chest. "Thank you," thought Uzumaki. "Maybe we should go to Ichiraku," thought Naruto. He headed to his favorite place. Entering Ichiraku, Naruto said, "Hello, Tsuki-san." "Naruto, where have you been? I thought you wouldn't come here again." Tsuki said, "I left Konoha for 3 years to train. Well, I just came back recently. Literally an hour ago." Naruto answered, "Yes. And how are the training sessions?" the old man asked. "Great," Naruto answered shortly. "Well, choose whatever you want. Your arrival is a big event. Today is on the house," said Tsuki. "As usual, Tsuki-san," Uzumaki said and began to wait. "It will be ready in 3 minutes," said the old man. Uzumaki got out of the Ichiraku and went for a walk around the village. He walked, looking at everything around him. He heard someone call him and turned around. "Naruto." It was Shikamaru. "Are you here already? Have you been in the village for long?" "Just arrived today." "Where are you going?" asked Naruto. "I'm going to the residence. The Hokage called me." "I see. Well then go, I won't interfere," Uzumaki said and wandered on. His feet led him to the 7th training ground, where the first training session of the 7th team was taking place. "I remember the training. It was 3 years ago," Uzumaki thought. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Sasuke walking towards this training ground. "Oh, Sasuke, did you come here without thinking too?" Naruto asked. Yes. By the way, was your apartment clean too?" Uchiha asked. "Well, yes. Hinata cleaned for me." "And who cleaned for you?" asked Uzumaki. "I have Sakura," Sasuke answered. "You didn't even have to ask," Naruto said. "By the way, Itachi came to see me," Sasuke said. "Yes. Why?" Naruto was surprised. He said that in a week, they will attack Gaara, who is the Kazekage, in order to extract the one tail from him. According to him, Akatsuki is gathering all the Bayou together for some reason. We must tell the Hokage about this, Uzumaki said and headed towards the residence. Perhaps, Uchiha agreed. They went to the residence they had just left. Approaching the office, they knocked and entered without waiting for an answer. Tsunade-sama, we have urgent news, Naruto said from the doorway. What happened? Fifth was surprised. Akatsuki has started gathering all the Biju. In a week, they will attack the Kazekage to take the one tail sealed within him, Uchiha replied. Collecting Bayou, Tsunade asked. But why? We don't really know ourselves. But think about it, one of the Biju is already a huge problem, Sasuke said, and Akatsuki is gathering everyone. With their help, they will be able to destroy the great country in a few moments, and then the rest. This will be the most powerful weapon in the history of shinobi. I see. If it's true, it's very dangerous. In 3 days, the 7th and 8th teams will go to Suna to help them, Tsunade ordered. Now, go and warn everyone. Hi. The guys said in chorus and disappeared. Naruto headed towards the Hyuga quarter. It was not far from the residence, so Uzumaki found himself in front of its gates a few minutes later. After knocking, a man came out to him. Hello, Naruto greeted, could you please call Hinata? Not at the moment, she's training, but you can go and wait for her, the man said. Thank you, Uzumaki thanked and entered the huge courtyard. Wow, Naruto admired. He heard the sounds of a fight in the backyard and headed there. Hinata and Neji were there. It looks like they're sparring, Naruto thought. Then I'll sit in the shade and not disturb them. Naruto walked towards a large tree and sat down under it, waiting for the Hyuga sparring to end. 10 minutes passed and they stopped. Apparently they were taking a break. Seeing this, Uzumaki headed towards Hinata. Hinata, hello again, Naruto greeted. Naruto, what are you doing here? Hyuga was surprised. The thing is, in a week, the Kazekage will be attacked. Tsunade-sama said to warn the 8th team. She is going with us on the mission, Naruto answered. I see, Hinata replied. And yes, thank you, said Uzumaki. For what? Hyuga didn't understand. You cleaned my house while I was gone, didn't you? Uzumaki asked. Well, yes, Hyuga understood. Thanks for that, Naruto explained. I saw your fight with Neji. You're doing great. Thank you. Hinata was embarrassed. Naruto. Uzumaki turned towards the voice. It was Neji. Where are you from? Neji asked. The Hokage said to warn the 8th team that in 3 days they are going with the 7th team to Suna, Uzumaki replied. I see. And how did you end up on the clan's territory? Asked Hyuga. Well, I came to the gate and asked for Hinata to be called. They told me that she was training and let me in here, saying that I could wait, Naruto said. I see. By the way, have you been in the village for long? No, I just came today, the guy answered. Naruto, thank you, Neji said. For what? Naruto was taken aback. What for? You set my brain straight, and I realized that the mark on my forehead is not death. Thanks to you, I stopped hating Hinata, answered Hyuga. Ah, you're welcome, Naruto answered. Hinata, Uzumaki turned to the girl. Will you warn the 8th team? Oh, of course, Hinata answered. Thank you. Well, okay, I'll go. I won't interfere, Naruto said and headed towards the exit of the block. I'll go to Sakura, otherwise Sasuke might not warn her. Uzumaki thought and headed towards Haruno's house. Arriving at her house, he knocked. Sakura opened the door. Naruto. The pink-haired girl was surprised. I'll get straight to the point. In 3 days, the 7th and 8th teams are going to Suna to protect the Kazekage, since he will be attacked in a week, Naruto said. Ah. Sasuke already told me, said Sakura. Then great. See you later, Naruto said and went to his home. Arriving at his home, he picked up the book he had started reading before leaving Konoha and began to finish it. Several hours passed. It was getting dark outside. Putting the book aside, Naruto went to bed, as he was very tired from the journey. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he immediately fell asleep. Commentary on Part 26, The Return of Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Part 27, Departure for Sunagakure. The 3 days that Tsunade spoke of have passed. Today, Teams 7 and 8 will be heading to the Land of Wind. More specifically, to Sunagakure, to protect the Kazekage from the Akatsuki's attack. Naruto got up early. He was used to getting up so early. Over the past 3 years, he, Jiraiya and Sasuke had traveled a lot. And in order to get to another town, they had to get up early. Having woken up, he did all the standard procedures and started having breakfast. Having already finished, he heard a knock on his door. Silently approaching it and opening it, he saw Hinata there. Hinata. Hello. What are you doing here? Uzumaki was surprised. Hello Naruto-kun. Hokage-sama is calling the 7th and 8th teams. We are going to Suna today. Hinata explained. Ah. Right now, wait a bit. I'll just grab the keys to the apartment and that's it, he said. Naruto and disappeared behind the door. After a few moments, he came out and locked the door with a key. Have you invited everyone yet? Naruto asked. Yes, they're already waiting in the office, answered Hyuga. Well, then let's go. Everyone is already waiting for us, said Naruto heading towards the exit. Yeah, said Hinata and followed him. They walked to the residence in silence. When they reached the office, they knocked and entered without waiting for an answer. Kiba, Shino, Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi were standing there. The only ones missing were Naruto and Hinata. You finally brought him, Sakura grumbled, turning to Hinata. Okay, let's get down to business. We've heard a rumor that in 4 days, the Kazekage will be attacked. Since the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind are in an alliance, Konoha decided to help Suna in order to strengthen this alliance. You are going to the Land of Wind. Is everyone understood? The fifth asked and looked sternly at everyone present. You are free to go. After these words, everyone left the office and went down to the entrance to the residence. So, in 15 minutes near the gates of Konoha. It would be advisable not to be late, said Kakashi and disappeared. I think everyone understood everything. Is there anyone who needs to pick up something from home? Uzumaki asked. Not seeing anyone who needed to go home, he continued, then we're heading to the gate. Everyone nodded and followed him. Kakashi was standing near the gate, leaning his back against the wall and reading a book. Seeing 2 teams heading towards him, he put his book in his pouch and approached them. Everyone ready? Kakashi asked. Seeing the affirmative nods, he continued. Then let's go. We need to hurry to get to Suna before Akatsuki attacks, Hataki said. Everyone silently sped up their run. They ran for almost 3.5 hours until they saw a familiar figure. It was Temari. She heard footsteps behind her and turned around. She was very surprised to see 2 Konoha teams heading to Suna. Why do you need to go to Suna? Temari asked. The Kazekage will be attacked in 4 days. It's Akatsuki, Kakashi explained. Could you lead us through the sands of the Land of Wind? The ash-haired man asked. Attack on Gaara. Then let's run faster. Sobakuno shouted and ran towards Sunagaku. A sandstorm should start soon, so we need to hurry to find shelter. There is no need to rush. I know a technique that creates a barrier. It will not let the storm through. Naruto spoke up. Great. Then we can save our strength before the battle with Akatsuki, Temari said. Everyone slowed down a bit to conserve their strength. Even though there were still almost 4 days left before the battle with the enemy, additional forces against such strong shinobi would not be superfluous. They reached the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. A storm was visible in the distance. This storm will last until morning, Temari said. Will you last until morning? Sobakuno asked. Sure. When are we going to put it up? Naruto asked. Put it now, Sobakuno replied. Uzumaki made a series of seals. When he finished, Naruto said, Black flame barrier. After that, a dark translucent barrier appeared around everyone. It was huge. The storm was nearby. There was a strong wind outside the barrier, and inside it was comfortable enough to wait out the night. Wow. Everyone present said. And you've become much stronger, Sakura said thoughtfully. I agree, Kiba said, stunned. The rest just remained silent. The barrier is quite simple. If I touch it from the inside, nothing will happen unless I want it to. The same thing from the outside, Uzumaki warned. It doesn't consume much chakra, so it'll hold out until the morning without any trouble, Naruto said, finishing forming the barrier. So we can stay here until the storm is over? Hinata asked. Yes, Naruto answered shortly. In the morning, everyone got ready to leave. The storm ended at dawn and Naruto removed the barrier. They set off. It was still 4 hours to Suna, so everyone ran as fast as they could to spend less time on the road. No one spoke. The entire 4 hours passed in silence. Only when they reached the entrance to Suna did Temari say, This is Suna. You can slow down a little. Great, Haruno moaned. I'll go ahead of you. They'll let you pass if I say you're with me, she said. Sobakuno and went forward. Then they went on foot. There was still a day and a half left before the battle. They reached the entrance of the village. Their path was blocked by 2 shinobi. Konoha shinobi, what is your purpose of coming? One of them asked. They're with me, Temari said. Tomorrow there will be an attack on the Kazekage and they have come to help us. Then come in. Go to Kazekage-sama, said the shinobi and let them in. Everyone walked silently and went to the Kazekage residence, which was in the center of the village. In Sunagaku, all the houses were made of sand and sandstone. All the houses were similar to each other. They differed only in size. They had rather small windows. But it seemed that the residents had enough light. Reaching the Kazekage's office, Temari knocked on the door. Come in, came a voice from behind the door. All 8 shinobi entered the office. Temari, Konoha shinobi, what are you doing here? Gaara was surprised. We have received information that you, Kazekage-sama, will be attacked tomorrow. It will be the Akatsuki. They do not want you, but the Bayu that is sealed within you, said Kakashi. I see. Thank you for your help, Konoha shinobi. You are free for now. I will give you some rooms in the best hotel in Suna, said the red-haired man. Kazekage-sama, can I ask you something? Naruto asked. Of course, Gaara replied. Can I put a barrier around the village that will scan the chakra of those who enter the village territory? Uzumaki asked. If it doesn't take too much of your energy, then I'm for it, said Sobakuno. Naruto silently made a few seals and a dark dome appeared around the village. When he reached the outskirts of the village, he became invisible. This barrier is hard to notice, Naruto said. Thank you, Gaara thanked and asked everyone to leave. The Konoha members left the office and headed to the hotel where Temari led them. After receiving a room, everyone began to wait for the next day. Commentary on Part 27. Departure for Sunagaku. Part 27 is ready. Enjoy reading. Part 28. Akatsuki attack on Suna. The next day, everyone woke up early so that they could protect the village at any moment. First of all, Naruto did all the morning procedures. Only after that, he went for a walk around the village. He walked and looked at Sunagaku. As said, there was nothing much to see. Walking through the streets of the village, he felt something was wrong. He thought about it for a few seconds and only then understood. Akatsuki. Naruto thought and ran to the hotel to gather everyone. He knocked on the first door of one of his partners. It turned out to be Sasuke. Naruto, what do you want? The guy was taken aback. The Akatsuki have come to the village, Naruto said, turning around. Call the others. After saying this, Uzumaki headed to another room. After waiting for the door to be opened, he said, Akatsuki. So they gathered everyone. Everyone quickly got ready and left the hotel. As soon as the gaze fell on the Kazekage residence, they heard an explosion in the opposite direction. There was a supervisor. There are 3 more left. They are on all sides of the residence. Their buildings are tall, so you will quickly find them and help the supervisors, said Temari, also running out at the sound of the explosion. Hinata, Kakashi said. Understanding everything without words, she activated the Byakugan. After telling everyone the location of the observers, she deactivated it. Naruto returned first and asked to inspect the entire airspace of the village. In the northwest I see something flying in the air. It is quite large and looks like a bird. The Kazekage is there now, said Hinata and began to examine the one who was sitting on the bird. The bird's controller is a long-haired blonde man with bangs that cover his left eye. He wears a regular Akatsuki cloak. Damn. It's Deidara. It'll be difficult. I need Raten. Uzumaki thought and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. I need your Raten. And how will he help you? Asked the ash-haired man. What do you mean? Deidara's techniques are based on Doton. You have Raten, which is stronger than Doton. That's all, Naruto answered. Got it, said Kakashi. Lead the way. Hinata, lead us to Deidara. Uzumaki said and turned to Hinata. Okay, Hyuga said and ran towards the battle between the Kazekage and Deidara. Follow me. The trio ran to the scene of the battle between Gaara and the missing nin. And how do we get up there? Kakashi asked. Not us, but you, Kakashi-sensei. I can send you there, but not myself, said Naruto. As for how to direct you there, I have an idea. I have Fuyuton. Jump up, and I will speed you up, so you will reach Gaara, and then he will make you a platform from his sand. Uzumaki explained, not a bad idea. Let's get started, Kakashi said, already in the air. Naruto gathered wind chakra in his palms and released it with great force, causing Hatake to fly towards the Kazekage. Gaara, seeing Kakashi flying towards him, made a platform out of sand, which helped the ash-haired man stay at that height. Thank you, Kazekage-sama, Kakashi thanked. This is not the time for gratitude, Gaara said coldly. Kakashi remained silent and imbued a kunai with Raten's chakra. Deidara began to launch his clay products at Hatake. When he cut them, Deodara tried to blow them up, but he couldn't. Damn, why aren't they exploding? The blonde began to get angry. And the clay is running out. Okay, it's time to end this, thought Deodara, and created a huge figure from the remaining clay, after which he threw it at the village. In flight, he increased it to enormous sizes. Kakashi could not neutralize it with his rasen. Therefore, Gaara made a huge dome over the village in order to minimize its destruction. He spent a lot of chakra on this, and barely stayed on his own platform. Since Deodara had no clay left, he decided to retreat. But seeing this, Uzumaki called Sasuke. Sasuke, I'll launch you towards Deodara. Use Chidori. Sasuke silently jumped up. Uzumaki launched him with the same technique as Kakashi. Uchiha flew to a sufficient distance to strike with his technique, and began to form Chidori. Having struck Deodara with his technique, he relaxed at first. But noticing that he had become ordinary clay, he was surprised. Having passed an electric discharge through the clay just in case, he turned around and saw the missing nin who wanted to strike Sasuke with a kunai. But he activated his Sharingan and dodged. Having knocked the kunai out of the blonde's hand, he created Chidori and struck a fatal blow. That was stupid, Deodara, Sasuke said coldly. I agree. I should have checked the village before attacking. I miscalculated, Sukari wheezed, choking on his own blood. Gaara lowered everyone to the ground. He died, Uchiha said coldly. At this time, Haruno approached the Kazekage and began to heal him. Although he only had chakra exhaustion and a few small bruises, the rest were fine. Thank you, Gaara said. Without you, I couldn't have done it. Come on, Kazekage-sama. We are allies after all, said Kakashi. It's not time yet, Naruto said. Why? They all asked in unison. Because all Akatsuki travel in pairs. Uzumaki said. We need to find the second one immediately. Do you know who the second one is? Asked the Kazekage. Yes, this is Sasori Akasuna, a renegade from your village. I think he's not far from Suna, so we need to hurry to find him. Sasori Akasuna, I heard something about him. Ah, right, he's the best puppeteer, Temari said, so we need someone who specializes in close combat. Kakashi thought out loud. It will be me and Sasuke. We fight well at close range. And we have worked well together for the 3 years that we spent outside the village, said Uzumaki, and one more thing. We will need a sensor. For us, it is either Kiba or Hinata. Who goes there? Asked Naruto. Well. How about me? I'm a sensor, and I can help in close combat. Hinata said. Great, so the 3 of you go look for Sasori, and the rest of us will help the village and its inhabitants, said Kakashi. Okay. Let's go faster, otherwise we'll miss him, Sasuke said, Hinata, giving the Byakugan. I think its view is enough to cover the entire village. Naruto said. Good. With these words Hyuga activated the Byakugan and began to scan the area. At the exit of the village there is someone with a huge supply of chakra. Apparently another one from Akatsuki, said Hinata. It's Sasori. Let's go faster. And you, Hinata, don't take your eyes off him. We can't let him go. Naruto said and ran towards the exit of Suna. Everyone followed him. While moving towards the missing nin, the 3 of them simultaneously inspected the village in case of serious damage. Fortunately, Gaara's sand protected almost the entire village. He must have suspected something. He's leaving, Hinata shouted. At this, everyone remained silent, as they understood the meaning of what was said, and sped up their run. Having reached the exit of the village, they saw the second Nukanen. He, noticing him, said, as I thought. Deodara couldn't handle him. Give up nicely, otherwise you'll end up like Sukari, Sasuke said threateningly. Try it, said Sasori. He pointed his metal tail, which was laced with poison, at Sasuke. It's a puppet. There's a real one inside it, Hinata said. So fast, I can't even believe it, Akasuna said, parrying the blow with his katana that Uchiha had dealt. From his mouth, Sasori released a huge number of senbon, which flew at Uzumaki at great speed. Hinata, having created a protective dome, protected him from the poison projectiles. As soon as the technique stopped, Naruto pounced on Sasori's doll with Rasengan in hand. He didn't have time to dodge and missed the blow. The doll flew apart, but Sasori himself climbed out of it. It's a man, but all his body parts are like a puppet. Only one place is alive. Apparently, she is the one who lets him live in this body. Hyuga warned the guys, and that was also figured out. It's not surprising that Deodara lost, Sasori said. After that, he took out some scroll, and about 100 puppets appeared from it. He attached chakra threads to them and began to control them. How many are there? Naruto asked rhetorically, but to his surprise, Akasuna answered. Exactly 100. These puppets are not so ordinary. These are human puppets, Sasori said in a mad voice. Human? Hinata asked again. Yes, they are made from human bodies. Okay, let's get started. With that, his puppets began to attack Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. First, Uchiha incinerated 3 puppets with a fireball. Uzumaki destroyed 5 puppets with a rasengan. And Hinata used her gentle fist style and destroyed 5 puppets. Keaton, great fireball, Sasuke said, and from his mouth, a huge fireball appeared, reaching a diameter of 20 meters. All 20 puppets that were caught in this technique simply turned into a pile of ash. Fuyuton, gust of wind, Naruto said, and created a huge wave of air that destroyed 20 puppets. Hinata at this time simply used her gentle fist and destroyed about 15 puppets. There were about 30 puppets left, but they were becoming more difficult to fight. It seemed that Sasori had used all his strength to win. You can leave everything to me. I'll do everything, Naruto said, and created several dozen shadow clones. Each of them did a rasengan and attacked the puppets. All the puppets were destroyed. They destroyed all the puppets. They were the first ones who were able to do this. Sasori thought in surprise. He thought that all of Naruto's clones had evaporated. But he was wrong, and that mistake cost him his life. Naruto's rasengan hits his only living part of his body. I thought you got rid of all the clones, Akasuna said. I took out everyone you saw. I left one clone underground to deal you the final blow, Naruto said coldly. Why you? The only ones who could defeat my army, Sasori said as he fell. It's over here, Sasuke said indifferently. Let's go back. Agreed. We have nothing else to do here. Agreed Uzumaki. Why yes, Hinata said and followed the boys. They arrived at the inn. Gaara saw Naruto and approached him. Thank you, said the Kazekage. For what? Uzumaki didn't understand. After our fight in Konoha, I changed. Thanks to you, I became Kazekage. Anyway, thank you for everything, Gaara repeated. My pleasure. You can stay for a day. To rest, Sobakuno said, turning to Kakashi. Thanks of course, but we'll go to Konoha, answered Kakashi. I see, then I won't detain you, answered the Kazekage. Until next time. And thank you for your help. I couldn't have done it without you. Okay, pack your things. We're leaving in half an hour, said the ash-haired man, entering his room. Everyone followed his example. Everyone gathered their things and in half an hour, everyone was at the exit of the village. They were seen off by the Kazekage and his brother and sister. Have a nice trip, the dogs said in chorus. The 7th and 8th teams, led by Kakashi, set off on their journey. Commentary on Part 28. Akatsuki Attack on Suna. The chapter is finished, but I'll warn you, from today on, chapters will be published less frequently. As you already understood, I have school, graduation and other nonsense. Enjoy reading. Part 29. Training in the creation of new equipment. After arriving in Konoha, everyone went to report to the Hokage. Arriving at the residence, Naruto knocked on the door and entered without waiting for an answer. Hello Tsunade-sama, said Naruto. Hello, well, how was the mission? Was the task accomplished? Asked Fifth. The mission is complete. There are no casualties or injuries among the team members. During the mission, 2 Akatsuki members died. Kakashi said, killed. Who? Tsunade asked. Akasuna Sasori and Tsukuri Deidara, answered Hitaki. Excellent. 8 more to go. The Hokage said thoughtfully. Okay. I'll count this task as an S rank mission for you, said the 5th. Here's your reward. Senju handed each of them an envelope with money. You can go free with that. Hi. Everyone said in unison and left the Hokage's office. Once outside, everyone went home. Only Kakashi and Naruto remained. Kakashi-sensei, can I ask you something? Uzumaki asked. And about what? Can you help me improve the rasengan? I learned how to change its size. But I would like to learn how to add and use Fuyuton and my Kekkei Genkai in the rasengan. Naruto said. Well, since you ask, I'll help you. But when do we start? Asked Kakashi. If you don't have any business at the moment, you can do it right now, Uzumaki replied. Excellent. Follow me. I know a training ground where we won't bother anyone, said the Jonin and headed off in an unknown direction. They came to a huge training ground. There was a pond and a large waterfall nearby. Here we are. This is where you will be trained. Wait for me for a few minutes. I will call someone. You can look around for now, Kakashi said as he left. Okay, Naruto said, but I still haven't come up with a name for my element. Uzumaki thought. He decided to meditate while he waited for Kakashi. 10 minutes passed and Hatake appeared, along with another man. Naruto, this is Yamato. He will help you in your training, said the ash-haired man. Hello, Yamato-san, said Naruto. Hello, I heard that you have some new element. Will you show me? Yamato asked. Naruto silently took out a chakra conducting sheet from his pouch and ran chakra through it. It crumpled. After that, purple discharges began to run through it, and it tore into pieces. And the rumors are true, Yamato said in surprise. What is it called? Have you already thought of it? Asked the Jonin. Keaton, Uzumaki replied. I see. Let's get down to business. I'll make sure that QB doesn't escape from you, Yamato said. Great. Naruto, I have come up with a training method for you that will suit only you, Kakashi said. What is this method? The guy asked. Do you know about the properties of shadow clones? Asked the ash-haired man. Are you talking about the clone's memories that are transferred to the user when it dissipates? Naruto asked. Yes. Basically, if you use 2 clones, you will learn something twice as fast. If 100 clones, then 100 times. And so on, Hatake said. Since you can create a huge number of clones, your learning will go hundreds of times faster. Got it? Uzumaki replied. Create the maximum number of clones. Send half to study Fuyuton, and the other half to study Keaton, said Kakashi. Naruto silently created 1,000 clones, sending half to study Fuyuton, and the other, as Kakashi said, to study Keaton. At this time, Yamato sat on the ground, and having made several seals, created several pillars of wood around himself. You know Mokuton, Yamato-san. Uzumaki was surprised. Yes, true, it is not my own. It was implanted into me when I was just a child. So I cannot create such colossal techniques as the first Hokage. And my chakra reserves are not that huge, answered Yamato. It's clear. Naruto, try to create an electric discharge in your hand, and order the clones to do the same. But those who study Fuyuton don't need this. They're already busy. Naruto tried to do such a discharge. He made a lot of attempts. And only after an hour, he was able to do it. He repeated it several times until every clone could do it. Now dispel all the clones, Kakashi said. Naruto dispelled all the clones that were studying Keaton. He felt the clones' knowledge transfer to him. Now try to create this discharge yourself, without clones. Fine. He got it right the first time. Naruto, you're a genius, Yamato said, stunned. Thank you. Okay, since I don't know how this element works, then proceed to adding Keaton to the rasengan, said Kakashi, but there is one catch. Not everyone can add chakra to such ninjutsu. Look, Hatake created the rasengan. Do you see the rasengan in front of you? Yes, what else can I see? I'm not just holding it in my hand right now. I'm trying to add Raten to it. As you can see, I can't do it. This is luck, Naruto. Yeah, so if I'm unlucky, I won't be able to improve rasengan. Naruto asked. You're right, but if you can't do it with Keaton, you still have Fuyuton. And since it's the main element, it's easier to add it to the technique. Understood. With these words, Uzumaki created 500 clones, and then the rasengan, which shimmered from blue to purple. He then tried to add Keaton's chakra to the rasengan. At this time, all the clones that Fuyuton trained were able to cut the leaf, which Kakashi told them to do. Now, go to that waterfall and try to cut it. If you succeed, you can improve the rasengan, Hatake said. All the clones went to the waterfall, where Yamato made a platform for all the clones to stand on. How much chakra does he have? Yamato was surprised. Naruto spent the rest of the day training. It was getting dark, and Kakashi said, Naruto, disperse the clones. That's enough for today. Okay, Naruto said and dispersed all the clones. He felt that all the experience that the clones had received was his. But then, he felt incredibly weak. Somehow standing on his feet, he headed towards the house. Thank you for the training, Kakashi-sensei, Yamato-san, Uzumaki thanked, walking towards his home. Naruto was tired for today. After all, he had fought with an S-rank renegade, and then created a huge number of clones to train. He decided to take a walk. His 2 favorite places were the rock with the Hokage's faces and Ichiraku. Uzumaki headed up the mountain. His path passed by the Hyuga quarter. He noticed 2 silhouettes running away from the quarter. Shinobi. If they were members of the Hyuga clan, they wouldn't have run away like that. So they're outsiders, Naruto thought, and decided to follow them. The shinobi ran towards the forest. Uzumaki often walked in this forest when he was little. He knew it very well, and Naruto could not get lost in it. He ran after them as fast as he could. Jumping through the trees, he directed chakra into his legs, which increased his speed even more. After a few minutes, he was able to catch up with them. But the shinobi did not notice him. Naruto saw that one of them was carrying someone. He created his rasengan and hit one in the back. He, not expecting the attack, did not have time to dodge, for which he paid with a couple of broken bones and ribs. The second one, who was carrying someone's body, put it on a thick branch, and pounced on Uzumaki. Naruto took a kunai and soaked it with Keaton's chakra, since it is stronger than Fuyuton's. The unknown person tried to hit Naruto with a kunai, but Naruto held the kunai out in front of him, thereby cutting the opponent's kunai. The shinobi did not expect this and was unable to jump back. Uzumaki created a rasengan and hit the shinobi in the stomach. For a moment, Naruto saw what was on his protector. They turned out to be Kumogaku shinobi. The cloud means, I heard that they have been trying to get the Byakugan for a long time. They stole the Hyuga several times, but they turned out to be members of the side branch. So now, it's someone from the main branch. And from the main branch, I only know Hiyashi-sama, and Hinata. From this, Uzumaki's heart sank. He quickly ran up to the Kumogaku shinobi and knocked him out. Next, he headed towards the body that was lying on the branch that the shinobi had placed him on. Naruto ran up to him and recognized him as Hinata. Hinata, was all Naruto said. She was conscious but tied up. Her mouth was also gagged. I'll untie you now. Wait a bit, Naruto said and took out a kunai, cutting the ropes with it. When he finished, he said, Are you okay? Naruto-kun. Why yes, I'm fine. Thank you, Hyuga said with a trembling voice and threw herself on Uzumaki's neck. He was a little taken aback, but answered, but how did you find me? Hinata asked. I was training after our mission and asked Kakashi-sensei to help me. I decided to take a walk after training and headed to the cliff with the Hokage's faces. I saw two silhouettes running out of your estate. Well, I ran after them. Then, I think you saw everything yourself, the guy answered. Hinata pulled away from him. Thank you, Naruto Keikun, Hyuga said in the same trembling voice. You're welcome. It's good that you're okay. Now, we need to take these. Naruto pointed at the Kumogaku shinobi, to the Hokage. With that, Naruto created two clones that took them. I'll go with you, Hyuga said. Okay then we'll take these to the Hokage, and then go home, Naruto said. They arrived at the Hokage's office. Naruto knocked. Come in, the Hokage said in a tired voice. Naruto entered, first letting his clones with the bodies of Kumo shinobi in. Only after that, the original and Hinata entered. Where are they from? And what are they doing here anyway? Tsunade asked in surprise. I dare to assume that they came to Konoha for the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. I saw them near the Hyuga mansion and ran after them. When I reached them, I saw that one of them was carrying someone. I defeated them and saw that this someone was Hinata. Right after that, we came to you, Naruto answered. Kumo. They have been hunting for the Byakugan for a long time. We need to put them in jail and tell the Raikage about it, Tsunade said. Okay. You can go. Thank you, Naruto said and left the office with Hinata. They left the residence. Should I walk you home? I'm not sure that was all of them. Naruto asked. If it's not too much trouble. And thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to me. Hinata thanked. Okay then. It's all over. Everything's fine. Let's go. I'll see you out. Naruto said. Let's go. Hinata said and walked next to Uzumaki. They walked almost half the way in silence. And I remember how you saved me even earlier. Back in childhood, when I had to go to the academy. You were walking then and heard how they were bullying me. You went up to them and defeated them. They didn't bother me for a long time after that. Thank you, said Hinata. They pissed me off then. After all, I was also bullied in the village then. I generally don't like it when someone is bullied. Naruto said. We've arrived. Thank you for seeing us off. See you later, Hyuga said and headed towards the gate. Bye, Uzumaki said, turning around. He headed home. Commentary on Part 29. Training in the creation of new equipment few. I finished the chapter. Enjoy reading. Part 30. Completion of the technique and Asuma's death. The next day, Naruto woke up early as usual. After doing all his chores, he went to the training ground where he had trained with Kakashi and Yamato yesterday. It was quite far from Naruto's house. He decided to get there quickly so that he would have more time for the training itself. He walked there for half an hour. When he arrived, he saw Kakashi and Yamato. Hello, Naruto greeted. Hello, Naruto, Yamato and Kakashi greeted at the same time. Where do we start? Uzumaki asked. From where we left off. Create clones and divide in half. One half for the waterfall, the other will try to add Keaton to the rasengan. If you try, you will create 2 new techniques today. Kakashi encouraged the students. Uzumaki created 1,000 clones and split them in half. He sent half to train Fuyuton and the other half to train Keaton. The first half began to try to cut the waterfall. The second half began to try to combine Keaton and rasengan. 20 minutes passed, and the clones that cut the waterfall were able to do it. Afterwards, Kakashi said, Naruto, send the rest of the clones to combine rasengan and Fuyuton. Leave the rest alone. Okay. Uzumaki replied. A few more hours passed. Naruto was able to combine Keaton and rasengan. He became completely purple. Electricity discharges began to emanate from him, purple in color. Only the original could do this. So, now disperse the clones with Keaton, and place them again. That way you will get their experience, and share it with the other clones. Naruto removed all the clones that were working on connecting Keaton with rasengan. He felt all their knowledge transfer to him. After that, he created clones again to do the same thing as before. After another hour, all the clones were able to combine rasengan and Kekkei Genkai. I think they can be dispelled now, Naruto said, removing the clones. So, now create your rasengan, Kakashi said and created rasengan in his left hand. Naruto created his rasengan with the addition of Keaton. Now let's check how much stronger your rasengan is than mine. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, he pounced on him. He combined his rasengan with Hataki's technique. Kakashi's technique disappeared, but Naruto's rasengan remained, leaving several burns on the Junin's hand. Why you were able to do it, Kakashi said in shock, examining his hand. How strong will he become in the future if he shows such results at this age? The ash-haired man thought. Since I'm done with Keaton, I suggest we take on Fuyuton, Naruto said. Yes, disperse the clones, said Kakashi. One of them managed to combine wind chakra and rasengan. His rasengan became blue, with several blades. It made a noise similar to a hum. As soon as Naruto dispelled the clones, he began to combine Fuyuton chakra and rasengan himself. He succeeded on the first try. He reproduced this technique on the first try. Yamato was surprised, watching Uzumaki. Kakashi created a rasengan, but in his right hand. This time Naruto made the first move, and struck Hataki's rasengan. Just like with the Keaton element rasengan, Kakashi's rasengan dissipated, causing less damage. But it was still stronger. He created 2 S-rank techniques in 2 days. Kakashi was surprised, although he didn't show it outwardly. Naruto, why you really are a genius of your generation. You created 2 techniques in just 2 days. It's mind-boggling, Yamato said. If it weren't for my clones, I would have been messing around with this for several years. So I need to say, thank you, to them. Well, I think that's enough for today. As I see, you're tired and you don't have much chakra left. Go rest, said Kakashi. Okay. You should go to the hospital, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto warned the teacher. I'll go, but later. See you later, said Hataki. See you later. Kakashi-sensei, Yamato-san. Naruto said goodbye and went to his house. At this time, the fire temple was attacked by Akatsuki and everyone there was killed, Tsunade said. You are all going to find Akatsuki. Any questions? Fifth asked. Asuma raised his hand. I thought Chiraku, one of the 12 guardian ninja, was supposed to be present. What happened to him? Sarutobi asked. The monk standing next to the Hokage tensed up. Chiraku-sama. Akatsuki was killed. Asuma was in shock. Even Chiraku. He is the strongest of the guardian ninja. They were able to kill even him. Thought Sarutobi. Since the opponents are very dangerous, if it is impossible to take them prisoner, kill them. Do not let them leave the land of fire, said the Hokage, and all 12 teams that stood on the roof of the residence disappeared. Asuma's team headed through the trees towards an unknown destination. Where do we start our search, Asuma-sensei? Shikamaru asked. The fire temple. That's where they were last seen. Their tracks can be found there, the Jonin replied. They ran like this for about 3 hours. Asuma-sensei, did it seem to me, or do you know this Chiraku? Shikamaru asked, catching up with his sensei. Didn't I tell you? It was back when I was in a group called the 12 Guardian Ninja. I fought side by side with Chiraku. I left the group, keeping the belt I wear on me, Asuma explained. Okay. Let's hurry, the temple is not far away, Sarutobi said and sped up. Half an hour later, they were climbing the stairs that led to the entrance to the temple. At the end, 2 monks came out to them. One of them was old, with a grey beard, and the other was young. You are from Konoha, right? Asked the old man. We learned of your arrival from the monk who is currently in your village. I am Jushoku. I was absent during the attack on the fire temple. But as soon as I heard about it, I returned here as quickly as possible. Continued the old man and headed to the temple. Everything here is in the same condition it was when I arrived. We collected the bodies of the dead. It's terrible, Shikamaru said. I see. Where is Chiraku's body? Asuma asked. To be honest, we still couldn't find Chiraku-sama's body. The young monk said. Asuma-san, I didn't want to say that. Chiraku's body is worth 30 million on the black market. Izumo said. So, if they know about the reward, they carried his body there. Nara said thoughtfully. Izumo, where and how many are the trading points? Asked Kotetsu. There are 5 of them. Turn on the one closest to us. Send messages to the other teams. Let them check. Izumo said. Team Asuma sent messages to the other teams. Let's move out, Asuma said. Asuma Dano, let me pray for the safety of your team during your mission, the old man asked. Okay, go ahead, Asuma agreed. The monk began to read his prayer. When he finished, he said, Good luck, Asuma Dano. Be careful. The team headed towards the trading point that was closest to them. Asuma-sensei, what was your relationship with Chiraku? Shikamaru asked. Why are you asking? Asuma answered with a question. Well, you smoke a lot, but you haven't smoked a single cigarette in 2 days, Nara said. So you noticed. I've been on your team since I graduated from the academy. I've only seen you in this state once. When the third died, Shikamaru replied. Yes, you're right, said Sarutobi. Half an hour later, Asuma's team arrived at the trading point. They were waiting for Akatsuki. Half an hour passed, and a man came out, wearing an Akatsuki cloak. He unbuttoned the top part of it, exposing his torso. An amulet hung around his neck. It was a circle with a triangle inscribed inside. It's one of the Akatsuki. Asuma whispered. I'll attack him from behind, and you cover me. After saying that, he appeared behind the Akatsuki member. Kakazu, how long have you been taking? Said the man, turning around. At this time, Asuma launched 3 shuriken at him. Akatsuki noticed this and blocked them with the cable of his 3-bladed scythe. Next, he tried to strike from above but missed. He tried to strike again. But Shikamaru's shadow grabbed him, and Izumo and Kotetsu appeared on the sides, striking his vital organs. Several seconds passed. FCK. It hurts, said Akatsuki. What the FCK do you want? Everyone was shocked by this. What's going on? We hit vital organs. Kotetsu began. FCK. Don't pull. It hurts. Is he immortal? Izumo said. FCK. You're a genius. The man quipped. And who are you? Akatsuki looked at Asuma. He noticed on his belt the same mark as Chiraku. This sign. It is worn by these protectors. We'll have to go to this F-seeking exchange point again. Akatsuki began to complain. Chiraku. So he's there. Asuma thought. We are Konoha shinobi. We have orders to capture one and kill the other. Sarutobi said. Where is your partner? The Jonin asked. At that moment, Kakazu appeared behind Shikamaru. But he noticed him and dodged the punch. By the way, he came out very strong. Shikamaru tried to run away, but Kakazu pursued him. Asuma stood in front of Akatsuki, preparing to repel the attack. Kotetsu, Izumo, get back, Asuma said. The Chunins stood with their backs to Asuma. With this situation, they protected Shikamaru, who was trying to analyze the situation. Oh, the technique has dissipated. The wounded Akatsuki rejoiced. So one of them is Asuma. And at least once, money fell on your head, hidden. Kakazu said. Don't interfere. I'll use them as a sacrifice to Jashin-sama. The money is yours, Hidden said, turning to Kakazu. Okay, he agreed. But don't underestimate them. After all, one of them was a defender, the Nukanen warned his partner. Hidden remained silent and drew a triangle inscribed in a circle with his blood. Shikamaru, as soon as you see that he is open, use your technique. Leave the rest to me, Asuma said so that only his teammates could hear him. But Asuma-sensei, Shikamaru tried to object. Shut up. This is the best plan. They are God knows how much stronger than me. Asuma interrupted Shikamaru. Since they are stronger than us, why not retreat and come up with a plan? Izumo asked. I don't think they'll let us go so easily, Sarutobi replied. If Asuma is going to protect us, then we will be in a disadvantageous position. What should we come up with? In order to catch them, we need a decent bait. And I, not Izumo and Kotetsu, are not suitable for the role of bait, Shikamaru reasoned. You don't need to be bait, Nara said, turning to Asuma. I wasn't going to sacrifice myself. Sarutobi replied. FCK, are you done? Hiden asked, pulling the swords that Izumo and Kotetsu had stuck into his body. Asuma remained silent and imbued his blades with wind chakra and charged at Hiden. He took the blades he had pulled out of his body and ran at Sarutobi. But Asuma cut the enemy's blades. At this time, Shikamaru tried to catch Hiden with his technique, but he noticed it and dodged and threw the second sword at Asuma. Then he threw his scythe so that it served as an anchor. He pulled himself up on the rope and flew towards Asuma. I'm fucked if that guy catches me. Hiden thought in the air. Asuma blocked the sword Hiden threw. Hiden threw his scythe at Sarutobi, but Sarutobi dodged the attack. The missing nin ran at the Jonin and jumped in front of his nose. Asuma followed him, trying to strike with his blades. Their weapons crossed, and then they jumped away from each other. Shikamaru, go on, I have the advantage. After all, he has to dodge your technique by attacking me, Asuma thought. You're fucked, Hiden shouted, flying at Asuma. Asuma made some strange seal. Hiden's scythe was thrown away, and he himself received a blow that threw him back several dozen meters. What AFCK? The Nukanen cursed. And I told you not to relax, said Kakazu, who was simply standing to the side. Asuma and Shikamaru tried to hit Hiden at least once, but they failed. 10 minutes passed, and the missing nin sent his scythe towards Sarutobi. He blocked the blow, but his cheek was still slightly scratched. Hiden licked Asuma's blood, and headed to his circle. His skin turned black, and a pattern resembling a skeleton appeared on it. Let's try this, Asuma thought and made the seals. Keaton, ash cloud. Ash appeared from his mouth, filling the space where Hiden was. Sarutobi clicked his teeth to ignite the ashes. An explosion occurred. Once the smoke cleared, everyone saw burns on the right side of Asuma's body. Hiden had suffered similar injuries. It hurts, FCK. Hiden said, taking out some kind of bayonet from his cloak. You're already under my curse. Everything is ready for my ritual. Asuma lunged at him with his blade. But Hiden stabbed his leg with the bayonet he had taken out earlier. Asuma felt pain in the same leg that Akatsuki had stabbed. Asuma fell, sliding several meters. You're lucky. I haven't aimed at any vital organs yet. Hiden started shouting. He somehow connected our bodies together. If I attack him, I will suffer myself. Thought Sarutobi. Where to now? It's no fun to damage your other leg. Maybe I should kill you right away. The Nukanen began to speak. He said something about a ritual, a curse, and something else. He licked Asuma's blood off the blade of his scythe. That's right, it's a curse. We need to get him out of the circle. Shikamaru thought. Hiden was about to swing his arm to hit himself in the stomach when he was grabbed by Shikamaru's technique. Asuma-sensei, now we can deal damage to him. Shikamaru shouted. We'll check it now, Asuma said and threw a shuriken into Hiden's ear to check if his technique was working. Asuma got to his feet and hobbled over to Hiden, and Shikamaru stabbed him with shadow needles. Sarutobi swung his blade and cut off the missing nin's head. FCK, Kakazu. Piece of FCK. Why the FCK did you let him do that? That hurts like FCK. Hiden's head, which was lying on the ground, started screaming. Everyone was shocked to see a severed head speak. What a sight. Kakazu, can you bring me my body? I'll fucking kill that bastard. Hiden said. Akatsuki simply moved to Asuma and threw him back a few meters with a punch. After that, he jumped into the air and kneed Sarutobi in the spine, causing him to cough up blood. Asuma-sensei, Nara shouted. Kakazu walked up to his partner's head and carried it to the body, where he sewed it back in place. I don't recommend turning your head too much. Otherwise the stitches will burst, Kakazu said. Finally, everything is in its place. Who are we fighting against? An immortal and someone who can easily sew on torn body parts. They have a huge advantage. Nara said. Have you called for backup? When will it arrive? About 10 minutes ago. That means there are still 20 left. Izumo said. Kakazu looked at Asuma. Hiden, yours is that one. The missing nin pointed at Sarutobi. And I have those 3. Excellent. He will answer to me for everything. Hiden agreed. Kakazu charged at the 3 Chunin who were standing to the side. Izumo and Kotetsu charged at Akatsuki. Sutin. Swamp, Izumo said and made a puddle of sticky liquid. Kotetsu unsealed a strange weapon from a scroll and soaked his feet in chakra so they wouldn't stick to the liquid on the ground. He jumped into the air and asked Kakazu for the weapon. Dust rose. A moment later, missing nin hands flew out of him, grabbing the Chunin by the throat and strangling them. Hiden approached Asuma's body and tried to strike. But Asuma suddenly jumped up and tried to strike. But then he noticed the rope of Hidden's scythe, which was flying towards his back. Asuma, behind you, Naru shouted, unable to do anything else. Sarutobi dodged and the scythe hit Hidden in the stomach, piercing through him. I'm not going to do the same trick. A strong pain in his stomach prevented him from finishing. It's not the same trick, idiot. Akatsuki started shouting. Shikamaru ran towards them. Halfway there he fell, but got up again and ran. Asuma fell. A cloud of white smoke appeared next to Hidden, and from it a huge flock of crows. What the FCK? Akatsuki was surprised. Do you think we can be defeated with some fucking birds? Are you trying to block the view? Kakazu thought, but he saw a black blade flying at him. A black blade, the missing nin thought, dodging and releasing Izumo and Kotetsu from his hands. At this time, Chuji took Asuma and carried him to the roof of the building near which the battle was taking place. Ino approached Shikamaru. Ino, you finally came, said Nara. A Junin approached Kotetsu. How are you? He asked Chunin. Forget about me. I'm fine, but Asuma-san. Ino and Shikamaru approached Chuji and Asuma. The boy immediately rushed to the teacher, checking his pulse. A few seconds passed and Shikamaru heard a heartbeat. He's unconscious. Chuji, Ino, take him to the Konoha hospital. Ino, use the medical techniques you learned from Tsunade-sama. Kakazu appeared on the roof. I won't give you my money, he said. Take Asuma-san to the hospital, and I'll hold him off, said the one who summoned the crows. Do whatever you want. You're all going to die anyway. But then, Hidden felt the head calling him, FCK. Can't this F-seeking matter wait? The missing nin asked rhetorically. He stood for a few seconds and disappeared. After him, Kakazu disappeared too. I'm using a Ryoninjutsu right now, Ino said. No. Asuma said barely audibly. I can't live anymore. Even. I understand that. You should too. Ino finally began the examination and treatment. Her eyes widened with each passing second. They severely damaged 4 vital organs. I can't help him. He won't make it to the hospital, Yamanaka said with pain in her voice. All the others approached them. Ino, Asuma started to speak. You have a strong will and spirit. You are very strong. Shikamaru and Chuji, they're complete lazybones. Keep an eye on them. Don't let Sakura defeat you. Asuma said everything in Ino's direction. Chuji, you are a kind guy. You care about your friends. That is why you will become the strongest shinobi ever. Be more confident in yourself. Shikamaru, you are smart, and you have excellent shinobi sense. In the future, you will be able to become an excellent shinobi. But you are too lazy. Oh yeah, remember our conversation about the king? Did you find the answer? Asuma asked Shikamaru. And no. Bend over, I'll tell you. Shikamaru obediently bowed his head for Asuma to answer this question. As soon as Sarutobi finished, Shikamaru was very surprised. Please, Asuma said. Okay, Asuma-sensei, Nara said. And now, fulfill my last request. I want to smoke for the last time. Asuma asked. Shikamaru took out one cigarette and gave it to Asuma. Then, Nara took a lighter and put the flame to the cigarette, causing it to smolder. While Asuma smoked, each member of Team 10 recalled those moments that were somehow connected with their sensei. A couple of minutes passed, it started to rain and the cigarette fell out of Asuma's mouth. Commentary on Part 30. Completion of the technique and Asuma's death. The chapter is finished. This is the longest chapter that has ever been published in this FF. Enjoy reading. Part 31. Revenge for the teacher. The next morning, a huge number of people gathered at the Konoha cemetery. Most of them were shinobi. All those present were somehow connected to Asuma. These were his friends, acquaintances, relatives, and his students. Kurenai was the first to approach his grave and placed a bouquet of white flowers on it. After standing there for a few minutes, mentally saying goodbye to Asuma, she walked away. Everyone was depressed at that moment. The only one who cried was Konohamaru, Asuma's nephew. Where is Shikamaru? He should be here, Ino asked. His mother said that he had already left, Chuji answered. At this time, Shikamaru was lying on the roof of a low building. He came here with Choji and looked at the clouds. Now Nara was doing the same, only simultaneously clicking Asuma's lighter. Shikamaru lay there for about an hour and decided to take a walk. He simply walked around the village, looking into space. Nara passed a cafe where all the members of Team 10 often sat. The owner of the cafe called out to him. Shikamaru, long time no see. The old lady greeted. Hello, Shikamaru replied. Say hello to Asuma-san and Chuji-kun, said the hostess. I'll need to call your teacher soon. The old lady said thoughtfully. Asuma. Nara began. Asuma died yesterday on a mission, Shikamaru said with pain in his voice. The cafe owner was taken aback by this, but after a few moments she pulled herself together. Asuma. So the one who died yesterday on a mission? The old woman asked again. Why yes, Nara said in a trembling voice. This is terrible, was all the old woman said. Shikamaru sat with his back against the pillar of the house and remembered all the moments of his life connected with his sensei. He sat like that until night, without changing his position. His father, Shikaku, came up to him. Shikamaru, follow me, Shikamaru's father said and headed to his room. Shikamaru followed him. Half an hour passed. They were playing shogi. They sat silently, moving pieces on the board. What are you going to do? Shikaku asked his son. I don't know, Shikamaru answered. You are unusually absent-minded today, said Nara Sr. Yeah, the guy waved it off. At this rate, you won't defeat me, Shikaku said. Please be quiet. I'm trying to concentrate. Akatsuki, are they strong? Asked the father. Yes, Shikamaru answered irritably. Well, since Asuma couldn't defeat them, then you won't have a chance. Shikaku said. Asuma was a good man. He was a terrible shogi player though. Nara chuckled. Yes, that can't be taken away, Shikamaru agreed. You still haven't answered me. What are you going to do? Asked the elder Nara. I know that you are smart enough not to run straight into the enemy's hands. Continued Shikaku. You are smart and talented. The village will need it someday. But, Asuma is dead. That can't be changed. Finished Shikamaru's father. I don't want to play anymore, Shikamaru said. Shikaku stood up and walked towards his son. Let out everything that's accumulated inside you. Sadness, anger, let it all out. It will become easier, Shikaku advised his son as he left the room. Shikamaru was taken aback. When his father left, his teeth and hands began to shake. He clenched his fist to stop the shaking, but it did not help. 20 minutes passed and Shikamaru was lying on the floor of the room where he played shogi with his father. He was lying on his back, looking at the stars that were visible through the window. He stood up and went to the table, on which stood an unfinished game of shogi. He thought of something, and began to rearrange the pieces. This continued until the morning. After finishing, he headed to Choji's house. When he got there, Shikamaru knocked. Choji's father opened the door. Hello Shikamaru, are you here to see Chuji? Chuza asked. Hello, yes, I'm here to see him. Can you tell me where he is? Asked Nara. He's on the mountain behind our house. Give him this. Akamaki handed Shikamaru a bento. Okay, thank you, Nara said, turning towards the door. Shikamaru walked around the house and went to the mountain where Choji was. When he got to the top, he saw a huge hole. Chuji, did you dig a hole again? Shush Shikamaru. Akamaki was taken aback. Hello, your father asked me to give you this. Shikamaru threw the bento and grabbed it with his shadow to deliver it to Choji without any damage. As soon as he finished eating, he went up to Shikamaru. What do you want from me? Akamaki asked. Can you do something for me? Nara asked. Shikamaru arrived at the Yamanaka house. He knocked on the door. Ino, who he had come for, opened the door for him. So, when do we start? The blonde asked. Nara just smiled. Shikamaru came to his teacher's grave. He took out one of the cigarettes that Asuma smoked and lit it. Nara placed the smoldering cigarette on his teacher's grave. Sorry I'm late, Shikamaru said, kneeling down. I understand that what we're about to do is complete madness. Ino and Chuji approached the grave from either side. But keep an eye on us one more time. Nara said. Asuma-sensei. Ino said. Asuma-sensei. Chuji repeated. Sensei, Shikamaru whispered. Team 10 is standing at the gates of Konoha. They're about to move out. Let's go, Shikamaru said. Where is it going? A voice was heard behind me. Kakashi-sensei. Ino was surprised. As I understand it, you are going to revenge Asuma. Asked Kakashi. Yes, and you can't stop us, said Shikamaru. I wasn't planning on it. I'm going with you, Hataki said. Ah really? Chuji asked again. Of course, I'll act as your captain. You'll leave anyway, and this way, I'll be able to keep an eye on you and help you. Kakashi answered. Excellent, said all members of the 10th team. Okay, let's move, said Kakashi. Morning. Sakura and Shizune are standing in Tsunade's office. How's Naruto's training? Senju asked. Excellent. He's almost finished creating both of his techniques, Sakura replied. Both? Tsunade was surprised. Well, yes. He combined the rasengan with the Fuyutan. And then with his Kekkei Genkai. What's surprising about that? Haruno asked. Keke Genkai. I didn't know he had one. Fifth said thoughtfully. Tell him that Naruto has 24 hours to finish the techniques. There's no need to pass anything on to anyone. I'm done, a voice said from behind everyone. Naruto. Everyone was surprised. Yes, it's me. I finished my techniques yesterday. Then you and Yamato go help Kakashi and Team 10, Tsunade said. When? Uzumaki asked. Right now, Tsunade said. Shikamaru, what's your plan? Kakashi asked, stopping. I changed the plan a little, taking you into account, Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru replied. Okay, start, said the ash-haired man. Okay, I'll break it down into the different situations that could happen during the fight with Hiden and Kakazu, Shikamaru began. The plan will vary depending on the circumstances. I need you to remember everything. Nara finished explaining the plan. Kakashi-sensei, take this. It will be very useful to you, Shikamaru said, holding out the syringe. It's still amazing. To learn so much about the enemy after meeting him just once. Kakashi said, stunned. To come up with a new strategy considering my presence. It's amazing. So, this is all I came up with based on the information I have. Once you remember everything, go over it in your head at least 3 times, every case that could happen. The success of the mission depends on the accuracy of our actions. Understood, everyone said and stood up from their seats. Ready to go? Kakashi asked. At this time, Akatsuki finished sealing the 2 tails. Kakazu and Hiden got up from the rock they had been sitting on for about 3 days. FCK. How F's-keen sick of sitting here for 3 F-seeking days. Hiden started cursing. Can you shut up? Let's go faster. Kakazu started to grumble. Where are you going? The exchange point is there. The immortal pointed towards the point. Do you have any brains? Just because we said we'd come back doesn't mean we have to walk into the deepest trap. Kakazu shouted. Hiden said thoughtfully. I understand. And by the way, here you go. Kakazu began to take Hiden's protector from his belt, after which he threw it to him. Oh. My protector. Thank you, Hiden thanked. Team 10, led by Kakashi, tried to find traces of Akatsuki. The rain washed away all traces, Kakashi said. All the strategies I've come up with will be useless if we don't find them, Shikamaru said. When they left, Hiden said that they would return to the exchange point. But they won't return, said Chuji. There are several teams watching the exchange point. I don't think they're stupid enough to go back there, Ino said. The goal hasn't changed. They want Naruto, the Jinchuriki. Nara said. This significantly reduces the search radius. But how are we going to find them? Asked the ash-haired man. Shikamaru looked around and saw a bird sitting on a tree branch. Let's use this. Nara pointed to the bird. Excellent. Ino said and used the mind transfer technique. She began to look around the area. Here, she notices 2 figures that are walking towards the 10th team and sits down on a tree branch that Akatsuki passed. No doubt, they are coming to us, thought Ino in the form of a bird. Kakazu suspected something and threw a kunai at the bird. Yamanaka barely managed to move into her body. As soon as she returned to her body, she said, they're coming straight towards us. Excellent. Let's move on to the very first case, said Nara. A little over 3 hours have passed. Hiden and Kakazu pass by a tree where Shikamaru is sitting. He forms a clan seal and sends a shadow towards Akatsuki, hoping to catch them. Hiden, Kakazu began. I know, Hiden said. The Akatsuki jumped to the sides. Kunai with explosive tags flew at them. Hiden covered himself with his scythe, and Kakazu with his hand. Damn, explosive seals, thought Akatsuki. Kakazu, are you okay? Hiden asked. It's okay. Be careful. Watch the shadow. It's more important. At this time, 2 more kunai with explosive tags flew at them. They pierced near Akatsuki. Explosive seals again, Kakazu thought. The seals didn't explode, but Shikamaru's shadow grabbed Akatsuki. They tried to move, but it was all in vain. Damn, he caught us, said Kakazu. Shikamaru jumped from the tree branch. The shadow imitation technique worked. FCK, your shadow didn't reach us. How the FCK did you do that? Hiden got angry. Do you recognize the knives? Nara asked. I imbued them with my chakra, as they are made of a special steel that absorbs the user's chakra. That's all, Shikamaru said. FCK Kakazu, why the FCK are you so calm? You got caught too. Now we're fucked. Hiden got angry. Yes, you are trapped. According to my plan, after I catch you, you are finished, said. Nara was forming seals. His shadow lengthened and merged with Hidden's shadow. Nara began to retreat, and Hidden followed suit. Bastard. I'll kill you even if it's the last thing I do. Shikamaru remained silent and forced Hidden to take his scythe. Then, Nara ran to the side, trying to strike Kakazu with Hidden's scythe. FCK, Kakazu. Get down, Akatsuki shouted. At that moment, Kakazu ducked down and grabbed Asuma's blade that Nara had thrown with his hand. You said that we were finished. But you don't know how I did it and you come up with new tactics. That's why you keep your distance. And you know how to think, unlike my partner. Kakazu said thoughtfully. What the FCK? Kakazu, what the FCK is this about, unlike my partner? Hidden got mad. At that moment, he took off, heading towards Kakazu, swinging his scythe. Kakazu, my body, do something. Are you pushing me against the wall? Akatsuki asked, leaning his back against the tree behind him. Right now, Chuji flew at him. While making seals, he said, meet spiked tank. He hit Kakazu. As soon as Chuji moved away from him, Kakazu was pierced in the chest. What? But how did you penetrate my body? Akatsuki was perplexed. I used the Sharingan and realized that you have Doton. I have Raten, which is stronger than your element. Hence the result, Kakashi said in an indifferent voice. Shikamaru found it difficult to maintain his shadow imitation. Shikamaru, how are you? Asked Chuji. My chakra is running low. Otherwise, I'm fine, Shikamaru replied. Kakashi pulled his hand out of Kakazu's body. He killed you, huh, Kakazu? Don't tell me you're that easy to kill. Hidden was surprised. You're next, Hataki said, turning to Akatsuki. The ash-haired man once again created Chidori and rushed at Hidden. There were only half a meter left, but he was kicked by Kakazu. That's what he achieved by showing off. Hidden laughed. What's going on? I couldn't have missed the heart. Kakashi thought. Now it's my turn, said Kakazu. He unbuttoned and took off his cloak. 5 masks were visible on his back, one of which was broken. They began to burst out. What's going on? Shikamaru. Chuji was taken aback. I don't know, but they won't surprise me, Nara answered. Finally, I can move. Hidden said, stretching. So, are you ready to beat the crap out of them, Kakazu? Yeah, his partner replied. There were 4 strange black creatures standing behind Kakazu, but one of them simply vanished into thin air. Kakazu, why the FCK did one of them die as soon as you let him out? Hidden asked. Apparently this mask is what I hit with Chidori. Thought Kakashi. Hidden, stay where you are and don't interfere. I will fight alone. Kakazu said, no. Let's do it as usual. Hidden asked. Kakazu remained silent, and Hidden took his scythe and headed for Kakashi. He parried the blows. The opponents ended up on a tree trunk. The same creature that crawled out of Kakazu appears behind Hidden. It released a huge and powerful stream of wind. It hit both Hidden and Kakashi. At this time, Kakazu tried to strike Shikamaru and Choji with lightning. Nara began to unseal something when the enemy's technique was too fast. Kakashi appeared in front of them, absorbing the enemy's technique. Immediately after, Ino appeared next to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, how are you? Asked Yamanaka. It's fine, the ash-haired man replied. These two are unusually strong. Especially Kakazu. He uses Fuyuton, Doton, and Raten techniques, as if he has a lot of experience using them. Kakashi thought. I'm impressed. You're the first one to survive our combination, Hataki Kakashi, Hidden said. It doesn't matter. They're definitely finished now, Kakazu said. Kato. Skull crushing. One of the creatures standing behind him shot out a huge amount of fire. Everyone dodged with difficulty. I got it. He has 5 hearts. Each mask is a separate heart, which is connected to his own. In other words, he has 5 hearts. Said Nara, and you are smart. You are right. Inside each of the masks there is a heart of the shinobi I killed. I will have to search some more. Said Kakazu. Now I understand why he can use so many chakra elements. Kakashi said. Listen, Fatso, come here, Hidden said, hoping that Chuji would get angry, which is what happened. Chuji ran at him and enlarged his arm to make his attack stronger. Hidden swung his scythe but missed because Chuji was stopped by Shikamaru's shadow. Hidden jumped up to kill the Akamaki, but his attack was stopped by Kakashi's kunai. He took Hidden with him while Chuji fell. Kakazu came up to him. The Akamaki tried to hit him but Chuji blocked the attack and the Chinese attacked him, causing Chuji to collide with a huge tree. Kakazu ran up to him and slammed him with a kick. At this time, Kakashi ran away from Hidden, while simultaneously dodging the creature's projectiles. Kakazu grabbed Choji by the head and was about to kill him. But two kunai, thrown by Ino, flew in front of him. Are you stupid or what? Kakazu asked rhetorically. He grabbed her and Chuji by the throat, starting to strangle them. Meanwhile, Shikamaru dodged the electric discharges. And Kakashi created a shadow clone, which was hit by the masks, confusing it with the original. Hiden approached him. You're fucked, he said, striking the clone. He was dispelled, and Hiden was a little taken aback. Kakashi went to Kakazu to save Chuji and Ino. Shikamaru unsealed the water from the scroll while the creature with the raten was turning around. There was a lot of water and Kakazu ended up in a puddle. An electric shock flew into the water and Shikamaru jumped back, while Kakazu let go of Ino and Chuji and fenced himself off with a water wall from the kunai with an explosive seal. Kakashi and Shikamaru took their comrades. Are you okay? Shikamaru asked. I think so, Ino and Chuji answered simultaneously. Hiden landed next to Kakazu. This fucking sucks, said the newcomer. And what about yourself? You were fooled by a shadow clone. FCK, did you see? Kakashi decided to ask. Shikamaru, what's next? We need to separate them, then they will become more accessible, Nara replied. But we need someone to distract Hiden, Kakashi said. I'll go, Ino said. I have the most chakra left. Nope, I'll go. I'll hold him back with my shadows, thus keeping him out of the fight, Shikamaru said. So, you're all going to fight with the masks, so conserve your chakra. And I'll go after Hiden. Okay, here you go. Kakashi handed Shikamaru an ampoule with Kakazu's blood. After that, Shikamaru made seals and launched a shadow towards Hiden. Kakazu wanted to help him, but Kakashi stopped him. I am your opponent, said Kakashi. While Hatake and Kakazu fought, Shikamaru was able to capture Hiden. FCK, again. You bastard, release me. Hiden got furious. Nara remained silent and ran towards the forest, where he would have to kill, or at least detain Hiden. Arriving in the forest, his shadows dissolved, and Hiden attacked him. During the fight, Shikamaru managed to make an imitation of a scratch, spilling Kakazu's blood on his cheek and dripping onto the blade of Hiden's scythe. Hiden licked the blood and drew his symbol. His skin darkened, and he stabbed himself in the heart. Nothing happened to Shikamaru. He simply began to throw kunai with fishing lines attached to them, which had many explosive tags. What are you doing, bastard? Hiden asked. And why are you still alive? Since you can't be killed. Then I'll just wall you up in the ground. With these words, Shikamaru ignited the seals. They exploded, creating a huge hole into which Hiden fell in pieces. He was covered with earth. Kakazu felt his heart break and saw that one of his masks had turned into a puddle. But how? You didn't touch me. Kakazu was perplexed. It seems that Shikamaru dealt with Hiden. Excellent, Hatake thought. I will destroy you, roared the Nukanen, taking in the masks he had released earlier. Naruto and Yamato appeared before Kakashi, Ino, and Chuji. Naruto, Yamato, what are you doing here? Kakashi asked. We'll help, Yamato replied. Let's go. Naruto silently created a rasengan with Keaton and struck Kakazu. An explosion occurred and Kakazu simply turned into coal. That's the technique. Everyone was surprised. But when did you learn it? Ino asked. I finished studying last night, so what? Naruto answered. She's so strong that you destroyed him with one blow. He almost killed us all, and you killed him with one blow, said Chuji. At this time, Nara was standing in front of a hole that had recently been covered with earth. Asuma's spirit appeared in front of him with a cigarette in his mouth. Nara simply handed him a lighter and left. He headed to the place where he had fought Kakazu. When he arrived, he saw Naruto and Yamato, as well as something that vaguely resembled Kakazu. Naruto, did you do this? Nara was taken aback. Yes, Shikamaru, it's him, Ino answered for the guy. Amazing, Shikamaru whispered. Well, since you're done, I suggest we head to Konoha. You all need medical attention here, Yamato said. That's true, Kakashi said. Everyone headed to Konoha. Commentary on Part 31. Revenge for the Teacher Few. The chapter turned out huge, by my standards. Enjoy reading. Chapter 32. Jiraiya is going to Omegakure. After the mission to eliminate Kakazu and Hiden, everyone returned to the village. Kakashi-sensei, go to the hospital. The rest of us will submit a report. Ino said. Okay, Kakashi reluctantly agreed. Okay, let's go faster, Naruto said. After that, Team 10, Naruto and Yamato went to the residence to give their report. And Kakashi went to the Konoha hospital. Arriving at the residence, Naruto knocked on the door, as he was the first one there. Hearing that they could enter, Everyone went in. Hello, Hokage-sama, everyone present greeted. Hello, where is Kakashi? Asked Fifth. We told him to go to the hospital to treat his wounds. We have very few of them, and even then, they are only bruises, Yamanaka answered. And not everyone. Some came back without any injuries at all. I see, Tsunade said. As I understand it, the mission is accomplished. The Hokage asked again, just in case. Yes, Kakazu was destroyed by Naruto's technique, and Hidden was sealed in the ground, Shikamaru said, after which he added, in pieces. Great. You may go, Senju said. Hi, they all said and disappeared behind the door, going down the stairs. As soon as they got down, Shikamaru said. Well, we'll go, and he set off in an unknown direction, together with the 10th team. Naruto, I'll go too. I have some things to do, Yamato said and immediately disappeared. Naruto decided to go home, since they returned to the village already in the evening. Not only that, but they were in a hurry to help their comrades. After that, Uzumaki used his most powerful technique, and then they, tired after the fight, went home at full speed. As it became clear, everyone was very tired and decided to rest. Naruto, having come home, decided to read a book. He read for about 2 hours before falling asleep. Naruto appeared in his subconscious. Just like last time, during the battle with Gaara, he appeared in front of a huge grate, behind which sat the Grey Nine Tails. You're here again. Do you need my power again? Fox muttered. No, I just fell asleep and ended up here, Uzumaki answered. I see, said the Nine Tails and expelled the Jinchuriki from his subconscious. Naruto woke up from this. He pushed me out of my own subconscious. Now I can see how strong he is, Naruto thought. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in, said the 5th. Jiraiya, who had recently returned from an information gathering mission, entered the office. Hello, Tsunade, the white-haired man greeted, approaching the Hokage's desk. Hello, Jiraiya, the Hokage greeted back. Any news? Yes, I found out that the leader of Akatsuki is in a megacure, said the white-haired man. But they have the strictest rules there. Anyone who enters the village is checked most thoroughly, the blonde said. So I think it would be difficult for the Akatsuki leader to hide everything there. Even if that's the case, I have to check it out, Jiraiya said. After all, the Rain Country has something to hide. And what then? Senju was surprised. For example, the fact that there has been a civil war going on inside the village for a long time. Sanan started, the village is divided into 2 camps. And, apparently, one of the sides is led by the leader of Akatsuki, the white-haired man finished. But this country borders Owagakure, Konohagakure and Sunagakure. If you think about it, Omegakure always becomes the battleground for our shinobi. So there is no stability there, Tsunade said thoughtfully. That's why I have to get in there and find out everything. Then we'll come up with a plan of action, Jiraiya said, but it's too dangerous. Especially to climb there alone, it's like suicide. Senju shouted. Don't forget, I'm one of the Sannin. Nothing will happen to me, the white-haired man answered. It doesn't matter if you're a Sannin or a regular shinobi. Your life is as valuable as anyone else's. I'll pick out a few people for you and you'll set off. No refusals, said the 5th. Okay, I think you'll be fine by tomorrow, said Jiraiya. Well, okay. I'll go, said the Sannin, turning around. See you tomorrow, Tsunade said wearily, starting on a new mountain of papers. Jiraiya went to his room, which was in the inn. It was not far from the residence, so he reached it fairly quickly. Arriving home, he immediately fell asleep, as he was very tired from his mission. There will be a new mission tomorrow. It will be much more dangerous than the previous one. Commentary on Chapter 32. Jiraiya is about to go to Omegakure. The chapter came out very small. Please forgive me for its size, and also for not releasing the chapter yesterday. There were some problems. Enjoy reading. Chapter 33. The Expedition to the Rain Village. The next day, Tsunade formed a team to go on a reconnaissance mission in Omegakure. She called the Anbu to summon the team members. Owl, Raccoon and Wolf, said the Hokage. A moment later, 3 Anbu shinobi appeared before her, on one knee. Did you call, Hokage-sama? Asked the girl wearing the owl mask. Yes, find me those I will list. These are Jiraiya, Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke. Tell them that I am calling them on urgent matter, said Tsunade. Hi, they all said and disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. Naruto had just woken up when he heard a knock on the door. He quickly walked up to the door and saw an Anbu wearing an owl mask. The shinobi immediately got to work. Hokage-sama is calling you, the girl said. Got it. Thanks for the information, Naruto replied, and the Anbu disappeared. If one of the Anbu warned me about this, then the mission she will give will be dangerous, Uzumaki thought. After quickly washing up and having breakfast, he headed towards the residence. He quickly climbed the stairs and knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in, Naruto heard from behind the door and entered. Jiraiya was standing in the office. Hello, Tsunade-sama, did you call Jiraiya-san? Naruto asked for the sake of decency. Hello Naruto. Yes, just one more thing and I'll tell you about your mission, Tsunade replied. Hello Naruto. Long time no see, the white-haired man greeted cheerfully. Yes. It's true, it's been a long time, Uzumaki agreed. They stood there in silence for about 5 minutes when they heard a knock on the door. Tsunade gave them permission to enter, and as soon as the door opened, Sasuke appeared in front of the three. Hello, Tsunade-sama, did you call? Uchiha asked. Yes, I am sending you on a reconnaissance mission. You must go to Omegakure and find out information about the leader of Akatsuki. The Hokage explained the essence of the mission. Information has been received that the leader of this organization is in the Rain Village. I see. When are we leaving, Jiraiya-san? Naruto asked. In 15 minutes at the gates of Konoha. Don't be late, Jiraiya said. I see. With these words, Naruto and Sasuke disappeared and headed to their homes to collect their equipment. About 8 minutes passed and everyone was standing near the village gate. Okay, who knows anything about Omegakure? Asked the Sannin. Since I've read a lot, I can say that it almost always pours rain there, which is why this village got its name, Uzumaki began, but that's not all. The thing is that this rain is a kind of barrier that scans the chakra of everyone present in the village. I think it will be difficult to get there. Naruto finished. I see. Not bad, the new information will help us a lot. And you, Sasuke, what can you say? Asked Jiraiya. The same as Naruto, Uchiha answered shortly. I see, was all the white-haired man answered and headed towards the exit of the village. By the way, do any of you know techniques that hide chakra as much as possible? We can pretend to be simple travelers. Jiraiya decided to ask. I know a technique that can hide chakra. The only downside is that I can't use it on myself. Only if I hide my chakra perfectly myself. I think I can do it, Naruto replied. Excellent. So before entering Omegakure, you will put this seal on Jiraiya-san and me, said Uchiha. Naruto, how long does it take to remove this seal? Jiraiya decided to clarify. If I want, I can take it off in an instant without even touching it, Uzumaki replied. Excellent. That means we can quickly engage in combat if necessary, Sannin said. Everyone set out towards the Rain Village. It was a couple of days' run away, so Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke would reach it in about a day and a half. They walked in silence the entire time. Everyone had something to think about. Night fell. Wait, let's make a stop. We'll be on duty for 2.5 hours. I'll be first, said Jiraiya. You don't have to be on duty. I'll create clones and they'll patrol the area for dangers, Naruto said. It's not worth it. Don't forget that the clone's fatigue is transferred to you after they disperse. So you won't gain strength for subsequent actions. Sannin stopped the student. Right. I forgot. Naruto agreed and laid out his sleeping bag. Who will come after you, Jiraiya-san? Uzumaki decided to ask. Sasuke, and after him you, Jiraiya explained. Got it, Naruto said. Jiraiya stayed on duty as he said. He decided to use his sage mode to scan the chakra in a large area. Although he had not studied this regime perfectly, it greatly increased his sensory skills, as well as strength, speed, and much more. He used his sensor skills and began to scan the area. 2.5 hours passed. Jiraiya left sage mode and went to wake up the Uchiha. Sasuke, go on duty, it's your turn, the Sannin said to the Uchiha. He nodded his head and went to keep watch. He activated his Sharingan to see chakra in his field of vision. The allotted time passed and he went to wake Naruto. Approaching him, he said, Naruto, go on duty. Okay, Uzumaki said and climbed out of his sleeping bag. At that moment, he and Uchiha appeared in the world of Tsukiyomi, where Itachi was standing. Itachi, the boys asked at the same time. Let's get down to business. As I understand it, you are going to Omegakure? Asked the elder Uchiha. Yes, for reconnaissance, Sasuke answered. Then you can't avoid a fight with pain, Itachi said thoughtfully. We already know that. As far as I know, the rain that almost always falls in the Rain Village is a kind of barrier that checks the chakra of everyone present in the village, Uzumaki said. Excellent. I'll start with his abilities. He has the Rinnegan. I think you know what it is, Itachi said. Rinnegan. Naruto and Sasuke said in shock. This is the most powerful dojutsu of all, said the Uchiha. Yes, I can't say anything else. Do you have a technique that suppresses chakra? Akatsuki decided to ask. Yes. So I think we can sneak into the village unnoticed, Sasuke answered. Excellent. But be careful with him. He was able to kill Hanzo Salamander. He was the previous head of the village. It was against him that Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru fought, after which they received the title of Sannin of Konoha. I have not met him personally, so I do not know the full strength of pain, Itachi warned. I see. Thanks for the information, Naruto said. That was what I knew about his abilities. But that's not all. He has a certain substitute. This is Konan. She is from a Megakure and personally checks the territory of the village. So do not relax, the elder Uchiha added. So we need to be extremely careful. Thank Itachi. Naruto thanked. That's all I wanted to say, Itachi said and stopped Tsukiyomi's action. Naruto and Sasuke found themselves in the same places they were before Itachi appeared. So, now we know that the leader of Akatsuki has the Rinnegan, Naruto said, and also that there is Konan, who checks the territory of the village, added Uchiha. Okay, we'll discuss this after everyone wakes up. Go to sleep, Uzumaki said. Sasuke silently went to his sleeping bag, and Uzumaki created 3 clones, which he sent in different directions in order to increase the territory that Naruto could inspect. His time passed and he went to wake everyone up. Sasuke, Jiraiya-san, it's time to go out, Naruto said and began to push them a little so that they would wake up faster. They stood up silently and began to collect their things in order to get to a Megakure faster. Did anything suspicious happen? Sannin asked. No, everything was fine, Sasuke replied. Great, then let's continue our journey to the Rain Village, Jiraiya said, after which he headed towards the village. By the way, I remembered something. Naruto began. When leaving Konoha, I forgot to tell you that the leader of Akatsuki has the Rinnegan. Jiraiya was surprised. But how? The only person I know died a long time ago, said the Sannin. Could they have survived? But why did they fake the deaths then? The white-haired man began to reason. But that's not all. There are rumors that a certain Konan walks around the village, checking on all the residents. Uzumaki finished. Konan. To say that Jiraiya was surprised is to say nothing. Yes, it is she. Naruto confirmed the teacher's guess. I see. The Sannin said thoughtfully and headed towards a Megakure. We need to check all this. Naruto and Sasuke nodded and went after their teacher. Commentary on Chapter 33. The expedition to the Rain Village. The part is finished. It is quite small, but I hope for your understanding. Enjoy reading. 34. Parish in a Megakure. Naruto, Sasuke and Jiraiya approached the border of the Rain Village. Naruto, put your seal on us, said the Sannin. Right now, Uzumaki said. He started making seals. Once Naruto finished, he touched Jiraiya. Chakra concealment seal, Uzumaki said, and a small mark appeared on the Sannin's body. It's done. With this seal, you won't be able to use chakra. I can remove it instantly without touching it. So there's almost no risk. Uzumaki said. Sasuke. Now you, said the white-haired man. He silently walked up to Naruto and he placed a seal on him. Excellent. Now we need to change clothes to hide the fact that we are shinobi, said Jiraiya. Naruto and Sasuke nodded, then began to change into regular clothes. The team headed to the entrance of the village. There were 2 Chunin who started checking them. Not finding anything suspicious, they let Naruto, Sasuke and Jiraiya through. So, I suggest we split up and look for information. We meet in the same place in 3 hours, said Sannin. Agreed. This way we have a better chance of getting the information we need, Sasuke said and headed towards Naruto, and Jiraiya went in opposite directions. POV Jiraiya. I went to the center of the city, since there are the most people there, and therefore I can get more information. As I asked people, I remembered how I taught 3 children from this village. They were Yahiko, a red-haired boy, Konan, a blue-haired girl. She knew how to use pieces of paper, turning them into weapons, and she could also turn into them herself. There was another boy, Nagato, a very capable student. He had the Rinnegan, mastered all the elements. Flashback. I go with Orochimaru and Tsunade to the mountain to recover from the fight. We arrived quickly, as it was quite close. We started eating. At that moment, a red-haired boy approached us. He looked about 10 years old. Did you want something? I asked. Can you give me some food? The boy asked. Where are your parents? Tsunade asked. They were killed by shinobi, the boy said with pain in his voice. Our eyes all widened, but we remained silent. Okay, here you go. I handed the boy a few rice biscuits. The boy was delighted and took one piece. Nagato, Conan, come here. They won't touch us, he said. After that, 2 more children came up to us. One of them had red hair that covered his eyes, so I couldn't see the color. Behind him was a girl with blue hair and amber eyes. They came up and took 1 biscuit each. Thank you, they thanked in chorus and went behind the column. About half an hour passed like this and we moved on. We walked along the bridge, and these kids were trailing behind us. Sunad noticed this and got angry. What else do you want? We already fed you, Sunad said angrily. The kids were silent, and Conan came out with her hands behind her back. She wanted to get something, but Senju tried to hit her. I noticed this and stopped her hand. Conan was scared and looked at me with a grateful look. A few moments later, she took out an origami flower from behind her back. Thank you. This is a gift to you from all of us, the girl said. I accepted the gift and said, thank you. A red-haired man stood next to her. Can you teach us ninjutsu? He asked. Orochimaru got angry and said, I think it would be better to kill them. The 3 children became frightened and backed away. People like them will face a lot of difficulties in the future, which they will hardly survive. I think it would be better to spare them from this, the snake finished. Orochimaru, stop it. You and Sunad go to Konoha and I will stay here and help these children, I said. Sunad wanted to object, but I interrupted her. I will train them until they can defend themselves. I walked up to Yahiko and put my hand on his shoulder. Maybe this is my destiny, I thought. We were sitting in a small house. I decided to go and buy something to eat. Having bought everything I needed, I came home and saw Yahiko and Conan running towards me in front of the house. I got scared and went towards them. What happened? I asked. A shinobi came to us and started demanding food. We tried to explain to him that we didn't have any, but he didn't believe us and grabbed Conan. Something happened to Nagato and he killed him. Yahiko explained in fear. Where is he? Come on, we'll show you, Conan said and led us to the shinobi's body and Nagato sitting next to him. I walked up to him and looked into his eyes. They were scared, but there is always one, but it was the Rinnegan. I walked up to him and led him into the house. The very next day I started training them. 3 years have passed since then and I left. A couple of months later, I received a notification that they had died. NPOV Jiraiya. Having learned all he could, Jiraiya went to the meeting place with his students. Naruto and Sasuke were already there. Approaching him, Sanan asked, well, what new things did you learn? In general, in the village they say that this Akatsuki leader is called Pain. Sasuke began. According to the residents, he single-handedly killed Hanzo Salamander. And without much effort, and is now the head of this village, killed Hanzo. Jiraiya was taken aback. How strong is he that he could kill someone whom we, the Sannin, could not kill, having combined forces? Thought the Sannin. Is that all you learned? Asked the white-haired man. Yes, that's all I found out, Uchiha replied. I see. Naruto, what do you have? I learned that Pain never appeared to the villagers in person. A certain angel replaces him. And also that Pain is in the highest tower of the village. I don't know more, Uzumaki answered. I see. I suggest we go to the hotel now to try to find this Pain and his deputy tomorrow, said the white-haired man. Naruto and Sasuke nodded and followed Sensei to the hotel. Commentary on 34. Arrival in Omegakure. The part turned out to be very small. Please forgive me. Enjoy reading. Part 35. Meeting with former students. The next day, Jiraiya, Naruto and Sasuke woke up much earlier than usual in order to get as much done as possible. Once everyone had breakfast, Jiraiya said, today we need to get into the main tower of the village to see this Pain in person. Naruto and Sasuke simply nodded in agreement and began to gather their equipment. When he finished, the Uchiha said, we are ready. When do we leave? Right now. Naruto, get ready to remove the seal from us, said the Sannin turning to Uzumaki. Yeah, was all Naruto said. Okay, let's go, said the white-haired man and headed towards the door. Uzumaki and Uchiha silently followed him. The tower was in the center of the village, so it was quite far away. They walked like this for about half an hour, since it was not advisable to remove the seal, so as not to reveal themselves ahead of time. They came to the entrance of the tower. Entering it, they decided to look around. There were a lot of pipes, and the room itself was large. Having looked around, they decided to go further. But then a girl landed in front of them, with paper wings on her back. As soon as he saw her, Jiraiya realized who it was. Conan, is that really you? The Sannin said, dumbfounded. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei, Conan said in an emotionless voice. Jiraiya-sensei. Uzumaki was surprised. That can't be. You didn't tell us that you had other students besides the fourth and me and Sasuke. Naruto said, turning to the teacher, I wanted to tell you. But I was waiting for the right moment. Apparently, it has already come, said the white-haired man. No time for talking. I can't let you see pain. The girl said menacingly and threw a lot of paper shurikens. In response, Jiraiya used a technique where he wrapped his student's hair around himself and deflected the shuriken. Your technique has become much stronger. Until recently, I thought you three were dead, said Sannin. Conan remained silent and created wings out of paper, then flew into the air. She began to throw paper shuriken. In response to this, Sasuke said, Kato, great fireball. After this, all the shurikens burned, and Jiraiya used oil and poured it on Conan, after which he wrapped his hair around it, lengthening it. As you know, oil-soaked paper cannot fly, said the Sannin. You were the kindest of the three. The white-haired man became sad. Now let me ask a question. How are Yahiko and Nagato doing? Asked Jiraiya. Why did you come here for us? What did you expect when you returned here? Sensei Conan ignored the question. I didn't come for you. More precisely, it would have been so if you hadn't joined Akatsuki. The Sannin said. Now you probably regret that you didn't listen to Orochimaru back then, the blue-haired girl said coldly. I don't regret it. I regret that you, who wanted to achieve peace, got involved with this group, Jiraiya said with pain in his voice. After I left, I heard rumors that you had achieved a lot. But then I received a letter saying that you had died, the Sannin added. You can't even imagine what happened to us after you left, Conan said in the same emotionless voice. You're right, I don't know what you've been through. But why Akatsuki? Asked the Sannin. They do terrible things. Is that what you think? A voice came from above. There stood a red-haired boy. His hair did not cover his eyes, so the rinnegan that was shining in his eye sockets was clearly visible. Is it really you, Nagato? Jiraiya said. Nagato is gone. There is pain, the red-haired man answered. What happened to you? Sannin said thoughtfully. Nagato remained silent and made several hand seals. A moment later, a huge hand seal appeared on the wall behind him, and a wave of foam poured out of it. Jiraiya had to let go of Conan to avoid being caught in the foam. The white-haired man, Naruto, and Sasuke jumped onto the wall. He's my student. It's no wonder he knows my weaknesses. He used foam to wash the oil off Conan. The Sannin thought, you've changed a lot. It seems you've grown up differently than I imagined. What happened to you? You don't need to know this. You are an outsider, said the rinnegan bearer. It seems you really have changed a lot, Jiraiya said thoughtfully. Nagato remained silent and summoned a huge Norab. It tried to hit Jiraiya, but Sasuke created a Chidori and attacked the summoned creature, after which the crab disappeared in a puff of white smoke. The Sannin grabbed Nagato with his hair. Nagato, I have a few questions for you, Jiraiya began. How is Yahiko? Yahiko, I remember him, Nagato said with feigned thoughtfulness. The thing is, he died a long time ago. Jiraiya was stunned. Could it be that you? I remember you, your words about wanting to protect your friends. Jiraiya said with pain in his voice. What happened to you? Wars. Pain. They made me grow up. Even a child can grow up, experiencing pain, the red-haired man answered. Do you think that growing up means forgetting your friends? Jiraiya started to get angry. Sensei, you are a simple man. And I lived, shrouded in pain. I stopped being a man. I became God, so what are you going to do? Jiraiya asked. Me, I'm going to cleanse this world, mired in pain and suffering. Such is the will of God, Nagato answered. Then why do you need Bayu? Naruto asked. Okay, you won't get out of here alive anyway, so I'll tell you, Nagato began. I'm going to create a forbidden technique with their help. A technique that can destroy an entire country in an instant. This will be a weapon of great power. How will it help stop wars? Sasuke asked. It will only add fuel to the fire, Jiraiya added. All countries are fighting among themselves. How do you think, Jiraiya-sensei, can we stop this? The red-haired man asked rhetorically. That's what I'm asking you about, said Sannin. I will give each village a forbidden technique. Sooner or later, one of the great countries will use it. In an instant, millions of people will die, and the rest will live in fear. The world will know pain. This fear will be the cure for wars. Pain will force you to grow up. Just like it forced me to, said Akatsuki, so you want to bring pain to the whole world, forcing it to grow up. Is that your purpose? The white-haired man asked. That's absolutely right, sensei, Nagato replied and turned into a log. I'm here, sensei. A voice was heard from the side. I see. So this is one of your abilities, Naruto said. You know Nagato. Jiraiya began and jumped up, summoning Gameken. For some brat to call me a child. That has never happened before. Okay, let's get started, Sasuke, Jiraiya-san, Naruto said, getting into a fighting stance. The battle has begun. Commentary on Part 35. Meeting with former students. The part is ready. I apologize for not releasing the chapter yesterday. There were some things to do. Enjoy reading. Part 36. The battle against pain. With such an opponent, you can't beat around the bush. Let's attack with full force right away. Jiraiya began. I'll use hermit mode. Jiraiya-sama. Are you really going to? Gameken became wary. Yes, I will summon 2 great hermits. But until that moment, I can't separate my palms. Naruto, Sasuke, hold off pain as long as possible, the Sannin said, biting his finger and adding 1 stripe under each eye. Okay, Jiraiya-san, Naruto said. Nagato summoned another creature. It was a chameleon. Akatsuki jumped into its mouth and the chameleon became invisible. Where did he dig up such a summoned creature? Thought Jiraiya. Naruto, can you put up a barrier indicating the location? Asked the Sannin. Yes, I'll do it now, Naruto said and began to fold the seals. When he finished, he said, white flame barrier. A barely visible barrier appeared around Naruto, Sasuke and Jiraiya, which began to increase in size. If I get into this barrier, this kid will instantly know my location. Nagato thought and summoned the 3-headed dog. She immediately rushed at Jiraiya in order to cancel the summoning of the hermits. Damn, he saw the barrier and summoned another creature. Gameken-san, it's your turn, said the Sannin. I'll try to hold him back, said the toad and began to move towards the 3-headed dog. Gameken struck the creature, pinning it to the wall with his weapon. Thank you, Gameken-san, Jiraiya said, but he saw something. The dog split into 2 parts, becoming smaller. One part of it jumped onto the wall, and the other changed its body, thereby changing its position. After that, it split into 2, just like last time. What the hell? Naruto asked in surprise. After that, one of them attacked Gameken, which he dodged and jumped for his weapon. He began to dodge these dogs. After a few moments, the dogs merged into one, forming one big one, with 7 heads. It rushed at the toad, but Gameken hit it with his staff. An explosion occurred. Because of this, the dogs disintegrated and doubled. They continued to attack Gameken. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke are about to attack Nagato. Since Naruto has weak sensory skills, he was able to track pain. Sasuke, he's going to go after Jiraiya-san. We need to stop him, Uzumaki said and headed towards the chameleon, who was still invisible. I'll attack the chameleon with rasengan, and you use Chidori to hit Nagato himself. Got it, Sasuke said. Waiting for the right moment, he activated his 3-volume Sharingan. At that moment, Naruto struck the summoned creature with a rasengan, causing it to disappear in a puff of white smoke. This guy is not bad. I need to be careful with him. I feel great power in him, just like in his friend. Thought Nagato. Uchiha, seeing that Akatsuki had an opening, rushed at him with Chidori. He saw that he was about to be hit with a strong technique and turned to face Sasuke, stretching his arms forward. After that, he absorbed the technique. What? Uchiha was surprised. As I said, I am God. You cannot stand against me, said the owner of the Rinnegan. What if that's the case? Naruto asked and rushed at him. In midair, he took out a kunai and imbued it with Keaton. Sasuke did the same with his katana, but he imbued it with Raten. They began to strike with weapons, which Nagato dodged with the help of Rinnegan. He got tired of this and said, Shinra Tensei. A strong wave of air came from Nagato, which threw Naruto and Sasuke back several dozen meters. This caused them to crash into the wall, creating huge clouds of dust. Damn, I didn't even see his technique with the Sharingan. What should I do? Sasuke began to reason. Maybe I should create clones. Naruto asked. I don't think that's a good option. He'll just push them away with his technique, and you'll just waste your chakra, Uchiha replied. What should I do? Naruto thought, getting to his feet, which Sasuke later did. What if I make Rasen Shuriken, and you add Keaton to it? That way she'll be much stronger. Uzumaki suggested. I think we can try. Go ahead, said Uchiha. Naruto nodded and began to create the technique. As soon as a blue Rasengan appeared in his hand, white blades appeared around it, making the technique look like a shuriken. After that, a very loud, ear-piercing hum appeared. The technique is complete. Sasuke, get started, Naruto shouted, trying to be heard over the hum of the technique he had just created. Sasuke nodded and walked up to Naruto. He placed his hand on Naruto's back and poured Keaton chakra into him. This caused the color of the Rasen shuriken to change from light blue to light orange. The noise stopped. It worked. Uzumaki rejoiced. He started moving towards Nagato. He approached him and swung his arm to strike. But Akatsuki once again put his hands in front of him and tried to absorb the technique. Nagato was unable to fully absorb the technique, so his hands were burned. Now he can't use seals, Sasuke said and rushed at Nagato with his katana. Great, now we have a chance, Naruto said and armed himself with a kunai that he had imbued with Keaton. Uchiha and Uzumaki began to attack Nagato again. He dodged and tried to counterattack, which he did poorly, even with the Rinnegan. Since Nagato had spent a lot of chakra on the summoning and Shinra Tensei, he decided to use this technique again at the most opportune moment. Deciding to deal with Naruto and Sasuke, he summoned 6 bodies that he created specifically. At this time, Jiraiya dealt with the dog that Nagato had summoned and went to help his students. He arrived at the moment when 6 red-haired men were standing behind Nagato. Where skin was visible, there was something like piercings. Jiraiya approached his students and asked, "Who is this?" "We don't know ourselves. They just appeared from a cloud of white smoke. You came right after that," Sasuke said. "Listen," Naruto began. "Look each of them in the eye." Jiraiya and Sasuke did what Uzumaki said. That's the Rinnegan. They all have it," Jiraiya said. "That can't be. 7 people in one place have the Rinnegan. I can't believe it." Commentary on Part 36. The battle against Pain. The chapter is finished. I apologize that the chapters are short. Enjoy reading. Part 37. Victory over Pain. Jiraiya-san, what are we going to do? Naruto asked. I'll try to enter hermit mode. Can you create your strongest barrier around me? I need time, the Sannin asked. Right now, Naruto said and began to make seals. Having folded about 20 seals, he said. Scarlet flame barrier. After this, a barrier of dark red color, which had a spherical shape, began to form around Jiraiya. Now, distract Nagato. I need time to enter hermit mode, Jiraiya said and put his palms together. Okay, answered Sannin's students. At this time, one of the 6, or rather the one with long red hair, performed several seals and Nagato simply disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Damn, Nagato disappeared. Now I can't sense his chakra, Naruto said. It doesn't matter, we just need to buy time for Sensei to enter his mode, Sasuke began. He tried to do it before, but the dogs prevented him. We need to prevent her from being summoned again. With these words, the Uchiha pounced on one of the men. He swung his katana, but he simply threw it aside, saying, Shinra Tensei. This time Sasuke didn't fly that far and landed on his feet. Naruto decided not to stand aside and created a rasengan with the addition of Keaton. Like the first time, purple discharges began to appear around the technique. He decided to attack the same man as Sasuke. She ran towards him. Uzumaki tried to strike the enemy, but another stood in front of him, who absorbed his technique without receiving any damage. He tried to strike Naruto, but he dodged. Pouring all the chakra he had into Naruto's fist, he struck the enemy, causing him to fly several dozen meters away. Sasuke, your turn, Uzumaki shouted, dodging the blows of 5 enemies. Uchiha nodded and began to form Chidori. After finishing, he rushed towards the one who could use Shinra Tensei. There was only a little time left to strike, but the one who absorbs techniques appeared in front of him again. He decided to absorb Sasuke's Chidori, but did not have time, so he missed the blow to the chest. After that, he fell. There are 5 left. We need to urgently destroy the one who can throw us back, thought Sasuke. Naruto decided to destroy another one. His target was a long-haired man who had hardly taken part in the fight. He created a normal rasengan and headed towards him. Halfway there, the man stopped him by launching several missiles at him. What's wrong with him? How did he fit missiles into his body? Uzumaki was surprised, dodging the missiles launched at him. During this time, Jiraiya was able to summon 2 toad hermits. Since the Sannin was unable to store natural chakra during battle, the toads assisted him in this. Jiraiya, why did you call him? Asked the toad that was sitting on his right shoulder. It's time for you to learn how to use senjutsu yourself. That's not the point now. I need your help, said Jiraiya. And what kind of one? Asked the purple toad that was sitting on his left shoulder. I need to kill someone. So where is he? I don't see him, said the toad on the right shoulder. Fukasaku-sama, he summoned some kind of creature and hid in it. It's something like a chameleon. And also, our enemy has the most powerful dojutsu. The white-haired man said. Dojutsu, the toads asked again. Yes, it's the Rinnegan. Rinnegan, did we hear right? Fukasaku asked, dumbfounded. No, you heard right. Not only does he have the Rinnegan, but he is also my former student. The Sannin said with pain in his voice. I taught him when he was 10 years old. After his training, I left and received news that he and his friends had died. But he is somewhere here. Student, why didn't you tell us? Asked the purple toad. Shima-sama, I didn't see the point. And yes, he has 6 accomplices who also have the Rinnegan. What? The toads were taken aback. 7 people have the Rinnegan. It's impossible. I don't know where they got these eyes from. But they are very strong. We need to deal with them as quickly as possible, said Jiraiya. Naruto. Remove the barrier, shouted the Sannin. Naruto silently made a seal and the barrier disappeared. Sasuke, Naruto, step back. Our techniques can harm you. Jiraiya said. Uzumaki and Uchiha obediently jumped back a decent distance in order to give their teacher the opportunity to fight with all his might. Jiraiya, you have the oil. Fukasaku, blow up the fire, said Shima, making seals. Fukasaku and Jiraiya nodded and made hand seals. After that, Jiraiya spat out a stream of oil, Shima released fire, and Fukasaku used wind to increase the fire's power. Great flame technique, the 3 said, and the technique was directed at the 6 men. This technique was so powerful that it blocked Jiraiya and the toad's vision. Once the fire dissipated, Fukasaku said, this is all. But it was not to be. In front of everyone stood one man who could absorb techniques. He absorbed the technique. Jiraiya said, that means we need to go into close combat. With that, Jiraiya got on all 4s and took off his shoes. His arms and legs became like those of a toad. He rushed at the nearest enemy with lightning speed and created a giant rasengan. But his enemy absorbed the technique. At that moment, another Rinnegan user appeared behind the Sannin and tried to hit him. Fukasaku saw this and threw a smoke bomb. Jiraiya and his enemy were caught in a cloud of smoke. The Sannin, taking advantage of this, tried to kill the enemy by attacking him from a blind spot. But the enemy stopped his attack. What? He blocked my attack without even looking at it. Jiraiya was taken aback. Using a small toad as bait, he jumped out of the cloud of smoke. Spike volley, Jiraiya said, and launched senbons from his hair at another enemy. But the enemy, without even looking at this, folded the summoning seals and a huge panda appeared in front of him, which took all the damage on itself. Jiraiya decided to jump back just in case. Not a single unnecessary movement. I would have hit him if he tried to dodge, but he used a summoning to reflect the attack. The Sannin began to reason. Not only that, he did it without looking at me. How do they do it? And this is the 2nd time. They didn't even look at each other and didn't give any signals. Even if they feel chakra perfectly, they must see the technique in order to effectively reflect it, thought Jiraiya. Especially since Thorn Volley is my fastest technique, which hits an area. The only way to reflect it is to put up a shield or something similar, which is what he did without seeing the attack. These are clearly not ordinary clones, thought Jiraiya. You noticed, right? Fukasaku asked. What did you notice? The white-haired man asked again. When you struck from behind, you were in the blind spot, but at that time, the others were constantly watching you, the toad replied. I noticed, but even if so, they didn't talk to each other or give any signs. Jiraiya said. Fukasaku thought for a moment and said, exactly. It's in their eyes. They have a common field of vision. So they can see the target from 6 sides at the same time. That's bad, said Sannin. Agree. This is all very, very bad. Since ninjutsu doesn't work against them, then dealing with all 6 of them will be very problematic. We need to retreat and come up with a plan, thought Jiraiya and turned to his students, Naruto, Sasuke. Retreat. After that, Jiraiya's students approached him and disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. The trio ran through the corridors, which were made up of pipes. Jiraiya-san, why are we running? Naruto asked. We retreated to come up with a plan against Nagato. Or rather, against those 6. Jiraiya said. Okay, let's get started. Did anyone notice anything strange about any of those 6? Fukasaku asked. Well, I noticed that each of them has a separate ability of the Rinnegan. For example, one of them uses only summoning, the second absorbs techniques, the third uses gravity as a weapon. The rest did not demonstrate their abilities. That's all I noticed. Sasuke said, yeah. That's very useful. Naruto, what do you say? Asked the Sannin. Well, I noticed that each of those 6 had some sort of piercing. I don't think it's just decoration, Uzumaki replied. This could also be the key to victory. So you, Fukasaku-sama, Jiraiya said. So, I have a hunch that each of them is connected to each other. Or to be more precise, they have a common field of vision, said the Toad Sage. How did you figure that out? Uzumaki asked. During our fight, one of them stopped our attack. And since we were attacking from a blind spot, and the others were just looking at us, I got this guess, Fukasaku replied. By the way, where did Nagato go? Asked the white-haired man. We don't know, Uchiha replied. Bad. Were you able to do anything to him? Asked Fukasaku. We were able to leave quite severe burns on his hands. But it's unlikely that he'll be able to use his hands to perform seals anytime soon, Uchiha replied. So what we have now is that all those we fought have a common field of vision, they have piercings, which are not decoration, and each of the enemies has a separate Rinnegan ability. Not bad. All that remains is to develop a strategy against Nagato, said Jiraiya. I think I've seen all of those 6 somewhere before. The white-haired man thought and tried to remember where he could have seen them. He began to remember his battles, during his absence from Konoha, before he met Naruto. So he remembered everyone except one. It was the one who could use gravity. I remembered, Jiraiya said. What did you remember, Jiraiya-san? Uzumaki asked. I remember fighting almost all of those 6. They were all killed later, as my informants told me. But I didn't fight one of them. That's the one who uses Shinra Tensei. Come to think of it, he looks a lot like Yahiko. Could it really be him? Jiraiya replied. If that's true, then the piercings Naruto was talking about are chakra conductors with which he controls bodies, Fukasaku said thoughtfully. So, in order to get to Nagato, we need to destroy all the bodies. Uchiha asked. Everything is correct, Sanin replied. I came up with a plan. Naruto began. As you said, they have one field of vision. So we need to separate them to destroy them one by one. It's as easy as pie. Uzumaki finished, and the kid is right. Everything turned out to be much simpler than we thought, said Shima. Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama, do you know genjutsu techniques? Asked the Uchiha. Yes, this is the strongest genjutsu after Tsukiyomi. But for it to work, it will take some time for Fukasaku and I to merge into one melody. If Nagato finds us before the technique works, then it will be the end for us. If not, then consider victory in our pocket, answered Shima. At that moment, Jiraiya stopped in front of a fork in the road. Jiraiya, what happened? Why did you stop? Fukasaku was surprised. If things go badly, then go back to Konoha, Jiraiya said with steel in his voice. Jiraiya, don't even think about it. The lives of millions of people will depend on the outcome of our fight. We can't let this happen. Fukasaku said. Okay, proceed with the genjutsu action, said the Sannin. The Toad Sages formed seals and began to create a melody from their voices. Nagato heard this and directed his bodies towards the source of the sound. 6 bodies arrived instead of 5. Jiraiya, who was hiding around the corner, noticed this. There are 6 of them. But why? Naruto and Sasuke destroyed one. Can Nagato really clone them? Jiraiya was surprised. One of the bodies noticed the Sannin and tried to hit him, but was stopped by Sasuke's fireball technique. The one who could absorb techniques stood in the way of the technique. Since the Uchiha had put a huge amount of chakra into the technique, Pain's body absorbed the technique too slowly. At this time, Naruto pounced on the long-haired Pain with rasengan. He was thrown a long distance and could not get up. Jiraiya destroyed the one who absorbed techniques with the Great Flame. Then, using various techniques, they were able to kill the one who looked like Yahiko, that is, who knew how to use Shinra Tensei. There were 3 bodies left. These were those who could use summoning, emit missiles, and the one whose abilities were not yet known. Naruto decided to take on the one with whom no one had yet entered into battle. Sasuke pounced on the one who released missiles, and Jiraiya was left with the one whose ability was summoning. Since there was little space, Pain's body could not use its main and only ability, which was summoning. It's done, Fukasaku and Shima thought at the same time, as they prepared the genjutsu. The remaining 3 bodies were in a strange place, similar to where Jiraiya had imprisoned Itachi and Kisame years ago, in order to trap them. But this was a genjutsu. Pain's bodies were in a cube of water, which was held back by 4 huge toads. Jiraiya stood in front of this cube and looked with regret at those created by Nagato. I got caught after all, said the long-haired Pain. I didn't think that you, Jiraiya-sensei, could use such a strong genjutsu. Didn't I teach you not to underestimate your opponent, no matter who he is? asked the Sannin. Flashback. Jiraiya remembered one of the moments when he was still training Yahiko, Nagato and Konan. Nagato was sitting on the porch of the house, and the Sannin was sitting next to him. I just want to protect my friends. No matter what pain awaits me. End flashback. I wanted you to rise above the pain. To defeat it, and not use it as a weapon, said the white-haired man. Pain's body looked at him with an icy gaze. But, I almost believed that the child from the prophecy was you, the Sannin said with pain in his voice. And now, goodbye, Jiraiya finished, and Pain's body felt a strong pain throughout his entire body. Jiraiya stopped the genjutsu. It turns out that while these bodies were in the illusion, Naruto and Sasuke used their techniques to kill them. As soon as Jiraiya stopped the technique, the Toad Sages began coughing. Are you okay, Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama? Jiraiya asked worriedly. Yes, it's just that after using this genjutsu, our throats start to hurt, Shima answered. Then good, you can go back, we're done. Thank you very much. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to win. Jiraiya thanked. Okay, if something happens, don't be shy, call us. We'll help, Fukasaku said. Thank you, Sannin thanked again. After this, the Toad Sages disappeared. Jiraiya-san, what are we going to do? I don't think going to Nagato right now is a good idea. Naruto said. I agree, Sasuke said briefly. I suggest we go to the village and tell Tsunade everything, the Sannin replied. Let's destroy all of Pain's bodies except one, just in case. We'll be able to find out how Nagato controlled them, Naruto suggested. You're right, during the battle, I killed one of them. But when we fought in the pipes, he was there too. And unharmed. I think this is one of the abilities of the Rinnegan. Jiraiya agreed. We destroy all the bodies except this one. The Sannin pointed to the one who looked like two peas in a pod with Yahiko. We'll take him with us. Jiraiya's students nodded and destroyed the bodies. Afterwards, they went to Konoha to report Pain's strength to the Hokage. Commentary on Part 37. Victory over Pain. The part is ready. I hope you like it. I think especially those who did not like Jiraiya's death in canon. Enjoy reading. Part 38. Return to the village and a walk. 2 days later, Naruto, Jiraiya and Sasuke stood at the gates of Konoha. Naruto, Sasuke, now we go to Tsunade and report on the mission, said Jiraiya. Uzumaki and Uchiha nodded silently. The Sannin, seeing the sign of agreement, headed to the residence. Having climbed to the right floor, Jiraiya knocked on the door. Come in, a voice was heard behind the door. The trio entered. Tsunade was happy to see them. Hello Tsunade-sama, the people who entered said in chorus. Hello, as I understand it, the leader of Akatsuki has been defeated. Tsunade asked. Not exactly, but we were able to find out a few things about him, said Sannin. So what? Fifth asked with interest. Let's start with the fact that he has the Rinnegan, Jiraiya began. Did I hear right? Rinnegan, Senju asked again. You heard right, it's true, Jiraiya confirmed Tsunade's fears. Here's one of the bodies as proof. Naruto, unseal the body, the Sannin said turning to Uzumaki. He nodded and took out a scroll from his pouch, then opened it and gathered chakra in his palm and touched the seal. White smoke appeared from there. As soon as it dissipated, one of Pain's bodies appeared before Tsunade's eyes. Here is one of his bodies. Pain has 6 of them, and his own. That makes 7, and each of them has a Rinnegan. Also, in all the bodies except his own there is something like a piercing, which most likely is not a piercing. We brought you one of the bodies so that you would find out what these black things are, said Jiraiya. Next, each of the bodies has its own Rinnegan ability. Roughly speaking, the real one divided the power of his eyes into 6 parts and imprisoned them in bodies. He himself uses all the abilities. 7 Rinnegan. I don't believe it. This can't be, Tsunade said, dumbfounded. You have to find out whether these are real eyes or not, said the white-haired man. I see. What else? Asked Senju. Now let's get down to Pain and Akatsuki's plan. The Sannin began. According to him, they are collecting Bayu to create a powerful technique. With it, Akatsuki will be able to destroy any of the great countries in an instant. Jiraiya finished, all the Bayu. Tsunade was taken aback. How many have they collected already? According to the information that informants give me, they have collected the 7 tails, 4 tails, 3 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails. They still have to collect the 2 tails, 9 tails, 8 tails, and 1 tails, said the Sannin. They've already gathered 5. They're very strong. Do you know who their next target will be? Tsunade asked. It will most likely be the 9 tails inside Naruto, Jiraiya suggested. If that's true, then everything is very, very bad. Since the three of you couldn't defeat pain, Tsunade reasoned, I will train Naruto and Sasuke in Sage Mode. They showed themselves well in battle. If they unite, only Sage Mode will save me. Jiraiya said proudly. A good idea. If they succeed, they will be able to defeat pain. Tsunade said thoughtfully, okay. I will count your mission as an S rank task. Here, take it. The Hokage handed the three an envelope with money. You are free, and I will deal with Pain's body. Everyone silently headed for the exit. After leaving the residence, Naruto asked, Jiraiya-san, when are we going to learn Hermit Mode? In a few days. I have some things to do for now. As soon as I'm free, we'll go right away, said Sannin, leaving in an unknown direction. I'll go too, Naruto said, heading towards his house. Sasuke remained silent and headed home. Arriving home, Naruto unpacked his things and started cleaning. After cleaning, Uzumaki decided to eat, since they had run to the village since early morning and had not eaten anything. After eating, Naruto washed the dishes and went for a walk. After all, he was leaving the village soon in order to learn the art of the Sannin. Naruto just walked around the village, thinking about how to defeat pain. If Tsunade-sama finds out how Nagato controls bodies, then defeating him will be much easier. The problem is that the battle with Nagato himself will be difficult. He uses all the abilities of the Rinnegan, Uzumaki reasoned until he was called out. He turned around and saw Hinata. Hinata, hello, Naruto greeted. Hello Naruto-kun, Hyuga replied, blushing slightly. Are you back already? Yes, about an hour ago. Why? Asked Uzumaki. Ah, Hinata began blushing. Don't you want to go for a walk? Asked Hyuga. I don't mind. Let's go, Naruto said. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief and stood next to Naruto. Let's go to the rock with the Hokage's faces, Naruto suggested. I haven't been there in a while. Let's go, Hyuga agreed. They headed towards the mountain, chatting about everything along the way. Naruto-kun. And who is Pain? No, I already know that he is the leader of Akatsuki, but other than that, I don't know anything. Hinata decided to ask. Well, first of all, he has the Rinnegan. I think you know what it is, Naruto said. Ah, Rinnegan. It's the most powerful doujutsu. Hinata was taken aback. Yes, you're right. Also, he was Jiraiya-san's student. Uzumaki began as the teacher found 3 friends, among whom were Nagato, Yahiko and Konan. He taught them from the age of 10 for 3 years, after which he left. Soon, they founded Akatsuki, but for noble purposes. For example, to protect the village. They had many friends in the organization. But after some time, Jiraiya-san learned that they had died. As it turned out, it was a lie. Well, partly. Only one died. It was Yahiko, his best friend. I don't know whether Nagato killed him, or whether he died himself, but during our battle we only saw Nagato and Konan, Naruto finished. According to Jiraiya-san's stories, Nagato's parents were killed by shinobi. As were Yahiko's parents. I don't know about Konan. Uzumaki finished. They've been through a lot. Especially Nagato and Konan. It's no wonder they got lost on their way, Hinata said thoughtfully. I agree. They did a lot of bad things. But I think that every person has the right to a second chance, Naruto said, sitting on the 4th Hokage's head. Hinata sat down next to him. At this time, Uzumaki lay on his back and began to look at the sky. Hinata also directed her gaze to the sky. Several hours passed, during which Naruto and Hinata talked about everything. Night fell and it began to get colder. Naruto noticed out of the corner of his eye that Hinata began to shiver from the cold. Are you cold? Naruto asked, although he could see everything perfectly well. A little, Hyuga admitted. Naruto silently took off his gray jacket, which he almost always wore. Uzumaki was left in only a black t-shirt. He approached Hinata and handed her his jacket. And what about you? Hinata was surprised. I'm not that cold, Naruto answered honestly. Thank you, Hyuga thanked and put on her jacket, which was still warm. Naruto nodded with satisfaction and said, okay. Let me walk you home. It's already dark. Oh okay, Hinata said blushing, but it was not visible in the dark. Naruto helped her up and they silently walked towards the Hyuga quarter. They were silent on the way to the designated place. 15 minutes later, they were standing near the gates of the mansion. Thank you for the evening, Hinata said. You're welcome. I was pleased myself, Uzumaki admitted. Hinata took off her jacket and handed it to Naruto. Here you go. Uzumaki took the jacket and put it on himself. Hinata came up to Naruto and hugged him. The guy was taken aback, but after a while he responded. After a few seconds, Hinata walked away from him. Bye Naruto-kun, Hyuga said. See you later, Naruto said, watching as Hinata disappeared behind the gates of the mansion. After waiting a bit, Uzumaki went home. Commentary on Part 38. Return to the village and a walk. The chapter turned out to be quite short, compared to others. I hope you like it. Enjoy reading. Part 39. Beginning of training. 3 days passed. All this time, Naruto trained in order to at least slightly increase the amount of his chakra. He also learned to use Rasen Shuriken and Rasengan with Keaton more times. Now he can use these techniques 5 times in a fight, instead of 4, or 10, but only one of them, since they consumed the same amount of chakra. Each of the techniques is strong in its own way. For example, Rasen Shuriken can be thrown if the enemy is difficult to reach, and Rasengan with the element of Keaton causes much more damage, but it can only be used in close combat. At one point, when Naruto was training again, he sensed Jiraiya's chakra. Interrupting his training, Uzumaki approached his teacher. Hello, Jiraiya-san, Naruto greeted. Hello Naruto, are you ready to go to Mount Myoboku? The Sannin asked. Yes, Uzumaki answered. And how long will we stay there? Until you learn Sage Mode or until pain comes to Konoha, Jiraiya replied. I understand, Naruto said. Then I'll warn everyone and start packing my things. Excellent, said the Sannin. We'll be at the gates of Konoha in an hour. In the meantime, I'll get ready, said Jiraiya as he left. Naruto headed towards the Hyuga quarter. He himself didn't understand why he wanted to warn Hinata in particular. Arriving at the block, he knocked on the gate. A few moments later, a tall man came out. Hello, why have you come? Asked Hyuga. Hello, could you please call Hinata? Uzumaki asked. Okay, wait, said the man and disappeared behind the gate. Naruto stood there for a few minutes and soon Hinata came out to him. Naruto-kun. Hyuga was surprised. Hello. Hello, can I ask you something? Uzumaki asked. About what? I'm going to train. Naruto began. To Mount Myoboku to learn hermit mode. Can you tell the others? Okay, and are you going away for long? Asked Hyuga. I don't know, but until I learn, or pain attacks Konoha, I won't come back. I don't think I'll be gone for long. Uzumaki answered. I see, Hinata said in a slightly sad voice. Okay, I'll go pack my things then. Bye, Naruto said. Good luck, Hyuga said. Thank you, Uzumaki replied and headed home. Naruto came home and gathered the necessary things. These were a change of clothes, a set of equipment and a few other necessary things. Having gathered all the things, he slowly went to the gates of Konoha. Approaching them, Naruto saw Jiraiya there. Jiraiya-san, I'm ready. When are we leaving? Uzumaki asked. Excellent. We'll leave right now, the Sannin replied using the summoning technique. Fukasaku appeared from the clouds of smoke. Jiraiya, why did you call? Toad asked. We need to go to Myoboku. I want to teach Naruto Sannin mode, Jiraiya replied. I see. Are you ready? Asked the sage and seeing the nods, used reverse summoning. Once the smoke cleared around the trio, Naruto saw the place they were in. It was a strange place. The sky was too bright. There were toad statues all around, and some of them were leaking yellow liquid. It's been so long since I've been here, Jiraiya said. It's probably been about 15 years since the last time. Is this Myoboku? Naruto asked. Yes, Fukasaku replied. Follow me. I'll take you to our house. Okay, Jiraiya and Naruto answered in chorus. They didn't walk long. Fukasaku's house was small, the simplest house to live in. Come in. Make yourself at home, Fukasaku said hospitably. Uzumaki and Jiraiya entered the house. The entrance from the hallway connected to the kitchen, where Shima was now. Shima-sama, hello, Naruto greeted. Jiraiya, Naruto. Toad was surprised. What are you here for? Shima asked. I want to teach Naruto how to use senjutsu. That's why we're here, the Sannin replied. I see. It won't be easy. Even you, Jiraiya, don't use it perfectly, the Toad said thoughtfully. Well, okay. Make yourself at home. Thank you, Naruto and Jiraiya said at the same time. Jiraiya-san, when will we start training? Uzumaki asked. Now we'll unpack our things and get started, the white-haired man answered. Okay, where are our rooms? Naruto decided to ask. On the second floor. Choose any one. They are the same, said Fukasaku. Thank you, Uzumaki said and headed to the second floor to unpack his things. Taking off his backpack, he laid out everything that was in it and placed them on the table that was in this room. The room itself was done in orange, like everything in this house. Only the ceiling was yellow. After finishing, Naruto went downstairs, where Jiraiya was already waiting for him. Are you finished? The white-haired man decided to ask. Yes. Uzumaki answered. Excellent. Follow me, said Sannon and headed for the exit. They went to train. Commentary on Part 39. Beginning of training. I apologize that the chapter turned out to be short. Enjoy reading. Part 40. Training begins. Naruto followed Jiraiya. After a few minutes, they found themselves in a strange place. There were huge stone monuments. We have arrived, said Jiraiya. Naruto, do you know how natural chakra works? Asked the Sannon. No. Uzumaki admitted. Okay, what does the amount of chakra in a shinobi depend on? From physical and spiritual strength. The more they are, the more chakra, respectively, Naruto answered. That's right. But if you add natural chakra to your own, you will create a much stronger chakra that will increase your skills in ninjutsu, taijutsu and even genjutsu, said the white-haired man. I see. As I understand it, natural chakra needs to be added in the right quantities, otherwise something bad will happen, Naruto suggested. You're right. If there's not enough natural chakra, you won't enter hermit mode. If there's too much, you'll just turn into stone. And how do you know that you have collected enough of this chakra? Naruto asked. The external sign that you have entered the hermit mode is the marks around your eyes, the white-haired man replied. And the internal one, you will feel a slight lightness for a moment. As soon as this happens, you need to stop collecting natural chakra. I see, Uzumaki said thoughtfully. So, now let's begin the demonstration. With these words, Jiraiya approached the fountain with yellow liquid and smeared it over his hands. Jiraiya-san, what are you doing? Naruto asked. This is toad oil. If you apply it to your body, it will passively begin to absorb natural chakra. This way, I won't have to ask Fukasaku-sama for help, the Sannon replied. And it will go away faster, since I haven't been able to study this mode perfectly, the white-haired man admitted. Why didn't you use it in the battle with Nagato? Then it would have been easier for you. Naruto asked. The thing is, this oil only works on Mount Myoboku. Outside of it, the oil will simply evaporate, the Sannon replied. That means it's only suitable for training, Jiraiya's student concluded. You're right, but with its help, you can learn much faster than without it, said Jiraiya entering hermit mode. He approached a huge statue of a toad, performing a strange seal. Jiraiya was able to lift it without any difficulty, even though he was not in the ideal mode. And the statue, it weighed several tons. See how strong the hermit mode is? Asked the Sannon. Now try to lift it. After these words, Jiraiya lowered the statue. Naruto silently walked up to her and tried to lift her up. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift her up. Got it. Hermit mode will help you a lot in battle, said the Sannon. You lifted that statue so easily. Not even in perfect mode. What would happen if someone entered hermit mode perfectly? Uzumaki asked. Then, his skills will become even stronger. Let's say, if I enter Sannon mode perfectly, then my techniques will become 3 times stronger than in the current one, the white-haired man answered. Wow. Okay, try entering hermit mode, Jiraiya said to Naruto. By the way, I almost forgot. You have to merge with nature, you have to become a part of it. Naruto sat down next to the fountain and made the necessary seal. A few seconds passed, and Naruto began to transform into a toad. Jiraiya noticed this and made several seals and touched Uzumaki. He stopped his transformation and returned to his normal form. You've absorbed too much natural chakra, Jiraiya began, and in too short a time. Next time, try doing it slower. For now, you don't really need speed. Just gradually draw in natural chakra, and if I see marks on your face, I'll tell you to stop, the Sannon finished. Jiraiya-san, what if I create shadow clones? With them, I was able to learn 2S rank techniques in 2 days. I think you've seen them. Naruto said. Not a bad idea, but create no more than 5 clones. This is because if one of the clones turns into a toad, and then into stone, then you will repeat his fate, and there is nothing you can do about it, Jiraiya explained. Got it? With these words Naruto created 5 clones and began to collect natural energy, but more slowly, so that Jiraiya could, if necessary, stop Uzumaki from turning into a toad. The whole day passed. Naruto threatened to turn into a toad several times, but Jiraiya prevented it. Uzumaki decided to try to enter hermit mode again, but was stopped by Jiraiya's voice. Naruto, I think that's enough for today. You've learned to absorb natural chakra, even if uncontrollably. I think tomorrow we'll start another training method. Okay, Naruto said and dispelled his clones. A wave of fatigue immediately fell upon him, both his own and that of the clones. But at the same time, he adopted all the experience that his clones had accumulated. Let's go to the house. Tomorrow we'll have to get up early. Even earlier than usual, said Jiraiya and headed towards the house. Jiraiya-san, can I try something? Uzumaki asked. Well, go ahead, Sanin replied. After Naruto heard his teacher's approval, he walked over to the fountain and oiled his hands. Sitting in the right position, he began to gather natural chakra. After 10 to 15 seconds, Naruto's body began to resemble a toad. Jiraiya became worried, but Uzumaki stood up, surprising Jiraiya. Naruto, you were able to enter hermit mode in such a short time. Even if it's not perfect. But I spent about 2 years on it. The Sannin was surprised. Uzumaki walked up to the statue that Jiraiya had lifted earlier and was able to lift it above his head without any difficulty. Now I understand how strong the hermit mode is, Naruto said as he lowered the statue. Okay, let's go inside, Jiraiya said. Exit Sannin mode. Naruto silently exited the mode and headed after Jiraiya. At Fukasaku and Shima's house. Fukasaku-sama, Naruto was able to master Sannin mode. Although not ideally, but even so, he became equal in strength to me. Jiraiya said. What? The sage asked, dumbfounded. Naruto has mastered hermit mode, the Sannin replied. In such a short time. Maybe he is the disciple from the prophecy. Fukasaku said thoughtfully. I thought about it too. But it seems to me that it is him, said the white-haired man. Then we need to teach him the perfect Sannin mode. Then he will become even stronger than you, Fukasaku said. Okay, Fukasaku-sama, I think we can discuss this tomorrow during training. With that, Jiraiya went to his room, leaving Fukasaku to think about everything that happened today. Commentary on Part 40. Training begins. The chapter is ready. Enjoy reading. Part 41. Continuing the study of the hermit's regime. The next day, Naruto and Jiraiya got up before dawn and went to train. The Sannin brought the student to a strange place. There were tall, thin mountains. So, as I said yesterday, in order to learn hermit mode well, you must become a part of nature, Jiraiya began. Here, he handed Naruto a stone slab. This is the second stage of your training. You must stay on top of this mountain while sitting on a stone slab, Jiraiya said. The mountain is quite high. If I lose concentration, I'll crash, Naruto said thoughtfully. You're right. Well, okay, go upstairs, said Sannin. Taking a stone slab for himself, he began to climb up. Uzumaki followed his example. Having reached the top, they sat down on the slabs. Jiraiya sat absolutely still, but Naruto still swayed. Naruto, don't move. You must subdue the instinct that makes you move. Find harmony with nature, Jiraiya said. I'll try, said Uzumaki. After that, Naruto began to sway much less, but still did not stop. He was able to stay on top of the mountain in such a short time. I trained for several months, Jiraiya thought. A few minutes passed and Naruto lost his concentration and fell. Already a few meters above the ground, he was caught with his tongue by Fukasaku, who was watching his training. Phew, I made it, said Fukasaku. Thank you, Fukasaku-sama, Naruto thanked the savior. You're welcome, Fukasaku replied. So how was training? I don't know. I was able to hold on to the top for a few minutes, and then I fell. Uzumaki admitted. Not bad. It took Jiraiya several weeks to somehow hold on. And you held on for several minutes the first time. You are very talented, Naruto. Naruto praised Fukasaku, lowering him to the ground. Thank you, Fukasaku-sama. I will continue training, Uzumaki said as he climbed up. He must be the child from the prophecy, thought Fukasaku as he watched Naruto. Uzumaki trained for several hours, but was still unable to perfectly merge with nature like Jiraiya. But in all this time, he never fell, which already said a lot. Naruto, you're doing great. Maybe you should take a break, Jiraiya asked. No, Jiraiya-san, I have to learn it in the shortest time possible, Naruto said. Okay, you are much more persistent than I was at your age, Sannin said thoughtfully. Can I create shadow clones? Uzumaki asked. If it doesn't interfere with your concentration, then create it, Jiraiya gave his consent. Naruto created 4 clones and each of them took a stone slab, after which they headed to the top of the mountains, of which there were a huge number. A few more hours passed like this. It was evening. Naruto never fell. Neither did his clones. Naruto, dispel the clones and try again, Jiraiya said. Okay, Uzumaki said and dispelled the clones. After that, Uzumaki tried to stay absolutely still on the plate again. After several attempts, he still couldn't do it. I see. So tomorrow we'll continue from this stage, said Jiraiya. Let's go to the house. The next day, Naruto and Jiraiya returned to the same place. Naruto, as before, jumped to the top of the mountain. His balance had improved considerably, but not as good as Jiraiya's. You're already doing much better. Keep it up and you'll be able to learn the hermit mode, the Sannin encouraged his student. Naruto created 5 clones and began to train. He trained like that until evening. Periodically, he dispelled the clones, appropriating their experience to himself. In the evening, he dispelled them for the last time and tried to maintain balance, which, by the way, he succeeded in. And not worse than Jiraiya. Naruto, you learned to merge with nature so quickly. You are a genius, the Sannin said in shock. They're all clones. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have passed the first stage. Naruto replied. Okay, let's continue. Continue sitting like this for as long as possible. I won't stop you, said Sannin. With your talent, I don't think you'll fall and hurt yourself. And if you do fall, you'll think of something, finished the white-haired man and went into the house. Naruto was left alone. Commentary on Part 41. Continuing study of the Hermit's regime. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. P.S. Don't forget to leave reviews and recommend to your friends. Part 42. End of training and attack on Konoha. In the morning, Jiraiya returned to the place where Naruto was supposed to be. That is, to the mountains. To his surprise, Naruto was not sitting alone, but with 5 clones who were doing the same thing as him. Naruto, are you still holding on? The white-haired man was surprised. To be honest, I didn't think you could hold out for so long. Jiraiya admitted. Naruto, without opening his eyes, which had been closed all this time, said, I didn't sit here all night. Uzumaki began. I lost concentration a couple of times, but I didn't fall. I just swayed a little. Naruto admitted, but it's still a lot. I can't stay in this position for more than an hour and a half. And you sat there for 2 or more hours. It's amazing, Sannin said, dumbfounded. Jiraiya-san, have I passed the stage? Naruto asked the question that interested him. Quite. Now you are definitely ready to learn the art of the hermit, Jiraiya replied. What is the next step? It consists of simultaneously gathering natural chakra and remaining motionless. If at least one of these is not accomplished, you will not be able to learn Sannin mode, the white-haired man replied. Connect the first 2 stages. Uzumaki asked again. Absolutely right. Can you start, or should you eat first? Jiraiya decided to ask. To be honest, I wouldn't mind eating, Naruto admitted. Excellent. Let's go. Shima-sama will think of something to feed you, said Sannin. After hearing this, Naruto jumped down, dispelling the clones along the way, in order to gather all the knowledge they had. After landing on the ground, he headed to Fukasaku and Shima's house. When Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at the house, they found Shima busy in the kitchen. Shima-sama, good morning, Uzumaki greeted. Naruto, the toad was surprised. Well, how was training? Asked Shima. He's doing great, Jiraiya answered for Naruto. He's already mastered 2 stages out of 4. And he can also maintain concentration for more than 2 hours, while I can't for more than an hour and a half, the Sannin finished. Oh, Shima was taken aback. Still, this is the child from the prophecy. I'm sure, thought the toad. About an hour passed. During that time, Naruto ate Shima's cooking. To be honest, he didn't like the food very much, but in all the time that he, Sasuke, and Jiraiya were away from the village, he had eaten worse food. So he didn't complain. Uzumaki sat on the top of the highest mountain and tried to remain motionless and gather natural chakra. For the whole day, he was unable to enter the perfect sage mode. He could only enter the normal one, that is, the one that Jiraiya could enter. During this time, Uzumaki only dispelled the clones 3 times in order to spend less time and gather more knowledge, which affected the training. If in the morning he entered the sage mode in 15 minutes, now he can do it in 7. This will be very useful in battle. Of course, Jiraiya enters it in 5 minutes. But with his experience, he could do it faster. And Naruto hasn't even studied this mode for a week and can enter this mode so quickly. Jiraiya noticed this and was very surprised. Naruto, how long does it take you to enter hermit mode? Jiraiya asked. About 15 minutes. But I didn't exactly time it, Naruto replied, trying to maintain concentration, which was quite difficult, by the way. Actually, you don't need more than 8 minutes. You can control chakra very well, the white-haired one began. I can enter Sannin mode in 5 minutes, but I've been studying it for several years. And you broke all my records in less than a week. I'm proud of you, Naruto. The Sannin said proudly. Thank you, Jiraiya-san. Uzumaki was embarrassed. After that, Naruto dispelled the clones, but the results did not change and he decided to rest until tomorrow. Jumping off the mountain, he headed towards the house and without undressing, fell on the bed, after which he instantly fell asleep. Naruto woke up earlier than usual, so he went to train without even having breakfast. Taking some stone slabs, he went to the highest mountain and summoned clones. There were 5 of them and each of them began to do the same as the original. He became much better at controlling natural chakra. All this time, Fukasaku watched Naruto and his training in order to help in difficult times. He can gather that amount of chakra into himself, the toad thought. Even Jiraiya gathers half as much, even though he learned this mode a long time ago. This guy is incredibly talented, Fukasaku noted in surprise. A couple of hours passed and Naruto's teacher, Jiraiya, came to the training place. Good morning, Uzumaki greeted the teacher. Good, are you training already? Commendable, the Sannin replied, he has collected so much chakra. He is a genius of his generation. Thought Jiraiya, felt how much chakra Naruto had collected. Yes, it's been about 2 hours already, Naruto said. I'll watch you for now. And for now, continue. If you finish today, then we'll move on to the last, 4th stage. Jiraiya intrigued his student. Great. Naruto said and began to train much harder. Another 3 hours passed. It was midday and Uzumaki was able to enter hermit mode. Jiraiya, who was sitting next to him and watching him, noticed how purple marks began to appear on his student's face, or rather around his eyes. These are the marks of the Sannin. Incredible. He was able to achieve this. Even without toad oil. This is a huge achievement. He collected an incredible amount of chakra. Not only that, no one before him was able to learn the perfect sage mode. Only the sage of the 6 paths, thought Jiraiya. Naruto. You can stop. You were able to learn the Sannin mode perfectly. Now you are rightfully considered the Sannin of Myoboku, Jiraiya said proudly. Really? Uzumaki was surprised. True. And now, let's proceed to the last, 4th stage. Toad Taijutsu, said the Sannin. Meanwhile in Konoha. In the village, everyone was busy with their own business. Children were playing with each other, someone was helping their parents. Someone was working. In general, almost every villager was busy. At this time, several shinobi were finishing patrolling the borders of the Land of Fire. Okay, let's report that everything is clear, said one Jonin and headed towards the village. But his path was blocked by a tall, red-haired man in an Akatsuki cloak. It can't be, the shinobi managed to say before a black rod pierced his chest. At that moment, 2 other shinobi jumped on Akatsuki. Holding him, one of them looked at the latter. Got it, I have to report this to Hokage-sama. The shinobi thought and rushed towards Konoha, but it was too late. The red-haired man pushed the 2 away from him and began to pull the last one. As soon as there was a meter left to the Konoha man's head, Akatsuki extended his hand, in which he held a black rod. The last thing the shinobi saw were 2 purple eyes, with concentric circles around the pupil. Commentary on Part 42. End of training and attack on Konoha part is finished. Enjoy reading. Part 43. The destruction of Konoha and the arrival of Naruto. So, you have learned the perfect Sannin mode, the Sannin began, but that's not all. In order to enter this mode, you need to be absolutely motionless. But because of this, you will become easy prey for the enemy, so you must learn to gather natural chakra while moving. Unfortunately, you cannot do this alone. In this, either Fukasaku-sama or Shima-sama can help you. The white-haired man finished, so they'll be on my shoulders, like you did when you fought Nagato. Uzumaki asked. You're right, Jiraiya replied. You'll have to train a bit with one of them to use it in battle. Besides, you can accumulate much more natural chakra in hermit mode than I can. This is a huge plus, since you can stay in this mode much longer, said the Sannin. Got it. By the way, where is Fukasaku-sama? He should be helping me, as you said, asked Naruto. I'm here, a voice was heard behind Uzumaki. Naruto turned around and saw Fukasaku. Great, Fukasaku-sama, you don't need me here, so I'll be going. Naruto, good luck with your training, Jiraiya said heading towards home. Thank you, Uzumaki replied. So, did Jiraiya tell you the essence of the training? Fukasaku asked. Well, he said that you, Fukasaku-sama, should sit on my shoulder and collect natural chakra so that I can enter hermit mode while moving, Naruto replied. That's right, let's get started, said the toad and jumped onto Uzumaki's shoulder. After saying that, Fukasaku put his two palms together and tried to unite with Naruto. A few seconds passed before Fukasaku flew off the Uzumaki's shoulder several meters away. Fukasaku-sama, are you okay? Naruto asked worriedly. It's okay, but this is something new. Let's try again, the toad said and jumped onto Naruto's shoulder again. Once again, he formed the seal and tried to unite with Uzumaki again, but failed, after which he flew away again, but at a greater distance. As he stood up, Fukasaku said, "It looks like nothing will work out for us." Why? Naruto was surprised. Apparently the nine-tailed fox is rejecting our synchronization. Because of this, I won't be able to help you. The toad answered sadly. I see. Naruto said thoughtfully. Fukasaku-sama, what if I create clones that will collect natural chakra while I fight? In theory, what they have managed to accumulate will pass to me, right? Uzumaki asked. That's not a bad idea, Naruto. Well, go ahead and try it, Fukasaku said. Uzumaki nodded and created 3 clones that began to gather nature chakra while the original just stood there. After a few minutes, purple Sannin marks appeared around each of their eyes. Naruto dispelled one of them and purple marks appeared around his eyes. Excellent. So we have found an alternative to our unification. Only your method has one significant drawback. Fukasaku began. In open terrain, it will be difficult to hide a clone from the enemy. But I think with your genius, you can do it. And now, let's find out the limit of clones that will collect natural chakra, the toad finished. Within an hour, Naruto learned that the maximum number of clones that could gather chakra was 4. Your limit is 4 clones. Not bad. Your regime lasts about half an hour. With clones it will be 2.5. Not bad at all, considering that neither I nor Shima will help you. You have every chance to defeat Nagato. Fukasaku summed up. I think this completes your training. You have broken all of Jiraiya's records. You have become a full-fledged Sannin of Mount Myoboku. Fukasaku said proudly. Thank you, Fukasaku-sama, Naruto said. At that moment, a red toad approached Naruto and Fukasaku. Fukasaku-sama, we have a problem, she said. What happened? Naruto asked. Our messenger who reported to the Hokage about your training died. His name disappeared from the toad board, the toad replied. Something happened in Konoha, Naruto said thoughtfully. I have a bad feeling. Fukasaku said. Shima is near Konoha, collecting herbs. I think she has enough power to transport us to the village. Naruto, we are going to Konoha. And warn Jiraiya, Fukasaku said. Got it, Naruto said and headed towards the house. Ask Shima to take us to Konoha, Fukasaku said and followed his student. Meanwhile in Konoha. Kakashi, and you have mastered the Uchiha clan's Sharingan well. I am surprised at how well you wield it. But this is not enough to defeat me, Nagato said, holding a nail in his hands, which he was about to throw at Kakashi. Your end has come, copy ninja, the red-haired man said and threw a nail at Hataki's head. He absorbed it with Kamui, but used up all his chakra. Well, it looks like my time has come to die with a pure heart, Kakashi thought. Obito. Rin. Hataki began to remember his friend, Kakashi. No matter what anyone says in Konoha, I think you're a great Jonin. I'll die, but I'll give you my eye, and I'll see what you see. This is my gift, for your promotion, Obito said, lying under a huge stone. Obito. I'm afraid this is all I can show you. Hataki thought. I couldn't protect Rin. I didn't keep a single promise I made to you and Rin. Forgive me, Obito, Rin, and Sensei. Kakashi appeared in front of a fire, near which were 2 large logs, on one of which sat a man. Kakashi immediately recognized who it was and sat down next to him, on the other log. Kakashi, is that you? The same man asked. Yes, father, it's me, answered Kakashi. Well, what? Will you tell me your story? It's very long and boring, Hataki replied. It would take a long time to tell, father. Come on, I don't mind, answered Tsukumo, go ahead. At this time, Konoha. In the sky was the silhouette of a man in an Akatsuki cloak. He raised his hands and said, Shinra Tensei. After that, a huge wave of air rushed towards the village, destroying and killing everything in its path. A few moments later, all that was left of Konoha was a huge crater. As soon as the dust cleared, huge clouds of the former smoke appeared. As soon as they were blown away by the wind, Naruto appeared before Nagato's eyes, standing on Gamabunta's head, with Gamahiro and another toad standing on either side of him. Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and Shima were next to Naruto. Shima-sama, we asked to be transferred to Konoha, Jiraiya began. This is Konoha, was all Shima said. Konoha. Everyone present asked again. Yes. Look there. Shima pointed to the mountain with the Hokage's faces. What happened here? Everyone asked. Commentary on Part 43. The destruction of Konoha and the arrival of Naruto. The part is ready. Enjoy reading. Part 44. The battle with pain. What happened here? Everyone asked. Could it be that Nagato did this? Naruto asked. Apparently so, Fukasaku replied. I've only felt that amount of chakra when Naruto entered perfect Sannin mode, and during the battle with pain. Naruto began scanning the village for survivors. Unfortunately, the only survivors were those who were protected by Katsuya and those who were on a mission during the attack. Uzumaki still caught the familiar chakra and immediately realized who it was. His face became gloomy. Jiraiya-san. Near the mountain with the Hokage faces. Tsunade-sama is lying. She has severe chakra exhaustion. Go to her and find Sakura. She will help if something happens. And I will deal with pain. Uzumaki said angrily. No, Naruto. I'll deal with him myself. After all, I'm his teacher and I set him on the wrong path. Go and help Tsunade. Jiraiya said, putting his palms together. Okay, but if anything happens, call me, Naruto said and was about to go when he saw Sasuke in front of him. Naruto, have you been here long? Asked the brunette. No. A few minutes ago they came and saw this. Uzumaki pointed to what was left of Konoha. So you don't know who did it? Uchiha asked. We don't know for sure, but we have some guesses. We think that Nagato did it, Uzumaki answered. Nagato, he showed up here so soon. Uchiha was taken aback. If he came so quickly, it means he is confident in his victory. We need to come up with a plan. Sasuke said thoughtfully. I suggest you and Jiraiya-san go to Tsunade-sama. Find Sakura. I feel that she is alive, and take her to the Hokage. Once you are done, come to me. At that time, I will fight Pain or his allies, Naruto said, going in the direction where he felt a huge chakra. When he arrived, he saw Nagato, who had seen Uzumaki's arrival from the very beginning. Here you are. You will answer to me for what you did to the village. Uzumaki said angrily. 9 Tails. You came into my hands yourself. I thought it would be much more difficult, said Nagato, whose Rinnegan sparkled in his eye sockets. Don't even think that you'll be able to defeat Konoha so easily, Naruto said angrily. At that moment, Nagato formed summoning seals and a huge rhinoceros appeared from the smoke. Naruto was a little taken aback, then pulled himself together and destroyed it with a giant rasengan. Next came a dog and a bull. But Fukasaku and Shima used genjutsu and stopped them. At that time, Gamabunta and Gamahiro entered the battle with him. Nagato ran towards Uzumaki and tried to hit him. Naruto rushed towards him and pretended to miss. Nagato decided that this was his chance, but then he felt a blow to the face, causing him to fly several meters. Getting to his feet, Nagato said, I see. So you became a Sannin and learned Jiraiya-sensei's techniques. Well, that's commendable, but it's not enough. I heard you want to achieve peace. But look at what you did. You killed a lot of people. Among them were children and old people. Do you really think this is peace? Naruto asked while forming Rasen Shuriken. You can't judge a forest by looking at one tree. You are unable to understand the true meaning of peace. Do not resist. Your death will bring peace to this mortal earth. Nagato said mysteriously. I don't care what you're saying. What you've created can't be peace at all. Naruto shouted and threw a technique at the red-haired man. Nagato responded by absorbing the technique. It looks like you won't give up. Well, that's your choice, Nagato said and pounced on Naruto with a kunai in his hands. Uzumaki simply parried the blows, as the speed was great even for him, considering that he was in Sannin mode. But at one point Naruto almost missed a blow to the stomach. Deciding to retreat, he jumped back 10 meters. Nagato noticed that Naruto had slowed down and said, You've slowed down noticeably. Apparently you don't have much natural chakra left. Damn, hermit mode will soon run out. And there is no time to summon clones yet. We need to prepare, Naruto thought to himself. Uzumaki attacked Nagato again and tried to use Rasengan with the element of Keaton on him. Having formed the technique, he swung at the enemy, but he dodged with extraordinary dexterity. After that, the opponents continued to fight with kunai. About 10 minutes passed like this and the hermit mode completely dried up. Damn it, Naruto's Sannin mode is gone. We need to merge with him as soon as possible, Shima said to Fukasaku. I'm afraid that's impossible, Fukasaku admitted. Why? Shima was surprised. The thing is, the 9 Tails is rejecting our synchronization, Fukasaku replied. At this time, Nagato rushed at Naruto, saying, Well then. Now it's my turn. After this, Naruto and Nagato began to fight in hand-to-hand combat. How will Naruto enter Sannin mode then? Shima asked. He created several clones on Myoboku and made him gather natural chakra. The scroll he has on his back is for transporting the clones here, Fukasaku replied. Naruto took off the scroll and threw it towards Fukasaku saying, Fukasaku-sama, I'm counting on you. It'll be ready soon, the toad replied and summoned a clone of Naruto. Naruto, everything's ready, Fukasaku shouted. At that moment, Nagato raised his hand with a black spike, in order to strike Naruto right in the chest. But Uzumaki managed to dispel the clone and enter Sannin mode. Having parried and broken the spike with his hand, he kicked Nagato several dozen meters away from himself. Uzumaki created a clone, and then a regular rasengan. Having struck the ground with it, he created a cloud of dust, leaving the clone in it, and he himself jumped up, forming a rasengan, in order to strike Nagato from a blind spot. Of course, Nagato did not buy this and said, Shinra Tensei. After that, Naruto flew away several dozen meters. But out of nowhere, one of Pain's bodies appeared. Oddly enough, it was one of the bodies that Naruto, Jiraiya and Sasuke destroyed in a megacure. He grabbed Naruto and began to suck out his natural chakra. Commentary on Part 44. The battle with Pain. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Part 45. Hinata's death and Naruto's wrath. Pain's body twisted Naruto's arms so that he couldn't move. After that, he began to suck out Naruto's natural chakra. Damn, I can't move, Naruto thought to himself. I need to think of something. I remembered. Now I'll take advantage of my immobility. Uzumaki thought and began to collect natural chakra, since he was motionless. After a couple of seconds, Pain's body began to expand and resemble a toad. Nagato was taken aback by this and decided to step back. Then, the body began to turn into stone. How did you do that? Nagato asked. No one can resist natural chakra the first time, Uzumaki said. This was all Nagato had time to think before Naruto was freed. Well then, I hope there won't be any more bodies, Naruto asked rhetorically. It's just you and me left. One-on-one. At this time, Shima and Fukasaku decided to use their genjutsu. Nagato noticed this and said, the same trick works on me twice. After saying this, the red-haired man extended his hand to pull both toads towards him. Naruto noticed this and took out a kunai from his pouch, soaking it with Ketona's chakra. Uzumaki tried to cut Nagato's hand, but he stopped the technique and managed to pull his hand back. While Naruto was doing all this, he created one clone so that it would accumulate natural chakra. He did this in order not to waste time transporting the clone from Mount Myoboku to Konoha. While the clone was gaining natural chakra, Naruto tried to fight Pain. Several minutes passed and Nagato was finally able to deceive Naruto. Making a feint, he twisted and hit Uzumaki in the back, causing him to fall on his stomach. Without wasting time, Nagato stuck his black rods into Naruto's palms. Having endured unbearable pain, he asked, What are you? Why are you doing all this? Why, in this situation, I don't mind talking, Nagato said mysteriously. Are you interested in why I'm doing this? I doubt that anything will change if I tell you. Although if I explain everything, then maybe you'll get it. Nagato began. My goal. To do what Jiraiya-sensei couldn't do. To bring peace to this mortal earth. Bring peace. Justice. Stop spouting this nonsense. You can't achieve that by killing people. With the weapons you want to create from the tailed beasts, you'll only make things worse. You've destroyed so many people and you think you can talk about peace. Uzumaki started shouting. If so, then tell me, what is your purpose in life? Nagato asked coldly. The same as yours. To bring peace. But in a different way. Not by killing, Naruto answered. And how will you do that? Think about it. Now, I have killed many people. Many of them had children, parents, friends and loved ones. They will hate me. They will want to kill me. Well, they killed me, so what? What about my friends, acquaintances, parents? They will want revenge and kill the culprit of my death. And so on ad infinitum. This is called the circle of hatred, which will never end. Nagato began. Next. Now, I did to your village the same way as you did to mine. And why on earth do you have more rights to talk about peace? Nagato asked. What are you talking about? Naruto didn't understand. You're talking about the Third Shinobi World War. About how the great countries fought on a megacure territory. I know about that. But don't forget that during that time, you found your teacher. Jiraiya-san. At this time, Hinata and her team came from a mission that the Hokage had given them. Since the mission was in a neighboring village, but very far from Konoha, they did not see or hear what happened in their home village. Everyone saw what was left of it. It was a huge crater that Nagato created with his technique. What happened here? Kiba was surprised. It must be something incredible, Shino said. Hinata swallowed and decided to use her Byakugan to scan the area. As Hyuga looked around the area, her eyes widened. Kiba and Shino noticed this and decided to ask. Hinata, what's there? Kiba asked. There. Hinata's voice trembled. The entire village was destroyed. Most of the inhabitants are dead. Jiraiya-sama and Sasuke-kun are fighting the blue-haired girl in the Akatsuki cloak. And Hinata wanted to say, but she saw what she was most afraid of. Naruto alone is fighting pain. But at the moment, he can't do anything, since his hands are pinned to the ground with pins. He talks to him in a raised voice. We need to help him, Hyuga said and rushed towards Naruto and Pain. At this time. Yes, you're right, but, Nagato began, but a barely audible rustle behind him didn't let him finish. It was Hinata who decided to come to Naruto's aid. Uzumaki saw this and he felt something strange in his chest. Some kind of tingling. He was afraid for Hinata. Hinata, what are you doing here? Go away. You can't handle him, Naruto shouted. It's cruel to mock someone like that, who already had everything bad in life. Hinata thought to herself. Reinforcements. There's no point. I've already won, Nagato said coldly. Hinata, get out of here. You can't handle him, Naruto shouted. I know, Naruto-kun. I chose this myself, and I won't back down, Hyuga said. You tried to protect me many times. Now let me help you too. Before, I always just watched you from the shadows. But I got tired of it and went out into the light. After you, I was always chasing you. Tried to keep up with you, hoping that someday I would be able to walk next to you. I am ready to die, protecting you. And all because I love you. A person who knows love risks knowing hatred. I will show you this, Nagato said and used the attraction technique and lifted Hinata up. Hinata, Naruto shouted. Nagato lifted the Hyuga's body up and slammed it hard into the ground. Naruto heard an unnatural crunch through the roar. He knew what it was right away, as he had heard it many times as a child. Not only had he heard it, but he had also felt it. It was the sound of bones breaking. Naruto's spine trembled as he saw through the clouds of dust that Hinata was bleeding from her mouth. He was simply speechless and unable to speak. Not from fear of his own death, but from fear of the death of someone close to him. Hinata still got to her feet and tried to hit Nagato, which he did not allow her to do, lifting her up again. He extended his right hand and a black rod came out of it, which he pierced Naruto with. As soon as Hinata landed, he stabbed this rod into her stomach area. Seeing this, Naruto became enraged, and his pupils changed color from blue to bright purple with a vertical pupil. But before that, in an instant, Uzumaki's eyes were filled with a picture of how he first saved Hinata from bullies when he was going to the library. How he saved her again when he returned to the village and she was kidnapped by the Kumogaku or shinobi. As soon as those memories ended, he turned into a fox, with 4 tails. Commentary on Part 45. Hinata's death and Naruto's wrath. The part is ready. I hope you like it. Enjoy reading. Part 46. The battle with Nagato continues and father and son reunite. Commentary on Part 46. The battle with Nagato continues and father and son reunite. Part is finished. I hope you like it. Enjoy reading. P.S. Don't forget to write your opinion about FF and like it. Naruto released 4 of the fox's tails and began throwing huge rocks at Nagato, who fought him off with his techniques. Some time passed like this, until Naruto, or rather the 9 tails, began releasing more tails, until it reached 7. Around Naruto was a strong purple chakra, which took the form of the 9 tails. On top of it, bones began to form. Nagato smirked. Do you hate me? But know that my pain is many times stronger than yours, Nagato said, striking Naruto, or rather the 9 tails. In response, he began to send chakra clots at Nagato, which Pain fought off with Shinra Tensei. Is that all the vaunted 9 tails can do? Nagato said with a grin. But at this time, Fox made a much larger clot of chakra and threw it at Pain, causing him to fly several hundred meters away. Standing up, he said, not bad. But it's not enough. Nagato began running around the fox and using techniques that brought down huge rocks on him. After some time, he decided to finish Naruto off and threw a boulder at him, 40 times bigger than the previous ones. It fell on the fox, but he managed to get out of it, after which he hit Nagato with such force that he flew a huge distance, crashing into a mountain. Barely getting out of it, Nagato said, Chibaku Tensei. After saying this, he directed chakra into his right palm, causing a black sphere to appear there and head high into the sky. The Death Star, said the red-haired man. Rock fragments, pieces of earth and all living things that were nearby began to be attracted to this sphere. The fox tried to resist this, but was unable to, because Nagato directed part of his chakra at him, which caused the nine tails to be covered with a huge amount of stone and pulled towards a huge ball that hung above the ground. Halfway to this star, the nine tails broke free and tried to destroy it. But it did not succeed, because Nagato directed more and more chakra there, which caused it to become larger and larger. The fox was pulled towards this ball and crushed by a huge number of large stones. After some time, Nagato stopped feeding chakra into the technique. The nine tails is in my hands, Nagato thought. At this time, in Naruto's subconscious, Naruto lay half submerged in the water, images of his recent battle with pain appearing before his eyes. Flashback. How do you plan to establish peace? Nagato asked. Answer me. End flashback. At that moment, Uzumaki felt a burning pain all over his body. But he couldn't move or say anything. As soon as the pain started, Naruto tried to get up. First on all fours, then on his knees, and only then was he able to stand up normally. After that, he grabbed his head. I don't know. What should I do? Uzumaki asked himself. After that, one of his eyes turned black, then the other. After a few moments, they began to glow with a purple, bright light. Uzumaki headed towards the cage behind which the nine tails sat. Coming close to it, he was picked up by a stream of liquid that had always been in his subconscious and raised to the seal. Reaching out his hand to the seal, he tried to remove it, but he did not succeed. He was stopped by someone's hand that intercepted his hand. In a moment, Naruto's eyes became normal. He began to look around in confusion until he saw a tall man with blonde hair. The fox immediately recognized who it was and angrily said, "The fourth. You." The click of the newcomer didn't let him finish. After the click, Naruto and the blonde found themselves in a white room where there were no boundaries or walls. Who are you? Uzumaki asked the question that interested him. Don't you know who I am? The third one didn't tell you about me. The blonde asked again. No. Naruto answered confusedly. Then, the man turned his back to Uzumaki and pointed to the inscription that was on his white cloak. The inscription read, Shadow of Fire of the Fourth Generation. Why you? You are the fourth Hokage? Uzumaki asked, dumbfounded. Yes, but I thought that my son would know the history of shinobi very well. The blonde said with a grin. What did you say? Naruto asked again. I thought you would know the history of shinobi very well, the fourth replied as if nothing had happened. No, before that, Uzumaki said. Oh, you mean this? The fourth began. I said that you are my son, Minato said with a smile. Father. Naruto was surprised. Yes, Naruto, Minato said in a sad voice. I have a few questions for you, Uzumaki said. Go ahead, I'll listen and try to answer. Namikaze replied, okay. Why did you seal the fox inside me? Naruto asked about what had been bothering him for a long time. Because you are my son, Minato began, but Naruto didn't let him finish. Yes, I am your son, so what? Why didn't you choose someone else? Uzumaki asked. You interrupted me and misunderstood. I sealed the nine tails in you because I knew you could harness its power. The blonde replied. Is that true? Naruto was surprised. Of course. Before I died, I knew that you could do it, answered the fourth. Okay, next question. Do you know who attacked the village 16 years ago? Uzumaki asked. I don't know his name. The only thing I remember is his orange mask with one slit for his eyes, Minato replied. Yeah, I heard about one of the Akatsuki members who wears a mask. Maybe it's him, Naruto said. Perhaps. So, what's your next question? Asked the fourth. Well, I was wondering about Akatsuki, I heard. Now I'm wondering how you ended up in my subconscious. Naruto said. When sealing the nine tails, I, in addition to the nine tails itself, sealed my chakra and your mother's chakra. I appeared because the seal was almost destroyed. Your mother will appear and help you defeat the Kyuubi if you break the seal, Minato answered and began to become transparent, which meant that his chakra in the seal was exhausted. Apparently my chakra is exhausted. It is only enough to restore the seal. From now on, do not remove it unless you are ready. And now, bye Naruto, and good luck in your fights, Minato said and returned to the cage, after which he restored the seal and completely disappeared. Thank you. Father, Naruto said and emerged from his subconscious. Part 47. Defeating Nagato and transferring the eyes. Commentary on Part 47. Defeating Nagato and transferring the eyes. I decided to please you with a longer chapter. Enjoy reading. While Naruto and Minato were talking, the fox became covered in skinless flesh and managed to make a hole in the sphere it had been previously sealed in. As soon as Minato fixed the seal, the 9 tails disappeared, leaving behind a huge cloud of white smoke. As soon as it dissipated, Naruto appeared before Nagato's eyes, standing on that very sphere. He was in hermit mode. He was able to suppress the 9 tails within himself. Pain was surprised. But how? At that moment, Nagato's technique began to collapse and huge rocks began to fall from the sphere. Naruto jumped on them and descended to the ground. Damn, because the 9 tails took control of me, my chakra flow was disrupted, and there were no clones left to gather chakra. I'll have to use the chakra I have left. Naruto thought to himself. He's already in Sannin mode. And he's strong. I was ready to meet the power of the 9 tails face to face. But I never thought that he would be able to break out of the Death Star. Nagato thought. Naruto wanted to do something, but a not very pleasant picture appeared before his eyes. He saw what happened before he turned into a fox. More precisely, how Nagato killed Hinata. Damn, I completely forgot. Hinata is there. What's wrong with her? Naruto started to worry, but he felt Hinata's chakra, albeit weak. Phew. She's alive. There's nothing to worry about now. I can fight Nagato. Uzumaki calmed down. At this time, Team 10, under Guy's command, moved towards Naruto to help him. But Neji noticed the unconscious Hinata with his Byakugan. I see Hinata-sama. We need to help her immediately. Hyuga said and sped up his run. A few seconds later, he and the team arrived at Hinata's place. Tenten immediately rushed to her and looked at her and said, she's wounded, but not fatally. We need to get her to a medic immediately, otherwise she'll die from blood loss. They were noticed by Fukasaku and Shima. We will help you, said Shima. Go to the village, you'll only get in Naruto's way in the battle, Fukasaku said. But you? Guy was taken aback. But you are the sages of Mount Myoboku. The Junin asked. You're right, it's us. But now, we're heading to Konoha. Or rather, to what's left of it. Fukasaku said in a sad voice. At this time. It's time for us to end this. Nagato said angrily. Have you begun to understand pain at least a little? Without knowing pain, you will never understand people. And even if you do, it doesn't mean that they will be able to understand you. That is the truth, Nagato said. Enough chatter. Let's get started, Naruto said. Your hermit mode. It's strong, Nagato said as he advanced towards Naruto. Taking out a black spike from his hand, he ran at Uzumaki and raised his hand to strike, but Naruto twisted and threw it at a huge rock that was behind him. Naruto created 2 clones and began to form Rasen Shuriken. The clones jumped up and threw a smoke bomb each. Throwing the technique at the enemy, Uzumaki thought, when I was fighting him, I noticed something. After using the repulsion technique, there is a slight delay. About 2 to 3 seconds. I think I can take advantage of this. Naruto thought and pounced on Nagato, who was preparing to use Shinra Tensei to reflect the technique that Naruto had thrown at him earlier. As soon as the technique was within a radius of 5 meters, the red-haired man said, Shinra Tensei. After that, Naruto's technique disappeared. After that, the clones went to Nagato and tried to attack him, but the red-haired man dodged and after hitting him, he jumped up. 2 seconds left, and I'll finish him, Nagato thought and landed on the ground. As soon as he stood up, a huge number of clones began to appear around him. But to do this, Naruto had to exit Sannin mode, as there was a high risk of losing control over natural chakra. By this time, Nagato was already able to use his technique, which he did the next moment. As soon as all the clones dissipated, leaving no original, Nagato was surprised. There was no original among them. But where is he then? Nagato thought until he heard a deafening crack from behind. It was Naruto who created the rasengan with the addition of Keaton. What kind of chakra is this? It clearly doesn't belong to the basic elements. I've never seen anything like it. This technique is much more dangerous than the one he used before. Nagato thought. Since he didn't know how the technique worked, he thought Naruto would be able to throw it. That's what killed him. Having felt the technique on himself, he flew a huge distance, comparable to what he flew when he missed the 9 tails strike. Having crashed into a mountain, he broke almost all the bones in his body, which meant that the fight was lost. Naruto decided to approach him. Since the technique affected the cellular level, burning the cells, it caused huge damage, from which no one could heal. Not even Tsunade. In general, Nagato's life was coming to an end. As soon as Uzumaki approached the red-haired man, he asked, "What kind of technique is this?" "This rasengan is the fourth Hokage's technique," Naruto replied. "No. During the battle with Jiraiya-sensei, his rasengan changed sizes. Yours seemed to have acquired an element," Nagato said in a weakened voice. "Oh. You mean this? It's an element that only I have. It's called Keaton," Uzumaki said. "I see. Let me ask you, did you find the answer to my question?" The red-haired man asked. "You mean the circle of hatred?" Uzumaki asked. "Cough. Yes," Nagato answered, clearing his throat. "I think I found it. You said that the circle of hatred cannot be broken. But what prevents you from simply enduring the pain and not taking revenge?" Naruto said. Cough cough cough. "Yes, you're right, I didn't think about it. I didn't even consider this option." The red-haired man admitted, "I will atone for my sins and resurrect those who fell by my hand and the hand of Conan." With these words, Nagato folded his hands and said, "Demons," he was cut off from finishing by someone's hand that grabbed his arm. "Nagato, you'll die after using this technique. Especially in your condition and the chakra you have left," said a female voice. It was Conan, who was apparently convinced by Jiraiya and Sasuke. Conan, I have committed many sins. Let me atone for at least one," the red-haired man asked. "He's going to die, so this technique is incredibly chakra-consuming," Uzumaki asked. "You're right. Nagato would rather die from chakra exhaustion than from the injuries he received in the fight with you," Conan said. "And, if I give him enough chakra, will he survive?" Uzumaki asked. "And Naruto, I don't think you have enough chakra to prevent my death." "It seems this is my destiny," the red-haired man said. "Let me at least try. I'll tell you when it's time to start," Naruto said and began to enter hermit mode in order to give Nagato the necessary amount of chakra. Since Uzumaki was quite tired from the battle with Nagato, he entered the mode longer than usual. As soon as he finished, Naruto put his palm on Nagato's shoulder and he began to receive natural chakra. Uzumaki tried not to overdo it, so as not to kill Nagato. As soon as the redhead said the name of the technique, his chakra began to rapidly deplete and Naruto did not have time to transfer chakra to him. In the center of the crater that remained after the destruction of Konoha, the head of some demon appeared and green rays began to fly out of it. At this time, Sasuke stood near Kakashi's body. In the Uchiha's eyes was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke had managed to become attached to his first teacher and his death was able to awaken the next stage of the Sharingan in the Uchiha. A green beam entered Kakashi's body. In Kakashi's subconscious. "That's my whole story. I think it's time for me to go with you," Hatake said, but his fate decided otherwise. A green beam of light hit him. Sakumo realized what was happening and said, "Your time has not come yet." "Until next time," was all Kakashi's father managed to say before his son disappeared. Currently, Kakashi slowly opened his eyes and saw his own student in front of him. It was Sasuke. He also noticed that in the center of the village there was a head of some demon and rays of light were flying out of it. Sasuke, do you know what this is?" Kakashi said in a hoarse voice. Kakashi-sensei, I thought you were dead." Uchiha was surprised, but pulled himself together. "I died, but this light resurrected me. So Naruto defeated pain?" asked Kakashi. "Yes," was all Hatake heard before he lost consciousness. At this time, Nagato's hair turned white and Naruto began to give more chakra, but it did not lead to anything. As soon as the technique ended, the red-haired man began to cough and spit blood. "I couldn't," Naruto said. "Don't worry. Cough. You've done enough. I resurrected everyone I killed. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to do even half of it." Nagato consoled the guy. After saying this, he began to cough even more loudly and said, "I bequeath my eyes to you. You are worthy of them. Not like me. I have done many bad things. Killed many people. I do not know where I will go after my death. But I hope you will not step on my path. And now, Conan, farewell." Nagato exhaled and his gaze became cloudy. "Nagato," Conan said, barely holding back her tears. "It's my fault. If I had used a normal rasengan, he would still be alive," Naruto said mournfully. "It's not your fault. Nagato would have died anyway. He has a chakra disease that was gradually killing him. So you're not to blame for his death," Conan Uzumaki reassured. "We need to bury him. By the way, Conan-san, what about Jiraiya-san?" asked Uzumaki. "He went to the village. He explained to me that I had stepped on the wrong path, just like Nagato. I will bury Nagato in a megacure. I will return when the eyes that he bequeathed to you are transplanted into you." Until then, goodbye. After saying this, the blue-haired girl turned into thousands of pieces of paper and disappeared in an unknown direction. There was only one piece of paper left. There was something written on it. Naruto picked it up. Without reading it, he went to Nagato's body and sealed it, then ran to the village. Arriving at the scene, he saw the people killed by Nagato's technique crawling out from under the rubble and wondering how they survived. Seeing Sasuke standing on Kakashi, he asked, "How is Kakashi?" "He's fine, just unconscious. We need to get him out and deliver him to the medics," Uchiha said. Naruto looked into Sasuke's eyes and saw the Mangekyo Sharingan there. Sasuke, you have Mangekyo Sharingan." Naruto was surprised. What? Sasuke was taken aback. Looking around, he saw a mirror fragment and looked into it. Looking into it, he understood Uzumaki's surprise. Deactivating his Sharingan, he said, "Naruto, help me get Kakashi-sensei out." Uzumaki came up and started clearing away the rubble, as did Uchiha. After getting their teacher out of the rubble, they headed towards Sakura, who was nearby. Chapter 48. Eye Transplantation. Commentary on Chapter 48. Eye Transplantation. The part is ready. Enjoy reading. P.S. Don't forget to leave feedback. Since Sakura wasn't far away, Naruto and Sasuke, along with the unconscious Kakashi's body, reached her in less than 10 minutes. Arriving at the place, Naruto's eyes met the following picture. Sakura was kneeling in front of Hinata's body and had her hands on her body. Haruno's palms glowed green, like all melee nin. "Sakura, how is Hinata?" Naruto asked. The pink-haired girl began. "She doesn't have much chakra. And she's lost a lot of blood. She needs to restore her chakra," Haruno finished. "Chakra?" Uzumaki asked. "Well, I have no problem with that. Especially in Sannin mode." Naruto said. What did you say?" Everyone present was surprised, including Kiba, Shino, Sakura, Sasuke, Shikamaru and Shikaku. "I mastered the hermit mode. And Sasuke Mangekyo Sharingan." Naruto surprised everyone even more. "You said she needs chakra. How much is needed?" Uzumaki returned to the topic. "It would be desirable to fully restore her chakra." "Can you do it?" Haruno answered. "Of course," Naruto replied and made the necessary seal. Entering hermit mode within 5 minutes, he placed his palm on Hinata's shoulder and began to pour chakra into her. "I replenished her chakra reserves. Is that enough?" Uzumaki asked as he exited hermit mode. "Yes, that's quite enough. All that's left is to wait for her to wake up," Sakura answered. "Sakura, Kakashi-sensei needs medical attention," Sasuke said. "Put him on the ground. I'll try to help with something," Haruno said in a commanding tone. Sasuke laid the teacher on the ground and stepped away so as not to interfere with the medic's work. After examining Kakashi, the pink-haired girl said, "Nothing bad happened to him. He's overtired from using the Sharingan. We need to give him time to rest," Sakura reassured everyone. At that moment, Naruto remembered something. It was the note that Konan had left for him. He decided to deal with it later. "Well, since everyone else is okay, I suggest we return to Konoha." Haruno suddenly became sad. "We agree," said everyone present. Naruto walked up to Hinata and picked her up. Everyone headed to what was left after their home village was destroyed. About half an hour later, everyone was near the village. Imagine Uzumaki's surprise when he saw how many people were greeting them. The entire village was there. As soon as they saw the team, or rather Naruto himself, they began congratulating him. Iruka was among them. "I didn't even think that he would be able to defeat the one whom Jiraiya couldn't defeat. I shouldn't have disliked him. Now I understand why he became so strong. It's all his persistence and goal to protect his friends. Despite the fact that he was hated in the village, he didn't give up. I'm proud of him," Iruka thought. "The third. The fourth. Forgive me. I should have helped him, not hated him." At this time, Zetsu, who was sitting nearby on a tree, was watching all of this. Who would have thought that someone would have the strength to kill pain? "I need to report this to Toby immediately," Zetsu thought and merged with the tree. A couple of hours passed and all the shinobi who could work were gathered together. Naruto and Yamato were on the same team. They would build houses while the rest would clear the rubble of the buildings destroyed by pain. "Yamato-san, Mokuton takes a lot of chakra, right?" Naruto asked. "You're right. I don't have that much chakra, but I control it well, so for me creating a couple of buildings is not a problem," Yamato answered. "How can I help?" Uzumaki asked. "Only if you will remove the rubble of old buildings in the place where I will build new ones," Jonan said. "Got it." After what was said, Naruto created several dozen clones that began to clear away the rubble. Several hours passed like this. Evening came. During this time, Yamato built about 30 large buildings, which could accommodate all the inhabitants of Konoha. Of course, they would all have to squeeze in, but soon, the village would return to its previous state, if not better. But first of all, a hospital was erected, where all the wounded were placed, of which, by the way, there were enough to fill it. Phew. Yamato exhaled. I think that's enough for today. I need to rest a little. Okay, Naruto said, walking away in an unknown direction. On the way, he unfolded the note and began to read. Naruto, I want to tell you a secret. Nagato was an Uzumaki, just like you. It was because he belonged to this clan that he was able to control the Rinnegan in both eyes. Since you also belong to the Uzumaki clan, I have no doubt that you will be able to master both eyes. Even if not both, then one for sure. These eyes will give you great power. Even if it is just one eye. Many, after receiving this power, become arrogant and pursue the path of lies and murder. Try not to stray from your path and move towards your goal. Achieve what Nagato, Yahiko and I could not achieve. Conan. After reading what was written, he folded the paper and put it in his pocket, then went to the hospital where he assumed Sakura would be. When he arrived at the hospital, he saw Sakura packing her things. She had finished her shift and was heading home. Naruto walked up to Haruno and said, Sakura. She turned around and was surprised. Naruto, Haruno asked. What are you doing here? Did something happen? The pink-haired girl started to worry. Calm down, I'm fine. I need your help as a medic, the guy reassured Sakura. Ah. Well, what do you want? Asked Haruno. I need to transplant Nagato's eyes. Naruto began. Sakura was shocked by this. But Uzumaki began to explain. This is his wish. I talked to him before he died. He wants me to fulfill what they couldn't. Uzumaki finished. Aren't you afraid that Akatsuki might take control of you with those eyes? The pink-haired girl asked. No, I don't think they lied to me. And I have the QB inside me, which prevents them from casting a subjugation technique on me. Naruto answered. If you think so, then I will help you, said Sakura. Where is the Rinnegan? I sealed Nagato's body in a scroll. I didn't take out his eyes right away, because there was a risk of damaging them. I think you understand that yourself, Naruto said, taking out the scroll. I understand. Follow me to my office. We will perform the operation there, Haruno said, heading to her office. Naruto silently followed her. Arriving at the office, which by the way was quite large, Uzumaki saw 2 couches and a table on which instruments were lying. Naruto, unseal the body on one of the couches, and lie down on the other one, Haruno said, putting on a medical gown and gloves. Naruto silently did as he was told. He lay down on the couch and waited for Sakura to begin the operation. When she finished, Sakura walked up to the couches and asked, Ready? Yes, Naruto answered shortly. Sakura began the operation. First, she took the eyes out of Nagato's body and placed them in a flask with some liquid. After that, she did the same with Naruto. His eyes, she also placed in flasks with liquid. After that, she began to implant the Rinnegan into Naruto's eye sockets. An hour later, the operation was over and Sakura bandaged Naruto's eyes so as not to strain his new eyes. Phew, I'm done. Don't take off the blindfold until I tell you to. I'll come in every few minutes to check on your eyes, Sakura said. Got it, Naruto answered briefly. By the way, where should we put Nagato's body? The pink-haired girl asked. Seal it in the same scroll I opened it from. Give me the scroll. I will give it to Conan. She wants to bury it in a megacure. Uzumaki answered. Okay, Sakura said and did what Naruto asked and handed the scroll to him. Thank you, Naruto thanked. Should I walk you home or are you going to get there yourself? I'm just on my way home, asked Sakura. If it's not too much trouble, said Uzumaki. Okay, wait a bit, I'll wash and put away the instruments, then we'll go, Haruno said. 20 minutes later, they left the hospital. They walked to Naruto's house in silence. Well, here we are. Don't forget what I told you about the new eyes, Haruno said. Okay. See you later. Naruto said goodbye and headed towards the door of the house. Bye, Sakura replied and headed towards her house. Naruto closed the door by touch and lay down on the bed. He fell asleep right away, as he was very tired from fighting pain. Chapter 49. The Choice of the New Hokage. Commentary on Chapter 49. The Choice of the New Hokage. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. P.S. Don't forget to write reviews. 3 days passed. All this time Sakura came to Naruto and checked Naruto's new eyes. On the 4th day, the pink-haired girl came to check Uzumaki's eyes again. Naruto heard a knock on the door. "Come in," he said. The door opened and Sakura entered Naruto's house. Approaching Uzumaki, she said, "Hello," Haruno greeted. "Hello," Naruto replied. "Any complaints?" the girl asked. "No, only if it is inconvenient to do something with bandaged eyes. But I think it's a small thing," answered Naruto. "Okay. Lie down on the bed. I'll check your eyes," Sakura said. Naruto silently walked over to the bed and lay down on it so that Sakura could comfortably check his new eyes. After a few minutes, she finished checking. "In 3 or 4 days, you can take off the bandage," Sakura said. His new eyes are taking hold quickly. Usually, this process takes at least a month, but for him it's a little over a week. Haruno thought. "Great. Is there any way to speed this up?" Naruto asked. Tomorrow, I will be able to help you with the help of a Ryoninjutsu. And now I will go, I have business at the hospital," answered Haruno, "but if you are lucky, then in the evening, you will be able to use the new dojutsu." "Thank you," Naruto thanked. "Bye." "Yeah," Sakura replied and headed to the hospital. At the moment when Sakura was leaving Naruto's house, Hinata, who had recently been discharged from the hospital, was passing by. "Sakura, what was she doing at Naruto-kun's? She's a medic. Maybe something happened to him." Hyuga thought and decided to go to him. It was not far to the house and she reached it in a few minutes. She knocked on the door and, hearing permission, entered. "Hinata, is that you?" "Hello." Naruto was surprised. "Hello," Hyuga replied. Uzumaki was sitting in his room and didn't come out, as it was a bit problematic. Hinata decided to follow the voice that was coming from the room. When she got there, she saw Naruto sitting and looking out the window. "Have you been discharged yet?" Naruto asked for the sake of decency. "Why yes," answered Hyuga. "Why are you sitting at home? I thought you were supposed to be on a mission," asked the white-haired girl. In response, Naruto turned to face the girl, revealing the blindfold. What happened? Why are you blindfolded?" Hinata was scared. "Did pain do all this?" "No, calm down. I'll just have new eyes soon. Much better than the old ones," Naruto answered. "New eyes? Why, your old ones seemed fine." Hyuga didn't understand. "Yes, the old ones were fine. But Nagato bequeathed his Rinnegan to me. Why not use his gift?" Uzumaki replied. "You're going to have the Rinnegan." Hinata was taken aback. "Yes," Naruto answered shortly. "So when will you be able to use your new eyes?" Hinata asked. "Sakura just came to me and checked my eyes. She said that if I'm lucky, she'll speed up the process of accepting the eyes tonight. And tomorrow I'll be training to master them," Naruto answered. "Rinnegan. For a shinobi like you, it would be the strongest ability," Hyuga said thoughtfully. "And how are you? You got hit harder by Nagato than I did. When I was returning from Konan and pain, Sakura was healing your wounds. She said that you lost a lot of blood." Naruto asked. "Me? Well, generally good. There is a little weakness, but I think it will pass soon," answered Hyuga. "Oh, and one more thing. She said that you needed to restore your chakra and I gave you so much chakra that I restored your entire reserve completely." Uzumaki added. Thank you." Hinata thanked. "Do you remember anything before Nagato injured me?" Hyuga decided to ask the question that interested her. "You mean when you protected me?" Naruto asked. "Well, why yes," Hyuga answered, preparing herself for Naruto to either forget it or refuse her. "Yes, I remember," he answered calmly. "You said then that you loved me." "Why yes. There was such a thing," Hinata answered worriedly. "Listen," Uzumaki began and Hinata prepared herself for a refusal from Naruto. "I have the same feelings for you," the guy admitted. Hinata was taken aback by this and took a step back. "Ah really?" Hyuga asked again. "Yes, back during the second stage of the Chunin exam. You fought Neji then. I didn't understand what it was then. And only recently did I understand," Naruto answered. Naruto-kun." Hinata started crying with happiness. I fell in love with you from the moment you saved me from the bullies. It was a long time ago. Even before the academy," Hyuga said. Naruto remained silent and walked up to Hyuga and pulled her into his arms. "Thank you," Naruto said as Hinata began to calm down. "For what?" Hyuga didn't understand. "For believing in me. For accepting me for who I am," Naruto explained. Hinata decided to remain silent and pressed herself closer to Naruto. They stood like that for 5 minutes, then 10, and Hinata said, "Naruto-kun. There are rumors in the village." The girl began. And what kind? Naruto asked, stepping back. In short, they're going to choose a new Hokage, Hinata answered. Why? Tsunade-sama is Hokage yet and hasn't chosen a successor. Uzumaki didn't understand. The thing is, the white-eyed girl began, that after Pain's attack, she suffered and is now in a very bad condition. Jiraiya-sama told me. He said that you yourself sent him to the Hokage when you first returned to the village. Hyuga answered. I remember that. But then I thought that she just lost a lot of chakra. Naruto admitted. Do you know who will be the next Hokage? Uzumaki asked. They say it will be Danzo. I only heard that he was an elder and then resigned from his position, Hinata said. Danzo. This is very bad, Naruto said thoughtfully. Why? Asked Hyuga. Do you know what root is? Naruto began. Root? No, I don't know, answered Hinata. This is a special Anbu unit that reports not to the Hokage personally, but to the person who holds the position of head of this organization. It was founded back in the days of the Third. Uzumaki said. So what? Danzo doesn't control the root? Hinata didn't understand. It does. They have their own training methods. Let's say here's one of them. To become a full-fledged member of root, you have to go through a very difficult training that kills all your emotions. In general, everything, Naruto began, its essence is to kill your best friend, with whom you went through all these hardships, shared food on missions. Naruto finished. This is terrible, Hyuga said in shock. If he becomes Hokage, then Konoha will have a hard time. Being the head of a squad that does not obey and does not report to the Hokage, he has done a lot of bad things, which are even bad to talk about. One of these things was the attack on the Third. Uzumaki continued, so that's why most of the residents speak badly of Danzo. Hinata guessed. Okay, we've sorted out Danzo. Do you know when the clan heads meeting will be? Uzumaki asked. And who will be the candidate besides him? I don't know, Hinata answered. As long as the candidates are Kakashi-sensei or Jiraiya-san, Naruto said. Hinata didn't answer. They stood there in silence for a few minutes until Hyuga remembered something. Oh, I completely forgot. I told my father that I would go straight home. I ran, said Hyuga and hugged Naruto one last time and left. Naruto was left alone. It was already noon, and there was little time left until evening. A few hours passed. Naruto still did nothing. He heard a knock on the door. Come in, he said. Sakura entered the Uzumaki house. Hello. So, are you ready to use your new eyes? Sakura asked. Yes, Naruto answered. Then lie down. Now I will heal your eyes, said Haruno. Naruto did as he was told. Sakura walked up to him and removed the blindfold so that Naruto's eyes were covered. She placed her palms over Naruto's eyes and sent chakra there, causing them to glow green. 10 minutes later, everything was ready. You can open your eyes, but slowly, so that they get used to the light, Sakura warned her friend. Okay, Naruto said and opened his eyes, then squinted from the light, which seemed bright to him. There was no Rinnegan in his eyes, which greatly surprised Sakura. Any discomfort or anything? Haruno asked. There is no discomfort, but when I opened my eyes, everything was too bright. Naruto said. It's normal. It will pass in a while, said Sakura. By the way, you don't have Rinnegan in your eyes. Just normal eyes. What? Naruto was surprised. Here, look for yourself. With these words, Sakura handed Uzumaki a mirror. Naruto looked at it and was stunned. Where is the Rinnegan? Naruto thought. Maybe it's just not activated. Naruto guessed. Sakura, can I direct chakra to the eyes? I have one guess, Uzumaki asked. Yes, try it, Haruno replied. Naruto nodded and channeled chakra into his eyes as he planned. A moment later, he saw the reflection of the Rinnegan in the mirror. Not like Nagato's, but a gray one. He looked at Sakura. Sakura, I'm not imagining it, am I? Uzumaki decided to ask. You have a Rinnegan. Gray. Haruno said, dumbfounded. So it's true, Naruto said and deactivated the Rinnegan. Part L Danzo's failure and the passage of the Kumogakure Shinobi. Commentary on Part L Danzo's failure and the passage of the Kumogakure Shinobi part is ready. The word, Gokage, appears in this chapter. Please do not report me a mistake, since it is not one. Enjoy reading. Several days had passed since Naruto's eye transplant. All this time, Naruto had been training with Sasuke to learn how to control his eyes. But unfortunately, he had only mastered one crude technique, Shinra Tensei. Naruto had been training at the training grounds, in hopes of mastering a few more techniques. At one point, he sensed the chakra of several shinobi unfamiliar to him. He turned off his rinnegan and threw a kunai at the place where he assumed the shinobi were, having previously soaked the kunai in futon, which increased its penetration. It flew past the head of one of them. Sensing danger from Uzumaki, they stepped out of the shadow of the tree with their hands raised. What are you doing here? Uzumaki said menacingly. We are in peace. We decided to watch how the hero who saved Konoha trains, said the tall blonde, who, judging by her appearance, was the commander. I don't believe it. Naruto noticed the Kumogakure headbands on them. Without asking, he attacked them with a kunai soaked in Keaton. Hey, what's wrong? Said a dark-skinned guy with white hair, who was younger than the blonde. You're from Kumo. Have you come for the Hyuga clan's Byakugan again? Uzumaki blurted out angrily. Yes, we are from Kumogakure, but we didn't come for the Byakugan, the blonde replied. Naruto moved behind the third, red kunoiki and placed the kunai against her throat. Then what is the purpose of your arrival? Uzumaki asked. The Raikage sent us to notify the Hokage about the 5-cage meeting, the team leader replied. How can you prove it? Naruto said. The girl remained silent and reached into her pouch. No tricks. Do something like that and your comrade will die. I bear no responsibility, since you are on Konoha territory, Uzumaki warned. The blonde nodded and took out a small scroll, then handed it to Naruto. He removed the kunai from the redhead's neck and took the scroll, then unrolled it. After reading the contents, his face changed, becoming more cold-blooded. So, Tsunade-sama is currently injured and is in the hospital, Naruto said. The Hokage is in the hospital. The three asked in unison. Yes, after the Akatsuki attack, she suffered. I will take you to the one who was nominated as the next Hokage, Naruto said, referring to Kakashi. He only found out about his nomination as Hokage the previous day, so he had no doubt that Hatake would do everything right. We agree. Who will be at the Gokage meeting? Asked the blonde. It doesn't matter. Now, follow me, Naruto said and headed towards the village. The Kumo shinobi followed him. A few minutes later they came to a small building where Naruto assumed Kakashi would be. Knocking on the door, he heard, come in. Opening the door, he saw Kakashi sitting at the table and reading his favorite book, which he knew by heart. Hello, Kakashi-sensei. You have guests here, said Naruto and pointed to the three shinobi who were standing behind him. Hello, the three said at the same time. Why have you come? As I see, you are from Kumogakure. What brings you here? Asked the ash-haired man. Raikage-sama ordered us to hand over this scroll to Hokage-sama, but you will be in her place, the blonde said. Okay, come here, said Kakashi. The girl nodded and reached into her pouch to take out the scroll that Uzumaki had recently been reading. Hatake took the scroll that was handed to him and began to read it. When he finished, he said, Since I am not yet Hokage, and may well not become one, I ask you to wait for you until tomorrow in order to give you an exact answer about what was in the scroll. Okay, the blonde agreed. Live, you will live for now in a small hotel that we recently built. Naruto will take you there, said Kakashi. Okay, said the girl. Is that all? She decided to ask. Yes, that's all, Kakashi answered. I see. Goodbye. She said goodbye and left the building. Her subordinates and Naruto followed her out. As soon as they left the room, Naruto said, I apologize for my behavior. It's because Konoha is still weak after the battle with Akatsuki. And recently there was an attack by your village's shinobi on the Hyuga clan. We understand. It's our own fault. We should have gone straight to the deputy Hokage, said the guy from Kumo. Let's move on. So where's the hotel? Asked the red-haired kunoiki. Follow me, Uzumaki said and headed towards the building they needed. The three followed him. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a 2-story building that served as a hotel. We have arrived. I think you will figure it out yourself, said Uzumaki. Quite. Thank you for your help, the girl thanked, and yes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Samui. This is Karui, she pointed at the red-haired girl, and this is Omoi, the girl pointed at the guy. You probably know, but I'll introduce myself. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto said. Nice to meet you. Omoi extended his hand, which Naruto shook. I'll go. I have things to do, Uzumaki said and headed in a direction unknown to the Kumogakure shinobi. Naruto headed towards the training ground where he had been training until recently. Once he arrived at the training ground, he began training his rinnegan again. Several hours passed, and a meeting of the clan heads took place, regarding the selection of a new temporary, and perhaps permanent Hokage. This took place in the new residence that Yamato had built a few hours ago. Let's start by discussing the next Hokage of our village, Shikaku said. Who's putting forward which candidate? Nara asked. The first to raise his hand was Danzo, who was also sitting at the meeting. I am putting myself forward as the new Hokage, he began. I was the second student and the third's friend. I think that's enough for me to receive the title of Kage, Shimura finished. Who will put forward another candidate? Shikaku asked. I propose Kakashi Hatake for the role of the sixth, Inoki said. He distinguished himself in the Third and Second Shinobi World Wars. He has a huge amount of techniques and knowledge in reserve. He knows how to obtain information peacefully. After this phrase, he cast a sideways glance at Danzo, who was sitting calmly, although in his head he was cursing the member of the Yamanaka clan. He also has a Sharingan, which gives him enormous strength. The blonde finished. So, who can nominate someone else for the role of Hokage? Shikaku asked. After a minute of waiting, he said, raise your hand for Kakashi to become Hokage. Almost everyone raised their hands, except Danzo. I think the answer is obvious. Kakashi Hatake becomes Hokage, Nara said. I want to take the floor, said Kakashi, who was present at the meeting. Since I am now Hokage, I am obliged to tell you about one thing. Today, a few hours ago, 3 Kumogaku shinobi arrived in the village, with a message from the Reikage about a meeting of the Gokage, with the purpose of discussing Akatsuki, said Kakashi. A meeting of the 5 Kage. Inoki was surprised. Yes, as far as I know, I need to take 2 bodyguards. I'll do that tomorrow, since the council is in a week. It will be held in the Land of Iron, as on neutral territory, Hatake said. Is that all? Shikaku asked. Yes, the ash-haired man answered. If that's the case, then the meeting is over, Shikaku said, and a few minutes later everyone left the residence. Part 51. Journey to the Land of Iron. Commentary on Part 51. Journey to the Land of Iron. The part turned out to be small, I apologize for that. Enjoy reading. The next day, Naruto slept for quite a while, as his Rinnegan training took a lot of chakra and strength. He barely woke up when he heard a knock on the door. Who has brought me here? Uzumaki thought, getting out of bed and getting dressed. When he finished, he walked to the door and opened it. There stood an Anbu wearing a lion mask. Hokage-sama is calling you, he said, without greeting. He says it's important. Okay, I'll be there soon, Naruto said, and the Anbu disappeared. Naruto gathered the shinobi equipment in a few minutes, which included kunai, explosive tags, smoke bombs and many other things. Once he was done, he headed to the residence. 10 minutes later, he was in front of the Hokage's office. Knocking on the door and hearing permission, he entered. Sasuke was in the office, and Kakashi was sitting at the desk. Hello Kakashi-sensei. Uzumaki greeted. As I understand it, you became Hokage. Yes, now I am the 6th Hokage, answered Kakashi. Okay. Let's get down to business. As you remember, yesterday the Kumo shinobi came to our village and gave us a scroll with a message from the Reikage. The ash-haired man began. You read the scroll, right? Asked Kakashi. Yes, I read it. I apologize for that, said Uzumaki. You have nothing to apologize for, Naruto, Hatake said. So, in 2 days, we'll be heading to the Land of Iron for the Gokage meeting. A meeting of the 5 Kage. Sasuke was surprised. And for what purpose is the Reikage calling a meeting? Uchiha asked. Regarding Akatsuki, Kakashi answered. Gather all the shinobi equipment. Take as much of everything as possible. Akatsuki might show up at the meeting. The 6th warned. Okay. What time are we leaving? Sasuke asked. As I said, in 2 days. Meet me at the gates of Konoha at dawn. The ash-haired man answered. I see. Is that all? Naruto asked. Sasuke, you can go, and you, Naruto, stay. I will give you one task, said Kakashi. Sasuke nodded and left, and Uzumaki, as he was told, stayed. What's the assignment? Naruto asked. Warn the Kumogaku shinobi that I will be attending the meeting. That is all I want to tell you. Now you are free to go, Kakashi said. Hi, Naruto said and disappeared behind the office door. He immediately went to the inn where he took the Kumogaku shinobi. It was not far, so he got there quite quickly. He found the right room and knocked. The door was opened by a white-haired guy named Omoi. Naruto? He asked in surprise. Yes, the Hokage said that he is going to the Gokage summit. You can return to Kumo and warn the Reikage about this, Uzumaki said. When does he leave? Omoi asked. 2 days from now at dawn, Naruto said. That's all I had to say. I see. I'll tell my people and we'll go to the Land of Lightning, said Omoi. I'm going, Naruto said and left. 2 days passed. Naruto woke up before dawn to have time to gather everything he needed. After preparing, he ate. It was time for dawn and he headed towards the gates of Konoha. After some time, he arrived at the place he needed. Kakashi was already there, waiting for Naruto and Sasuke to arrive. "Hello, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto greeted. "Hello Naruto," Hatake answered. "All that remains is to wait for Sasuke, no need to wait for me." "I'm already here," a voice was heard behind the ash-haired man. It was Sasuke who came right after Naruto. "Well, since everyone is here, let's get moving. It's a 3-day journey to the land of iron, so we need to push a little harder," Kakashi said and headed towards the exit of the village. After a few hours of walking, Naruto noticed that they were being followed by several unknown shinobi. He walked up to Kakashi and Sasuke, who were walking a little ahead. "Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke, Uzumaki began, "I think you noticed that we are being followed." Naruto said, "We noticed it too. I suggest we say openly that we have identified them," Uchiha said. Agreed Kakashi, after which he said, "We have noticed you. You cannot hide." After that, 3 shinobi in strange masks emerged from the bushes that were not far from the trio and attacked Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi. Naruto killed one with Shinra Tensei, which sent the enemy flying into a tree branch and piercing his chest. Sasuke used Chidori and pierced the stomach of the second. And Kakashi got by with a kunai, which he used to cut the throat of the third. "Why were they chasing us?" Hatake said thoughtfully. "Perhaps they weren't following us, but you, Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke began. "You are, after all, the Hokage," said the Uchiha. "Maybe." "Well, okay, let's continue our journey," said Kakashi, and everyone headed to the land of iron. After 2 days, they found themselves at the entrance to the land of iron. This country is not a shinobi country, but a samurai country, who knew how to use chakra. But shinobi use it to create techniques and much more, and samurai direct it into a sword, thereby making it sharper. At the entrance stood 2 samurai, who, noticing the trio, asked, "Who are you and what is the purpose of your arrival?" "Shinobi of Konohagakure. I am the 6th Hokage, and they," Hatake pointed to Naruto and Sasuke, who were standing behind him, "are my bodyguards. The purpose of our visit is the 5-cage summit." "Come in," said one of them, and cleared the way for them. The trio passed by and headed towards the hotel, as there was a day left before the meeting. Having booked 1 room for 3, they began to wait for the next day. Part 52. The 5-cage meeting. The next day, Kakashi, Sasuke and Naruto went to the residence, where it will take place. On the way, Kakashi began to explain where the bodyguards of all the cage will be. "Naruto, Sasuke," Kakashi began, "the thing is, you won't be behind me while the council is going on. There will be a kind of 2nd floor, in the office where all the bodyguards will be sitting. You can easily get out of there if a fight starts." The ash-haired man finished. "I see," Uzumaki and Uchiha said at the same time. Then, the whole journey passed in silence. Arriving at the building they needed, and then the office, they saw all the cage there, who were already sitting at the table. It was in the shape of a half circle. A little further, there was room for 1 more person. By appearance, it was a samurai. It was a man, about 40 years old. It is unknown why, but his head was bandaged. Having examined everyone, Naruto's gaze fell on Gaara, who was the Kazekage. For Uzumaki, this was not surprising, since he helped him in sooner, when Akatsuki attacked him. Having finished with the inspection, he and Sasuke headed to where all the bodyguards were. "So, as I see, the composition of the cage has changed greatly since the last meeting. Therefore, allow me to introduce myself. I am Mifune, the head of this country. I will take the neutral side," said the same samurai. "I propose that everyone introduce themselves." "Sobaku no Gaara, 5th Kazekage," said the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed. "Terumi Mei, 5th Mizukage," said the woman, with long red hair that reached almost to the floor and covered one eye. "Unoki, 3rd Tsuchikage," said the little old man with gray hair. "Hey, 4th Raikage," said the muscular, dark-skinned man. "Kakashi Hatake, 6th Hokage," said Kakashi. Mifune nodded and said, "Since the Raikage organized the meeting, I suggest we give him the floor. Raikage-sama, you may begin." "The council has gathered to discuss the Akatsuki group," the Raikage began. "Recently, Yugito Ni was kidnapped from the village. She is the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails. Before that, my brother, B, who is the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails, was attacked. They almost defeated him, but I came to his aid and saved him. I can say one thing. Akatsuki consists of very, very strong shinobi," said A. "Let me take the floor." Gaara began. "A few weeks ago, I was attacked by Akatsuki, because I was the Jinchuriki of the 1 tail. During the battle, Sasori Akasuna and Deidara Sukari were killed. In this, I was helped by the shinobi of Konohagakure. Or to be more precise, Sasuke Uchiha, Hatake Kakashi, Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki. They were the ones who made the greatest contribution to this battle. Sobakuno finished, Naruto Uzumaki. Is he by any chance the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Terumi asked. Yes, it's him, Gaara answered. Then why did the Hokage send him on this mission? Mei asked. The fifth didn't know the full danger of this organization back then. Mizukichi Kakashi answered the question. As I recall, there was an attack on Konoha recently, with the goal of capturing the Nine Tails, said Onoki. You're right, it happened recently. Then the entire village was destroyed by the Akatsuki leader's technique, pain. Kakashi said, but we were able to rebuild the village. If we have a common enemy, and a very, very strong one at that, I propose creating an alliance of shinobi of all villages, said the Raikage. Alliance. Onoki was surprised. This will be the first time in the history of shinobi to form an alliance against such a strong common enemy. I think it's a good decision, Mifune said. Who is in favor of forming an alliance? He asked, addressing all the cage. Everyone raised their hands unanimously. It's decided. The alliance has been formed. Mifune began. Now we need to choose the head of the alliance. The old man said thoughtfully, I propose the Raikage for the role of commander. We agree, said everyone present, but at that moment, someone appeared in the office. It was Toby, who appeared from some portal. Everyone's gaze turned to him. Who are you? Mei asked. My name is Uchiha Madara, said the newcomer. You Uchiha M. Madara. Onoki was horrified. I met him when Hashirama Senju was still alive. He is truly powerful. Why are you collecting Bayu? Asked the Raikage. For the sake of achieving peace, on this earth. Madara said and felt Naruto's chakra. Oh, Naruto. You're here too. How do you like the power of the Rinnegan? Akatsuki said with a grin. He has. Our Rinnegan. Everyone was surprised. Yes, I have it. It's a gift from Nagato. Naruto's voice was heard from behind everyone. All the bodyguards came out with him. Okay, it doesn't matter. Akatsuki began. If we find a common language, then I'll tell you about my plan. About what? Asked Hei. The Eye of the Moon, Madara replied. Tell me more, said Naruto, and yes, I recently found out that it was you who attacked Konoha 16 years ago. Oh. You even found out that. Well, it doesn't really matter. Madara said. And the story about the plan. That will depend on your answer. Akatsuki said mysteriously. Stop chatting. Speak faster. The Raikage could not stand it. Okay, the conversation will be long, so with your permission I will sit down, said Madara. Everything will be one with me. And all this will be my complete form. I heard something like that. If only I could remember where, said Unoki. In the Uchiha clan, an ancient tablet is passed down from generation to generation, dating back to the time of Rikudo Sennin. Madara began. It can be read by having the eyes of our clan. At the same time, a regular Sharingan sees only part of what is written there. Mangekyo Sharingan sees more, but not everything. But the Rinnegan allows you to read everything, the stone tablet. Rikudo Sennin. This is ridiculous. The Tsuchikage wanted to say, but Madara interrupted him. I am telling the truth. The stone tablet is still in Konoha, in the place where the Uchiha clan quarter was, he said. What does Rikudo Sennin have to do with your plan? The Raikage asked. The most direct thing possible, Akatsuki replied. Madara Uchiha, you have Mangekyo, and one of the Akatsuki members was a Rinnegan user. Did you really read everything? Mizukage asked. Rikudo Sennin saved the world from one monster. Madara said. A monster? Everyone asked again. Yes, Gaara, a part of him is sealed in you, just like Naruto. When all 9 Bayu merge, the result will be a Bayu with the strongest chakra. The 10 tails, said Akatsuki, but there are only 9 Bayu. Said the Raikage. I told you, the 10 tails is a combination of all 9 Bayu, just as they are parts of the 10 tails. They are created from the 10 tails chakra. This was done by Rikudo Sennin. Madara said, I'm starting to guess why you're collecting Bayu, Naruto said. Rikudo Sennin sealed the Juubi within himself, and after that he was considered a god, the savior of the world. But the power of the 9 tails was so great that after the death of the Jinchuriki it could break out. Fearing this, he made the Uchiha clan tablet and divided the Juubi's power into 9 parts. Akatsuki continued, this is nonsense. No human can do this, said one of the Raikage's bodyguards. After sealing the Juubi within oneself, one can gain superhuman strength, Madara said. So you want to get this power? But what do you need it for? Mifune asked. To resurrect the 10 tails and become its Jinchuriki, Madara replied. But what will that give you? Asked Unoki. With its help, I will improve the power of my eyes and activate some technique. What are you planning? Tsuchikage was taken aback. I will reflect my eyes from the moon and cast a great genjutsu. Infinite Tsukuyomi. All people on the surface of the earth will fall under its effect. And then, I will be able to control all of humanity with this illusion. I will rid this world of wars. Go to hell. I will not give the world to someone like you. The Raikage got furious. A world created by illusion is nothing more than a deception, Gaara said. Give me the 1 tail, the 8 tails and the 9 tails. Otherwise, there will be a war, Madara said coldly. War. We won't give you the Jinchuriki, Gaara said. Agreed. The cage unanimously supported the Kazekage. Excellent. In that case, I declare the 4th Shinobi World War, said Madara and disappeared into a spiral portal. Commentary on Part 52. 5 Cage meeting. The chapter is finished. Happy holiday to all. Part 53. An unexpected meeting. Commentary on Part 53. An unexpected meeting. The part is ready. Enjoy your forgiveness. P.S. Don't forget to write reviews. After Madara used the portal, he was transported to one of Akatsuki's hideouts. All the remaining members of the organization were there. Finally back, said Kisame. I'll start right away. I'm leaving Akatsuki, said Hoshigaki, surprising everyone here. Are you leaving? And why? Asked Madara. I think your plan is complete nonsense, the swordsman began. But I understand that you won't let me go just like that. You're right. We can't let you go to avoid information leakage. Uchiha said, I'm tired of killing people for your plan, which is unlikely to succeed. Therefore, I will commit seppuku, said Kisame. Go ahead, Madara said coldly. Sutan, water prison, said Hoshigaki and released a stream of water from his mouth, after which it began to form a sphere of water, in which Kisame was placed. Summoning technique. Bloodthirsty sharks, said the renegade and summoned 3 sharks that began to tear the shinobi's body apart. The large amount of blood that flowed out of Kisame's body caused the sphere to turn red and nothing could be seen inside it. A few seconds later, the sphere burst, painting the floor red. As expected, Kisame was not there. Itachi, who was watching this, turned to Madara and said, I'm leaving Akatsuki too. You too? I never expected it. The one who easily slaughtered his entire clan, albeit with my help. Okay, what will you let us see before you die? Madara said with a grin. Itachi remained silent and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. He channeled chakra into his eyes and created a black flame, Amaterasu. Stepping into the fire, he stood silently. A few seconds passed and white smoke appeared with the characteristic sound of a shadow clone disappearing. A shadow clone. Madara was taken aback, then thought, I see. He created it before I came. Well, okay, he has nowhere to go. In Konoha, he is considered a missing nin, so they won't let him in, Uchiha said. At this time, the clone dissipated. It's good that I made it yesterday. They won't be able to find me. I need to go to Konoha to report to the Hokage about the current situation in Akatsuki, Itachi thought, feeling that his clone was gone. He slowed down a bit since the Gokage meeting had just ended and the Hokage would return to the village in 5 days if not sooner. Putting on his straw hat, he headed to the nearest village where, according to his assumptions, it was 5 kilometers away from his location. He reached there in an hour and a half. Approaching the village, he took off his Akatsuki cloak and burned it with Amaterasu. He went to the nearest shinobi equipment shop and bought himself clothes, which are not much different from other shinobi, and equipment, which is always needed. After that, Itachi headed to the hotel and booked a room for 2 days, since it was 3 days' journey to Konoha, and according to Itachi's calculations, the Hokage would arrive there in exactly 5 days. 2 days later, Itachi headed towards Konoha. He reached it in 3 days, as expected. He walked along the main road to Konoha and noticed Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto on the horizon. Itachi headed towards them. Kakashi, seeing the silhouette of a stranger, was wary, but Uzumaki and Sasuke recognized him immediately, as he had recently warned them that he would soon meet them in person. Itachi approached the 3 and took off his hat. Itachi. Kakashi was taken aback. Yes, it's me, Kakashi-san, Uchiha answered, and seeing that the ash-haired man was taking out a kunai, he raised his hands up in order to avoid a senseless fight. I didn't come to fight. If you want, I can tell you everything. And my brother and his friend will prove to you that I'm not lying, Itachi said coldly. Okay. And why did you come? Said Itachi, putting the kunai in his pouch. I'll start by saying that I was in Akatsuki only because I was a spy for Konoha and reported everything to the third until he died. Uchiha Sr. began. The fifth has known about this for 4 years already. You can look at file number 562. Everything is written there in detail. I haven't been listed in Akatsuki for 5 days now. One more thing. Kisame Hoshigaki is also not listed there, just as he is not alive. He's dead. But who killed him? Everyone was surprised. It seemed to him that Madara's plan, that is, Tobi's, was nonsense, that it would not happen. He committed seppuku. Itachi answered, I see. Kakashi nodded, then turned to Naruto and Sasuke. Is he telling the truth? He asked. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. When I left to look for Tsunade-sama, he came to us and told us that he was a spy. 3 days ago, he warned us that he was no longer one of Akatsuki. Naruto answered, after which he continued, but there was not a word about Kisame's death. Uzumaki added, I wanted to report this personally. Itachi answered Kakashi ahead of the question. Okay, if you're not lying, your return to Konoha will be a good ace in our sleeve. Kakashi said thoughtfully. When I get to the village, I'll look into the matter you said, and if everything is as you say, then I'll return your status as a jonin. I think the fifth has removed your status as a missing nin. Now let's go to the village. We're not far, Hatake said and headed to the village. Itachi nodded and walked up to Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, I heard a rumor that you have Pain's Rinnegan. The elder Uchiha said. Yes, that's true, but I've only mastered Shinra Tensei so far, Naruto admitted. Not bad. Not everyone can harness the power of these eyes. Especially 2 at once. Itachi encouraged Naruto. And where is Pain's body? It's in Konoha. Konan said she would come back for it and bury it in a megakure, but she never came. Uzumaki answered. She won't come. Tobi killed her when he found out that Nagato died. He thought that Konan took his body in a megakure. He wanted to get that Rinnegan. But Konan didn't give away his location until the very end and Tobi killed her. So that's how he knows I have the Rinnegan. Naruto guessed. About the Dujutsu. Sasuke's Mangekyo has awakened. How do you like the idea of swapping Sharingans? Why? Sasuke asked. You don't know. Itachi was surprised. You know about the Mangekyo's abilities. Yes. It gives 2 powerful techniques. Susanoo and Amaterasu, and several individual techniques. For example, Kamui Kakashi-sensei, answered Uchiha Jr. Okay. Do you know about the side effects? Itachi asked another question. Blindness and chakra consumption, Sasuke asked. Yes. Unfortunately, my eyesight is not as good as it was 3 years ago, Itachi said. I'm almost blind. And how to overcome this? Sasuke was alarmed. Do you know what the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is? Itachi asked. Eternal Mangekyo? No, I don't know, the younger Uchiha replied. There are 3 stages of Sharingan development. Simple, 3-volume Sharingan. Mangekyo and Eternal Mangekyo. The latter is different in that it consumes less chakra and allows you to use a complete Susanoo. Itachi said, so, in order for you to regain good vision, you need the Eternal Mangekyo. Uchiha decided to clarify. Yes, the elder Uchiha answered briefly. This will be a huge leap in enhancing the abilities of both of you, Naruto interjected. I agree to exchange eyes, Sasuke said and asked, Naruto, who performed your Rinnegan transplant operation? Sakura. But then I spent almost a week in a bandage. I would have gone a little longer, but I asked her to completely heal my eyes. Naruto answered, his Rinnegan took hold so quickly. It's strange. But he has the 9 tails, maybe it sped up the process. We'll have to walk around with our eyes bandaged a little more, Itachi noted. Excellent. Sasuke, ask Sakura to perform the surgery on you, but only after Kakashi-sensei checks the necessary case about Itachi. Sakura will perform the surgery as soon as she is free. Naruto said and caught up with the teacher. Sasuke, did you use Susanoo? Itachi asked. Yes, but only in skeletal form. I haven't gotten to anything more yet, Sasuke replied. Excellent. After acquiring the Eternal Mangekyo, you can easily use Susanoo without much effort, but you will need to train to use the complete form, Itachi said. Have you used Amaterasu? No, I didn't dare, and I didn't see the need to use it, answered Uchiha Jr. Later, when we both acquire the Eternal Mangekyo, I will teach you, Itachi said and quickened his pace, signaling that the conversation was over. Half an hour later, Kakashi, Itachi, Sasuke and Naruto arrived at the gates of Konoha. Hinata and Sakura were standing there. As soon as they saw Naruto and Sasuke, they flew up to them, but unlike Sakura, Hinata had the opportunity to hug Naruto. Which she did, to which Uzumaki responded. As soon as she pulled away from Naruto, she noticed Itachi. She activated the Byakugan. The Uchiha noticed and said, Naruto, explain to her that I am at peace. Oh. I forgot. Hinata, I think you realized that it was Itachi. Don't worry, he was originally on a mission, a Konoha spy who infiltrated Akatsuki. Naruto explained, well, if you say it, Naruto-kun, then I'll believe it, Hyuga said, deactivating the Hyuga clan's Dujutsu. Sakura, I need your help, identical to mine, Uzumaki said, turning to Haruno. You mean the eye transplant? Sakura decided to clarify. Yes, all the details to Sasuke and Itachi. They will tell you about it later. Naruto said, okay. Any news? Asked Kakashi, who had been standing there the whole time. Oh yeah, this is very good news. Sakura said and seemed to light up from within. What happened? The ash-haired man was surprised. Tsunade-sama has woken up. The pink-haired girl replied. Excellent. We'll head to her. More precisely, I'll go and ask about that matter. And you're free for now, said Kakashi. Okay, Naruto said as Kakashi walked away. 10 minutes later, Kakashi was in the Konoha hospital, across from the room where Tsunade was. Knocking on the door, he heard, come in. Opening the door, he saw Senju with a tray of food. She was eating with a huge appetite. Although what to expect if she had been unconscious for more than a week. Hello, Tsunade-sama, the ash-haired man greeted. How are you? Hello Kakashi. Or should I call you, Sixth? Tsunade asked mockingly. I'm fine, I'm just really hungry. Call it whatever you want. I came on business, Kakashi began, and for what reason? Asked the blonde. First, I want to ask if you plan to return to the post of Hokage. Hatake asked. Yes, I'm going to, Senju answered. Okay, you probably already know, but I was at the Gokage meeting, Kakashi said. Yes, I know. And what happened there? Asked Tsunade. What happened? The Fourth Shinobi World War, Hatake answered. Hearing this, Tsunade dropped the chopsticks she was eating rice with. After coming to her senses a little, he asked, who are our allies? Rock, cloud, mist and sand, Kakashi replied. All the great countries. Tsunade was taken aback. But who is our enemy? Akatsuki, the ash-haired man answered. And they are brave, since they challenged us, the blonde said thoughtfully. They are confident of their victory, since they have 6 biju. We have 3, 1-tailed, 8-tailed and 9-tailed. Considering that the 8-tails Jinchuriki found a common language with his biju, it gives us a huge increase in our chances of winning. Well, I guess we can discuss this later. There is something else interesting, said Kakashi. What? Fifth was surprised. Kisame Hoshikage is dead, the sixth replied. Dead, and who could kill one of the 7 swordsmen? Tsunade asked. That's the point, he died by his own hand. He left Akatsuki by committing seppuku, said Kakashi. Very interesting. Is there anything else? Senju asked. Yes, Itachi Uchiha wants to return to the village. He said about some case where everything is written about his mission to infiltrate Akatsuki, about the extermination of the clan and many other things. Hatake said. I didn't tell you. Itachi is telling the truth. He sent Naruto and Sasuke 3 years ago with a file where everything is written. Since I haven't fully recovered yet, can I ask you for something? Asked the blonde. You can, the ash-haired man answered. Can you make this matter public and restore Itachi's status as a Junin? Tsunade asked. Okay, but there's one more thing, Kakashi decided to say. What else? Tsunade was surprised. Did you know that Naruto now has the Rinnegan? Hatake asked. And Naruto has the R-Rinnegan. 5 was taken aback. How long has he had these eyes? Since Pain's attack on the village. Nagato bequeathed his eyes to him, Kakashi answered, but that's not all. Around the same time, Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo. Since Itachi is now in Konoha, Naruto suggested that they exchange eyes and acquire the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi added, Eternal Mangekyo. That would be another ace up our sleeve. Tsunade said. Who will perform the operation on them? Sakura Haruno. They trust her more than anyone else. The ash-haired man answered. Then everything is fine. You can go. I will return to the post of Hokage soon, said Tsunade. Okay. Goodbye, Tsunade-sama, said Kakashi and left the room, after which he headed to the residence. Part 54. Conversation with the Tailed One. Commentary on Part 54. Conversation with the Tailed One. The chapter is ready. Enjoy reading. P.S. Don't forget to write reviews. 2 days passed. Tsunade had fully recovered and returned to her post as head of Konoha. Kakashi, as he was asked, announced Itachi's case and he was quietly accepted into the village, although some were not very happy with Hiruzan's easy consent to the extermination of the Uchiha clan. There was no negativity towards Itachi, as he was simply carrying out a mission. At this time, Sakura was in her office. She was the best medic, who was almost equal to Tsunade herself, so she was given her own office. She was sitting and filling out several documents about visitors by appointment. When she heard a knock on the door. "Come in," she said. A moment later, two Uchiha were standing in her office. Sasuke-kun. Itachi-san. She was surprised. Hello, Sakura," Sasuke said. "Good afternoon," Itachi greeted. "Did you want something?" Haruno asked. "Yes. Remember when we first got back to Konoha? Naruto said about the eye surgery." Sasuke said. "Yes, I remember," the pink-haired girl answered. "Can we ask you to help us obtain the eternal Mangekyo?" Itachi asked. "And how?" The girl was surprised. "Itachi and I just need to exchange our eyes. Can you do that?" Sasuke asked. "Yes," Sakura answered briefly. "When will you have free time?" asked the elder Uchiha. "Well, right now I'm free and I won't be busy for the next 3 hours. I can fulfill your request right now," answered Sakura. "We would be grateful," Itachi said. "But can I ask for one more thing?" "What is the request?" the girl asked. "Can you use a Ryoninjutsu in front of us, so that they can take root faster? After all, the war is coming soon." Itachi said. "Yes. Wait 10 minutes, I'll collect everything I need, and we'll start the operation right away," said Sakura and got up from her desk. "Okay," the Uchiha said at the same time. Sakura left and left the brothers in her office. 10 minutes later, they were already on the operating table. Another half hour passed, and Sakura began to use a Ryoninjutsu to most quickly heal the Uchiha's eyes. When she finished, she said, "I'm done. You can open your eyes." After hearing this, the brothers opened their eyes. In each of their eyes, the eternal Mangekyo was shining. Sasuke's looked like a 6-pointed star, but in the middle of each beam, a black oval was added. Itachi's also had minor changes. His eternal Mangekyo was distinguished by a circle. "Any discomfort?" Sakura asked. "No," the brothers answered simultaneously. "Itachi, is your vision back?" Sasuke asked. "Yes, I haven't seen everything so clearly for a long time," Itachi answered, turning off his Sharingan. Sasuke did the same. "Thank you, Sakura," Sasuke thanked. "You're welcome," she replied. "Sakura, when can we try out our new eyes?" Itachi asked. "I have completely healed your eyes. You can go right now, there will be no consequences," Sakura answered. "Excellent. Thanks again," Itachi said and headed for the exit. Sasuke nodded to Sakura and also left. The brothers went to train, and Itachi went to teach his brother. Naruto was walking with Hinata all this time. She remembered something and said, "Sorry Naruto-kun, but I have to go. I promised my father that I would come to his training. And it will start soon. I don't mind. If it's important to you, then go," Uzumaki said. "Thank you," Hinata said and hugged Naruto, after which she headed towards the Hyuga quarter, which had already become larger in size than the old one. I need to try something," Naruto thought and headed to his house. Half an hour later he was at home. He entered his room and sat in the lotus position. He wanted to enter his subconscious. He did it almost instantly. He appeared in a place familiar to him, in front of the cage. He was immediately greeted by the voice of the fox, finally deigned to show up for no reason. "Did you really decide to take my power?" the Nine-Tails said in a voice that would send shivers down anyone's spine, but Naruto had lived with it almost since he was born and was used to that voice. "Do you really want to get out of here?" Naruto asked. "I understand that sitting in a cage for almost 17 years is really boring, or something. You don't understand this. You people do everything only for your own superiority and power. You, nobodies, who imagine yourselves to be gods." Kyubi said angrily, "I've been hated in Konoha my entire life. I was able to defeat pain and they recognized me." Naruto replied. "Were you hated just because you had a Bayu inside you?" Fox asked, although he saw everything through Naruto's eyes. "Yes," Naruto answered, "but it seems to me that they were afraid of me not because they were afraid for their lives, but for the lives of their loved ones. This can't be. People are so insignificant that they are ready to do everything in order to survive." The fox said angrily, "Can I ask you something?" Uzumaki asked. You are my first Jinchuriki who asked if it was possible to ask something." Biju said in surprise. "What did you want to ask about?" "How long ago were you born?" "I understand that you have been alive for quite a long time, since your Jinchuriki was Mito Uzumaki." "How long have I lived?" Already a long time. It's easier to say that I've lived since the time of the Sage of the Six Paths, answered the Nine-Tailed, so Madara didn't lie at the meeting. Uzumaki asked. He was telling the truth. And yes, it's not Madara, added Lise. I guessed it myself. When I fought Pain, I met my father, the fourth, and he said that it was this masked man who attacked Konoha, Naruto said. This masked man doesn't have as powerful and dark chakra as the real Madara, said the Nine-Tails. Can I ask you something else? Naruto asked. Ask, answered Biju. Do the tailed beasts have names? Uzumaki asked. Why you're the first one who thought of something like this. There was no one before you who was worried about this. Kyuubi said, dumbfounded. Yes. The tailed beasts have their own names, and can you tell them? Naruto asked. Okay, the fox said and began. The one-tailed. His name is Shukaku. You met him 3 years ago, when Suna attacked Konoha because they were tricked by Orochimaru. The two-tailed. Her name is Matatabi. Her Jinchuriki is Ni Yugito, who was recently captured by Akatsuki. The three-tailed. Isobu. His Jinchuriki was the former Mizukage, Yagura. The four-tailed is Son Goku. His Jinchuriki is Rushi. The five tails. Kokuo. The Jinchuriki is Han. The six tails. Saiken. The Jinchuriki is Utakata. The missing Nin. The seven tails. Chome. The Jinchuriki is Fu of Hidden Waterfall. The eight tails is Gyuki. The Jinchuriki is Killer Bee of Cloud. And me, Kurama. Kurama finished. I remember. And how to contact the eight-tailed and one-tailed? Naruto asked. You just need to touch the tailed beast's Jinchuriki, and if the Jinchuriki agrees, he will let you into his subconscious, where you can talk to the tailed beast, Fox replied. Thank you. As I said earlier, are you tired of sitting in one place for almost 17 years? Naruto asked again. To be honest, yes, Kurama answered. I'll try to find the key to your cage. And I'll try to free you, Naruto said. Apparently, it was he who my father was talking about before his death. Thought the nine-tailed. I'll wait, said Kurama and wanted to do something else, but Naruto interrupted him. I have one more request. What is it this time? Asked Nine-Tailed. Can I take your chakra? But only in extreme cases. Asked Naruto. Take it. But just answer, why do you need my chakra? Asked the fox. For the protection of all my friends and loved ones, Naruto answered without hesitation. Okay, take it if you need it, said the fox, and now. I want to sleep, added Kyuubi and threw Naruto out of the subconscious. Naruto opened his eyes. Kurama, I'll remember, Naruto thought. Now, I need to go train, Naruto thought and went to the nearest training ground. Part 55. First meeting with Killer Bee. Tsunade was in Kumogakure, in the Raikage's office. There was no one else there. Raikage-sama, can I ask you something? Senju asked. Tell Tsunade, said I. Your brother, B, has complete control over his tailed beast's power, right? Tsunade began. Yes, that's right, the Raikage replied. I want your brother to help Naruto learn to control the power of the nine tails, Tsunade said. Clever, said the Raikage. If he learns to control the Kyuubi, he will become the invincible shinobi of your village. Do you think I will agree? I understand everything, but this is not for the village, but for the sake of winning the war against Akatsuki, Tsunade said. Okay, our village has one place that can't be found on the map. We'll send Naruto and B there, said I. B and I used to train there. A few days passed and Tsunade was sitting in the residence, and Naruto was standing in front of her. Naruto, I have a very difficult task for you, said the fifth. And what is the mission? Naruto asked. I'll send you to Kumo so you can learn to control the nine tails, Senju said. The power of the nine tails. Naruto was surprised and entered his subconscious. All this time he trained himself to enter him as quickly as possible, which he succeeded in doing. Kurama, do you mind if I lie to her a little? Uzumaki asked. Do what you have to do, answered the fox. Naruto nodded and came out of the subconscious. Yes, the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, Killer Bee, will be there. He has full control over the power of his tailed beast and I asked the Raikage to send Bee with you, he will help you, Tsunade said. When am I leaving? Naruto asked. In 2 hours, now go collect the things you need, said Tsunade. Hi, Naruto said and walked out of the office. Now we need to find Jiraiya-san. It seems to me that he has the key to the seal, Naruto thought. As I know, he is leaving for a mission soon, which means there is a chance to meet him at the gate. With these thoughts, Uzumaki broke into a run and a few minutes later was at the place he needed. His gaze fell upon Jiraiya, who was about to leave. Jiraiya-san, Naruto shouted, and the Sannin, hearing his name, turned around. Oh. Naruto, long time no see, said the hermit. Hello, Jiraiya-san, Uzumaki began. I have a favor to ask of you. What kind? The white-haired man was surprised. As I know, to remove the seal that holds the kyubi, you need a key. I think you have it, since you were my father's teacher. Naruto said. Yes, I have a key. Why do you need it? Aren't you afraid that the nine-tailed will break out? Sannin was surprised. No, I'm not afraid, Naruto replied. And I'm leaving soon on a mission to train Fox's chakra control. Okay, I'll give you the key, but only because I believe and trust you, Jiraiya said, making several seals, then placed his palm on the floor. A cloud of white smoke appeared, and after a few seconds, when the smoke cleared, Naruto saw a scroll of quite large size. Here's your key, take it. Jiraiya handed Naruto a scroll. Be careful, thank you, Jiraiya-san. I'm going, otherwise I'm leaving soon, Naruto said and went towards his house. An hour and a half later, he stood near the gates of Konoha and waited for those he would go with. They were Guy, Alba, and Yamato. A few minutes later, they arrived. Hello, Guy-sensei, Yamato-san, Alba-san, Naruto greeted. Hello, the new arrivals replied. As far as I know, the shortest route to Kumogakure is through the sea, right? Naruto said. Yes, you are right. On the fastest ship we will get there in a week, said Yamato. Are there any air routes? Naruto asked. I can summon a few large crows, but that will take a lot of chakra and we won't fly that far, Alba said. I can share my chakra, I have a lot of it, Naruto suggested. Not a bad idea, Guy noted. Then I'll begin, Naruto said and walked up to Alba, after which he put his hand on his shoulder. Make the seals, and I'll direct my chakra there. Naruto said. Alba nodded and made seals, then he placed his palm on the ground and 4 huge crows appeared. Phew, it worked, said Alba. Get in and let's fly. Everyone did as Jonan said. 3 days later, the team was approaching the island that Tsunade had spoken about. I see an island, Naruto said. Excellent, Alba. We're landing, said Gaia. Alba nodded and set the ravens down. The island had huge stone spikes, so not every ship could dock there. They were met by a shinobi who knew the place very well. I am Motoi. I am here to accompany you, said the ninja. I will take you to your home for now. After half an hour of walking, they came to a large house. Naruto, your room is over there. Motoi pointed to the room that was a few meters away from him. Thank you, Naruto said and went to his room. He laid out his things and entered the subconscious. Kurama, do you have any connection with the other tailed beasts? Naruto asked. Yes. Why? Kurama asked a counter question. Can you tell me where B is? Uzumaki asked. It's next to your room, answered Kyubi. Thank you, Naruto said and came out of the subconscious. Uzumaki immediately went to Killer B's room. He knocked on the door. The door was opened by a dark-skinned man with glasses. By the way, he was very muscular and had 8 swords that he carried on his back. Who are you? Asked B. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto answered, Naruto. The Kyubi's Jinchuriki. B asked. And how do I see Gyuki's Jinchuriki? Answered Uzumaki's question with a question. W. How do you know his name? B asked, dumbfounded. Kurama said. Uzumaki answered as if nothing had happened. Kurama is the 9 tails. B asked. That's right, Naruto said. Bai-san, can I ask you something? Uzumaki asked. And about what? B was surprised. Can you help me with training so that I can use Kurama's chakra? Naruto asked. Okay, come with me, said B and walked around Uzumaki. I'll take you to where I once trained myself. Naruto nodded and followed him. Commentary on Part 55. First meeting with Killer B. The chapter is written. Enjoy reading. Part 56. Removing the seal and meeting Mom. Commentary on Part 56. Removing the seal and meeting Mom. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Half an hour later, B led Naruto to a waterfall, next to which was a small pond. In the center of it was a small hill on which one person could sit. Naruto, sit on that hill, Killer B said. What to do next? Uzumaki asked. You will have to answer this question yourself, said the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. Got it, Naruto said and sat down on the mound, after which he assumed the lotus position and closed his. A moment later, he opened his eyes. Then, from behind the waterfall, came Naruto. He had strange eyes, black sclera and a bright purple iris. Without a pupil. What's going on? Uzumaki was taken aback. What's going on? Said the second Naruto. You read minds. And why do you look like me? Uzumaki asked, dumbfounded. It's not me who looks like you. It's you who looks like me. Said the fake Naruto. I'm real, and you're fake. Naruto thought, it would be more accurate to say that you are my worst side, right? I feel an aura of hatred from you that has been coming from me for a long time. You are my hatred. And you are smart. Even B had to come here several times to cope with this test. The fake Naruto noted, but that's not the point. I feel that you, like me, want to destroy Konoha. After all, you were hated in the village. Maybe so, but I don't think it's right. Naruto answered, I have to accept my hatred, because it, like you, is a part of me, Uzumaki said, and the fake Naruto disappeared. Naruto closed his eyes and in a moment he was back in reality, after which he stood up. B noticed this and asked, did you succeed? As I understand it, the essence of the training is to accept your hatred. Uzumaki decided to clarify. Yes, you did it, right? Asked the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. I did it, Uzumaki replied. He did it so quickly. Even I needed a few tries. Thought B. What should we do next? Naruto asked. Next, do you have the key to the Biju seal? Asked Bai. Yes, but what is it for? Asked Uzumaki. How can I explain it more simply? B began. Have you used the Biju chakra without removing the seal? What did it feel like? Well, quite painful, Naruto answered. So the key is needed so that you can use chakra without consequences for your body, said B. Now I understand. But, we won't be training here, will we? Naruto asked. Follow me. I will take you to the place where I learned to control the power of my Biju, said B and headed towards the waterfall, behind which, apparently, there was a passage. Naruto followed him, and as soon as he stepped out of the stream of water, a temple of enormous size appeared before his eyes. Here, you can talk, and if you're unlucky, you can fight Kyuubi, B said. Got it, Naruto answered briefly. B headed towards the gate, on either side of which were two levers. We lower the levers at the same time, said B. Come on, said B, and he and Naruto lowered the levers at the same time. After that, the gate slowly and creaked open. Go to the end of the corridor, and I'll close the entrance for now, said the Jinchuriki of the eight-tailed beast. Okay, Naruto said and went to the end of the corridor. A few moments later, B approached Uzumaki and the door to a strange room opened. There were no walls or floor visible. It seemed like the room was endless. Come into the room and enter your subconscious. Naruto nodded and walked into the room, then sat in the lotus position and moved into his subconscious. He appeared in front of the cage. Basically, as always, Kurama, I found the key, Naruto said, now I will free you. Why you? Aren't you really afraid that I'll try to take control of you? Kurama asked. No, I'm not afraid. Yes, you killed my parents, destroyed Konoha when I was just born, because you sit inside me, I was hated. But it was thanks to this that I was able to become so strong. I trust you, Uzumaki said and opened the scroll. After reading what was written on the scroll, he lifted his shirt so that he could easily touch the seal with his fingers. Uzumaki sent as much chakra into his fingertips as was written on the scroll and applied it to the seal, then turned his palm. The seal that was on the cage where Kurama was sitting burned out and the spiral lock began to open with a characteristic knock. As soon as it finished opening, Kurama pushed the gate a little and found himself free. At last I am free, said the fox. Listen, is there any way I can change my subconscious? After all, you're the only one here most of the time, Naruto asked. You can, but nothing to me. I like what we have now, said the fox, hot. He was not allowed to finish by the chains that burst out from under the ground and knocked Kyuubi to the ground. Naruto looked around and saw a red-haired girl, about 25 to 30 years old. Naruto. The girl was surprised. Naruto immediately guessed that this was his mother. Mom, did Dad seal your chakra too? Naruto asked. That's later, but now there are more important things to do. We need to defeat Kyuubi, said the Kunoichi. Why? I became friends with him. He's not going to take control of me, Uzumaki said. That's true, isn't it, Kurama? Naruto said turning to the fox. It's true, Kyuubi replied. Kurama. That's his name, Kushina said, dumbfounded. Yes, all the Beiyu have names. And yes, could you please let him go? Naruto asked. If you are so sure, said Kushina, and the chains released Kurama and returned to the ground again. Well, tell me, what happened to you in our absence? asked the kunoichi, the most important change. Look into my eyes, Naruto said. Why? Asked the red-haired girl. This will be a shock for you. So look, Naruto said, and his mother looked into his eyes. Uzumaki noticed this and directed chakra into his eyes. Because of this, his Rinnegan, which was gray as before, began to shine in his eyes. Ah, Rinnegan, but where did you get it from? Kushina was surprised. It's a gift from Nagato, Uzumaki replied. Nagato. So, Nagato Uzumaki. He's my aunt's son, said Kushina. But why did he end up in Konoha? I'll start with the fact that he was the leader of Akatsuki. Naruto began. You remember that you and your father were attacked by a man in a mask? Yes. He actually helped Kurama break out of the seal. Stop. Are you saying it was Nagato? Kushina was scared. It wasn't him, it was Tobi. Nagato was just a pawn in his hand. It was Tobi who was the real leader of Akatsuki. Let's get to the point. Nagato died, but before that he resurrected everyone he killed during the destruction of the village. Next, this organization collects Bayu to put all the inhabitants of the planet in genjutsu. I was attacked, about 3.5 years ago. But it doesn't matter. Now, I will be able to resist this organization. Naruto said. Tell me, how did they treat you in the village? Asked the red-haired girl. In short, I was hated until I saved Konoha from Nagato, Uzumaki replied. So the third didn't tell you that you are our son with Minato? Said Kushina. And what about Sasuke? He is my friend's son. Asked Kushina. He's great. By the way, about Sasuke. He lives with Itachi now, Naruto said. With Itachi. Did he go somewhere? The red-haired girl was surprised. I forgot. You died before the Uchiha clan was exterminated. He was considered the missing nin of the village all this time, but recently all the details of his biography surfaced. Naruto said. He slaughtered his clan on Danzo's orders in order to save Sasuke. It's terrible, the kunoichi said, and began to slowly dissolve into thin air. Mom, Naruto said, and walked up to Kushina and hugged her tightly, to which she replied. Nothing, Naruto, I'm proud of you. Thank you for being our son, Kushina said, almost distracted. Continue to follow your path, was all the kunoichi managed to say before she completely disappeared. Part 57. Naruto's new mode. Commentary on Part 57. Naruto's new mode part is finished. Enjoy reading. Naruto came out of the subconscious. B noticed this and asked, So, how are things there? Everything is fine. I didn't have to fight anyone, Naruto replied. Even Gyuki fought me, B said thoughtfully. Never mind. Can you use Bayu Chakra mode? But before that, activate your Rinnegan, okay? Uzumaki said and activated his Dujutsu. The Rinnegan appeared in his eyes. After that, Naruto began to be covered in chakra, a bright purple color, and his Rinnegan began to change color from gray to purple. After a few moments, the Rinnegan finished changing color and Naruto said, This is power. I feel a huge surge of strength. Naruto, your Rinnegan. It turned purple, B said. B, throw the kunai up. I want to try something, Naruto said and extended one hand forward. The Hachibi Jinchuriki nodded and took out a kunai from his pouch, then threw it into the air. Uzumaki saw this and pointed his hand at the kunai, then sent chakra into his eyes. With the goal of using the Rinnegan to pull the kunai to his hand. Incidentally, he succeeded. So you can only fully use your Rinnegan by using the Kyuubi's chakra. B decided to clarify. It turns out like this, Naruto said. At this time. Kabuto, are you going to betray me? Orochimaru said, lying on the floor without one arm. In those eyes you could read hatred, rage, shock and confusion. He could never have imagined that his faithful assistant, whom he literally found on the street, would betray him. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, I decided to do this in order to become stronger and accomplish what you were unable to do, Kabuto said calmly. He looked completely different. He had changed a lot since he met Naruto 3.5 years ago. The right side of his face had turned pale, and scales had started to appear on that side of his face. Like a snake, Kabuto raised his hand to strike, showing what had happened to it. It, like the right side of Yakushi's face, had turned pale. It also had scales. Kabuto's hand with the kunai landed right on Orochimaru's head, causing a few drops of blood to land in a small radius. Kabuto waited for a while, and then pulled the kunai out of Orochimaru's head, leaving a diamond-shaped hole, from which the contents of the owner's head could be seen. I'll have to remember the recipe for that poison. If it worked even on Orochimaru-sama. It's very strong, Yakushi thought and headed towards the exit of the shelter. 2 days passed. Kabuto's body became even more snake-like. He had a tail, the corners of his mouth became similar to Orochimaru's, purple marks appeared around his eyes, which Orochimaru also had. Kabuto was sitting on the skeleton of some large beast. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the Akatsuki cloak. Toby finally came, said Kabuto. Let's get down to business. What do you want after the war is over? Toby asked. I need Uzumaki Naruto's Rinnegan, or better yet, his entire body, Yakushi replied as if nothing had happened. What will happen in return? Asked Uchiha. Look, this is the strongest trump card I have, Kabuto said and put his palms together, after which a coffin appeared from the ground. Its lid fell off, and Madara appeared before Toby. But where did you find it? Toby was taken aback. He who seeks will always find, Yakushi said mysteriously. Well, what? Is our alliance still in force? Yes, Toby said, still not recovering from the shock. All this time Naruto trained to use Kurama's chakra and trained his Rinnegan in this mode. By this time he had learned Shinra Tensei, which was superior in power to the same technique, but performed by Nagato, Chibaku Tensei, which was also superior to Nagato. He was also able to attract and repel objects, absorb techniques. But he never learned the interrogation technique, or reading thoughts when in contact with the enemy. He also did not use the resurrection technique that Nagato used before his death. In addition to the Rinnegan techniques, he was able to use the fox's chakra as an extension of his own body. He could easily add an additional hand from any part of his body, but he could not yet calculate the force with which he squeezed an object in these hands. He tried many times with a huge block of stone, but it simply crumbled into small pieces. After several attempts, he was able to pick up the block without any damage. Phew, it was almost as hard as learning the Rasengan. Bai-san, what's the next test? Naruto asked. Now, you must build a tower from these blocks, said B and showed how to do it correctly. This will be much more difficult than just taking a stone block in your hands, added the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. I already understood that, Naruto said and started to carry out the task. Almost 2 hours passed like this. Uzumaki was able to build a tower from 10 such blocks. B was very surprised, because he, with all his efforts, can build a tower from only 7 blocks. Naruto, you learn everything very quickly. I can say that you are a genius of your generation, said B. It seems to me that even the yellow lightning of Konoha is not such a genius. You fought my father, Naruto asked in surprise. Is this your father? B said, dumbfounded. Ah, I didn't tell you. Well, yes, this is my father, said Naruto. Then it's clear who you are such a genius after, said the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. Okay, what's the next step? Naruto asked. This will be the penultimate stage. You will need to enter Beiyu mode to use the tailed beast bomb. But the thing is that each Jinchuriki must wait a different amount of time after the seal is released. This is so that the body gets used to the new chakra, said B. Is it possible to somehow speed up this process? Naruto asked. There is a way, but I'm not sure about it. You need to use your tailed beast's chakra as much as possible, then your body will get used to its chakra faster, answered B. I see. Okay, I'll just repeat what I've learned so far, Naruto said and started to complete the task he had set for himself. Several hours passed like this. Naruto began to control the Kyuubi's chakra perfectly. He also improved his control over the Rinnegan techniques, which made him at least a little more economical in terms of chakra consumption. Bai-san, can I ask you a question? Naruto said. Ask, answered B. And on what principle does the tailed beast bomb work? Uzumaki asked. Gathering a large amount of chakra into one point, compressing it and holding it, what? B asked. It's almost like Rasengan. I'll try to do it, Naruto said and began to try to create a tailed beast bomb. Naruto, it is impossible to do this without entering Rej. B did not finish the sentence when he saw that a purple sphere began to appear in Naruto's hands, very similar to the technique they needed, en Naruto. You really are a genius. Before you, no one could do something even remotely similar to this, B said, and at that moment, the sphere that Uzumaki was forming exploded, pushing Naruto several dozen meters away, slamming him into the ground. I roughly understood how it is formed, but I felt that it uses natural chakra, not the user's chakra. You're right. Did you understand anything else? The Hachibi Jinchuriki asked. I felt that chakra is divided into positive and negative. It seems to me that it needs to be collected in a certain proportion. Naruto said. Yes, you're right, but it will be easier for you to do it in tailed beast mode. So, for now, train either with what you've already learned, or with tailed beast bomb, said B. Got it, Uzumaki said and began training. Part 58. Attack on the Island. Commentary on Part 58. Attack on the Island. The chapter is finished. The word, kinjutsu, appears in this part. Please do not highlight it as a mistake. This word means, forbidden techniques. P.S. I congratulate all girls and women on the holiday. The 5 Kage was sitting in the headquarters and discussing the battle strategy. At this time, one of the senses, who was sitting with his hands raised, near a huge ball of water, said, 10 kilometers from the island where the 8 tails and 9 tails are, several chakra centers have appeared. It must be Akatsuki. They have already begun to act, said the Reikage. Kuretsuki and Kitsuki will go there, said the Tsuchikage. Okay, but how are you going to get there? Tsunade asked. That's it, said Onoki and flew into the air. Kuretsuki, Kitsuki, come here. His bodyguards approached and Onoki touched their shoulders, after which they flew up. We're leaving, said the old man and flew out of the building. At this time, Naruto and B were training and Naruto said, Bai-san, I sense several chakra pockets a few kilometers away from the island. They're familiar to me, but one of them has changed a lot and become stronger. Maybe we should check. Okay, let's go check it out, said B and headed towards the exit of the temple where they were training. When they went outside, they saw a huge bird, on which sat someone Naruto never expected to see. He thought he had simply mixed up his chakra, but it was Deidara. Deidara. B but how? Sasuke killed him, Naruto said, dumbfounded. Do you know him? Asked the Hachibi Jinchuriki. Yes, I fought him and he died in the battle, but how did he end up alive? Naruto said. I don't know myself, said Deidara jumping off the bird. What's wrong with his eyes? Naruto noted. His eyes have black sclera. Naruto thought and moved into the subconscious. Kurama, do you know what's wrong with his eyes? Uzumaki asked. Can you tell me what's wrong with his eyes? Kurama asked. They have an unusual sclera of the eye. Black, Naruto answered. It's most likely Edo Tensei, Kurama said. What kind of technique is this? Naruto asked, not fearing that he would be attacked in the outside world, since while he was in his subconscious, he could change the speed of time outside. This technique was invented by the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. In order to use it, you need to have a vessel that will accommodate the soul of the resurrected person and his DNA. That is why the Hokage included it in the list of kinjutsu, said Kyubi. Got it, but how do I stop it? Kill the user, Naruto asked. That won't work. Even if you kill the one who used the technique, it won't disappear. You either have to force the one who used it to cancel the technique, or seal the resurrected ones, Kyubi said. Thank you, I just know a few sealing techniques, Naruto said and came out of the subconscious. Bai-san, I found out what this technique is. Uzumaki addressed Bai. What kind of technology is this? B asked again. Edo Tensei. We need to seal Deidara, Naruto said. Naruto, I forgot to tell you. They have infinite chakra and regeneration. They can recover even if their entire body is destroyed. So be careful, said the fox. Got it, thanks, Naruto said. Naruto created a Rasen Shuriken and threw it at Deidara, who easily dodged it, then launched a large number of birds made of explosive clay at the Uzumaki. Naruto destroyed them with Shinra Tensei. Deidara noticed this and said, Oh, you have Pain-sama's eyes. But how did you get them? He gave them to me before his death, Uzumaki answered briefly. You killed the leader. Tsukuri was taken aback. No, he didn't. He died using a technique that resurrected all the inhabitants of Konoha that he killed. Naruto answered. I see, said Deidara and created a clay dragon which immediately soared into the air. He immediately began to attack Naruto. Naruto noticed that with each strong attack, the dragon's tail became shorter. He also remembered that Deidara's techniques were based on Doton. Bai-san, Naruto began, dodging the bird that Deidara created. What is your chakra element? Uzumaki asked. Raiten, B replied. Create an electric charge in your hand and hit Deidara with it, and I'll take on his creation, Naruto said and created a rasengan with the element of Keaton. Got it, said B and began to try to climb onto the dragon where Tsukuri was sitting. B coated his hand with the 8 tails chakra and stabbed Deidara in the chest. I've been through this before, but it won't work on me now, said Tsukuri. Uzumaki noticed that B had pierced Deidara's chest and shouted, Bai-san, now. The Hachibi Jinchuriki nodded and directed his Raiten element into the hand that was still inside the reincarnated man's chest. This is the end. For you, said B and at that moment Naruto's technique flies into the dragon. Or rather Rasengan with the element of Keaton. The dragon was simply torn into small pieces. I lost. Again. For the second time in a row, Deodara said. Deodara, any last words? Naruto asked out of politeness. Yes. Tell Tsuchikage that I apologize for what I did in life. That's all, said Tsukuri. Naruto nodded and made a few seals before saying, Seal of the Violet Flame. After that, he touched Deodara and hieroglyphs spread across his body, indicating that he was sealed. Ready, be exhaled, but then Kabuto landed in front of Naruto. Naruto, it's time to fight you. Yakushi said in a hissing voice that reminded him of Orochimaru. Kabuto. Naruto was taken aback. But what happened to you? Uzumaki asked in shock. Me. I just killed Orochimaru-sama and transplanted his cells into myself, Kabuto replied as if nothing had happened. Naruto, we'll help you. A voice came from above. They were Tsuchikage, Kitsuki and Kuretsuki. Dust release. Molecular decomposition. Onoki said and created a white translucent cube which he aimed at Kabuto. He dodged, and at the sight of the collision of the Tsuchikage's technique and the ground, a crater appeared that resembled the very cube that Onoki had created. Naruto decided not to stand still and created a huge rasengan and hit Kabuto with it, causing him to fly back several dozen meters. When Naruto approached him, Kabuto's body simply turned into small snakes that crawled away in a few moments. Uzumaki headed towards the Tsuchikage. Approaching him, he said, Tsuchikage-sama, we recently fought Deodara. Naruto began and paused to let the old man get up to speed. What do you mean fought? Uchiha Sasuke killed him just recently. Unoki didn't understand. Tsukuri Deodara was resurrected with Edo Tensei. Before sealing, he asked me to convey his last words to you. Uzumaki said, Speak, the old man said briefly. He asked for forgiveness for what he did as a missing nin, Naruto said. I understand. Well, since everyone is here, we will fly back to headquarters, said Unoki, soaring into the air, as did his subordinates. After the Tsuchikage and his assistants flew away, Naruto and went back to training. Part 59. The Beginning of the War. Commentary on Part 59. The Beginning of the War. The chapter is finished. I apologize that it turned out small. Enjoy reading. At this time, in front of the Raikage's residence, there were many shinobi from different villages. They were all arguing among themselves. I will not fight alongside the Kumogakure shinobi. They killed my family, the Iwagakure shinobi shouted, pointing at the mist shinobi. I refuse to ally with them, said the Iwagakure shinobi, pointing at the Konoha man. You, said the shinobi of the rock, you killed my family. The shinobi continued, addressing the shinobi of the mist, even if that's the case, what will you do to me? He got furious. But their squabble was stopped by a voice whose owner was on a kind of balcony on the roof of the residence. Stop arguing. It was Gaara. Are you expressing dissatisfaction towards your allies? So be it, that is your right. But curb your hatred at least for the duration of this war. I am the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. Because it was sealed within me, I was hated by the entire village. But I became the Kazekage. I tried my best. Many of you are older than me and have seen the Third War, and maybe the Second. During those times, we lost many comrades. But now, we need to unite to defeat a common enemy. Akatsuki. Remember, they have done many terrible things. If you agree with what I said, then stop arguing. Are you with me? Gaara asked. Let's help Gaara-sama, the Suna shinobi shouted. Yes, everyone supported unanimously. Now, each of you take a bandage and return to the same formation from which you came, said Kakashi, who was standing nearby, near the counter with bandages. Each shinobi came up and took a bandage. Now, we will announce the squad leaders. Darui of Hidden Cloud, Captain of the First Squad. Captain of the Second Squad, Kitsuki of Hidden Stone. Captain of the Third Squad, Kakashi Hataki of Hidden Leaf. Captain of the Fourth Squad, Gaara, Kazekage of Sunagakure. And Captain of the Fifth Squad, Mifune of the Land of Iron. Gaara said, now, we will move on to the communications between the squads. The Sensor Squad, led by Ao of the Mist. The Communications Squad, led by Inoiki Yamanaka. At this time, Kabuto and Toby himself was sitting in Toby's hideout. You mean to say that you got the first cells? The mask wearer was surprised. By the way, now his mask has changed. Instead of bright orange, it became white with black circles, on which there were 3 cutouts in the shape of Tomo. Now his mask began to resemble a Sharingan. Yes, now, we can create an entire army of white Zetsu, Kabuto said in a hissing voice, more precisely. We already have one. Yakushi corrected himself. How many are there? Toby asked. About 110,000, Kabuto answered. Who can you summon using Edo Tensei? Asked the masked man. It's easier to show, Kabuto said and put his palms together. Edo Tensei. A huge number of coffins appeared from the ground. There were all the swordsmen of the mist of the previous generation. Dan, Asuma and the deceased Akatsuki, among whom were Nagato, Kakazu, Sasori and many others. With fighters like these, we can definitely win this war, said Toby. At this time, now that we have decided on the squads, alliance, to battle, Gaara said and all the shinobi rushed forward. A squad of senses remained in the residence to immediately inform the cage about the situation on the battlefield. Anoiki also remained there, as the strongest shinobi of his clan. He could contact any of the commanders of each squad from the headquarters. An hour later, a small scouting team found Kankuro, Omoi, and several other shinobi. They were flying on painted birds. Sai, let's go down, Kankuro said and the pale-skinned shinobi nodded, after which all the birds rushed down. As soon as the squad landed, they were attacked by a puppet hiding behind the bushes. After it, Sasori emerged from the bushes. Sasori. Kankuro was taken aback. You died a long time ago. Yes, apparently I was somehow resurrected. I can speak, but I can't control my body, said the red-haired man and attacked Kankuro. He fought back using his puppet. Next was Sai, who drew something similar to tigers and they began to hold Sasori in place. He could not get out, so he began to use his body as a puppet. 4 blades appeared behind his back and began to spin, which cut the tigers that were holding Akasuna from behind. Then he straightened his arms and sent a strong stream of water towards Kankuro, but he dodged. He remembered that there were sealing ninja in his squad. Sealing squad, we'll hold him off, and you seal him. Sobakuno shouted and the ninja prepared to seal. Kankuro, with the help of his puppets, detained Sasori and he was successfully sealed. At this time, Kitsuki's squad was heading to their battlefield and one of the Hyuga clan that was in the squad ran up to Kitsuki and said, "There is a huge amount of chakra underground ahead of us. There are a lot of warriors there. They are not particularly strong, but there are a lot of them." Got it, Kitsuki said and using Doton, he hit the ground, creating a huge hole from which White Zetsu immediately began to climb. Attack. He shouted and the whole squad began to fight them. At the moment, Naruto trained with B. It seemed like there was nowhere left to go, but there was progress, albeit small. Bai-san, I feel something strange outside the island. There are many deaths there. Has the war already begun? Uzumaki said. Apparently so. I think you've learned everything you need. Don't worry about the tailed beast mode. There's not much left. It seems like you'll be able to use it during the fight, said the Jinchuriki Hachibi. And now, I suggest we head to the battlefield, said B and headed towards the temple exit. The war has begun. Many people will die during it. But the death will not be in vain, but in the name of victory over the great enemy. Part 60. Naruto's appearance on the battlefield. Commentary on Part 60. Naruto's appearance on the battlefield. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. B and Naruto moved towards the main battles. I sense the chakra of many people I've fought before. Zabuza, Haku, Sasori's chakra just disappeared. Lee, Guy, Kakashi and Hinata are on the battlefield. I need to help them quickly, Naruto thought, but their path was interrupted by another very familiar source of chakra. It was the one from whom Naruto received his Rinnegan, Nagato. Naruto said in shock. Yes, Naruto, as you can see, it's me, said Nagato. His hair was the same as in the last minutes of his life, that is, gray. He himself became thinner. Were you resurrected too? Uzumaki asked. Yes, I am resurrected. But I feel that the amount of my chakra is less than in life, which means you will be able to defeat me easier. By the way, how is your Rinnegan? Asked the red-haired man. Everything is fine, but I can only use it to its maximum using Kurama's chakra, Naruto said. Kurama, who is this? Nagato didn't understand. Ah, that's the name of the 9 tails, Uzumaki replied. Were you able to tame him? Nagato was taken aback. No, I didn't tame him, Naruto said. Then how do you use his chakra? The red-haired man asked. I became friends with him, and he gives me his chakra, Naruto said. Now I understand. Well, let's test your Rinnegan's power. I can't control my body, but I still have my abilities, Nagato said and pounced on Naruto, having first directed chakra into his eyes, which made his Rinnegan stand out more on his already pale face. By the way, Naruto, how is Konan doing? The red-haired man asked, crossing his kunai with Naruto's weapon. Konan died, Naruto said sadly. What do you mean, she died? Nagato was taken aback. Toby killed her. He wanted to get your Rinnegan, but Conan deceived him, protecting your body without these eyes, and he killed her. Uzumaki briefly retold. Toby. I didn't like him from the very beginning. Well, nothing can be changed now, said Nagato, after which he asked, what's going on now anyway? War. The fourth, Naruto answered. It was started by Toby. For the sake of the Eye of the Moon, Naruto said, reflecting Nagato's technique with Shinra Tensei. I see. Well, I can't do anything about it. So, I trust everything to you, Nagato said. Goodbye, Nagato, Naruto said, and using a smaller version of Chibaku Tensei, he pulled Nagato towards the black sphere and said, Purple Flame Seal. Touching Nagato, he channeled chakra into his palms and the red-haired man's body became covered in hieroglyphs, indicating that he had been successfully sealed. Nagato is sealed, Naruto said, but was interrupted by someone's voice. Naruto, we will help. It was Itachi with Sasuke. Itachi, but what are you doing here? Naruto was surprised. We felt a huge burst of chakra, yours and someone else's, but there's no one here except you and B. I fought with Nagato and that's all, Naruto said. With Nagato, Itachi was taken aback. Well, yes, what's wrong with that? Uzumaki didn't understand. I don't mean that. How did he die? Itachi said. From the technique, but I mortally wounded him before that, said Naruto. Why, you're already so strong, Itachi said thoughtfully. Enough chatter, we need to hurry to the battlefield, said B. Let's go, Naruto said and ran towards the main battles with incredible speed. The entire day passed like this. The Alliance shinobi fought the reincarnated and Zetsu. According to Shikaku's calculations, they had destroyed 70% of the enemy, but only half of the allies remained. What is this chakra? The sphere is so distorted. What's going on there? Ao said. Where is this happening? Shikaku asked. On the battlefield, Darui, Ao replied. Anoiki, connect me with Darui, Nara shouted running up to Yamanaka. Just a second. He replied. Shikaku put his hand on his shoulder and said, Darui, what's going on with you? Shikaku-san, a huge humanoid creature appeared on the battlefield, and next to it was a man in a mask. Apparently, it was the one who called himself Madara. Darui answered, damn it. Try to hold him back. Shikaku said. Chuji and Chusa Akamaiki are fighting him, Darui said. Then, I think they can handle it. At this moment, Ao said. The chakra has disappeared. Apparently ours have won. Darui, what happened? Shikaku asked. It's gone, Darui said, stunned. Great, but don't relax, there may be enemy attacks at night, Nara said. Understood, Darui said, and Anoiki cut the connection. Another 3 hours passed. Night had fallen. Some shinobi remained at their posts to report the attack immediately. Panic began in the medical camp. Stay where you are, said the guard who was guarding the entrance to the main chamber where Sakura was working. Please let me through, this is my husband and he is seriously injured, said the woman holding the man on her shoulders. We can't. Who said you're not imposters? Said the guard. If you don't let us through, I'll kill myself. The woman said and took out a kunai, then put it to her throat. You are imposters. A voice was heard behind them. It was Naruto. What makes you think that? The woman was frightened. I can't explain it, but I can show you, Naruto said and hit the kunai into the kunoiki's heart, causing her skin to turn white and her hair to shorten and turn green. A few moments later, it turned into a tree trunk. Sakura heard a noise on the street and decided to go out and see what happened. Naruto, what are you doing here? She asked. Me, I'm trying to protect the camp, at least until the morning, Naruto said, after which he created several clones that immediately ran all over the camp. Thank you. By the way, how is Sasuke? Asked Sakura. He's doing great. He's resting for now, Naruto said and disappeared from sight. He went to other camps, both medical and regular, to protect him too. We need to quickly send clones to other camps. Naruto thought and created clones, who instantly accelerated and ran each in their own direction. This is how the first day of the war passed. The next morning, all the shinobi woke up early to repel the enemy's attack at any moment. That day, there was a battle between Gaara's squad and the past Kage. Among them were the past Kazekage, Gaara's father, the past Tsuchikage Mu and the Mizukage. The Sobakuno squad defeated them with the help of Naruto and the current Tsuchikage who fought Mu. But he split up, using his technique and climbed onto a stone column. There, Kabuto took control of him and folded several seals. A few moments later, another coffin emerged from the ground. Its lid opened and out came Madara. Part 61. The Battle with Madara. Commentary on Part 61. The Battle with Madara. The chapter is finished. I apologize for the errors that may be present in the chapter. I am writing from my phone, which is not very convenient. Enjoy reading. Who are you? Madara asked as he emerged from his coffin. Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi said through Mu, that doesn't mean anything to me, Uchiha said and flashed his Sharingan. Then I'll say that I'm Tobi's ally, said Kabuto. Then you know about his plan. Why didn't Nagato resurrect me with his technique, but you used Edo Tensei? Madara said coldly. Nagato died, Yakushi answered briefly. Did he kill him himself, or did someone kill him? Madara decided to clarify. Uzumaki Naruto dealt him a fatal blow. But according to Tobi, Nagato betrayed us by using the resurrection technique on the residents of Konoha, Kabuto answered, as I expected. Tobi's plan isn't perfect. Oh well, does Tobi still have Nagato's Rinnegan? Madara asked. No, he is now with Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He is among them, by the way, said Kabuto and pointed at the shinobi standing below. They have the uniforms of different villages, but their protectors have the same symbol. Is this a new shinobi unit? Uchiha noted. No, they're united for this war, said Kabuto, by the way. About your resurrection. It's special. I did some tinkering with your body and now it's stronger than in life, added Yakushi. How do you know how strong I was when I was alive? Uchiha said angrily. There was nowhere, so I transplanted Hashirama's cells into you, Kabuto said. Hashirama's cells you say? Madara began, but he was interrupted by a stream of sand from Gaara, which he easily dodged, but Mu, or rather Kabuto in his body did not have time, so he was buried under the sand and sealed with the help of Shukaku, which was sealed in Gaara. Madara landed at the foot of the column he was standing on. Well, let's begin, he said and flashed his Sharingan again. Tsuchikage-sama, this is the real Madara. And the one in the mask is just an imposter, Naruto said, turning to Onoki. I already noticed. Be careful, I fought him, a long time ago. He is incredibly strong, said the Tsuchikage, and at that moment, Madara began to approach the army of shinobi. Many shinobi tensed, many were scared, but after a few moments they overcame their fear and locked it securely in the depths of their subconscious. Taking hold of a kunai, one of the shinobi threw it at Madara. He dodged and sent it to the sender. It pierced his chest and exploded, which caught 3 more shinobi. After that, Uchiha burst into the crowd and one of the shinobi threw a kunai with an explosive seal again. Madara caught the kunai and tore off the seal, after which he attached it to another shinobi, and threw the kunai at another and hit him in the head. The throw was so strong that the kunai passed right through and everyone who wanted to can see what was in this shinobi's head. But then, a monstrously powerful stream of air flies into Madara. It was Naruto. Madara flew several dozen meters. He stood up and demonstratively shook himself off. Who does he think he is? Naruto thought angrily. Don't forget, this is Madara, he could fight equally with Hashirama, whose amount of chakra was comparable to the tailed beasts. And considering that he was resurrected, he has an infinite amount of chakra, said the fox. Got it, I'll be more careful, Naruto said and entered Kurama chakra mode, but without activating the Rinnegan. It seems you are Uzumaki Naruto, said Madara. Yes, so what? Uzumaki asked. And the fact that you messed up all my cards. You took my Rinnegan, tamed the 9 tails, because of which your life was not great anyway, and now you are fighting me, Uchiha said coldly. How is this your Rinnegan? It belonged to Nagato. Naruto didn't understand. That's the point, it belonged to me, and Tobi transplanted it to Nagato when he barely saw the light, Madara said. No wonder I was looking for information about my clan. There was nothing about Dujutsu, Naruto thought. Naruto decided to create a Rasen Shuriken, which he did. He threw it at Madara, but Madara awakened his Rinnegan just before impact and absorbed the technique. This is very, very bad. He awakened the Rinnegan. Now I'll have to use all my power, Uzumaki thought and activated the Rinnegan. You won't succeed, said Madara and made several seals, after which he said, Divine Meteorite. A couple of seconds passed and Naruto began to think that Madara would not succeed, but then a huge meteorite appeared in the sky, approaching the army at great speed. Do nothing. I'll do it myself, Uzumaki said and waited a few seconds, after which he used Shinra Tensei and the meteorite turned into dust. And you are strong. None of those who stand behind you can compare to you in strength, said Madara with a grin, but this is not the peak of my strength. Fire destruction, said Madara and released a huge amount of flame from his mouth. The shinobi with Suton came forward and tried to put out the flames. Naruto decided to strengthen Suton's effect and added wind element to it, saying, "Joint technique, typhoon." The power of the water techniques grew to the point that it instantly absorbed Madara's technique, and then hit him, causing him to be washed away a long distance. He stood up and said, "You're smart. Few would have thought to add Fuyuton to Suton. After all, Keaton is stronger than Fuyuton. But you took the risk. You're a strong shinobi, stronger than anyone in your generation, but you're far from Hashirama." "Oh. What an honor to receive praise from Madara himself," Naruto said mockingly. "Okay, we need to start fighting seriously," Uchiha said and made a series of seals. Flowering of the impenetrable forest. Madara said, and huge tree trunks began to appear from the ground, some of which had buds of some flowers on them. Whoever owns Doton, set up walls. Gaara said and created a sand shield. The shinobi stood behind Gaara, and those with Doton created a huge, thick wall, and decided to strengthen Sobakuno's shield. Madara's technique collided with the wall and went around it. Gaara's plan failed. The blooming of the impenetrable forest, Uchiha said, and the buds opened and the pollen contained within them began to rise into the air. Many shinobi inhaled it and fell down. Apparently it was poison. Naruto decided to use Fuyuton to blow away the pollen. "Fuyuton, great gust of wind," Uzumaki said and released a monstrously powerful stream of air from his mouth, which carried away the pollen of flowers. "You never cease to amaze me, Uzumaki Naruto. You are a worthy opponent," said Madara. At this time, Itachi cast the Uchiha clan's strongest genjutsu on Kabuto. Azanami. This technique traps the user in a time loop, while in reality he stands still. But the price for this is high. One of the user's sharingans goes blind. "Forever. Itachi, you went to such lengths," said Sasuke, who was helping Itachi. "This technique does not kill, but corrects a person. If he finds a mistake in his actions, he will correct himself," Itachi said. "Make the seals rat, ox, monkey, tiger, dragon, pig," the elder Uchiha said, and Kabuto made the necessary seals. At this time, all the resurrected began to glow, and the soul flew out of the body. Kabuto cancelled Edo Tensei. How stupid. A strong enough shinobi who knows the necessary seals can break the contract with the user and remain in this world, Madara said and folded a series of seals unknown to everyone. After this, he began to glow with such a bright light that it blinded everyone who remained alive. "Well then, let's begin," Uchiha said and flashed his rinnegan. "The real battle has begun. It will be to the death." Part 62. The Resurrection of the Hokage. Commentary on Part 62. The Hokage's Resurrection. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. "Itachi, I have an idea," Sasuke said. "What is it?" Itachi asked. "This may sound like nonsense," Sasuke began. "Basically, I want to revive Orochimaru." "Orochimaru." Itachi was taken aback, but then pulled himself together and said, "But for what?" "He can help resurrect all the Hokage," Sasuke said. Not a bad idea. But what will you do if he tries to destroy the alliance?" The elder Uchiha decided to ask. "We'll stop him," Sasuke answered shortly. "Okay, but how are you going to revive him?" Itachi asked. "While exploring Konoha after Pain's destruction, I found an old scroll that Orochimaru must have lost. It says what needs to be done to resurrect him," Sasuke said and took out that same scroll. It was small, but quite shabby. "This is the scroll," Sasuke said and unrolled it. After reading everything that was written there, he said, "Itachi, bring me some of Kabuto's skin and put it on this scroll. The rest is on me." Itachi did as his brother asked. Sasuke performed a few hand seals and Orochimaru emerged from Kabuto's skin. Oddly enough, he was in his old uniform, the one he always wore. "Sasuke. Itachi, who do I see?" the snake said mockingly. "What happened that you needed me?" Orochimaru asked. "We need you to resurrect the Hokage using Edo Tensei," Itachi said. Why are you so sure that I will help you?" Orochimaru decided to clarify. "There are two of us, we each have an eternal Mangekyo, only I am blind in one eye, but that is not important. Remember, Orochimaru, how I humiliated you when you joined Akatsuki," Itachi said. "It's hard to forget. So be it, I will help you," said Orochimaru. "I realize that I did only evil. And therefore, I will try to atone for my guilt. We need to go to the Uzumaki temple, there we will find a scroll about Shinigami," said Orochimaru. At this time, Madara created a huge Susanoo, saying, "Susanoo flame control." By this time, all the Kage had arrived for the battle. There were few ordinary shinobi left, at least from Gaara's squad, who fought first with the previous Kage, after which Madara appeared. The Raikage used his fastest strike and tried to break through the Uchiha's defense, but he failed. Small cracks spread across Susanoo, which disappeared after some time. Damn, my fastest attack couldn't penetrate his defense, Hei said angrily. Raikage-sama, I have an idea, Naruto said. What is it? Asked the Raikage. Tsuchikage-sama, use the light stone technique on Raikage-sama and use the opposite one when the Raikage strikes Susanoo, Uzumaki said. Not a bad idea. Raikage-sama, let's begin, said Onoki and placed his palm on the Raikage's shoulder and used the technique. The Raikage nodded and rushed towards Madara's Susanoo, and Onoki, who was sitting on A, used a reverse technique to increase the force of the blow. Susanoo was torn to shreds. It worked, Gaara said, dumbfounded. My turn, Naruto said and created 5 additional arms from the fox's chakra, in each of which he created a rasengan with the Keaton element. He struck Madara. Each blow burned away a piece of his work. Now Naruto struck the final blow and only Madara's head remained. You are strong. I didn't think that anyone other than Hashirama could inflict such damage on me. If I had fought you while I was alive, I would have died long ago, said the Uchiha, quickly regenerating, and then getting back on his feet and creating a new Susanoo. Much larger in size. Naruto tried to restrain it with his chakra arms, but he failed, so B, who was next to Naruto, entered tailed beast mode and tried to restrain it. But Madara ordered Susanoo to draw his sword. It swung its sword and B decided to let go of Susanoo to avoid injury. The sword simply struck the air, but the wave of air was so strong that it began to simply tear out the stone columns that were on the battlefield. Madara cancelled Susanoo and landed on the ground. At that moment, Tsunade arrived on the battlefield. Madara, I've wanted to see my grandfather's enemy for a long time, she said. Oh, Tsunade, you're no match for me. Not even that Uzumaki boy. Your grandfather could use medical techniques without seals, and you're just a piece of thing compared to him. Madara said. Yes, I did not inherit all of Hashirama's power. Yes, I do not possess Mokuton. But I, just like him, am a Senju. Tsunade said and activated the seal on her forehead, called Byakugo. She instantly felt a surge of chakra that she had been saving for most of her life. She ran at Madara. He summoned Susanoo, who pierced her body with his sword. Tsunade-sama, Onoki shouted. Everyone, it's okay, your turn, Tsunade said and everyone started attacking Madara. He simply dodged the cage's attacks, as he did not consider them worthy opponents. Then Naruto said, Fuyuton, great gust of wind. An incredibly powerful airflow flew at Madara, but he managed to use the flame destruction technique. Since Keaton is stronger than Fuyuton, Naruto's technique was reflected and strengthened by Keaton, after which it flew at the 5 cage. Madara planned to burn them in flames. At this time, Orochimaru, Itachi and Sasuke approached the entrance to the Uzumaki clan temple. Before that, they found 5 Zetsu and killed them, in order to use them as vessels for the cage's souls. Said Orochimaru and started looking for something. Here, I found it, he said and took a mask similar to Shinigami. The Trinity entered the temple. Get away, Orochimaru said, then put on a mask and made several dozen seals. After finishing, the death god appeared behind him, apparently repeating Orochimaru's actions. The snake took a dagger and ripped open his stomach, which Shinigami later did. 4 souls flew out of his stomach, which moved into 4 Zetsu. Orochimaru moved into the 5th one in order to avoid being sealed. Zetsu began to take on Orochimaru's normal appearance. As soon as Orochimaru stood up, he folded the seals for the Edo Tensei and called upon the 4 past Hokage. The second Hokage, Tobirama, spoke first. You used a technique that I created myself on me again. He was indignant. Calm down, brother, Hashirama said. I think he has his reasons. Remember, brother, how he called us and made us fight with Saru. The second got angry. Yes, I did it, and I ask for forgiveness for it, second-sama, Orochimaru said. I saw my mistakes and I want to try to correct them, although there are many of them that I can no longer atone for, Orochimaru. I thought you were still trying to destroy Konoha. Hiruzen said, dumbfounded. Oh, Saru, you're here too. The second was surprised. Old age has gotten to you, huh? Tobirama said, but then he remembered. Ah, you sealed me and my brother with the seal of the death god. Yes, but it doesn't matter. Orochimaru, why did you call us? Asked Sarutobi. I called you 4 to help us win the war, said Sannin. 4, war, the second said, dumbfounded. Yes, Tobirama, there is a 4th person here. By the way, who are you? Hashirama asked Minato. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he answered briefly. Since you're here, that means you're dead. Who's the Hokage now? Senju Sr. asked. I don't know. I died when the third ruled. I sealed the fox in my son, using the seal of the death god, Minato said sadly. To seal the 9 tails into your own son. I'm simply at a loss for words. Tobirama was indignant. Enough Tobirama, Hashirama said and connected his ki. Okay, the second said reluctantly. Orochimaru, what did you say about war? The third asked. In short, it was started by Akatsuki, led by Madara, Sasuke said. No one had noticed him and Itachi until this moment. Sasuke. Itachi. Hiruzen was taken aback. Yes, third Sama, it's us, Itachi said and added, I have completed your mission. That's not the point, talk about war. Tobirama got angry again. I'll say it again. It's the fourth shinobi war. It was started by Madara, who was the leader of Akatsuki. Sasuke got angry. Madara, then we need to go to him immediately. I'm the only one who can stop him. Hashirama said. I agree, said the second and third, and then the fourth. Then let's go. At this time, Madara once again created Susanoo and swung his sword, causing all the cage to be seriously injured and unable to continue the fight. Only Naruto and B remained unharmed thanks to their Biju. By this time, Toby arrived to Madara, who had obtained another Rinnegan somewhere and pulled out some kind of gunby. You finally came, Madara said. Old man, rest a bit, and I'll take care of Uzumaki. And take this for yourself, it's yours, Toby said and pounced on Naruto. His attack was stopped by Kakashi, who arrived with Guy. Oh, Kakashi, long time no see, Toby said. Prepare for defeat, Guy said and began to fight him in taijutsu. You fight well, but it won't be enough, Toby said and tried to use Kamui. Guy dodged and took out his nunchaku and began to fight with all his might. But no matter how hard he tried, his attacks passed through Toby. Then Kakashi decided to use Reikiri and tried to hit Toby, but as always, he failed. But Naruto, using the element of surprise, punched right into Toby's mask, revealing his true face to everyone. Hatake, seeing the face he had long been familiar with, said in shock, Is that you, Obito? Part 43. Toby's identity revealed and meeting Rikudo. Commentary on Part 43. Toby's identity revealed and meeting Rikudo. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Is that you, Obito? Kakashi asked. No Kakashi, I'm not Obito, and you hardly know me. I'm Menma, the man said. Kakashi only now noticed that Menma's hair was longer than Obito's. He had sharper features, somewhat similar to Naruto. But the color of his hair was exactly the same as Kakashi's friend. Obito, even in battle, you appear before me. Apparently, you hate me. Thought Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, this is not the time to be daydreaming. We need to deal with them quickly. It won't work, Uzumaki, Madara said and turned to Menma. What Bayu did you capture? The Uchiha asked. Everyone except the one tail, the 8 tails, and the 9 tails, Menma replied. The one tail is inside the Kazekage who is unconscious now, the 8 tails is inside that guy, and this Uzumaki is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Take care of the one-tailed sword, and I'll take care of the Kyuubi and Hachibi, said Madara and said, Gedo statue. What had attacked Daru's squad emerged from underground. Adamantine ceiling chains, Uchiha said. 2 purple chains with sharp tips on the end appeared from the mouth of this statue. One of them headed towards Naruto. A couple of meters from Naruto's stomach, this chain changed its direction and dug into the ground. The same thing happened to B. Phew, I made it, said Minato, who was covering his son with himself. Father, Naruto was surprised. Yes, Naruto, Minato said. Minato-sensei, Kakashi said, dumbfounded. Oh, Kakashi, you're here too, said the fourth. Fourth, this is not the time to chat. We must defeat Madara, said Hashirama. Hashirama-sama, hold Madara back. I'll go to Menma, Uzumaki said and headed towards the Kazekage, where Menma had headed before. As soon as Naruto arrived at the approximate location of Gaara, he saw all the cage in a pitiful state, but they were being treated by Orochimaru. Orochimaru, Naruto said angrily, heading towards the snake. Calm down Naruto, I am not your enemy. Itachi and Sasuke resurrected me, you can ask them, said the snake and pointed behind his back. The Uchiha brothers were standing there. Naruto noticed that one of Itachi's eyes did not have the color of the Sharingan, but was white. Itachi, what happened? Naruto asked. He used Izanami on Kabuto, Sasuke answered for his brother. Izanami, Did you kill him? Naruto asked. I killed him. Because he betrayed me, Orochimaru said in a much colder voice than usual. So, have you seen Tobi or Menma here? He wasn't wearing a mask. Naruto said. Stop. I just stopped healing Gaara. He's over there, Orochimaru said and pointed in the right direction. Sasuke, I'm going to need your help. He pulled out another Rinnegan from somewhere. Rinnegan, Naruto said. Follow me, said the younger Uchiha and headed towards Gaara. A few minutes later, the duo approached Sobakuno's body. As much as they hadn't expected, Menma was already there. Oh. You're already here. Well, okay, I'm almost done anyway, said Menma. The main thing is that my concentration is not interrupted, thought the black-haired man, and noticed that a kunai soaked in chakra was flying at him. Menma was forced to break his concentration and let the kunai pass through himself, causing the Bijuu's extraction from Gaara to stop and the one tail to return to Gaara's body. Sasuke, hold Menma, I have something to do, Naruto said and rushed towards the Kazekage. He remembered what B had told him back when he was still training. Flashback. Bai-san, how can I contact the Beiyu inside the Jinchuriki? Naruto asked. Touch the Jinchuriki, and if he allows it, he will let you into the subconscious with the tailed beast. And if he believes you, he will let you in alone, the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi answered. End flashback. So I just need to touch Gaara. Uzumaki thought and placed his hand on Gaara's shoulder. Naruto was momentarily blinded and appeared in a place very similar to where Kurama was inside Uzumaki. Another man. A voice was heard. It was the one tail. It was sealed inside a pyramid of sand. Only Shukaku's head and arms were visible. Shukaku-san, what's wrong with you? Naruto was surprised. Another person who came for my power. Go away from here, One-Tailed said angrily. I'm not after power, I want to help Gaara become stronger. Naruto said and made several seals, after which he said, The seal is not very difficult. It will be easy to do, Uzumaki said and touched one side of the pyramid. The sand began to crumble, covering the entire floor with sand. What did you do? Biju was taken aback. I removed the seal from you, just like I did with Kurama, Uzumaki said. Are you sure I won't try to break away from Gaara? Shukaku said. I defeated you when I was 13. Since then, I have matured and become much stronger. So no, I am not afraid, said Uzumaki. For the sake of my friends, I am ready to do anything. I am ready to protect them at the cost of my life, added Naruto. Why you? You are the one father spoke of, One-Tailed said into the void, as Naruto had already disappeared. Uzumaki appeared next to Gaara's body. Okay, I have some of the One Tail and Nine Tails chakra. I need to get the Hachibi's chakra, Menma said and disappeared into the vortex that he used to protect himself from Naruto's Rasengan and moved to Madara. Damn it, Sasuke, quickly towards the main battle, Naruto said and rushed towards Madara. 10 minutes passed, they were at the battlefield of Madara and Hashirama. Next were Minato, Tobirama and Hiruzen, who were fighting the White Zetsu. Then, Menma appeared next to Madara and said, maybe we should try to seal Kyuubi and Hachibi at the same time. You have the technique for that, the black-haired man suggested. We can try. Adamantine sealing chains, Madara said and from the mouth of the Gedo statue where he stood, purple chains appeared, which not long ago tried to seal Kurama in the Gedo Mazo. Damn, I can't make it, Naruto said. Hold on, Sasuke and Itachi, who had just arrived on the battlefield, said at the same time. In an instant, two Susanus formed around Naruto. On the outside was the armor of Itachi's Susanoo, and the power belonged to Sasuke's Susanoo. But no matter how hard they tried, the chains broke through the defense and dug into Naruto. At this time, Menma decided to get some of the Eight Tails chakra and cut off one of its tentacles. He threw it towards Gedomazo and he simply sucked the chakra out of it, causing the tentacle to turn into a puddle. Having drained the fox's chakra from Naruto, the Gedo statue changed greatly. Madara decided to persuade Sasuke to join. Listen, you remind me a lot of my little brother, Izuna. I didn't kill you only because you remind me a lot of him. Will you take my side? Asked Madara. Never, Sasuke said and received a katana blow straight to the heart. You have made your choice, Madara said and headed towards Hashirama, who was fighting the wood clones. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke were in the same room. It was very similar to their subconscious. The only strange thing was that in the middle of the room, with his back to Naruto and Sasuke, sat an old man. Who are you? Naruto and Sasuke asked at the same time. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the old man said, turning around. Although, You know me by another name. The Sage of the Six Paths. Rikudo Sennin. We died. Naruto didn't understand. No. It's not time yet. I have to protect everyone from Madara. Uzumaki said. You are not dead, but you are not alive either. You are on the border between the real world and the afterlife. Whether you leave here or not depends on your answer, said Hagoromo. The thing is, you are both the reincarnations of my sons. Ashura and Indra. In you, Sasuke, there is a part of Indra's soul. But in him, said Hagoromo pointing at Naruto, there are parts of both Indra's and Ashura's souls. So because of this, I can use the Rinnegan almost as if I had it originally. Naruto decided to ask. Yes, tell me, what is your purpose in life? Asked Rikudo. I brought my brother back. And now, I want to resurrect my clan, Sasuke said. I want to protect the shinobi world from Madara. The rest is not important. Although no, I want to protect all my loved ones, Naruto said. Okay, I feel like you answered me honestly. Sasuke, do you mind if I give all my power to Naruto? Hagoromo decided to ask, but I will give you a small gift. Give me your hands, Otsutsuki said and stretched out his palms. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and nodded, then placed their hands on Hagoromo's hands. They instantly woke up. Naruto opened his eyes and saw his father in front of him, holding his hands over his stomach. Father, what are you doing? Naruto was surprised. Phew, it worked. I transferred the second part of the Kyuubi into you, said Minato, the second part of Kurama. Naruto asked, where did you get it? From the very beginning, you only had the dark part of Fox. Stop, what did you call him? Namikaze didn't understand. Kurama, Naruto answered, I became friends with him. Ah, I see. Basically, you still have all the power you had before Madara sealed the other half of you into this. Minato said. Thank you. I'll do the rest myself, Naruto said, standing up. As soon as he stood up, Hinata, who had just arrived on the battlefield, ran up to him. When she saw Naruto in such a state, she was very worried, but as soon as he stood up, she threw herself on his neck. Naruto-kun, I was already scared that you died. Hinata said sobbing. Everything is fine. I won't die until I stop Madara. At this time, Sasuke was lying face down on the ground. The katana that Madara had stabbed him with was still in his heart, but somehow he was alive. Then Tobirama came up to him and pulled out the katana. Thank you, Second Sama, Sasuke said, standing up first on all fours and then to his full height. How did you survive? Tobirama was taken aback. I don't know, was all Sasuke said. You have a Rinnegan in your left eye, Tobirama said. So that's the gift he was talking about, Sasuke said thoughtfully. What are you talking about? Tobirama asked. It doesn't matter. What happened while I was out? Uchiha asked. Madara awakened the 10 tails. Tobirama answered. This is bad. Very bad, Sasuke said. While Tobirama was telling Sasuke what happened, Naruto stood in front of the 10 tails, talking to Menma and Madara, who were standing on it and controlling it. Give up. You don't have a chance, Menma said, raising his head arrogantly. Naruto turned to Kakashi, who had recently fought Menma, and asked, Kakashi-sensei, did he tell you where he got the Rinnegan from? He said that Black Zetsu gave it to him, that according to him, he stole one eye from a certain Hagoromo, the ash-haired man answered. Hagoromo. Got it, Naruto said and felt 2 new sources of chakra appear behind his back. They were Sasuke and Tobirama. Naruto looked at Sasuke and saw the Rinnegan in one of his eyes. He simply nodded. Menma, resurrect me, Madara said and his assistant nodded and put his palms together, after which he said, demonic resurrection. After that, Madara began to glow, and then said, finally, that deafening sound, the sound of a beating heart. Finally, I can carry out my plan. Part 64. The 8 Gates. Commentary on Part 64. The 8 Gates. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. Finally, that deafening sound, the sound of a beating heart. Finally, I can carry out my plan, Madara said. Menma's hair turned white like Nagato's when he used this technique. Menma himself staggered a little, but still managed to stay on his feet. Kakashi-sensei, Menma is still weak, we can finish him off, Naruto said, turning to the teacher. Kakashi nodded and created a Raikiri in his hand and attacked Menma. He was standing close to Madara, but he did not consider it necessary to protect his ally. Kakashi hit Menma right in the head. There was nothing left of it. What is he like? There are simply no words. He was his ally, and Madara didn't even notice that he was killed. Naruto thought. And now, I will become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. 10 Tails Sealing Technique. Madara said and made 2 seals, after which the monster moved into him. The Uchiha's skin became so pale that it appeared white, and he acquired a cloak, as well as 6 black spheres on his back. I have become a full-fledged Otsutsuki, Madara said. Naruto, we have to protect everyone from him, Minato said. Got it, Naruto said and made several seals, after which he said, barrier of 4 blue lights. A blue, quadrangular barrier formed around Madara, the reincarnated Naruto and Sasuke. This kid was able to create a barrier that is stronger than the red flame barrier, which only cage-level shinobi can create. Hashirama thought, because he felt a huge amount of chakra flowing into the barrier. Kakashi, now I have to show you all my power. I have to defeat him, said Guy, standing next to Kakashi. You want to use this? Kakashi asked. Yes, I will use all 8 gates, said Maito. He instantly opened the 7 gates, and then the 8th. A red aura appeared around Guy, which was so strong that Kakashi recoiled a little, feeling his friend's power. 8 inner gates technique. I see that his chakra has gone to the heart, where the 8th gate is located. The red aura indicates that the blood is evaporating, which is what colors the aura red. Madara thought. Guy, Kakashi said, realizing that his friend would die anyway. It's time for the red beast of Konoha to appear, Guy said and headed towards Madara at great speed. First step, Guy said as he approached Madara and punched the air. The air compressed and hit Madara with great force, but he defended himself with his staff. After that, Guy jumped back and said. Second step. After that, Madara flew hundreds of meters away, and Guy swung to strike, but felt severe pain in the hand he was supposed to strike with. What? He stopped, but this technique should have been continuous. And Guy Sensei's speed could have increased 5 or even 10 times. Lee thought, who had recently come and watched the battle between the teacher and Madara. Damn, my body is not used to such overloads. But it's okay, I'm more or less used to it. Next time, I won't leave him a chance, Guy thought. This taijutsu is incredibly powerful. His technique uses compressed air to attack. I can't miss a single blow to myself. If he hits me several times in a row, then it will be oh so hard for me. Madara thought as he soared into the air. What did he do? Gaara asked. He used the complete form of the technique that Lee used on you. Long ago, during the Chunin exam, answered Kakashi, but the price of this power is too high. After using the 8 gates, the user dies. That is why the technique is included in Kinjutsu and the last gate is called the Gate of Death, finished the ash-haired man, for everyone to understand his power. In this form, he became stronger than the 5 cage combined. 5 times stronger, added Kakashi. At this time, Guy recovered from the pain and headed towards Madara. He used the air, or rather Guy compressed it, forming a platform to rise to Madara's level and fight him. Might began to circle around Madara in order to confuse him. After a few seconds of this, he began his attack. First step. Guy launched a blow with compressed air, but the Uchiha defended himself from it by using spheres that changed their shape and covered Madara. Second step. Came from below. It was Guy. He struck again, but this time Uchiha didn't have time to defend himself and missed the blow. He was slammed into his own wall, which he created from spheres. Third step. Fourth step, Might said, striking Madara, which he was unable to defend against. Fifth step. Guy said and headed towards Madara to inflict as much damage as possible. But the Uchiha used one sphere and created a ball out of it, which he defended himself with, leaving only a hole to observe the enemy, and sent the rest of the spheres to Guy. Lee, now, Minato said and Lee threw a kunai with the Horatian mark at the spheres. As soon as the kunai was in the right place, Minato moved to them and carried them. Guy managed to strike, and it was so strong that it broke through the Uchiha's defense from the back. Madara hit the ground with great force, and Guy landed 10 meters away from him. And you are the first one who made me feel alive, after Hashirama, said Madara, getting to his feet. He survived so many attacks. Guy thought, dumbfounded. There's only one technique left. Night Guy. Might took a strange stance, and Madara decided to look at him with the Rinnegan. Judging by where his chakra is going, this will be his last attack, Madara said thoughtfully. Another moment, and the upper part of Guy's suit simply burned away. He himself was covered in lines that seemed to be burning, and a dragon's head appeared above him. I acknowledge your chakra. You are the first person I have fought in years who is so good at taijutsu. Madara said. Guy attacked Madara and he decided to defend himself with his staff, but it changed its form. What? He bends space. Uchiha was taken aback. Guy jumped up a little and delivered a devastating kick to Madara's chest, causing the bones there to turn to dust, just like Guy's leg. They both fell to the ground. Guy's body slowly began to turn into ash, and Madara simply rubbed the left half of his body, but his regeneration worked perfectly, and he recovered, which could not be said about Guy. I almost died, but you will die soon too. I will spare you from suffering. You will die quickly, said Uchiha and directed one sphere towards Guy. They were approaching Guy at incredible speed. There were only half a meter left to Maito's body, but Naruto blocked the sphere's path. He grabbed it with his hand. He just took the sphere. Madara thought, dumbfounded. Guy-san, I will save you, Naruto said and put his hand on Guy's chest, after which a semblance of a seal remained on it, and the chakra stopped flowing to the heart and began to flow through the chakra channels as if Guy had not used the 8th gate. The battle between Madara versus Naruto and Sasuke begins. Part 65. Attempts to defeat Madara. Commentary on Part 65. Attempts to defeat Madara. The chapter is finished. Enjoy reading. P.S. There will be 1 or 2 more chapters and an epilogue, which will be very short. Naruto put some kind of seal on Guy's body and said, "You are safe. Now it's our turn to fight." His chakra is no longer fading. He was able to prevent death from using the last, 8th gate. Madara thought and noticed movement towards him. It was Naruto who was about to hit the Uchiha, but he took the staff and defended himself with it. Naruto hit the staff, but the blow was so strong that Madara flew back and hit the trunk of the divine tree that he had created recently. As soon as Madara moved away from the past, he noticed that Naruto was holding onto his staff, which was absolutely not what should happen. What? How was he able to touch the staff? What happened to him? Uchiha thought. Maybe it's because I haven't fully recovered. No, Madara didn't have time to finish his thought, as he caught a blow to the face. Next came a joint technique between Naruto and Sasuke. Joint technique, Hell Rasengan. Naruto said. This technique consisted of 2 joint techniques of Uchiha and Uzumaki. Rasen Shuriken and Amaterasu. They mutually increased their power, making the technique as deadly as possible. Madara tried to dodge it. He decided to confuse Naruto by using Limbo, but Naruto, who owns the Rinnegan, and also the Sannin mode, was able to see him and dodge. He managed to dodge Limbo. Damn, I forgot. He also has a Rinnegan, Madara thought and received a blow from that same Rasen Shuriken. He flew to the side. The technique began to grow and cut the tree in half. The tree is damaged, Kakashi thought as he watched the battle, as he understood that his students had long surpassed him in both techniques and brute force and chakra. Did Naruto-kun do it? Hinata worried. At this time, Naruto picked up Guy and carried her to Sakura, who was nearby, and Madara began to absorb the tree. As Naruto approached Sakura, Lee ran up to him. Guy-sensei, he said. Don't worry Lee, I prevented his death. He's safe, Naruto said, handing the Jonin over to Sakura. Take care of him, Naruto said as he left. You can't defeat me, Madara said after he finished absorbing the tree. Your eye. Uchiha began looking at Sasuke. Will increase my strength even more. Madara said flying towards Sasuke. There were only a few centimeters left until Sasuke's Rinnegan, when the katana with which he had just recently pierced Sasuke pierced Madara, and the Uchiha himself disappeared. He disappeared, Madara thought, taking out his weapon. Naruto moved into the subconscious. Kurama, can you contact the other tailed beasts? Uzumaki asked. Yes. Why? Asked the 9-tailed. What is Shukaku's ability? The Rinnegan owner asked. Sand control and seal, answered the fox. Can you call him here? Naruto asked. I'll try, said the fox and made a strange seal, after which the 1-tailed one appeared in Naruto's subconscious. Hello, Shukaku, said the 9-tails. Long time no see. Yes, why did you call? Asked the newcomer. Ask him, said the fox and pointed at Naruto. Oh. You're the same boy who removed the seal from me. What do you want? Asked Shukaku. Can you give me some of your chakra? I want to seal Madara, Uzumaki said. Okay, but for that you'll have to cover it with sand, and only then apply the seal. Said Shukaku and extended his hand, or paw, palm down. Naruto touched it with his palm and felt the 1-tail's chakra flow into him. Thank you, Shukaku, Naruto said and came out of his subconscious. Sasuke, Naruto began. Distract Madara, and I'll try to seal him, Uzumaki finished. I'll try, said Uchiha and took a fighting stance. Then, Naruto remembered that Hashirama was on the battlefield. Naruto headed towards him. Fortunately, Senju was not far away. Approaching the first, Uzumaki said, Hashirama-sama, can you somehow keep Madara in one place? I have an idea. The most I can do is help Sasuke distract Madara. My techniques are too slow to keep Madara in this form. The Hokage answered. Okay, I hope that will be enough. Come with me, Naruto said and headed towards Sasuke, who was fighting Madara, and Hashirama followed him. A few minutes later, Hashirama was already helping Sasuke, and Naruto was soaking the sand that was under him with his chakra. Passing chakra through his legs, he directed it into the sand, thereby saturating it with chakra. Another 10 minutes passed like this. Hashirama somehow managed to trick Madara and gave Naruto the opportunity to seal Madara. The Uzumaki used a weak form of Chibaku Tensei to immobilize Madara, but he resisted. Naruto thought this was his chance and began to envelop the Uchiha in sand to apply the seal. As soon as the sand sphere finished forming, he folded the seal and the sand sphere in which Madara was located began to be covered with strange hieroglyphs. Did this kid do it? And how could he control sand? Hashirama thought. Where did he get the ability to control sand? And at such speed? Gaara thought. But strangely enough, the sphere of sand began to crack. A few moments later, Madara flew out. That was clever, but this seal is too weak to hold me back. We need to think of something else, Madara said with a grin. Naruto thought for a moment and then said, Sasuke, throw a kunai at Madara, and then switch him and me. I want to try something, Naruto said. Okay, Uchiha said and threw a kunai at his enemy. Too easy, Madara said and extended his hand to stop the kunai, grabbing it. There were only half a meter left to Madara's hand, when Naruto appeared instead of him with Rasengan, which consisted of the element of Keaton and Shukaku's chakra, causing strange symbols to crawl across the purple sphere, which spoke of his sealing abilities. Sealing Rasengan, Uzumaki said and hit Madara with the technique. The blow landed in the stomach. The same symbols that were on the Rasengan began to crawl from the place of the blow, but as soon as they appeared, they immediately disappeared. Naruto himself jumped back to Sasuke. Damn, it didn't work. Uzumaki cursed. I have an idea, but I'll leave it for later, Naruto thought. Do you have any other ideas? Sasuke asked. I'll try to push him towards you with Shinra Tensei, and you use Amaterasu on Madara, and I'll blow him away with the wind, Naruto said, jumping towards Madara, and then using Shinra Tensei, causing the Uchiha to fly towards Sasuke. Sasuke himself used Amaterasu. Madara caught fire, and Naruto used the technique and said, Fuyutan, gust of wind. The wind flow was directed at Madara, who was covered in Amaterasu, which increased his flames. But the Uchiha was able to absorb them. This is too weak a technique to defeat me, Madara said as he stood up. Sasuke, I have an idea, but no one here will like it, Naruto said. Part 66. Sealing at too great a price. Commentary on Part 66. Sealing at too great a price. The chapter is finished. I think few people expected to see the chapter today. If we're lucky, I'll post the epilogue today. Enjoy reading. Sasuke, I have an idea, but no one here will like it, Naruto said. Spit it out, Sasuke said. The seal of the god of death, Naruto said briefly. What? Sasuke was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? You're going to have a baby, Sasuke shouted. Flashback. A week had passed since Naruto's Rinnegan had taken root. He was training at the training grounds and felt a painfully familiar chakra. It was Hinata. He turned to her. Hello, Naruto said and hugged Hyuga. Hi, Hinata replied, moving away. Did something happen? Uzumaki asked. It happened, said Hyuga. And it's very serious, she added, lowering her head. What? Naruto was alarmed. Hinata raised her head and smiled. We're having a baby, she said. Did I hear right? Naruto decided to ask again. No, you heard everything correctly, Hyuga said. That's great, Naruto said and hugged Hinata tightly. End flashback. Naruto, what are you thinking? Sasuke asked. It doesn't matter. Give me a chance to seal it. I have no other choice. Naruto, have you thought about Hinata? What will happen to her? What will happen to your child? What happened to you? Remember your childhood. Remember how you lived without parents. Do you want to leave your child without a father? Sasuke began to get furious. Sasuke, I know very well what will happen to my son. Yes, I will leave him without a father. But he will have a loving mother, Hinata. He will not grow up in hatred. He will not be alone. He will have the same good friends as me. And also, we have no other choice. I can't think of anything else. Naruto said. Wait with the Death God seal. Let's think about it some more. Are there any seals that can seal Madara? Sasuke asked. The Shukaku seal was the strongest I know of. And the Uzumaki clan specializes in fuinjutsu, Naruto said. If you don't know about it, it doesn't mean that there are no such seals. We'll have to ask the fourth, Uchiha said. It won't work. I know most of the fuinjutsu. And the most powerful ones. And there is not a single sealing technique that can surpass the seal of the Death God, said Uzumaki. I have to think of something. I can't let him die, Sasuke thought. You think I should be prevented from dying? Naruto guessed. Yes, Naruto. I can't let your son grow up without a father, Sasuke answered. Forgive Sasuke, but this cannot be avoided. This is the only way out of this situation, Uzumaki said, after which he continued. As Shikamaru said, every situation has a way out, but you may not always like this way out. Naruto said, Sasuke, restrain Madara, and I will seal him. This is the only choice where one person from the entire alliance will die for the sake of victory, instead of 1,000, or maybe more. Naruto said. Sasuke was against it, but he accepted what Naruto said. We repeat the same thing that you did with the kunai and me, but move me a little earlier so that I have time to fold the seals, Naruto said, after which he added. I will pull the tailed beast chakra out of him, and then seal him, Naruto said, and threw the kunai. There were about 7 meters left to their enemy, and Naruto extended the hand that had 2 signs on it. Touching Madara, he jumped back, and a thread of the tailed beast chakra was reaching for his hand. Landing on the ground, he tried to pull it out. Trying with all his might, he succeeded. He took their chakra for himself, and then released the tailed beasts into the wild. Including Kurama. As soon as Madara returned to his previous appearance, Naruto folded the following seals: snake, pig, sheep, rabbit, dog, rat, bird, horse, snake. After that, Shinigami appeared behind Naruto, with a blade in his teeth. Running up to Madara, who had already stood up, he touched him and said, seal. The sealing was successful and Naruto fell to the ground. Since he was from the Uzumaki clan, he was still alive for some time. He decided to resurrect everyone who died in this war. Putting his palms together, he said, demonic resurrection. After saying that, Naruto's silver hair turned snow white. Sasuke, who was standing 50 meters away, walked towards Naruto. This is my end. I have nothing to complain about. Naruto thought. I've lived a damn rich life. I made a lot of good friends. I saved the whole world. I found a beautiful, loving girl. I'll have a baby soon. I was really happy. Besides, there are a lot of people who have probably been waiting for me. Father, mother, Naruto thought, as he heard someone approaching him. Uzumaki thought it was Sasuke and asked, is that you, Sasuke? But when Naruto saw who it was, he was taken aback. Father, Naruto asked. Naruto knew that Orochimaru had cancelled Edo Tensei, so he was surprised. You did a great job, Minato said. I have a question for you. Uzumaki said. How did you leave, knowing that you were leaving your son alone? Naruto asked. You're thinking about your child, right? Namikaze asked. I never doubted that my son would follow the right path. So that's how it is. So I too. I just have to believe. Naruto said. Hinata, forgive me. Naruto thought and his gaze became cloudy. By this time, Sasuke had approached Naruto's body. Raising his gaze to the sky, he began to remember the past. There was their first joint training. There were those memories where Sasuke envied Naruto. We will meet, Naruto. Wait for us all, thought Uchiha. Sasuke stood up and picked up Naruto's body, then carried him towards the other shinobi. As soon as Hinata saw Sasuke carrying his friend, she immediately ran up to him. Sasuke, did you defeat Madara? She asked. Yes, Sasuke said sadly. Why is Naruto-kun unconscious? Hyuga noted. He's not unconscious, Sasuke said sympathetically. Then what happened to him? Hinata didn't finish when she realized what had happened. Sasuke silently lowered Naruto to the ground, and Hinata sat down next to Naruto. She held Naruto's lifeless body to her chest. Epilogue. Commentary on epilogue. Well, that's the end of this story. I hope you enjoyed my fanfic. Enjoy reading. The next day, the funeral of the great shinobi took place. Uzumaki Naruto. He was the greatest man. You have to be incredibly brave to protect everyone, at the cost of your own life. All the residents of the 5 great countries came to the funeral. Including Kage, Kakashi, Haruka, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, the mentors of the teams that were in Naruto's graduating class, as well as Hinata. She stood and cried, remembering Naruto's entire life. Kakashi stood and looked at the lowering coffin with an empty look. It began to rain. Times don't change. I keep losing what's dear to me. It seems like it will never change. It's time to get used to it. The story with the fourth Hokage repeated itself. And now, I'm the sixth Hokage. The shinobi world is unfair and cruel. Once again, a hero dies, and once again, a child is left without a father. Thought Hatake. After the funeral, Naruto was posthumously awarded the status of seventh Hokage. That's the life your father lived, Hinata said and looked at the boy of about 6 who was sitting on her lap. He had the same silver hair as his father, but he had the Byakugan in his eyes. Hinata had begged her father for a long time to let her and Naruto's son keep this dojutsu inside him. She also asked him not to put the Hyuga clan's restraining seal on the boy. Was Dad really that brave? The boy asked, looking into his mother's eyes. Yes, Minato. He was the strongest and bravest man on earth. Hinata said and shed a tear. I want to become as strong and brave as my dad, Minato said and also shed tears. I'm sure you'll become just like your dad, said the former Hyuga and hugged her little son.